What's good, Nick? Swole, my goat. 5 months, tier 3. Appreciate you. You guys are having a good time. What's up, YouTube? Hello, hello. Gonna have a long stream tonight. Oh, we watching Your World's run? It's called Your Birthday's on Monday. Happy early birthday. Games and Talk 16 were sick. You would really enjoy them. No spoilers. I was in and out of watching because I had a lot to do today. So I'm gonna watch from the beginning. Gonna do my best not to skip through any games. I'm very excited. I did see we saw Ho-Oh at Worlds, which I'm very happy about. My Worlds run is next year. I'm going to an event next year with Blunder and Suave. That doesn't mean my Worlds run is next year. You gonna watch finals tomorrow? Oh yeah, probably. Finals is tomorrow. So it's gonna be I have no idea when, because I think they go every finals in order, so I have no idea when that happens. Do we know what regional it is? Oh, for the I thought we were talking about, I was like, the US? No, for the one we're going to, no, we do not know which one we're going to yet. Yeah, VGC finals are last. I remember last time. It's also confirmed that Karaden is a world champion. Nice. I'm excited to watch all these games. I've been hearing a lot of great things. Again, I was in and out of watching some of it. Because it was a busy day. But I'm very hype. Same with the Brute Bonnet. Brute Bonnet deserves it, okay? That man's the GOAT. And don't let anybody tell you different. Probably 4 to 7 PST. Damn, 7 p.m. Eastern is crazy. Hey, Gara. Well, tomorrow I'll stream, and then I guess we can just watch it. Hey, Twilight. My joke, next year is your turn. Does the All Might point finger. We'll see about that. I wouldn't go that far. Obviously, I'll try for whatever regional we go to. If you qualify for Worlds by winning the regional, would you go? I'm never going to have a regional that does as well as this one, but sure. I mean, why not, right? If I ended up doing well. I just don't think currently I can do all the events to qualify. I think that if I did play a lot of the events, I'd obviously work hard. I work hard in whatever I do, and that would give me enough to qualify. But it is a lot. The travel, the stay. Just win first try is crazy. But I'll definitely, like I said, I'll definitely try hard on that one regardless. What do I think of Regulation H? Is that the regulation we were playing with a double restricted? Is that the one I played with Ho-Oh? Wouldn't this have made more sense if you reacted live? No, because I was busy. This is me reacting to VODs, aka a reaction. Oh, that's Regulation I is what I played. Is no Paradox or Legends. Oh, I guess that's okay. I prefer my boy Ho-Oh. It sucks that there's no official singles. That's whatever. It is what it is. I don't even think about that anymore. Right? It's not gonna happen. Maybe with Champions, something interesting could happen. Maybe even Battle Stadium. Iron Hands was fun. I like a lot of them. Treads. Can wait until it's closed down and summer's over. I'm chilling, fam. Thank you. I like Iron Treads a lot. From what I saw, the amount of Calyrex and all the smear goals and stuff. Because I saw I think the post by the Pokemon's Twitter. And it's like 18% smear goal, which is wild. Busy with draft? No, busy with IRL stuff. What set where I was going to use Regiratina? It was going to be Breaking Swipe, Shadow Sneak, Poltergeist, Protect. That was the set. Hey. Yeah, I'm excited to watch. I don't know if I'll put this at 1.25 times or we'll just watch it. I don't know how long each games take. What up, Gas? But I'm hyped to watch. Isn't that a champion on the left right there? So it's going to be a good time. Anyway. It was Giratina O. I thought you were going to the next Pokemon tournament. No, I'm going to a regional next year. Nobody ever said the next Pokemon tournament. I have no idea which regional I'm going to. But we're definitely going to one next year. What's good? What's good? All right, let's get into this. See how much volume I got to give this.
considered to be such a phenomenal player representing Latin America. He has so much pride for his home region, and it's amazing to see him back here on the world stage.
Can't wait to see their teams as well.
What I think is really cool is he is using a restricted duel that is not exactly the most common. It's
Ooh, Miraidon Calyrex.
Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, both very powerful, fast special attackers.
We got the Focus Sash Shifu, Rocky Helmet, Standard, Rut, Safety Goggles, AV, all that. This is starting on day 1? Yeah, I'm going to watch day 1 and day 2. I got them both loaded up right here. If it's so I'll be live for a long time. If it's taking like Susu long and I'm actually getting tired, then I'll put them at 1.25. But right now we're kind of chilling. Paradox Mons, Calyrex, Shifu need to not be in Gen 10. I doubt. I mean, they probably remove Calyrex and stuff. They usually remove the stuff that's too powerful, I would say. I love Clefairy plus Calyrex. This is one of the combos I was testing. It was always very annoying. Like, my favorite playstyle with Calyrex is Protect the Calyrex. So it's usually like, you'll have Calyrex. I don't play a lot of UGC, but I did for that month, obviously. So you have Calyrex, and then you have like Incineroar, Rillaboom, and then Clef. And then it was like Terra like Grass Calyrex or some shit. It was something. It was something fun. Oh, with Giga Drain. That Terra Grass Calyrex with Giga Drain, which obviously, you know, wouldn't have been great here, I guess, at Worlds. But Terra Grass with Giga Drain was pretty cool, next to like Triple Fake Out. It's kind of also how you play like the Terapagos teams, where it's like, hey Matti, protect Terapagos at all times. Brubonnet. I freaking love Whimsicott too. Yeah, you did. Terra Fairy Draining Kiss could be go all to Terra Dark. For sure. I think the biggest thing is that obviously they didn't give it Dazzling Gleam. Thank God. Oh my God. Double spread move. Then again, you just... Chad, did you hear about that? I did hear about the Totodile went 4-4. That's freaking crazy. King, appreciate you, buddy. That was exactly what I had in Atlanta with Terra Grass, Life Orb, Calyrex. Hell yeah. So they weren't Life Orb the one I was playing. And the ones I would fight on the ladder. But they were extremely bulky. They were like so fat. So they were very slow. I know some people pulled up with modest Calyrex for this tournament, which I think is really interesting. I think the Totodile was just a little... It was like a little support the cheerleader, but the fact that if they brought it to any games, that'd be funny too.
And I think
Young Ray came. That's
really
awesome.
Going to help amplify that. We talked about this a little bit backstage. Not only do you have the friend guard from the Clefairy that's going to help make sure that both of these Pokemon are taking a little bit less
Calyrex
damage.
is bulky. Let me put 1 point in the beginning. We'll put the 1.25.
Boost up that damage, as well as fake tears on the Whimsicott. So you're dropping the special defense. All the
Snarl, Choice Scarf.
Really make sure that damage goes through from the Calyrex and Miraidon.
Absolutely.
I'm not a fan of Scarf Miraidon. I like AV slash Specs.
Really have to respect this combination. But what I like about Paul's team is normally with these Clefairy Calyrex teams, it takes a little bit of time to get set up. You do have the Incineroar to help support that fake out as well. But like you said, Rose, there's fake tears on Whimsicott.
I'm excited to see the Ho-Oh. I saw game 1 of Ho-Oh.
Just go for fake tears and immediately thread in a one.
Scarf Chi is different because it gets like...
So it does not hit as hard as those Choice Specs Miraidons, but...
It's, what's it called? Its spread move is so much more terrifying than Scarf Miraidon. Obviously, Scarf Miraidon gets the boost on all of its attacks, but like, unless you're running Discharge, you're not really hitting hard with a spread move. Joe got to day 2, my GOAT.
Throw fake tears on top. It's like, hey,
I see a Landorus on this side. Hold up.
It doesn't get much better.
I love the Imprison for Trick Room. I think that's pretty cool. I wonder how many times that was clicked. I mean, obviously they made it. Oh, this is day 1. Nobody's made anything yet. That boy's staring into my soul. How do you know I freeze frame on this one? Protects, Clear Amulet. Yep. Leech Seed, Glacial. Leech Seed Protect is like, a lot of them have been using it. I think it was Magna Bestie that won with that, if I'm not mistaken. Avian that. So where's the safety goggles? Safety goggles on Raging Bolt is really cool. Especially because like Amoonguss and the Brute Bond and all this stuff is going to protect Pokemon like Kyogre and things like that. Koraidon, Miraidon, etc. I like that a lot. They can't imprison Trick Room though? Oh no, I mean I'm sorry. They can imprison. Sorry, it was the ones I saw with like imprison for Trick Room with no protect. They imprison Glacial Lance and Leech Seed. Obviously, it's their way of shutting it down, which makes sense for this team too. He looks at us like it's our fault. He missed Icy Wind. Oh no, spoils. No, I don't really care. Leech Seed Protect Kayak seems very common with Koraidon. Yep, shutting down Protect is nice too. I would think like shutting down Protect would be interesting, like next to like strong spread moves, but there's no Dazzling Gleam on Flutter. There's no Sand Steer Storm, whatever the fuck it's called, on Landorus. It's still interesting though. Let's get Notorious. Good to see you.
But for Eric, it's going to be something he really has to play around. As you talk about this Miraidon and Shadow Rider Calyrex combination for Paul, something else that's a little bit uncommon for us to see is going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider next to the Koraidon. Talk a little bit about anti-synergy with these two Pokemon. And Ice type in the sun, really going to boost up those fire type moves for this thing?
Well, the way to get around
Yo, I got this 4 times. We're gonna get to the game. Yo, that's that YouTube Premium, bro. I'm just going to the battle itself. I'm gonna obviously listen to the commentary when it comes. It's hella worth it, bro. But I don't want to skip forward because I'm scared that I'll that's all. I'm scared that I'll go into the game itself. All right, here we are. I think it starts. Quality settings. Playback normal. Hey, Fi.
Options available to you. I think the other thing to think about is if Koraidon goes for that Terra, it means Fluttermane can't Terra, right? So if it's Fluttermane, Koraidon...
Quality 144p is crazy, come on.
Suddenly, then Astral Barrage becomes a lot stronger. And so, yeah, I think this is not immature. Eric doesn't match up, right? It does not.
All right, let's get it. So this is round 1 Swiss, yep.
Eric saying,
standard dot.
Oh, you need to prove to me that you can actually beat this combination.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. You're going to see the Koraidon.
So we saw Icy win on that side.
Only to be able to give it a boost to its own.
And we saw the clear amulet as well, so the intimidate doesn't matter.
Photosynthesis for this Fluttermane, and we are going to see that it's going to get a speed boost. So this Fluttermane is going to be ultra fast, already going to be able to threaten a Shadow Ball into this Shadow Rider Calyrex. You might feel forced to have to go for a Terra now. This
is actually really interesting because, like, obviously, there's no fake out on miss. What do you do? Do you protect? You scout it for next year? I guess. Nice, Marvin. I doubt these mons are going to be there next year, right? What? You either protect / switch, and then you break the sash, and then what? Because it doesn't give you anything, because I think Koraidon just beats it. You fake out into that, and Koraidon just beats it anyway.
Exactly, yeah. I think this is really interesting. Incineroar always has the free fake out into Koraidon, right? And as you see, Calyrex is bulky here, and it's able to.
Oh, I guess because he's bulky enough, he's going for the fake out plus attack. I suppose Terra Fairy if you're bulky.
I am curious about here is with Koraidon, do you protect? If you protect, you are vulnerable to.
Because if it's Icy Wind plus
with Encore immediately, and oh look what Paul just locked in. So
I love it.
Is already spicy, right? Because
beautiful. Eric, so what? This is a really nice turn. So, like, he's calling the Protect on Koraidon. He said, F it, it's game 1 of day 1 of Worlds. I'm going to go out into my Whimsicott on Icy Wind, Covert Cloak. I can go, I'll go for the Astral Barrage to break the sash on Fluttermane, living the hit with my Terra Fairy, Astral Barrage, and then bring in Whimsicott, and then get the Tailwind up next turn. So I still outspeed Koraidon even at -1. And also I threaten the KO on that, plus potentially even Encore, Moonblast, etc., etc. So I like that play.
You don't have to protect your Koraidon. You can just go for something like an Icy Wind, Fire Terra, Flare Blitz into Calyrex. And so this
is a little risky turn 1.
Crazy so quickly on this turn 1.
I didn't see there.
This gamble saying, I think you're going to protect Koraidon. Does Koraidon protect right
204
now?
204 HP.
Incineroar is going to switch out, and we will see this Whimsicott.
Paul going for a read turn 1. I like it. People do this play a lot, though.
As we see the Terra go.
What happens
after this?
Is it Koraidon?
Eric is going to be the first to
we're good.
respond
Yeah, I don't know which one.
This Fluttermane.
This is going to be exhilarating. It's like if Eric did
the way he's thinking, I feel like he protected Koraidon. Look at him.
Absolutely huge. And if he protects, it is.
Yeah. He's like, it's day 1 of Worlds. Paul was like, nope, foot on the gas. I love it.
Paul manages to get, he baits out the protect, and now you've got Encore Whimsicott on
turn
the
1, game 1. But Shadow Balls.
Actually,
he didn't Icy Wind.
This Fluttermane. So this Calyrex, well, it is going to be taking Moonblast. It does get that special defense drop, which is a small protection.
Damn, Icy Wind's no Icy Wind's actually big too.
You're going to be taking an Astral Barrage, bringing this
no idea,
down
Marvin.
to its focus sash. It's going to be so easy now to clean it up later.
I think this is what makes the matchup so tricky for Paul, because even though he got turn 1 right,
Spin-up drop sucks, but unless Terra Fairy kills.
Because now Calyrex is vulnerable to fainting. Fluttermane is faster. So if you are the Whimsicott right now, you can go for Tailwind or you can go for Encore. You can't go for both, right?
But because of that spin-up drop, I would have to say you fear the Terra Fairy, the Moonblast kills, right, with Terra Fairy. And you give that up. Insyn with the double speed isn't really too much of a threat. Koraidon's still later to actually beat alive. That's actually a big speed up drop.
Koraidon is threatened by Encore.
Tailwind Protect is whack.
If he does, then of course, Paul can capitalize by setting up Tailwind, giving Calyrex the speed that it needs to outspeed Flutter Mane. Eric might decide to just actually stay in.
I agree with the switch
as well. And so, yeah, Paul is.
This is safe.
Is going to lock the Encore.
You lock him. This goes down, fearing the Astral Mirage. This is actually a great. I like this play.
Maybe just saving the Flutter Mane for a little bit later. If you expect something to be in the back, or it's a good sacrificial.
This is a great encore, and he repivots into Incineroar. Beautiful place.
Incineroar now getting revealed as Eric's third Pokemon in this.
Either way,
game,
Calyrex dies unless it protects. Yeah.
Follow that up with a switch of his own as Incineroar comes back.
Though you could argue chip on Koraidon is worth it for Urshifu in the back.
Absolutely.
And obviously killing Flutter Mane as well.
One of the other things, by the way, from Paul's end is, first of all, no Terra on, or no switch here on the Koraidon, right?
So expected.
So Paul is baiting this so well.
Yeah, very nice. Expected to tail and was like, okay, fine, but I'll take my kill.
I think Eric was hoping for the
worth it for versus for them on. I get it.
Paul does not fall for it, and now you are stuck with this Encore Koraidon on the field.
There's a regional we're going to next season. We just don't know which one.
Pivot out, and the Terra has been committed.
Great play.
So Paul has been playing lights out to start this game in what I think is a unfavorable matchup. And the point I wanted to call out is there's no Miraidon in the back for Paul. It's actually that Urshifu.
Oh my gosh. Well, I guess maybe Paul sees something that we clearly don't with his Urshifu.
I mean, Shifu still looks crazy, especially with Terra Fire.
Going to be a nice piece to have at the end of it
and
all.
Sin can't really threaten much besides a KO on Whimsicott.
The good thing for him is it's going to be Incineroar and Whimsicott. How much damage can you really expect? Is there
maybe he's scared to parting shot because he doesn't know his speed? So he'd rather knock?
And the other thing you have to think about is Eric's Incineroar is actually a pretty huge offensive threat, right? You've got the Sun boosting your Flare Blitz.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Flare Blitz the Whimsicott slot.
Instant is a gigantic threat. You don't switch into it at all.
If you had Miraidon instead, as Calyrex comes in, but if you had Miraidon
great
instead,
knock.
Whimsicott switching to Miraidon would feel really great, but that's not the case right now. And so Eric
I don't know, JD on Twitch.
Knockout immediately this turn, but it's just fake out on
great fake out.
Eric has been
very safe play. Very nice.
Considered for how these first couple of turns have gone, and Whimsicott gets a free
Instin's -1 as well, so even with Sun Up, it's not going to kill Cali. And then you're fearing.
So at least you're able to stop the damage from the opposing Incineroar, and your Calyrex comes in for free. But at what cost?
Okay, so I see why they think this matchup, or they say this matchup was nasty. Though I still think with like that sash broken and the way they played, like good positioning as well by Eric. I still feel like Shifu still looks scary. Then again, it's leftover Shifu. It's leftovers this. That shit is not dying ever to Shifu. Never mind.
Now
Cali can take it.
Have this tailwind set up.
Yeah, I think what
hey, what's good, CB?
Is you do have Flare Blitz and a Calyrex. If the Calyrex protects,
hello,
it's threatened by Encore. Eric's way to get around that then is just going for a Flare Blitz onto Paul's Whimsicott here. This is, of course, the Assault Vest on Eric's Incineroar, so there's no threat to like parting shot into the Incineroar. You could always U-turn as well and Psycho Intimidate, for example. And so, yeah, I think this is a really interesting decision, obviously, to bring the Urshifu, but Urshifu is a Pokemon that can switch into that Flare Blitz. And so
it's tough though, because like you're taking so much damage, plus leeches. Protect is safe. Protect is safe, and then attacking the Whimsicott slot is pretty solid. You could also just pivot.
I will say, it's also
U-turn ain't even bad, because if you get in Koraidon, you're in a good spot.
Ice. I think just being able to have that defensive capability versus Pokemon also makes
and he breaks the sash. Never mind, the matchup's scary. Matchup's scary again.
From this U-turn, but now Eric with his protect.
I love the way Eric is playing.
Might be able to fare a little bit better. It's gonna be the Koraidon now that it's shaken off that Encore. It's not gonna be locked into the protect.
Dual restricted's now out on the field against two of the
nothing threatens Urshifu to kill. Sun is up, so Surgeon Strike won't kill.
Paul has been playing
he does have Jet,
super well, but he's still looking for damage, right? And right now it's probably tempting to double up into the Calyrex. The Calyrex, of course, can pivot back out into the Incineroar. Getting that U-turn off into Urshifu is a really big deal because of
that Avian Sin looks disgusting here.
Still quite scary. Tailwind is set up, but this is the problem.
It does have flame charge, yeah.
You're not going to do a ton of damage given that the sun is up, right? So Paul's like, okay, if I go for a surging
but you need Shifu to beat
Incineroar. Knockout in return. So let me pivot out my Incineroar.
Unless you knock Incin and then try and beat it with Draining Kiss, which I don't know if that's possible.
For Eric, he can capitalize off this, and Whimsicott is so vulnerable to the damage from the opposing side that I think it's likely.
Do we see a flame charge? Or just collision course? Free.
Urshifu, but
nice.
It's going to be the collision course from this Koraidon into the Whimsicott. There's no downside versus the close combat that's going to drop your stats. You're just doing a ton of damage. But the Calyrex is set to go for a leech seed into the Urshifu. Protect, making sure that that doesn't land.
Okay, Sun's on.
This has been really really impressive.
All right, this
by
Surging
Paul,
Strike is
honestly.
actually
Like, I think this
insanely
matchup is
threatening
so
now.
unfavorable,
Yep.
And I feel like he's gotten so many turns right, and so he is positioned.
So this is a
well. Okay,
kill, I
now
assume?
You get the Intimidate off against
I assume this is a kill on Koraidon. I don't know how strong. To be honest, it's Koraidon. It might just take 90.
the opposing Calyrex, and you do pressure.
He pivoted around the Sun turns very well.
Sun, and you baited the tear out of Koraidon.
Beautiful.
There's nothing that can take the Surging Strikes now.
Yeah,
right?
Surging Strike is so free.
Paul had to play in such a particular way to get to this position, and Whimsicott didn't even feint.
Yep,
So
sack Flutter makes
like,
sense.
okay,
You want to
I
reset
know.
the Sun so that way you
I gotta
not get your
reset the
attack
Sun.
raise and
Gonna
actually
flip it
still
out.
do a lot.
Gonna bring out the Flutter main, basically sacrifice. I think that's the right play, but taking care of Flutter main is also nice, right? Because it does so much damage across the board. And so
But then you
Paul
leech seed
finally
on
secures
the
first knockout,
you
but
leech
it
seed
has
on the
been a
Urshifu when it's pretty
back-and-forth
free.
battle.
It really has. This Calyrex Ice Rider is still able to move on this turn, so you have to expect that it's going to go for this.
I guess he just wanted to get rid of Whimsicott.
Try to get some damage down.
I like
helping
leech seed
the
though because I
trade
feel like
favorably.
that Mon's.
But see, look at that. The defensive capabilities of both of these.
I guess with
Pokemon
Tailwind
are
out,
perfect
it
in
makes
front of
more
this
sense.
Pokemon.
No, now that I think about it, with
Absolutely.
Tailwind gone that turn, it makes more sense to go for this because now everything's in range. Now everything's in. I mean, Sash was already broken last turn with U-turn, so there was no there was already no Sash. But now I'm pretty sure Koraidon just kills everything, right? Gets fake out Surging Strike for free. Yeah, we might see. Do you think it's too risky to go Incin and then double back out into Koraidon on the to bait the protect on Shifu? I guess there's nothing stopping that except for the fact that Leech Seed could be scary. Because obviously Surging Strike goes through protect.
And this is how you beat the Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider sets. If you don't have high horsepower, it means your only real offense is Glacial Lance. Every single Intimidate adds up so much, and Leech Seed is nice, but doesn't do that much damage, obviously, over the course of time, right? And so
Yeah, that's what I said.
now Paul's
Koraidon- Koraidon go
Incineroar
Incin.
out on the field. You have the fake out available to you if you
But then
want to,
Incin gets
right?
weakened, and then you
Calyrex
lose to
isn't doing much.
Calyrex
You
later.
can't just double up on the Koraidon, go for a fake out and an attack with the Urshifu. It's still going to take a little bit of time to actually knock out the Koraidon, but ooh, okay, we're actually seeing the fake out here into the Calyrex slot.
Okay, so just gonna stop the Calyrex for now, but that does mean this
Wait, what?
Koraidon is free and clear to go for another collision course, and into the Incineroar, of course, it's going to be a one-hit knockout. Koraidon takes a little bit of recoil from that Rocky helmet, and I wonder how much that's going to add up if this
I mean,
Urshifu
Surging Strike's still not gonna
decides
kill,
to go
but
for
damn.
Surging Strikes. Critical to note that Koraidon can't protect in front of this, so Eric knows you're just going to be taking damage from this Urshifu because of that ability.
I mean, like, if this Calyrex had Trick Room, I guess that... Yeah, but Calyrex just comes in. Well, they know it's not Trick Room. It's not Trick Room. I don't like that as much. Hey, fam. I felt like the fake out plus Surging Strike was free as well, which is why I would have done the double, but...
I love how this is played out for Paul because now you just get the free switch into your Calyrex.
I thought it's the...
Shadow
Oh,
Rider. You
is this
have
one the...
Ash-
Is this one the Trick Room one? I thought it was the Imprison one. I thought it was Imprison, Protect, Glacial Lance.
barrage pressure, right? I feel like the way Paul positioned this game was
It is
actually
impressive,
a
okay.
masterclass in VGC, and you would think, oh, Incineroar going down here doesn't feel that great, but you've already
It's
gotten
Trick Room,
the
Leech Seed,
Intimidate
Protect, and
onto
Glacial.
Calyrex,
No, it's
right?
Imprison.
And you could have gone for fake out onto Koraidon, but by actually letting the Koraidon get a knockout now, you can
It's
switch
literally
it
Imprison.
into that Calyrex, and
It's
so
not
I mean,
Trick
This
Room.
has just been a beautiful game by Paul, and Urshifu, not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring into this matchup, but he made it work so well.
I wonder if they were trying to click Imprison that turn and then just to get rid of all the protects so that way you get just free attacks. Because now Astro Barrage looks free as hell.
Express though how well Paul has been playing this game from beginning to end.
Because like you get an Incineroar, but then what then?
Of course, one of the things to pay attention to is Calyrex's speed.
You literally
relative
Astro
to
Barrage and
Koraidon
Surging
as well,
Strike
because
into
you
Karai.
always have the potential
I guess
of
CC's
Calyrex
fine
to
too.
be a little bit
On
slower,
Incin.
right? But either way, oh my goodness! Like I cannot express how beautiful of a game this has been for Paul Ruiz.
All we need to know is that this is the true
Yeah, this is better 'cause you do even more. CC's even better.
Because
'Cause you ignore the sun. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Eric has no choice if he wants to preserve this Koraidon for later to bring in this Incineroar, and at least hope that this Incineroar will be able to pressure something out a little bit later because his Shadow Rider
You gotta like
Calyrex
you gotta like
already terrestrialized.
crit
If it
Glacial
survives
Lance
this attack,
on
thanks
the
to
Astro
its
Barrage
timing, then
Mon
he will be able to go for
to
a
do
fake out
enough.
a little bit later. Calyrex holds on. It is a bit more bulky, but can the Urshifu finish it off with the close combat and the Incineroar?
Like, even if it didn't, you won game one for sure.
To save
Oh.
it with that critical hit, of course. And so Incineroar goes down. Eric
Oh, I'm
Chris
out of
first
Worlds. I
game
didn't-
down to his final
I didn't
two
play. I didn't
Pokemon.
qualify.
Yeah, my main
What up,
question
fam?
there is whether or not the critical hit saved the Incineroar. Even if It doesn't get the KO. You're still
Okay, you have to go for
pressured by
Glacial
the
Lance
Astro Barrage.
crit.
Let's
That
see,
way
does
you can
Glacial
get
Lance
back
the
in.
knockout? It does
Even then, that
not.
doesn't work because then
Look
Whimsicott just
how
comes
those
out.
Intimidates are. Normally with these Leech Seed leftover Calyrexes, you love to run a lot
Actually,
of bolts.
actually, no. If you crit there, you might have won. Because Whimsicott has to come out and Tailwind, and you have to sack Koraidon to do that. You have to attack into Koraidon, and then you Leech Seed into Shifu. And then I guess it encores you, and then you lose. No, you have to. I think it still was a loss.
So you have less attack investment, and you're up against a Calyrex with bulky investment, right? So Paul Ruiz,
Well played.
Wow, this has just been absolutely beautiful. Turn after turn after turn. He knows this is not an easy matchup. And
Well
this
played.
is what I love about the World Championships. The players have spent so much time thinking about their game plans. I am sure Paul has gone up against Koraidon plus
A lot,
Fluttermane before.
yeah.
And he came up with a masterful
But
plan.
this is
First
game
of all,
one,
dropping the
right?
restricted,
Eric is gonna
going
adjust
that
for sure,
hard
'cause
switch
I do-
into Whimsicott turn one, getting the encore off into the Koraidon as well.
I'm not prepping for
Positioning
Worlds
Calyrex Shadow
2026
Rider
at all. I'm just
perfectly.
watching.
I mean, this is a beautiful game. It's just beautiful.
It has been so good from Paul, but let's keep in mind this is going to be a best of 3.
Yeah, that's
so
all- exactly,
Paul has
exactly.
had a dominant first game and will win it off of a double KO. The work's not done yet. We still need Paul to win one more game in order to take this first round of Swiss, and Eric has that comeback mechanism. You win these
Absolutely.
next 2 games, you're the winner.
And I think it's so scary because there's so
I like
much,
that he put his
to
foot
go
on the
wrong for
gas
Paul at
in the
any
first
given
game.
point. If on turn 1 of that game, Koraidon decides, you know what, I'm just gonna attack, and you go for Icy Wind plus Fire Terra Flare Blitz, I think Eric literally wins the game on the spot. Paul had to get so many turns right, but this is what it looks like to win in what I would consider an unfavorable matchup. You
I love it.
have to
I love
find-
it. I love the aggro. This shit started already? Hello?
brings the Urshifu, and Urshifu was so critical in this game, putting on so much pressure.
No,
on
okay,
that
then I was like, what the
Mirage,
fuck?
And I just said Mirage.
So, in
That Urshifu pick, because I think in team preview, like, it looks like it's just so tough into everything, right? You're facing down the sun, obviously, but one of the nice
Mons is
things
Mons,
is
Jake,
close
but that's a lot of
combat
money
damage,
and
of course,
time.
is not reduced by the sun. And
It's
we saw
long-deserved
that
world
close combat
championship,
in
not
Team
anytime
Sigma,
soon.
right?
The next one I'm going to is
Really
probably not
smart
gonna have
about how you
Ubers.
Position your Urshifu, but it makes a lot of sense because the rest of Paul's team, if you're not going to bring that Miraidon, it's like Calyrex is never going to do enough damage into the Assault Vest Incineroar.
Look at all
And so,
those
like, the only way
notebooks.
you can actually damage Assault Vest Incineroar
Must
is
be
getting
nice.
close combat off into it, and so, yeah, like, it feels bad.
Me
when you have to
pulling
bring
up with my
Urshifu into
3
this
cricket
matchup,
tunes and
but
my
Paul
unknown
showed how
JL.
you can make it work. I think if
What
you're
up,
Eric,
Diller?
you got to be thinking about that a little bit as
Doing
well. If you can
well.
eliminate Incineroar
I like that
a
you
little
came
bit
in and
earlier,
annihilated with
then
that.
that opens the
Okay,
door. Or
same
if
lead.
you can eliminate Urshifu, opens the door for Incineroar. But here's a run back of Fluttermane and Koraidon.
It's more money than
How does turn
time, I
one
think,
play
Jake.
out, though? That's where we're going to need to see those adjustments from Eric to make sure that Paul doesn't start
Maybe.
to sneak away a win again in the second game. And that kind of just starts out with, like, fake out. Do you also, can you do
Do you
that?
fake out plus Icy Wind?
I think
Okay,
that's
okay.
what would be cool. A little
So he's thinking about the same play.
bit flashy, though.
He did bring Clef this time, which I think is a really good call because the last time he made that turn 1 play to force Koraidon out, Clef just takes it with Follow Me, which is really nice, and Astral Barrage still pressures both. What's good, fam? Did his closing help you get a Champions announcement? I hope so, too. Here's how you win Worlds. VGC allows Mythicals right before Worlds, and no one else knows how to use them. Okay, they wouldn't allow Mythicals right... Like, they would allow Mythicals in, like, a tournament, but not right before Worlds. That'd be crazy.
Mainly because it is not like that important to get the boost right now.
Just playing
right?
safe,
So
yeah.
This
then you
is
can
what's
protect.
so fun because even though we saw the exact same leads, Eric right now has got to be a little bit scary. He's like, oh my goodness, you actually called me out in game
I mean,
one,
Astral Barrage
and
isn't even
what
a
if you
bad
just
play.
switch into Whimsicott
It's a
again,
free
right?
fake out
You
into
see, Paul here
Koraidon.
has also indicated something different.
Then you
He's going
protect
just
next
for that
turn.
Fake out. He's saying, you know what? Just gonna go for damage here because if you're Eric,
Yeah,
you
they're
also
not
have
in
to be
tournaments
scared
right
about
now.
Leading up a fake out plus a.
But they are allowed
example,
for Regulation
Calyrex
J, which I'll be
immediately.
streaming.
So yeah, one of the questions is what Terras. I think in the last game, Paul was able to bait out that Fire Terra really well. Fluttermane normal Terra is gonna be really, really nice against a potential Astral Barrage, right? But here we go.
Okay, well, first terrestrialization getting used in the second game. We'll go over to
Yep.
the Shadow Rider Calyrex again, removing its weakness that it would have to the Shadow Ball.
I assume
from
Protect
that
plus Icy
Fluttermane
Wind
on
this
the other
time?
Side, and it's also going to be boosting up some damage from,
Yep,
let's say,
Protect.
Adrenaline
Well,
Fist.
Icy Wind.
But Eric's not going to fall for it. He's just going to go for the Protect again onto the Koraidon, and since there's no switch into the Whimsicott, at least this Protect will protect this Koraidon from the fake out from the Incineroar.
Moonblast,
With the
okay.
Moonblast,
That's
it's
fair
actually
too, because you
pretty
just
good
tear a
turn here
Koraidon, then
for
you don't
Eric.
die to anything
Yeah,
anyway.
I think if you're Paul, the best case here is Koraidon not protecting. You just get a ton of damage immediately. This is still not a bad position where you bring the Fluttermane down quite low, but It feels
Like, if you
Alex is
want to
still
make the
such a
aggro
huge
play
block
and,
for
like,
Paul, and
attack with
obviously
Fluttermane
taking a
and
lot
knock
of
it
damage.
out,
Now this
next turn is
you're
actually
Icy
still
Wind plus
harder.
Collision Course or Icy Wind plus Flare Blitz. We see what Paul's opted for in the back, by the way. There is no Whimsicott. It's actually that Clefairy adjustment.
Actually,
this
Shadow
time around.
Ball,
And so
Shadow Ball turn 1 makes sense because you literally go for the Icy Wind in the second turn. That's good.
Clefairy is nice for defense, but it's not very good from an offensive standpoint. Calyrex,
Well, that one didn't have U-turn, though. It has Parting Shot. Like, Parting Shot would have been cool, again, to do threaten the exact
has
same
to do
thing.
so much of the heavy lifting in this game because, once again, there is no Miraidon. And so, if you're Paul, it's not a bad turn 1, but where do you go from here? You are threatened by a lot of damage from the opposing side. And so, do you go for example, a hard call out thinking, you know what? He's going to try to target my Calyrex down. I'm just going to attack with it. Or do you protect and try to, finish off the
like, if you KO, if you KO Flutter, it doesn't give you anything.
Clefairy. So, this is still so scary for Paul.
And what is this Koraidon going to do?
Terrifier. Makes sense.
Terrestrialization. It's going to be for Eric this time around, and the Koraidon, again.
It'd be like that, fam. It's hard to win worlds.
Make it a little bit less vulnerable to things in the future, but especially if you're already thinking ahead, and it's like, well, there's an Urshifu that might be waiting in the back.
Protects.
That is a little bit better. Protect here onto the Shadow.
Is he targeting the Incineroar? Icy Wind safe?
Goes for the Icy Wind.
Is it Collision Course is the question, because if it's not and Paul's able to just eliminate Fluttermane, it's incredible turn. We saw the Flare Blitz lock into Fluttermane.
Yeah,
so
you already have
let's
the
see.
speed control.
Is Koraidon going for Collision Course? It's the
Oh,
Flare
he got him.
Blitz.
I was about to say, this is why I like Icy Wind turn 1, because it doesn't let this play happen, but I get it, because you can do it turn 2, but this is what happened turn 2.
No way. That
Beautiful
means
play.
that the Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to be a wrap
I guess when you're scared of the matchup, it's easier to do F it we ball plays. It's not even F it we ball play, right? Because, like, if that gets KO, you get to bring out Whimsicott next.
My goodness. I mean,
And then you can just,
in the field against a Collision Course
it's
Koraidon, right?
you could just go for the tailwind.
To go for that.
No way.
Yeah, I think in that position, it makes sense for Eric. He recognizes, okay, if you get greedy and I just knock out your
But now you get a
Shadow
free
Rider,
fake
I'll probably
out and you
just win
attack
the game on the
again.
spot, right? And so once again, Paul still has his work cut out for him. He's gotten a lot of turns right, but once again, the damage lies so heavily on Calyrex.
Oh, it's no
Shadow Rider.
Whimsicott.
And so now you've got the
As
Incinerate
well.
from Eric's end. You can obviously fake out into the Shadow Rider slot.
It's interesting because if I'm
Koraidon is a
Eric, I'm
very
thinking about
simple
Whimsicott for
strategy
sure.
to take on Incineroar. So this turn,
It's
I
the
think
baby
Eric should
fairy.
be able to respond with some offense.
But then I wonder, though, do you actually
Don't
just
you
switch
actually
out the
need
Calyrex
Incineroar?
here? I think Eric should identify now that it's going to be a lot of eggs into this Calyrex basket. So is that something
When is
that
the final
Paul can
battle?
actually use
Like,
against Eric? I know
probably like 18 hours.
Calyrex is public enemy #1.
Yeah, and the main question I have here from Eric's end is, do you still target the Calyrex slot? Yeah, you have Collision Course onto Incineroar, but
If you get
actually
in
wanna
Clef
take
back
that
again, though,
knockout
that's fine.
because Incineroar's not that scary right now, right? So Clefairy comes out.
Flame Charge
Paul
doesn't
is
kill
trying to
that.
set up for success, and it's actually going
No
to be
way.
the Flame Charge coming out here, which crucially will give Koraidon a speed boost. It will now outspeed that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but of
Nobody
course,
used
the Clefairy won't
Electivire,
take
my
some
friend.
Yeah, it's actually taking a lot of damage.
Ooh,
though. I mean,
nice
that's
little
around
repositioning.
50% As soon as it switches in.
Wait, this is huge. You get a lot of damage there.
Charge as well as the U-turn, and it's also
It's not gonna
give
parting
Eric
shot
a
Koraidon because it's
positional
clear amulet.
advantage. You're gonna have to reveal that.
gonna flare
final
blitz.
Pokemon of the game, but the Raging Bolt adjustment. What a good call.
Ooh, I love that for the
Playing
Shifu.
Regulation I, it's one restricted from both sides. Koraidon on one, Shadow Rider on the other.
Knock so we can intimidate pivot
You know,
later.
I
That's
can't help but
perfect.
think, wow, okay, if there was actually Miraidon now, it'd be really good because you don't have to deal with the Ice Rider. But obviously, Paul didn't bring
Game
it here,
1,
so
Brendan, of day
going to
1.
Game 3, I think that's something that
Game
you might
2.
be thinking about as an adjustment. But right now, God and Clefairy out on the field. This is still so scary.
What do you actually hear on those headphones? It's like, and then in-game music. When I was on it, it was actually giving me a headache, so I asked if they could turn down the in-game music because I was like, I was not trying to hear this shit. It actually, I hated it. I was like, yo, this thing is so loud in my ear. But yeah, it's basically white noise plus in-game music.
Scary because Paul's damage only really comes from either the Calyrex or that
Yeah, you have
Urshifu
to
if you're
reposition.
able to position it in. He is not able to do much damage this turn. You've gotten rid.
You can make like a
on the Koraidon, right? So now
There's
you
no
could
real
go
play
for
you can make,
something
right? 'Cause if
like
you follow
a
me-
into a parting shot. Question is, does Koraidon go for the
How much
Flare
time do you
Blitz
get to eat
with
between
Clefairy? Because then
matches?
You could protect Clefairy and then just
It
parting
just
shot
depends on how
instead.
fast
So
you
let's
finish your
see.
matches.
Oh, Clefairy goes for the protect, so what does Eric
Are you just hoping
do?
Incineroar lives after
Be
knocking? I
smart.
feel like knocking it doesn't give you
Right now
anything.
is Incineroar,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what he
I feel like
does.
knocking it didn't
The
give you
Collision
anything if
Course
you
goes
didn't keep it
right
alive.
at Incineroar's way.
But
Another one-hit knockout here.
I get it because you get the Draki helmet chip, and then what you could do is you can follow me next turn and actually get a free attack into Koraidon with Urshifu, or just Astral Barrage spam. Because if you have Sash Urshifu in the back, you should be good.
For this Koraidon, and that's the power that it brings to this regulation. Incineroar is such a high usage Pokemon No wonder why this Koraidon is
It's
so
tough, man.
excited. The Thunderbolt now from this Raging Bolt, of course.
How many
is
turns the
going
sun
to
has
go
been?
into the
4?
But if you're Paul, you've got to be nervous. That Urshifu in the back, it could just get thunderclapped.
Absolutely. I really like this Raging Bolt adjustment because Calyrex Ice Rider did very little in that last game, right? It wasn't able to do much damage with
I
Glacial
like the
Lands,
spell
and
tag attacking.
The Raging Bolt is kind of like a sleeper pick here because you have the sun up for it, right? And there's actually no electric train for it, but even just with the photosynthesis, it still does a lot of damage.
All right, hear me out.
Bulky as
Hear me out, chat. This is what I'm doing here, right? I'm bringing out Calyrex, right? I'm going to anticipate Koraidon to switch out into Incineroar, and then they're going to obviously double attack. They're going to obviously attack in a Clef. I'm switching into Shifu. I'm nasty plotting up on Incin. I'm protecting, and then I'm getting my Follow Me +2 Astral Barrages later while I still have my Sash. Because Incin comes out, I'm doubling back out into Clefairy while I nasty plot and then protecting. And then I'm winning the game with Astral Barrage plus Follow Me support.
the key thing. You cannot knock it out very quickly.
This is assuming my opponent doesn't ever fight back, by the way.
Miraidon, but Paul showed his hand in game.
But that's what I would...
I don't want to bring Miraidon.
That's like the win con Icy. But that also needs Eric to do every play I just said.
That last turn was big, right? It ends up just being collision force into Incineroar. There was the ability for Clefairy to go for a Follow Me and then Incineroar to go for a parting shot. It's not what we end up seeing happening. So Urshifu now comes out, but still going to be a tricky spot. You do have the ability to maybe go for something like a helping hand into a close combat. It's the last turn of Sun as well. So you could, of course, try to go for...
That doesn't work, though, if it's Thunderclap into just attack. Because you only need Incin to win, plus Raging Bolt.
Just outsped, right? And so it's still really scary for Paul, in my opinion, because at any given point in the battle, he only has one thing threatening with offense.
It feels like such a volatile turn as well, because what if you go for Follow Me, expecting something like the Thunderclap? That means
nah, it's not
the
Nubish.
Raging Bolt would fail, and then Urshifu
it's
is
for
a
Trick
bit
Room.
more free and clear, but still having to deal with the Sun. Those close combats, not only are you going to be dealing damage, but you also have to take that negative effect where you're going to be dropping your defenses.
Absolutely, and so yeah, going for the safe Follow Me here, just saying, look, you can take the knockout with your Koraidon and get a lot of damage onto your Raging Bolt. And there's the Flare.
Yeah, Flare Blitz is free.
But this is going to be so scary for Paul, right? Because Clefairy is going to faint now, and then the Raging
this should
Bolt
be game.
is going to survive close combat and launch back with a Thunderbolt.
I feel like my very stupid play was the play.
Thunderclap or anything there, and so Urshifu will be.
Because I think this should be Eric's game.
And that speed boost earlier from Koraidon was a really, really big deal.
Because now you bring this thing down with Sash, and Incin always beats Cali. Well, actually, if you don't reset Sun, maybe it doesn't.
That's the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, and especially, well, of course you have that focus Sash to be able to help you.
Because you need your Flare Blitz powered up to kill.
So,
no way, it's AV Incineroar.
No way to actually try to remove that. The Sun has gone away, but
hey, what up, Team Beavers?
Already been done.
Absolutely.
Koraidon is faster than Calyrex, thanks to that flame charge we saw so long ago. And it looks like it's just...
I guess it's actually hard because...
Eric closing out this second...
Because, like, what? You protect this guy on their protect and you go Incineroar on the next turn. But if Paul calls that and goes for attacks, or like Astral plus attack, and then protects next turn, I guess there's still mind games here.
Game and tying up the series.
Yeah, it's like, how do you stop Thunderclap onto Urshifu and then a Flare Blitz in the Calyrex?
Are you plotting?
Especially with that
Are we plotting? Are we plotting?
Can't stress how important that speed boost is. Without that speed boost,
well, what am I saying? It's already the speed boost anyway. You literally win the game by just attacking. I just realized that. Yeah, you just Thunderclap Shifu. Aqua Jet's not going to kill Koraidon unless you protect Aqua Jet on the Thunderclap. And put it where you could do a next one.
Your Urshifu go for an Astral Barrage.
Because it has the Flame Charge boost. I forgot about that.
Raging Bolt putting in so much work. Being just a tanky Pokemon that can also dish out damage. And so that's why I was talking about the potential Miraidon adjustment for Paul.
Bro got a crit Aqua Jet.
This is one of the key things about Koraidon. Being able to get that speed boost means then your late game against Calyrex is a lot stronger. And this is
Snake, thank you for the 5 gifties, fam. I appreciate you.
I feel like he played so well, but in the end, it still might not be enough. He's banking on his Calyrex being bulky enough now to survive a Flare Blitz.
Does it live Blitz?
The Sun is gone, but
it's bulky. No way though, it's Koraidon.
That Flare Blitz is damaged no matter
yeah, I'm about to say it's Koraidon.
And this Calyrex just
I think I guess it was Crit Jet. What up, ATD?
Down, and it's just as Urshifu on 1 HP left. Paul is definitely going to take us time to think about what is going to happen.
Thank you, Team Beavers. I appreciate you, buddy.
I think we got to talk about conditioning a little bit. Paul had that flawless game number 1.
So that's game 1.
On this first turn of game 2, Eric could have done something different, maybe expecting that Whimsicott to come back out. Decided to kind of stick to his guns a little bit in terms of that duo. And now for this third game, is Paul going to fall into a trap? bring that Miraidon. And
Tomorrow's probably gonna be a night, like
like
9 p.m. HT. I might.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this endgame is also interesting. There was the ability to click Aqua Jet into the Koraidon. Koraidon probably bulky enough to survive it, but now after the recoil, it will faint. Aqua Jet obviously helps you get around.
Yeah, I think it was Aqua Jet crit.
As well. And so I think Paul was thinking, look, I'm not going to be able to win if he thinks like Aqua Jet, even with the crit, isn't going to not get the knockdown. He's maybe hoping for a mistake from Eric's end. Either way, though, Eric ends up not going for Thunderclap because he's
all right, game 3.
Incineroar in the back anyway.
I love the adjustments.
I think like Eric. Just
I love the Thundy. Excuse me, the Raging Bolt.
If you're Eric,
it's so
Can't believe I called it Thundy and not Raikou. Like if anything.
So big. The main question posing, and so it was like before Rose.
we also saw that.
Hey, much love, Snake.
50% damage.
All right, same leads as before, which I think was the play.
In, right? So, you know, how long can you really expect that Clefairy to hang around? But as we get into this third game, it does look very familiar.
See, like, if Incin had U-turn on this side, you Astro Barrage plus U-turn for sure.
That we saw. And so, again, it comes down to this first turn. Both players very comfortable with the Pokemon.
It's just so safe to go for Protect. You don't lose anything.
Series, but now, does Paul switch
he brought the same.
Right? Does Eric think that
does not
going to
get followed.
happen?
We just saw what's in the back, and it's actually a run back of last game. It's going to be Clefairy, it's going to be Urshifu. And so this is really, really scary. Oh my goodness, okay.
John C, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
That would cover for normal Terra, but we haven't seen Terra at all. So Paul being like, you know what?
No way you normal. No freaking way you normal Terra Fairy just to get turn 1 right. Like Koraidon's just so good with Terra Fire here. Much love with the raid, fam. Appreciate you.
I went for the previous game. I think this makes sense because you could literally lose the game on the spot. But it's going to be a Terra coming out here into the Calyrex once again, so no Terra to start.
Bro, every time that happens, I have no idea which character it is.
Normal Flutterman would have actually been really interesting.
Maybe I'm used to the draft players who don't customize their characters.
The defense is nice.
There's no reason not to Terra and Koraidon.
Yeah, it's so risky, I think, right?
Hey.
Because look at that Fluttermane. It's got the
What's good, fam?
So yeah, you're going to have it for at least 2 turns, but you're still taking so much damage from either of these Pokemon. I think
I'm doing well,
it's a really
thank you.
risky investment to make when you know your Koraidon's probably around
Oh!
for a bit longer. Fortunately, not going to attack this turn.
Wait, that's...
But the Icy Wind is going to...
Okay, that might just be game-changing damage. You get so much off here. I feel like it was safe. Maybe only fearing the Whimsicott from game 1.
Help out for the next turn.
And no Protect from Koraidon, so this is actually a huge difference.
Yeah, you're going to get a huge hit off from them.
That means Calyrex gets an Astro Barrage off into Koraidon. That's a ton of damage, and so it's a better start, right? This is what Paul was actually probably hoping.
This feels like P4G for me, Nick.
Game. Look how much this is going to do.
That's such a great turn.
Right? And if Koraidon just
that's already almost an Aqua Jet range outside of rain. I mean, outside of sun.
Probably be a KO even in the sun, and so it's a much.
And Blitz is like a KO most likely on Koraidon.
I think Eric was a little bit worried probably about the Whimsicott bait once again, right? He was like, I don't want you to do what you did in game 1. If I protect and you switch in Whimsicott, I'm going to be in tough shape. And so Paul gets the better.
Well, now what? You just double attack?
This is so important in what I think is such a tricky matchup.
And this Incineroar.
Thank you, John C. I appreciate it, fam.
A lot of damage too. I mean, just even though this Koraidon does have that Terra Fire, you can still use.
If Koraidon takes the Rocky Helmet chip, it probably goes down.
If for some reason the
Incineroar's fake out pivot is so nice, though.
But any amount of damage on top of this Shadow Rider Calyrex should be able to clean up no matter what.
Is he gonna call it? Is he gonna call the Protect?
Safe though, because with that Icy Wind, this Fluttermane and this Koraidon
Taunts.
very good. But
tries to catch Clef coming in, most likely.
Incineroar.
It wasn't Parting Shot though. It was Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
Tried to catch Clef. Okay. So it's trying to cover for what? Clef or Whimsicott coming in that turn on the Protect, so that way it couldn't go for it. Damn, this is amazing. Incineroar probably picks up the KO here.
Into Calyrex, so Incineroar is actually going to get an attack up. Can Flare Blitz
it's super.
knock out Koraidon right now?
Oh, so
I didn't realize it didn't go for knock, but damn.
Imagine? I think Paul would have been able
Wait, but if Koraidon now attacks into Incineroar, it's GG. It just dies to Rocky Helmet. Yo, that's huge.
Totally agree.
And you keep your Sash guy in the back to Aqua. That's huge.
But Eric still has his Fluttermane.
What a great series of turns.
For one more turn. Let's see what he can get done with these Pokemon.
Oh, Paul is so close, but also you still got to get there, right? Like
yeah, you literally go Clef and you stay in with Incin, because if Koraidon kills you, that's dead. And Clef cannot die, right? Unless it Flare Blitzes into that. And that maybe it lives on like 2. I don't know. And then you've still positioned your Astro Baragemon. Once Sun ends, you're going to be faster with your Astro Baragemon, and you still have Urshifu with no Terra and potentially no Sun. Yeah, I think it's looking really good.
It will faint from recoil. It is now also an Aqua Jet KO range, and so I like how Paul played that last turn because he knew even if you collision course me, it's fine. I'll then get the free switch into Clefairy, then I can go for Follow Me Astro Barrage, right? So I think Yeah, it looks flashy to keep an Incineroar out against a Koraidon. I think it makes a ton of sense here, similar to maybe what we saw in the previous game. Paul now recognizes,
nice turn.
Okay, I've just protected that Calyrex. I am very, very vulnerable. But Fluttermane also going to make the pivot out.
Saves it for fake out, so Saishi wins for later.
For the end game.
And it's going to be his own Incineroar. And
thank you,
it's
fam.
gonna
They're
have
definitely
a
both R
nice
max as well.
Versus the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Even with Sun up,
Also
though,
have the Assault
that's not
Vest
counting Sun.
alongside that defensive typing, but Calyrex is also going to say,
Great positioning.
If this Koraidon gets taken out, then there is no way for the Shadow Rider
Even if
Calyrex
Clef goes down to Flare Blitz, that doesn't matter, I think.
Like the Fluttermane, but with this
No
Flare
Sun, okay, yeah.
Blitz
So
now,
if
hopefully
assume
you're able to
maybe
get
without a
off
life orb,
the
this doesn't
enough
kill
damage
Clef.
that
I mean,
you
it has so many
feel happy
multipliers.
with this Koraidon
I'm about to say this is Clef. This is Clef. That's probably that's literally worst case scenario because you get one last follow me. But there's a taunt though on Incineroar, so you can't like parting shot on Thunder in the back. Will you compete in Regulation H this year? I'm going next year to a regional, not anytime this year. It'll be me, Blunder, and Suave going.
That's a pretty good trade.
Yeah,
Sun being on crazy.
Crucially, Clefairy survives, right? And so that is a really big deal in itself as well. I think.
Well, Sun is up.
Paul has positioned.
It's just that it's clear Amulet versus Life Orb.
Urshifu for success in this game.
And you get chip on this guy too?
Eliminated Koraidon.
Hey, that chip actually matters.
The key question from
Oh my god, an Aqua Jet can come in later and just get a kill?
Wait,
you go Thunderous now? I mean, I keep calling Raging Bolt Thunderous.
But Eric taking that
What's
gamble
wrong
on
with me?
turn one saying, I'm afraid of you switching to Whimsicott. Paul doesn't even bring the Whimsicott and so gets
Trying to go to
such a
Vegas
better
this
trade,
year?
and now
Yo,
one of
good
the
luck,
main
fam.
Pieces of offense is eliminated from his end.
But you still have to look at this Raging Bolt as
Protecting
such a
what?
key
You can't
piece.
switch, you just attack.
Unlike Paul, who's really putting a lot of emphasis onto that Shadow Rider Calyrex, we
I think
already saw
Hartford is
the
this year,
damage
so
that
probably
this
not.
Raging Bolt is capable of. Paul knows the Clefairy is under threat, decides to protect it, but that leaves this Incineroar
Fake out
unfortunately
safe, you get a
on the
Thunder.
receiving end of this fake out. And can this Raging Bolt follow up with some
Yo, that
damage? It does.
Rocky
So
helmet chip is so good.
Thunderbolt into the
Dude,
Incineroar,
instant
and
eats
then
that for
a nice amount of
breakfast.
chip
What the
there
hell?
While you've already bought yourself
I
that
did.
turn with the fake out.
I'm happy that Ho did well.
Oh my goodness, this feels so tense right now. I think like
Feels close.
Paul definitely is like, okay, this has gone definitely, I think, as well as can be. So can I now secure the win, right? Because I'm ahead, but this is a tough matchup. What's crucial is that there's only one more turn of Sun.
Yeah, Sun going down is big.
Because
if a double down happens, I'm
becomes
pretty
so
sure
much more
Shifu
viable.
plus Kali
This
just
turn,
wins.
You are not threatening with very much damage. You just protect it with Clefairy.
Because Thunderous
And
is
so both of
obviously,
these
I mean,
Pokemon can't
Jesus
really
Christ,
offer
Raging Bolt
too much.
is obviously bulky.
Paul, key question is, do you
That shit
maybe
did
wanna
nothing
actually
to Instant.
sacrifice both Pokemon and then get the free switch-ins into both Calyrex as well as that Urshifu?
I don't know, I did
Is there
not.
enough damage on the board? Eric actually is not going to go for the knockout here. Protects this Raging Bolt instead, but the Fairy goes for the follow me.
I guess he's going for the U-turn kill on Clef.
Going to be going down this turn as long as this Incineroar actually went for damage.
Oh my god! He saves it for the next turn and he gets the...
It
Yo!
does not get knocked out from that U-turn. It survives with 1 HP.
Yo!
The U-turn, of course, giving you the ability to pivot, but Clefairy is a bulky Pokemon. It refuses to go down. I'm actually wondering if maybe a free switch in there could have been more beneficial for Paul. There.
Yeah, I think I would have
so.
done it too.
Then you can, get Urshifu in, you threaten with Aqua Jet immediately, but either way,
Do you knock
Clefairy
into that
hangs
slot?
on, and it is the
Nope.
knockoff into the Raging Bolt. Had that been a target into Flutter,
I guess you get an icy win here plus whatever, but you literally just protect Clef again. There's no reason not to.
But Fluttermane now.
Protect Clef again is so free. You actually have to, I think you actually have to pivot back into Incineroar because you need the fake out pressure. You need a Moonblast in this mon and then get the fake out pressure back with Incin on the Astro Barrage mon, right? Because isn't this bad? Because Icy Wind plus Thunderbolt picks up the KO here. You protect Clef. You bring out your Astro Barrager, which is fast and everything, and just start clicking it. And you have Shifu in the back to pick off the last two.
Just managed to come in for free.
I mean, think about it. Even if you go for follow me here, you're gonna follow me an icy wind or
Right,
something, and then you just have to hope that it misses at that
Yeah, I'm pretty
point.
sure.
And the
This is
Raging
round
Bolt
one, correct.
still is free and clear to get
It's
this
very
knockout
free.
onto the Incineroar. So Paul has to think, is a switch better? Do I want to protect this Clefairy? And Eric has a choice now of where to put the damage.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you literally have to pivot back into Incineroar because if you pick up the KO, you need fake out pressure.
Then I have Clefairy, Calyrex, Shadow Rider. I can just help me hand Astro Barrage everything. Eric realizes, okay, I need Instant back out on the field to deal with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So let me use the pressure of Fluttermane and actually just pivot right back out. And so
Good
it's been a very
switching, good
awkward
switching.
dance right now. I think Paul is like, I don't want to switch in my final two Pokemon. I don't want either of those taking a
Is that KO? I doubt it. Sun's not up.
But with Frame
Yep.
Guard and no more Sun, Incineroar actually manages
And you
to
get extra
survive.
chip on that one
And the
too.
knockoff is going to
Damn.
get rid of the safety goggles and do a little bit of damage, but there's no Moongus. So that's not actually something that you're too worried about right now. If you're Eric, you're just like,
They
oh,
very
okay,
RG.
that's
It's just a fun time, as long as you have a good team.
Exactly. Oh, this is so close.
I feel like you still want Clef alive.
But he has to get it
But
together right
if
now,
everything
figure
dies,
out
you're good. You
how
parting
to
shot,
weave it all
keep the pressure.
into one place, right? Because once again, it's so
Just getting his
scary
chip
to
so he can win,
switch
yeah.
your Urshifu or your Calyrex. And so Paul's saying, you know what? I'm okay. You could just
Well, this doesn't matter. You get a double KO here, and then you get the double KO back.
Pokemon now, please.
It's
Let me
the
get my free
time.
switch-ins.
Please, just one knockout, just 2 knockouts.
I really think Astro Barrage wins.
Finally finishes off this Clefairy, something that Paul has been hunting for a couple of turns now. And with the U-turn,
No fake out.
another knockout.
No fake out
But
pressure back,
this
though.
Is it a little...
And this Rocky helmet's really bad, too, for them. Isn't that just a win? Isn't that just literally a win with Astro Barrage plus... Your sash is still intact. Don't you literally Astro Barrage plus CC?
Awkward? Now this Incineroar is not
Because
gonna
you
be
want to
in front of
Incin
the
last turn on the
shot.
field to click fake out, but
yeah.
now I
Also,
can't.
the
And you can't pivot it back in.
It's been kind of a big deal, right? You're getting
That helmet's doing so much work.
That adds up when you're facing down a Shadow Rider in the back, and so exactly like you said, Rose. Now it's like you've got in Shadow Rider.
Yeah, that's why I think Koraidon protecting turn 1 was always good.
And it's Focus Sash Urshifu. I think this is the position.
Oh, I hate this part, man. It's like playing when I play the Egglock blind. I always be clicking the wrong shit.
Really does. I mean, you would have even looked at this Fluttermane with the sun.
Yeah.
You maybe go for something like that Icy Wind, but
It's
the
literally
fact that you
free.
have that priority
Yeah, Astro
move on
Barrage
that
plus,
Urshifu,
CC.
This Fluttermane is going to go down probably without even getting a move off. And then the Raging Bolt. Can it do enough? I suppose it could protect this turn, and you just let this Fluttermane get sacrificed, but do you really want to give this Calyrex a boost?
Yeah, and I think it's like if you protect, you're facing down close combat pressure.
Yeah,
So I
you
think
still
Paul
take
has
too
to
much.
use this right now.
That
Let's
should
see
be
how Eric
game.
deals with this because I don't see an immediate response. I think your
I don't
best bet
see-
is
I don't
maybe
see a
switch
delayed
Fluttermane
response
out
either.
into Incineroar and then get a Thunderbolt off into
That should be
Urshifu.
game.
You're hoping you
Well
survive
played,
Astro
man.
Barrage plus close combat, but this is the dream position.
I like the gas.
specifically because of that
See, I feel like Eric, and I'm just assuming Paul wins from this position. Yeah, something could happen. But I like the way Eric did this adjustment, but I think that kind of like how Paul did it, this was something you do early on that you can afford to give up because you have such a good matchup. The plays in day 2 were good. I'm gonna check them out too.
awkwardly putting that Fluttermane
We'll probably end up putting some of these games at 1.5. I know I pause it a lot, but it's a reaction, right? I'm also giving you my genuine thoughts, and I'm trying to understand it for myself as well. I don't play VGC at all. I played for that month before because I did my subathon. I took a break for 3 of those weeks, played again the week before, hey Zanny, and then went to the event. So yeah, we'll probably do 1.5 just because this is only one set we've had so far, and it's 52
back
minutes.
out on the field, but
I'll be live for a couple hours, so don't worry.
Nice
Pretty
game
late
by
to me.
Paul here, and Eric losing that Koraidon. Yep, it's going to be the pivot.
Yeah, you get
Losing
the
Koraidon so
Intimidate, but I feel
early
like it's not
and
enough.
getting
It's not enough.
Onto the Clefairy was an amazing trade for Paul, and he has weaved this so nicely.
Surely
But
spell
once
tag
he-
Astro Barrage into -1 CC still kills Raging Bolt.
He knows that this is going to be a crucial last couple of turns, and it comes so close in this best of 3. The Raging Bolt's going to play it.
But then you just double protect.
safe here. It's going to protect itself from this Astro Barrage from the
Sorry, Honey, for your next VGC run. Got the D's working overtime. Appreciate you, Weirdest. Thanks for the 6 months, buddy.
But this Urshifu can punch right through that protect.
Woo!
And so how much
Wait.
damage can this Urshifu actually get off? It wouldn't
Woo!
into that Incineroar, but the Raging Bolt takes them okay.
Yeah, because no way that lives Astro Barrage, right? So you just Astro Barrage plus you double protect here, and then you Astro Barrage plus attack. I think it's game.
Takes it okay.
Yeah, the
but
goal
still
of Blunder
a
was
lot,
met.
right? And
We're going
so,
next year.
Like, how are you ever dealing enough damage to Calyrex now? It's
Just protect.
I think you could pretty easily just double protect.
He's thinking about it. There's literally no play that beats that. There's nothing to think about. Double protect is safe. You can't pivot in anything. Double protect is free. Raging Bolt's gonna die from that percentage.
Right now, I think the main question I have is that Raging Bolt in
Maybe he's not confident about it, but it's super free.
KO range from an Astro Barrage from Calyrex?
It's
Because if
super
so,
easy.
and you think
It's
a
spell
KO,
tag.
You can always double protect and then just Astro Barrage close combat.
Yeah.
In Incineroar slot, and you should be good there. And so this has just been so massively handled by Paul. Like, being able to bring Urshifu and actually stall
Well
out the
played.
Sun from Koraidon has been beautifully played, right? And
So good.
The Urshifu is positioned for success, and once again,
This is
it's
also
not
game
easy to
1.
execute this because there's so much going up against Urshifu.
Yeah, he's hoping right
Especially
there
that
for
side.
the-
Paul
for the no
recognizes
protect,
that,
but
plays to his win condition.
there's no reason not
safe
to.
Double protect allows you to just get around the fake out this turn, and now it's just Astro Barrage close combat this next turn.
I thought that hole looked really cool this weekend because I saw a lot of Calyrex plus Koraidon. So it's cool to see a hole do good.
Momentum and the pace for the rest of this tournament, and I know both trainers want it, but it's slipping away from Eric after
Yep.
a good couple of turns in the mid game.
Yep.
Paul has turned it back around.
Surgeon strike for sure.
And
There's no
it's
reason.
so
I don't think there's a reason to
close
CC.
being able
Surging Strike crit will still kill Raging Bolt. If that Mon manages to live, if that Mon randomly manages to live, Surging Strike crit will kill it. For sure.
Able to start off the World Championships with a win.
And what Eric was going for is like
somehow did really well. I'm excited to see those games. I saw there was only one at Worlds, which is really cool. I appreciate them spreading the good word of Ho.
Getting the offense out perfectly. It's actually
oh, and he does get the crit.
With the crit, you can see it's not going to be enough damage.
It's so bulky, but Paul shrugs it off like it's nothing.
Yeah, like Raging Bolt was never living that.
Gets a KO into the Raging
He
Bolt,
knows.
and the Incineroar is not going to be around much longer either. This Urshifu has set its sights on that final enemy there with the close combat. You get this Flutter Wave back in, but
well played, really well played.
Away from bringing Paul the victory.
I think if you wanted to point to a match in VGC and you're like, oh, like, you know, matchups are such a big part of VGC. How can I ever win in a tough matchup? Show them this set. Because, I mean, this is first of all Eric Rios, right? This is an international champion, one of the greatest players of all time.
That's the big thing too, right? Nobody at Worlds is a pushover. Not even Totodile. So, like, there's so many mind games going into it. No matchup, I feel like, is auto-won ever. No matter how good you are, because you can get confident and overconfident to a point where, to a point where, like, you'll make the plays that you think it is. Horizon Ho, Trez, GOAT team, by the way.
Way to win here. I think if you look at these teams on paper, it looks so difficult.
But that turn one really put Eric much in the back.
You know what? Maridon is not in
Great start, good game. Great game, great game. Ooh, excited about this game. Excited about this game. We got two hitters here. We got two hard hitters right here. Two hard hitters.
Oh, amazing. This literally could have been the World Championship Finals. If you told me this is who we saw on Sunday, I would...
Love that he's rocking Chien Pao as well.
Totally believe it. They come into this tournament as two of the absolute favorites, and what I love about this is Michael is actually using something completely different.
From a standard.
He, this season, has been a big pioneer of Ice Rider.
Yep.
He has been a big Maridon player.
I know Michael wasn't
those two with each other, really bringing that duo
wasn't certain on his team even until right before Worlds.
Going back to Zamazenta, let's not forget, he was the Zamazenta player at the World Championships last year, getting a top 4 finish in a format where Zamazenta was not as popular. Michael always believed in it in the previous format. He has brought it back. And what I love about this team is a couple of big techs. You see the Assault Vest Chien Pao.
I love AV Chien Pao too. I think that's a really cool adjustment to the Calyrex running around. I love that. The little Ruination. I know Icy Wind would have is like an alternative there, which I really like, but Ruination makes sense too. Love the double priority on both Mons, which I think is sick. Nice little Sludge Bomb. Team looks cool. Hey Ryza, how are you, my friend?
A mirror match against Zamazenta and Dragonite Chien Pao. I mean, that's back. Like, here we are in this regulation.
We're number 1.25.
And you still got it.
Wow. Yeah, Choice Band Dragonite. I think something we should call out.
Colin says all the battle stands without spoilers, just the names of the matchups.
These are two moves that we haven't normally seen on past Choice Band Dragonites in the past. You know, oftentimes you're seeing like, oh yeah, Terra Normal Stay Speed. That's really where you're going to get the gold with the Dragonite. But I think when you look at
they do.
priority
Perfect.
option there in the secondary priority
Thank you,
option,
fam.
which is the low kick, that's going to be so nice for
Appreciate you.
opposing Zamazenta or anything else that's going to be really big and heavy. Dragonite looks good.
Yeah, it's such an interesting pick here, and of course used because it has...
Outrage just seems like a waste of slot, but if I'm wrong, I'll be happy. It's just to pick off ghosts, like Fluttermane at 1 and stuff like that. I love Outrage. Just F it, we ball pray.
As well, giving it that immunity to fake out.
I love this team. Just team hard hitter. Hard hitter.
Gets to be paired with the Shadow Rider as well. Just
thank you, fam. I appreciate that.
Now, Michael has opted for
much
the
love, Thermals.
Focus Sash variant. This plays out very differently from the Nasty Plot sets because I think with this set, what you want to do is keep chipping away and then get to a point where you can get Calyrex out. It's got Focus Sash, and you just keep clicking that Astral Barrage button and just win the game from there. Chien Pao, I think, really piqued my interest here because of the Ghost Terra plus
double
the
grass.
Nation. That's actually a really nice way to deal with opposing
basically.
Now, of course, if you Ghost Terra, though, you will become weak to the Astral Barrage from the opposing side, but that's a key pick here.
I love Sash Cali next to Mr. Ivy Cudgel because you get the free double sash.
Honestly, pin him
Sludge Bomb looks
on
beautiful.
Ice Rider coming into this. He's going back to Zamazenta. We've got Marco Silva. If you watch the North American International Championships,
you know how good
he
Marco
should not
Silva
be
is.
any surprise here. And he's just running it back. He's using Calyrex Zamazenta. He has been so strong with this duo. And I think he said at NAIC, hey, I don't think this is the best meta call, but I'm the best player with this. So
triple water move Kyogre makes sense though, Nick.
It is going to.
I already know the set too, right? If you're running triple water move Kyogre, you need your Water Spout plus Origin Pulse, and then you need your answer. You literally need your answer to Wide Guard, so it has to be Pump. That's a real set. That's something I tested as well before going to the thing. That's a real set, my friend.
Be the exact 6, right? And so maybe there are a couple of maybe move changes, or you've also done a little bit of training to make sure that you're really caught up to speed with the meta. But I think what really made this team so powerful for a lot of people is just the options that it has. You heard Paul Ruiz talk about the options that
it's a good set
when trying to think about the matchup. But when you look at Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazenta teams,
but I was using it with Tailwind and Trick Room.
The core around them is also very flexible for the supporting attack.
Spout got negative values in the game today. I believe it.
Different Shadow Riders on the team, right? This is going to be the Life Orb Nasty Plot set, and so Marco exerts a lot more offense immediately from that Calyrex. One of the biggest trends, by the way, coming into the World Championships is with Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Booster.
Generally been using timid max speed. You want to give yourself a chance to win that speed tie against opposing Calyrexes. We actually saw a big shift to Modest, and the idea is with Modest, with a Nasty Plot boost, you could one-shot Zamazentas with Psychic, for example. Afterwards, becomes even stronger. Michael with that Focus Sash variant generally should be max speed. I'd be absolutely shocked if he were.
That's nasty,
fam. It's interesting to see that dynamic, and then both players have to play around the wide guard like each others have.
Yeah, the big thing is like Ice Beam, like running Pump is so good because it lets you deal with Lunala more than Zai, in my opinion. Because like Lunala is just hell. If you're pulling up with like, let's say Kyogre or Calyrex, Lunala is just hell. And I'm talking about Ice Rider. Lunala is just hell for that. So I like Pump a lot. Terra Water Terra Blast is kind of wild commitment. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, you barely do click Ice Beam. You don't really need Thunder. You just need to chip damage. You just need to pray. A Mon that's boosting itself, even on resistances, is doing almost half to most of them. So,
oh, that is
good
such
Mon.
a tough call, and like that's where the coin flips come back in. Are you going to expect the wide guard? But what if you're able to weave?
But the fact that you
spread
said
damage
that Water Spout got no value today is really
opponent
interesting.
isn't
So I'm
gonna
excited to
push
see if
that
we see a
button.
Kyogre.
And so I think in this matchup, we should expect to see the Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zama on both sides.
Yes.
But then what?
That's a great question. I think from like Michael's end, like the Champ How can be really powerful because you thread and Sucker Punch immediately into Shadow Rider. It is interesting as well because this Champ How is not running Crunch, right? This is all that actually has double priority with
Terra Water Terra Blast is cut. It's like I guess you don't want to miss.
Shadow Rider could theoretically just say, you know what, I'm going to Dark Terra, I'm going to Nasty Plot, have fun Sucker Punching me. You don't have Crunch, you don't actually have that much that scares me. But if you Terra Dark the Shadow Rider, it becomes weak to the body press from Michael's Zamazenta, right? And so Champ How, I think, really interesting Pokemon. Amoonguss is always annoying to deal with. However, this Amoonguss obviously is staring down a Rillaboom from the opposing side. Potentially, it is staring down Ogerpon, which of course can go for Follow Me as well. Crucially, it is Fire Terra Amoonguss. A lot of people like Water Terra Amoonguss, which would be weaker in this matchup. With Fire Terra, like, if you think Marco is actually going to drop the Ogerpon, suddenly it actually becomes a really viable pick.
You know what I really like in this game? I like Dragonite's Outrage.
I want to see Dragonite here because it is double.
It's not even just its Outrage, but its E-Speed threatens all the bottom four. Inner Focus obviously really nice too, especially next to Pal. And like you can't even really attack into it without terroring your Cali. Did we see Cali's Terra? Sorry. 1 second. Was it? Oh, and okay, it's Terra Dark. Okay, I thought it was Ghost for a second. Never mind. I was like, if that thing's Ghost, oof.
Two of the favorites to win this
Wait, what the hell? Let me
tournament.
see that for all
You were
good.
here, right? It's got Dragonite, which is not a common pick in this metagame, and it's also got the Assault Vest Champ How. That's been picking up in usage, but it's like the combo B6.
Follow Me
actually are
still
not
good,
very
though.
Common. And so I imagine Michael probably has a more concrete.
I haven't watched the Wolf game yet. The Miraidon and Among Us matchup sounds so ass. It's still good for the Rage Powder. I said Follow Me, but I meant Rage Powder. And the Sludge Bombs are still good. You just still take the hits. You can't spam, you know, your Electro Drift as much as you want to.
This matchup.
Although he said himself on social media that he wasn't feeling particularly confident.
Never believe it. He says that before every tournament. I'm like, I won't fall for your tricks, man.
To be fair, he did say he was winning that one tournament. He did.
I've heard this
I
one
fell
too
for
many
it
times.
once.
Yeah.
But yeah, third time, joke's on me for believing you.
Exactly.
We'll see how it goes though. Of course, at the World Championships, anything can happen, and we are going to be seeing some great players go home early on in the day.
I love the
But we've got
Victini.
two players right now sitting at 1-0
That's so that boy don't miss.
Two of the best in Europe about to take the stage.
Does he even have any accurate moves on his team?
Number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships for 2025.
It's for Outrage, so it finds its way to the right
Two of the
opponent.
favorites to win this tournament, and it is going to be the Rillaboom making an appearance here, immediately pressuring Fake Out. Feels really awkward into Zamazenta, of course, right? But it is going to be a solid Pokemon put on pressure. Obviously, can Grassy Glide to break the Calyrex's Focus Sash as well. And so here we go. First defense boost comes out from Michael's end.
Of course,
So
now
Michael's
we do have
Zal
the
might be
rest terrain in
faster.
the field, a little bit of recovery for all of the Pokemon that are going to be connected to it. But I also take a look at something like
We see a Terra
Grassy Glide.
Dragon
when you
here?
look at these Pokemon, I think you have to pay
Or
attention
just to
to the
protect,
fact
to be
that
safe for the
Calyrex
Fake
could
Out?
get its Focus Sash broken by that really early, and then it makes it a bit more vulnerable to an attack later.
Well, the thing is, if you
It's just
Fake
gonna be
Out, you can Encore after. So, like, there's some mind games with that. You might just U-turn with Incin.
Heck to start for Michael's end. I think this is smart. You gotta just want to see, is there a potential Terra commit on the opposing end? If you Fake Out with the Rillaboom, you do pressure with an Encore immediately afterwards, and so it's gonna be that double protect to start.
Yeah,
Alright, he
also
went
a
for
Fake Out that went into that
Shice.
Zamazenta
He went for
as well.
Shice
So it's
sick.
just a safe turn
That's-
here.
that's
I think Michael
Shice.
doesn't want to get too risky with anything, especially because of how many
We see another
that could
Shice.
have gone wrong. And you've got Zamazenta and Dragon
I love-
pretty good position versus what Michael.
I love all this shit. And this is body press. You're not gonna give me Gigantotus B and then body press. Redemptious. Redemptious literally sounds like encore, like redeem yourself type shit. Shushed child and then body press. Body fucking press is just, I'm sorry. This is just so funny to me.
Has.
Yeah, I think the main scary thing is this next turn you are threatened by a grassy glide, which of course would go before that encore, as well as a target, the heavy slam onto the Shadow Rider as well. And so, okay.
God, yo, Asker Barrage sounds even crazier.
There is a threat of wide guard from this opposing Zamazenta, and so is that something that Marco decides to go for, or is Michael gonna run away with this for second turn of the game? You've got this
Ooh, he's calling no wide guard. He's calling no wide guard because body press is scary.
Increase Astral Barrage damage, no wide guard comes out, but it makes sense because you're trying to go for probably a double up onto the Shadow Rider. So Astral there does decent damage. We saw
well, if you kill.
Body press comes out, it doesn't.
This hang on from the opposing Zamazenta is crazy.
Okay, so you break it down to Sash now. Oh, you didn't go for attack it.
What a turn.
Damn.
Such a big survival, especially because it wasn't the Wood Hammer on the Shadow Rider, it wasn't Grass Glide, and the Heavy Slam actually ends up being U-turn. So I think Marco there.
Damn,
Zai.
I
will break your Sash. If not, you might switch out the Shadow Rider because you think it's going to be Grassy Glide plus a double up, right? And
okay.
So, I think Michael, if you got to that knockout,
I guess now you just Psychic spam. It's already Terra Ghosted, so it doesn't resist. It's like now there's the mind games of both having wide guard, which I think is really fun. It's like everybody's Age of Slash.
Would have been in such good shape. Now Shadow Rider from Marco's and ends up
look at that grassy terrain, by the way. Bring it. I think is it one protect or two? Does that one protect bring it back to its Sash? Because you definitely, if there's no encore on that side, you always protect here.
That probably was a damage roll that turn.
But now we have to pay attention to the speeds of these Shadow Rider Calyrexes. I think that's.
But he wants to kill that. There's the threat of Asker Barrage. Yo, it's good, fam. Keep the goat stream. Congrats. Rambats top 10. Much love, fam.
Thing, especially when
Appreciate
you're looking
you.
at these big, powerful, restricted Pokemon.
Hope you're doing well.
Can Michael move first?
Have a great night.
Not wide guard.
Yeah, the wide guard war is so interesting here. You can see Michael going for wide guard plus psychic. I think
wide guard to be safe.
Play here, and so this means no Astral Barrage, but it
I think I'll just be shy. Be your thing, fam.
Something like a psychic or a nasty plot. Both players going for wide guard. But
wide guard, double wide guard. Do we see a double psychic?
Right now.
There's the first one, so the wide guard pressure is gone.
The main question is, would Marco actually run
Okay. If you did this play, do you psychic into the Calyrex to put them in range of Grassy Glide at least?
But it's gonna be the first knockout going.
Or do you attack into Za?
Definitely a knockout you would have liked to get, but now it's.
Oh, they sacked into Za. Oh no, that wasn't. I just.
That boost.
Why did you face this way? It was right in front of you. Why did you face this way? It was that's Life Orb. It was literally right in front of you. Where were you looking? Fuck you looking at?
Shadow Rider Calyrex on Michael's side does survive that Psychic.
And so this is the logic behind bringing Rillaboom, right? Like, it's not great in the Zamazenta, but you can use it to just slowly
Grassy
force your way
Glide back,
into
yeah.
Shadow Rider. Actually ends up being the Ogre Pond here, but crucially, this Ogre Pond does have Grassy Glide as well. So Marco now in this position where you do just threaten with Grassy Glide onto the Shadow Rider, and then a Psychic.
I love the Ogre Pond as well because
then the question I have is
still threatens Za later.
Psychic, it's not boosted, but of course it is Life Orb on the opposing.
This is looking pretty good for Marco.
Back and forth in terms of trades here. We see the final two Pokemon in the back. It is
going to. Okay, if you can force Terra Dark, Dragonite E-Speed looks nasty.
The Dragonite and the Champ, which I think is really cool.
It does give you that extra priority option.
Do you pivot into D-Knight to save a turn?
That you can move
after protecting?
Glide, as long as that grassy terrain is active. But you're going to protect this.
Because if Za doesn't die here
have something like that grassy glide,
to Psychic.
That's exactly what happens there from Marco. As it
there's a grassy glide.
Goes right into that protected Calyrex.
Does Za die to Psychic? Oh, Ghost Rash Barrage. That's not going to kill Za.
Actually make another move. It's going to have to take this Astral Barrage first. So if it can hang on through this, then it's able to get attacked.
Yep. I told you that's not going to kill Za. That's Za.
Oh my goodness, that's huge. You get
huge damage too. Okay, that's an E-Speed range.
I mean, hey, Dragonite does have extreme speed in the
back. Yep.
Aaron
sees it. Aaron sees it.
Either going for the Astral Barrage there, gets so much damage off, but just fall short. And in this game, it's been really both Zamazenta surviving just with a sliver of HP.
Aaron plus Necro are so good together.
So you can switch out into either the Champ or the Dragonite. And then the question is, does Marco...
I love the PAL switch. However, it's a little risky if they end up going for Ivy Cudgel plus Astral Barrage. Because Terra Dark, Ivy Cudgel, Astral Barrage seems like a safe play. Because you still threaten Grassy Glide, which probably kills. It's at 1.5 times speed. Mainly because the first battle took us 52 minutes and doubles is supposed to be faster. It was not. You know, as someone who played at a regional and had to wait a long time in between rounds for like when they took me apart to go on top, does not go that fast.
For a wide guard here instead of protect, you can see Michael's really debating between the two, but he's like, you know what, I'm going to protect here. That gives me wide guard for one more turn.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Dragonite's safe.
Marco can still get back into this, I think.
Absolutely.
Especially if he's able to capitalize on what Michael has decided to lock into. It's a protect here.
Protect.
So Marco is looking unhappy with this one. I think he's going to be upset with the damage. It's the Grassy Glide into the Dragonites. You're not going to be able to pick up the knockout onto that opposing Shadow Rider.
Oh, he went for the...
And it was
he went for it.
Oh, is this Astral Barrage? I thought it was just a Psychic into that.
Damn.
That would have been crazy, but of course the Dragonite takes...
Damn, great Astral Barrage. Did not care because, I mean, Grassy Glide would have done it. Welcome to your 91st chance to people to finish their games. Literally.
Really survive that particular attack.
Yeah, big deal though, because you can
No, they didn't start off. It was just game 3.
would have been huge there. You get your Dragon Knight in relatively safely. So Marco maybe actually was like, okay, I called it right, but it didn't look like that from the camera, right? And so I think that's a huge deal because now you've just gotten so much damage across the board.
That was a beautiful play.
Still really, really scary. Everything is so low at this point. We're actually seeing a gamble here. It's going to be the Dragon Knight hitting out, but this means that your Zamazenta is vulnerable to just getting knocked out right now.
Wait. Isn't this a misplay? Because don't you just Psychic and Ivy Cudgel into D-Knight? I think that's a misplay. Because I think Psychic into Za is free. It already protected. Ooh. Maybe going to the ruin. You know, low-key, I think he was trying to call the Spiky Shield. But low-key, I think going to the Ruination Mon on the right and then just clicking E-Speed might have been safer. But like, then I don't fucking play this. So this is also game 1. They're both 1-0.
And this Shadowrunner Calyrex is so much faster. At least you don't have the grass.
Yeah, this seems safe. Because at least you get a KO on that turn.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back fantastic turns by Marco.
This should be an Ivy Cudgel, right?
Well. It is going to be the Ivy Cudgel. That's super effective. And
yeah.
Is down. It felt like Mike had so much momentum.
Because I think scoring creative movesets. Any advice?
It just ends up being Zamazenta Feinte. And now
if you want to play singles, play random battles just to get an idea and just watch games. If you want to play doubles, honestly, just watch them and use the teams they go and just play on the ladder. You can play on Showdown if you don't want to do in-game. It's a little bit faster and just get to know your team a little bit. Then you can go in-game. You can copy people's rental teams. There's a lot of stuff you can do if you want to be creative with teams as well. You can build in every tier. There's so much fun stuff you could do.
You're down to your final 2 Pokemon at such low health.
Wow, and you still have the
Okay, so this game 1 should 100%.
And that is whatever KO.
Okay, so like, it's Terra Dark, right? So the play here, which doesn't even work because of what? Follow me. E-Speed into the Ghost type, and then Ivy Cudgel. But then you still lose to Grassy Glide double. So
With the Grassy Glide.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's over.
It feels like Marco is just really showing why he's been such a phenomenal player this season. And the Astro, I mean, this just shows how crazy.
I don't even think Michael's.
Right? So Michael not clicking that wide guard a couple of turns allows Marco to just keep getting damage.
Michael's plays were even bad.
Down to the final 2 Pokemon here. You do have Extreme Speed and Astro Brush pressure, but Marco can consider switching that Rillaboom, turning the terrain on. It's actually not going to be a switch though.
But that's a terrestrialization. You actually saw that Extreme Speed go into that Shadowrunner Calyrex. It would have otherwise.
Great E-Speed, great E-Speed.
That Marco has decided to terrestrialize into that Dark type. You are definitely going to have to take that.
Yeah.
At least you do have.
But I was about to say, like, because that was we just talked about that play, right? But like, Follow Me is just free. And it's at too much health, so you can't kill.
Follow Me, so there is still a safe play that Marco could play around. But could you imagine if that didn't happen and Ogerpon still gets knocked out?
So we do know the information that it kills less than 50, which we could assume. But then you just get your Astro Brush. Even if we lose speed type, it's not going to kill with the Dark Terror at all. Even with a crit, it looks like it lived on a little bit.
Congratulations to Marco Silva.
Well played. Great game 1. Great on both sides. All the mind games there. I'm excited to see how the adjustment happens. I don't even think these plays were bad on... You don't want the smoke? What up, Raul? I'm going to the gym tomorrow, brother. But I still like the game all around. The plays just didn't go out. I'm excited to see how it goes, though, because, like, again, this is all about testing the waters. There's a lot of 50-50s between speed ties. This being Terra Dark versus Terra Ghost, I think makes a big difference there.
To kind of make the comeback after those first couple of good turns there from Michael, but we got to start thinking about this game number 2.
I really think, yeah.
I think Pal is going to make the difference in the new one, right? If he targets down Za enough, Pal goes stupid into that.
This is a lot harder for Michael Shadow Rider. I was actually kind of surprised to see.
How did you practice doubles / VGC? I went on the ladder. I did it while I was streaming during my subathon. I went on the ladder. I play a game. This is day 1. So at this point in time, Woofy is still in during day 1, 2 hours and 43 minutes into it. I just played doubles on the ladder. That's all I did. And then I talked to my friends when I literally for the first 2 weeks, all I did was play doubles with every single team I could find. Shout out to Justin as well, who passed me a lot. Who would you have chosen? Ho-Oh, most likely. Why is it that you don't care for doubles as much? I mean, I grew up playing singles. The in-game is singles. I love singles. I really love singles. I love Mons. That's not to say I didn't enjoy doubles. My favorite part was meeting everybody. Though, let me get rid of this BUBL. The bubble coaches, timers. But, I don't know. I just love singles. I've been playing it since I was a kid. All the in-games were singles, and that's just it. It just means a lot. I love being able to play it. Yep. What was your doubles peak in VGC best of 3 out of curiosity? 1700. I peaked 17 in best of 1 as well with Giratina, which I was going to use in the GC if I fucking knew that you needed that item to get Calyrex Ice Rider. I'm so mad. I'm so mad, man. I was testing. I was like, oh, best of 1. I'm doing crazy, man. But yeah. Also, nice. Did you get your Pokemon yourself? Did you have buddies help out? I'm a Blissey. Stream getting all my mons.
You want to close out the game with. So leading it honestly just makes him a lot more vulnerable. But
Yo,
I think it
what's
makes
good,
sense
Borderline?
because maybe he
I love Shiny
just,
Ho.
like,
It's
applying
sick.
immediate pressure right from the get-go.
The fact that Bliss saw my reaction to Shiny Ho and was like, okay, I'm gonna get them all shiny was so cool.
So that was definitely a back and forth battle. I think the Pokemon
Yeah, they are
makes
goated.
sense from both players' end. Michael just gambling that game though on the switch in into Chimpa, hoping to just get a knockout with that.
I get it though, like
Marco just calls him.
I know you'll see these plays. I bet if I looked at chat's gonna be like, why'd he switch? Why'd he do that? Like it's no Pokemon game is straightforward. No Pokemon game is like straightforward, especially this at the high level. That's also why I would have brought Ho-Oh too, because at least regen saves me. But none of my plays were not perfect with that team again. Yes, please, thank you. But only hit 1480 in best of 3. Best of 3 ladder is extremely difficult. It is extremely difficult, but it's good practice for adjusting. It's very, very, very good practice for adjusting and just for like giving you the ideas between, you know, who you're gonna fight when you get there. If I didn't have that practice in the best 3, I think best of 1 ladder is low key. I didn't play any best of 1 ladder for the regional I went to. I played the best of 1 ladder for the GC because the GC is best of 1. So I basically practiced, thank you, baby. I basically practiced whatever I did. They only do best of 5 for grand finals. Nobody's best of 5. You're thinking about Smash and like all the other games. I was not good with Shadow Rider, which is why I didn't use it. I liked the Mons, the Ubers I liked were like Terabagos and stuff. How do you know when a Mon will wake from sleep? I hear you saying guarantee wake up this turn, so we'll go with this. 3 turns maximum is the amount of turns that a Pokemon can sleep in this generation. I have like 14, 15. Unite is best of 5 in grand finals. That's fire too. Best of 1 showdown is kind of ass because of closed team sheets. Yep. That's why best of 1 is good for in-game, getting familiar with your team. But I say again, with the Ho-Oh team, I didn't play any best of 1. Ironically, the first Ho-Oh team I used was a top ladder from best of 1, and then I ended up doing with the one that Tony made. But it's good practice for the battle spot ladder, though, I would say. So, but yeah, anyway, best of 3 I think is great for events. I didn't play any in-game for that. I just played all showdown.
It's like, I'm just gonna knock out your Zapata.
That's not to say like there's anything bad with best of 1. I just think best of 3 is nice because unless you're getting the same people over and over, like you need to be able to like, oh, I can beat this matchup once, but how does it work in the adjustment? You know? I do well in closed team sheets, but I hate closed team sheets. The thing is you can cheese in closed team sheets, right? Like I peaked 1700 in best of 1 closed team sheets with Giratina because nobody knew what the fuck it did. But I made a really cool team, man. I would have probably tried to. I wish I could have played in that GC. Maybe I'll play in the next GC if I'm passionate about it.
It's a tough
Toxic
decision to have
League
to
a long
make.
time
Okay, maybe
ago.
it was a sigh of relief that I saw hard in this particular.
Marco-
Hard to tell sometimes because of the intense
Bro.
decision to have to make. Okay, maybe it was a sigh of relief.
Marco got this ogre pawn off, like this fucking kill for full, and he didn't even flinch. He was like, yeah, just another day.
It's really hard
Pickle.
to tell sometimes because of the
What was Gira doing? So it was an Ursaluna counter. Because Hello and Rush Facade, you don't care. I was Terra Steel. I was offensive. I had Poltergeist, Shadow Sneak, and Breaking Swipe, plus Protect. So it was really, really strong. And I had it with like Calyrex and a few other Pokemon. How you doing, Pickle? Are you good at PvP? Not really doubles. Singles, I'm all right. Also, I need to get Zygarde when Legend ZA comes out. Oof. I fucking love Zygarde.
intensity of the moment, but it is really, really hard in this particular format. I don't.
Yeah, I'll show you the team. Let me see if I can find it. Saying PvP for Pokemon sounds crazy. I mean, it is player versus player, right? It is player versus player. Let me see if I can find the Giratina team real quick to show you. Trippy, I appreciate you. We want to drop by and say hello. Hope stream is going. What is, fam? Thank you so much. Here it is. Here is the team I built with. This is a team I built with my boy Daniel. Or Pokemon versus Pokemon. That's a fair one. I'll show you real quick the Giratina. I did not mean to upload this one. I was going to show you all the EVs. But it was Terra Steel. It was really fucking cool. This Whimsicott is amazing in Best of 1. Endeavor's so good. I had very speedy Ursaluna and Calyrex for the Tailwind. And then this Ogerpon was max defense. Like literally max defense. And then Scarf coaching Shifu was so nice next to Giratina as well. I really, really, really like this team a lot. Like I did very well. Like I said, I got 1700 with it. Not on this AIM Plus account. And I was like, fuck yeah, we're going to go to the GC. Go to the GC. We're going to do the GC. But then when I have my team in-game, I can't get Calyrex but not combine because I didn't have whatever the hell. The saddle? Is it the saddle? I don't even know what it is. Whatever the saddle is, whatever you need in-game for Calyrex. And it was 7:58 by the time I was going to go get it. And then GC closes at 8 o'clock. The rains. Okay, yeah. I was so devastated, guys. Because for hours before, I was perfecting this team. We built this team the day of to do the GC. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do the GC. I'm going to record it. I'm going to play my 15 games. And I'm going to upload that video because I'm in a VGC mood. Because this was obviously right after the event. And then I was like, and then I haven't touched VGC since because I was devastated.
I don't think we can stress enough how challenging it is. Sometimes you do have to make these very risky calls because if you get it right, you win. That's what it's going to take.
Exactly. And I think this game would actually look completely different. The one turn I really want to point to is just when it was ID Cudgel plus the Psychic and just a double up there. I think Michael was maybe hoping, well, you know I have wide guard pressure. You really got to click Astro Barrage again. You also could switch into Rillaboom. And so he was thinking, well, if I switch
this is why we need champions.
Into the champ house slot and I get the Heavy Slam in Sword of Ruin, that might be enough to just win the game. Because if you eliminate the Shadow Rider from that point, Dragonite absolutely cleans up. And so Michael basically was like,
I'm going to a regional next year. And I'll join the next GC, but I'm not going to be like, I'll try my best. But I'm not going to be amazing.
That's something that Michael can adjust to in this game.
I'm excited to see what the new... I'm definitely going to be streaming Regulation J for both Battle Stadium singles and doubles.
Number 2, but I think Marco has so much critical information
next month, but that's not
you know, Michael's
real
and Shadow Rider Calyrex are faster. So how do you now take that and turn that into an asset for your game number 2?
Absolutely, and I think Rillaboom and Ogerpon made a lot of sense.
I think Dragonite just puts in a lot of work early on.
I can see both players on.
Rillaboom again here for Marco, and Michael's content. Just going to run that.
No idea.
Yeah, I mean, Michael might be saying, look, I had actually a pretty good advantage in that last game.
What the 2026 one is going to be.
On that one crucial turn when you psychic
just getting grass terrain up so nice.
That's on Marco's and barely hung on in that last game. It'd be a different game to get the knockout. So, question here is,
we saw both Zamas just live. Freaking Zama's amazing.
Double protect once again.
Oh, another risky turn. It paid off last time though.
See, I kind of like this pressure as well, just knocking out Rilla too. But then again, Zama's the one stopping you from clicking Astral. But he's gonna do the same Terra one.
So if Marco decides to not click Wide Guard again, then that is still so much damage landing onto our targets, and that's the name of the game.
I assume this kills with Terra Ghost plus Body Press for sure, right?
Yeah. So like I said, coming into this, normally with these Shadow Riders, you kind of save it until the end game. But now Michael's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go all in on offense early, get some Astral Barrages across the board, and so. For Marco's end.
I did see that, yeah. Grassy Glides, or we're going to be Behemoth Blade. Or Heavy Slam, whatever.
This early on, it's an amazing start for him, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, this Astral Barrage still is able to do quite
I feel like it did more than last time.
The
there it is, big.
Knockout here for Michael, but can Marco deliver the same intensity for this first turn? Big damage straight here, and the Heavy Slam knocks it out.
Big.
One Pokemon down a piece.
Okay, you can argue. I mean, there's not much to argue. That's way better for Marco than it is for Michael, but Rillaboom being gone is still really... I mean, no damage on Za is still amazing, and you got so much on that.
Marco is so happy with this turn.
It depends on what he has in the back.
Got the Terra out, right? Like, Shadow Rider got a little bit of extra damage off, and that damage actually may be important to, one, knock out the Rillaboom with that body press. We actually see an adjustment here with the Ogerpon instead, but I think it's a really, really strong start for Marco here. Rillaboom is not actually that big in this matchup.
Pickle, you're better off asking chat, because I'm not really versed in...
You want to use it specifically to deal with Shadow Rider. Like, it's not that good in a Champ Howl or Ogerpon, and so I think that Marco is probably more than content from that turn.
Yeah. And now you've got your own...
Pow is beautiful here, too. Pow is beautiful here too, right? Because it should make the body press actually kill.
Flame Ogerpon in front of this Tian Pow, and it cannot terrestrialize away. what a great position here for Marco.
So I think this is interesting because Michael committed that Terra, right? And so you can't go for something like Ghost Terra. You are incredibly vulnerable to body press.
His body press is scary, though.
What Michael does have going for him is like his Pokemon are faster, right? So you can't threaten with like a Runation plus a body press, for example, and try to get a knockout. You can also, go for it. That's exactly what looks like he's thinking about. The risk here is that Zamazenta protects, but it's just going to be follow me. So it's going to be a trade most likely. You knock out the Ogerpon, but you also lose your Chien-Pao.
But I think you're okay with that as well, because I think it would really like you like Ogerpon in front of this Chien-Pao, but I think like getting rid of Ogerpon is great for Michael. Now,
but I think Asperage kind of wins.
Another attack with this Zamazenta, but I think the question
Actually,
is,
no.
Who do you think is going to be the bigger threat?
No. Astro Barrage doesn't win yet. Because Dragonite comes out. You still have the threat of Outrage.
I think the Chien-Pao makes a lot of
And
sense.
Dragonite is a heavy mon, so it doesn't die to heavy slam for Astro Barrage.
The final two Pokemon for both trainers? What?
Oh, it's not even Dragonite, it's Ogre.
And yeah, I think eliminating Chien-Pao is a big deal because
It might just be Marco's then if it's that. That's just Marco's win, isn't it? You body press to attack that.
it's just so good into the Shadow Rider with that Assault Vest set. And so I think for Michael, in theory, Assault Vest Chien-Pao should be really good if you have it out against Shadow Rider, but it's never been the case. In game one, it just feints till the
Am I wrong?
In this game, also feints before it gets to hit the field. And so Ogerpon now be a new adjustment.
His obviously Calyrex,
will
yeah.
get some redirection support, but this is looking pretty scary, I think, for Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta get the wide guard turns right. You still have this.
Crucially,
Yeah,
I will say, crucially, it is going to be the Water Terra from Marco's Zamazenta, right? So that means that if you Water Terra, you are weak to the ID Cudgel from the Ogerpon from Michael's end. And so
True.
you probably don't want to Terra Dark.
Aqua Jake just gives you a means of getting chip / picking off Flutter Mane, a Sash Calyrex. That's basically the big one of it. You do a lot to Incineroar as well with next to Chien-Pao.
Defensively, so you might Terra. As you see, yeah, he's threw over the Power Wave, Power Body Press, saying, look, if you don't Terra, I just KO you. Oh, Calyrex protects. Is it a double protect? Because if not, Michael's instantly back in this one. I would say you actually might even win.
Oh, it's a double protect though. Okay. But now Marco knows. Michael was really trying to go for the gold there with the double attack into Zamazenta.
German, I believe,
Marco can safely play around that now.
Yeah, the other key question I have here is like who is faster between the Zamazenta from Marco's end and the Ogerpon from Michael's end, right? Because if you are slower.
Oh, if you outplay here, that's gonna be sick. Shoot, it's not over, I guess. Yeah.
Get hit by Psychic plus Body Press and just get KO'd. So if Michael has some sense of Marco's Zamazenta speed stat, could consider going for a Spiky Shield and a Body Press, for example, instead. And so looks like just opting. Yeah, you could also go for Power Whip into the Calyrex. Grassy Terrain is up. That actually will likely just get a one-hit knockout. So let's see. Splitting the damage this time, not going for the double up. And here's the Terra. Who's Terraing? You would think it's going to be Zamazenta.
You would think so.
You gotta get the Dragon Terra, so
you never
you're
know
not.
sometimes if these players want to play it a little bit riskier. But the Water Terra here from the Zamazenta definitely feels a little bit better. But with this Astro Barrage moving first, there was no wide guard, so both of these Pokemon are going to get hit. This Ogerpon
Well, you get a KO here.
ability, which is going to allow it to hang on with 1 HP. But who is faster now between this Ogerpon and the Zamazenta from Marco? And it's going to be the Ogerpon
Yo!
So it targets the Calyrex.
Wait.
So now the question is Zamazenta.
Wait, Ogre being faster is huge. That's Terra Water, right? Yo. Oh, because it's modest.
will likely get a knockout with Body Press. Who does it target? Is it a double up into the Ogerpon slot? It is! So now there is no threat of Power Whip anymore into Zamazenta. It is a war
Wait, but
between
like
these two Zamazentas,
Zaz...
but Marco has the defensive Terra to save him.
It's the attrition for sure at this point.
Yeah, and imagine if it was just Wide Guard Power Whip that.
Okay, Grass's Terrain ends this turn. Do you live Body Press? You might live Body Press. If you're faster, I think you win the game. Does Body Press 2-shot? Surely a 2-shots.
Last turn, I think Michael ends up winning this game, but he still can win. He's got the faster Zamazenta.
Protect, you get your extra turn recovery. 100% you need this.
Can
Yep.
Michael survive a Body Press from the opposing end because he's certainly not going to get a knockout onto the opposing Zamazenta with this first Body Press.
You do get a little bit of Grassy Terrain recovery, so
I
the
don't-
protects do make a bit more sense. Maybe it helps.
Well, it might actually no. After the Grassy Terrain, it probably does live because we saw it take about 50. Yeah, I bet you both of them are. This one's gonna live for sure on a smidgen. This one's gonna live on a smidgen.
You survive
It's
a
gonna
little
live
bit more
too.
comfortably than you would have before, but now the Grassy Terrain is gone. The gloves are off. Let's see these Zamazentas match up into each other. The Body Press.
Yeah, that looking like a smidgen.
little
This
tough
definitely
here.
lives too.
And
Yep, yep, yep.
Marco has this.
He survives, but I don't think Body Press is doing enough. I think this is going to survive. Let's see, and it hangs
Ooh.
on with the sliver.
With a 3-hit
Great
knockout
win.
there, and
Great
Marco with
game
final
on
Body
both
Press.
sides.
He's going to win this set 2-0. And
Great
now
plays.
moves into the
Fantastic
rest of the
comeback
World
almost.
Championship. Day number 1, still undefeated.
How many times did Marco click After Barrage in the face of a potential wide guard? Feels like at least 3 or 4 different times between games 1 and 2. Gets it right every single time there. And there was the opportunity potentially, I think, for Michael to have just gone for Protect with the Zamazenta and Power Whip into the Shadow Rider.
Great
but
game.
ends up not being the case there. And Marco's going to walk away with the win. I mean, he is one of the favorites to win this tournament. He is looking to complete what has
Huge
been a
win.
tremendous season and
Two
have his best world
fantastic
run yet. And
Pokemon.
he defeats Michael Kelch 2-0 to get started here.
Oh my goodness. I felt all of like the jitters, the anxiety from watching both.
It literally could have been finals. They're so good. Yeah, no, that was a 2-0 win from Marco. Great game. Right, where's the next person?
They ran in at AIC, but we'll get to that in a moment because
All right. Pollen Puff. Ooh, I freaking love Pollen Puff. Ask this guy. I like it next to, like, I was using what, like, Terapicos. Are you checking mainstream for day 2 or the B stream as well? Just mainstream, most likely, just because it's going to end up being late. We can check the B stream at a done time. I don't mind. We're seeing Sash Taunt Pow, which is cool. Helping Hand. Ooh, a lot of moves I don't always see. Cover cloak. Oh, the commentators are all great.
Because we've got to take a quick overview of Chris's team and look at the details here.
Yeah, looking at the team.
Who the hell is playing in the back with Craig Dilly, Galarian Moltres? That's the game that should be streamed right now. This?
We talked about Calyrex.
Who the fuck is using Craig Dilly, Galarian Moltres? They are on another... No, that person deserves to win Worlds. Obviously, that's Pokemon Go. But no, that should be... I don't even think Craig... Is the Dilly even in the game right now? That's the world champ diff right there.
Shadow Rider, and this is on the Zen to be in something a little bit more typical, but there is some spice on this team when you're looking at the supporting Pokemon. Of course, a lot of strength here. Whimsicott to be able to make sure
60% pick rate and go is crazy.
With the tailwind. But I love this energy with things like this fake tier to make sure that you're doing the most damage with the Calyrex and helping fan from this Ogre to not only support, but to really enable these big bad restricteds.
Yeah, exactly that. And you look at the fake tiers as one of those enabling options on that Whimsicott to really unleash the power of the Calyrex. Shadow Rider, the Raging Ball, those two special attackers are really going to appreciate anytime that fake tiers can be used in combination with the Astro Barrage, the Sidekick. And the Pollen Puff, an interesting option there, which can be used to maybe...
I like double restricted. I think wide guard makes it all 50-50s, but that's also why like the team I chose didn't have wide guard because I hated the idea behind it. Because I hate putting myself in positions like that. But like these people that are running Calyrex and Za, they've been running it the whole season, you know? So they're used to it, and it comes second nature. Even a lot of their 50-50s.
Prolong the longevity of things on your
That's a nice fit. It's no New York Dreepies, but it's a nice fit.
team if you're in a pinch. Or
it's definitely Pokemon Go.
With member of this in Scarlet and Violet, and it is used
on the other
which
side.
I think is a really good tool coming into this tournament.
Luca.
Especially when you're looking at Luca's team, this is something definitely a lot more.
Yeah, this is standard dot. Choice specs though over AV because it's AV and Incineroar on this one. Okay. Some versions had fully Fizz Def.
When you're looking at this pairing of Miraidon and Lunala, the run back from NISE, and when you're looking at that taunt, it can be shutting.
Wait, they let you wear your Sorry, people with New York GPs merch at Worlds. There were people with New York GPs merch at Worlds? Are you serious? Like the New York GPs, like shout out to the New York GPs. We never won a title as them. LA Wakers plushie coming soon though. That's awesome. I saw a few people with the LA Wakers at Hartford. Not Hartford. Where did I go? Wisconsin? I saw Minnesota. Where the hell did I go? Minnesota. I went up early this morning and saw a kid and a couple and their kid with them. That's so cool. Milwaukee. Thank you. I forgot where I went. Thank you. I literally forgot. It's guys, I upload daily. Wait, oh my God, is there LA Wakers plushie? We're working on it. I'll hopefully have samples within like 2-3 weeks. I figured because, you know, I'm literally playing 7 Draft League games this week, guys. I'm playing 7. Like I said, expect my worst seasons this month and other, but I really wanted to push my limit. Yeah, I'm playing 7. Tomorrow I play my first one for Black and White, and then later in the week I play my next 2 for Black and White because it's pools. I have to play NatDex VGC. I have to play 2 people for the BUBL because one of them was at Worlds and the other one I have to play. And then my DBP league starts as well. So I'm in 4 leagues. And technically I'm in 5 leagues, but the 5th one starts after Worlds. So the 5th one probably starts end of this week or another week. But essentially, the GOAT Broys merch. That's so cool, fam. I should have worn my GP merch. I want to do winter merch, but I'm still debating on it. I would love to do another jersey for the LA Lakers, but the first one took so long to get to everybody. But I know that AdvanceGG would be better with it now, but I don't know. We'll see. You're a sick puppy? Yeah, I mean, 7 games is crazy. I mean, I used to play, when it comes to Smogon, I used to play like 8 tournament games a week. You want a Wakers varsity so bad? I'll see what I can do. Maybe I'll make a new one on 4th wall as well to go along with the, maybe I'll make a new one to go along with the plush, but we'll see. Can you someone do a lower tier draft without these demons? I want to see some lower tier. Can't believe Edgar was behind the wheel too, calling out my Zam. Well, he said it was a regular Zam. He didn't say it was counter. I went for Terra Blast because once he said that, I was like, counter. Going to wear an esports shirt in that case, evening. Yeah. I mean, I'm probably going to ask for a Temple Storm one. Let me hit up my boy real quick. Because I would definitely want... This is a really cool matchup, by the way. Why is this Miraidon called Ultimate Mode? Wait, what's going on here? What does this mean? Can someone explain this to me? Is that just a joke because it's choice specs? So that's like the hardest, like the strongest can be? Base form is the bike? Oh. Yo, I did not... Thank you. Damn, so someone can put... I wish I could pull up with the bike. Koradon says Apex mode. That's... Okay, Apex mode and Ultimate mode are kind of unparked. Wait, I'm trying to pull up with the bike. Tag me in, folks.
Down things that Luca would like to me because he has this slow mode and this fast mode. Things like the taunt can really shut down that Lunala to make sure that Lunala and Ursaluna isn't necessarily a threat. But again, that is if the slow mode is brought because there's a variety of different ways Luca can play this.
Yeah, for sure. You've got the Tailwind on the Whimsicott as well to kind of match Tailwind, which is an option. But you would say if you can get that Trick Room mode going and then the board position with that Ursaluna, it's going to be very hard for Chris to kind of deal with that Pokemon, especially when you look at the options there. Facade, the Headlong Rush is the single target attack, and then the Earthquake. If the White Guard isn't present on the field from the Zamazenta on Chris's side, it's going to
I saw them. They look really cool. Interior Crocodile Alligator.
Yeah, there is the importance of utilizing the Chen Power to try and prevent that Trick Room, that mode.
Interior Crocodile Alligator.
And then taking a Moonblast for your trouble could really work out not too well, and you've got that security slash there, but you know that's only going to give you the alleviation once per match.
Especially too, looking at Christopher's team, there's a lot of things that wouldn't necessarily appreciate a Moonblast, and that's one of those calls too to be making, because if you're trying to shut down a Pokemon and it does just go on the offensive, that all of a sudden could be a Pokemon taking a lot of damage. That could be Shanghai brought down right to its focus patch from the get-go. So I'm curious to how that's going to be playing out. And there is just this possibility that Luca does go for something a little speedier and looks at this Whimsicott. When you're looking at, I mean, these special attacking Pokemon from Christopher, he does, Luca has this light screen on his Whimsicott to be able to just try and mitigate that damage, try and get back. So
this matchup is interesting.
Get to see that Whimsicott really good.
Wanted in other events leading up to NAIC.
Good combo
NAIC
as well.
Really stamped his Chris to kind of deal with that Pokemon, especially when you look at the options there. Facade, the Headlong Rush is the single target attack, and then the Earthquake. If the White Guard isn't present on the field from the Zamazenta on Chris's side, it's going to cause a lot of issues if that Trick Room is set. So I think, yeah, there is the importance of utilizing the Chen Power to try and prevent that Trick Room, that mode. And you've got to be careful you don't get caught out. Committing to the taunt and then taking a Moonblast for your trouble could really work out not too well. And you've got that security blanket of the Focus Sash there, but you know that's only going to give you the alleviation once per match.
Especially too, looking at Christopher's team, there's a lot of things that wouldn't necessarily appreciate a Moonblast, and that's one of those calls too to be making, because if you're trying to
I just bought 20 times correct.
Offensive, that all of a sudden could be a Pokemon taking a lot of damage. That could be Shanghai brought down right to its focus patch from the get-go. So I'm curious to how that's going to be playing out. And
Double Whimsicott is really interesting.
A little speedier and looks at this Whimsicott. When you're looking at, I mean, these special attacking Pokemon from Christopher, he does. Luca has this light screen on his Whimsicott to be able to just try and mitigate that damage, try and get back. So there is a possibility that we do get to see that Whimsicott really good versus Whimsicott.
Yeah, and one thing you would say about Luca as well, if you even look at though he's using a different team, maybe to earlier in the season, it's the same team as NAIC. One of the things that Luca's really comfortable with is in particular the Miraidon, the Whimsicott, and the Urshifu. That
I like POW a lot in this game. Spread move stopping is interesting as well with wide guard, but I guess you would need to Terra. Ursaluna is such a threat. Jesus Christ. Let me see. This is nasty.
Call there because he's used them in the World Championships last year to actually win as part of that winning team. So very, very comfortable with these Pokemon in particular, and it's going to make it difficult for Christopher.
I just hit up Tempo Storm for New Jersey. This inspired the hell out of me.
How well versed Luca is with those Pokemon and knowing how their ability to support the rest of the team can be.
Well, two very strong trainers doing so well in Anaheim so far at these 2-0 records. It's time to head into the game, figure out who is going to leave here 3-0. Christopher Hahn going up against Luca Sharabelli. Right away, it's going to be a restricted via restricted, and the Xian Pao next to the Zamazenta for Chris, and all of a sudden this Whimsicott next to the Miraidon for Luca.
Yeah, you've got that access to the light screen. Not going to be useful against these physical attackers on Chris's side of the field, but the Chen Pao really nicely positioned here, especially if it can outspeed the Miraidon. You would expect it to be.
I mean, I'll try to get to Worlds. All right, let me give this battle the respect it deserves. Okay. What up, Roy? Good to see you, buddy. So there's no speed tie. Did you compete, bro? Nah, dude. I only went to that one regional, and the only way I could have made it to Worlds is if I won that regional, but I only got top 8. So obviously there's a speed tie here, but like you immediately stop it by tailwinding up. The thing is, though, you have your Sash on POW. I assume Miraidon simply Volt switches on POW. Or Terra. Was it Dazzling Gleam on this one? Yeah, Terra, Dazzling Gleam. But that doesn't deal with the... what's it called? That doesn't deal with a Wide Guard next turn. So I assume you Volt switch out into, like... Incin. If I'm them. And the Terror Dragon, exactly, yeah.
Slot, you've got to be careful because you don't want to lose Miraidon too.
Oh my god, top 8. I mean, I didn't make it. I'm sorry.
Rationalization is going to be a part of this puzzle on this very first turn, as none other than the Zama.
I had a good time, though.
Make sure you go into this Dragon type to take as little damage as possible. At least
Terror Dragon is the play, 100%.
Electro Drift from Luca. Tailwind, though, if you're worried about
Tailwind, Volt Switch on Qianpao, right? Surely.
Making sure your Pokemon are going to be the speediest. Volt Switch in.
Oh, okay.
Still a decent amount
I guess
of
this is
damage
fine
into
because you
terrain,
end up
but
getting
now-
an instant anyway. The thing about getting an instant, though, is that, like, if this body press that, well, surely you attack into Whimsicott because Whimsicott Tailwind and doing, like, Encore shit is annoying.
Luca does get this swap. Pokemon could be taking Mirage hits when it comes in, so I'm curious what's picked. The Lunala.
Ooh. I guess you get the defense raise. And I suppose you know the set is not, well, it's not Crunch, right? Sorry, I'm just going to go back again. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good play because they can only Ice Spinner there. That's a good play.
You don't need to worry about getting locked into anything you don't.
Whoops.
Slot, you've got to be careful because you don't want to lose Miraidon too early.
Let's watch that back.
As none other Pokemon are going to be this. Get this swap.
Okay,
Pokemon
it's not
could be
Crunch.
taking
Okay.
Mirage hits when it comes in. So
I gotta remember the team sheets or take
Lunala.
pictures
So
of
this
them.
is going to be something that could withstand those hits a little bit better, especially with that Electric Seed. You do get this defensive boost. Now to see where Christopher has targeted on the turn. Ice Spinner getting rid of this terrain, but so little damage into this Lunala. Now that electricity is gone, only Zamazenta left. Whimsicott gone from the field.
Damn,
Tailwind and
great
out
start.
Gets a nice play there from
Legit
Christopher,
great
not
start.
overextending into
It's
that
a
Miraidon slot,
KO.
potentially knowing that the Miraidon might get the Tailwind boost, get off the field very quickly, and going after the Whimsicott, the one supporting option that Luca really leans into a lot, and that is now removed. So the Encore isn't an issue going forward. You don't need to worry about getting locked into anything you don't want to. And now
Ice Shard isn't going to do much.
Nice to get that Volt Switch off. You've got the Tailwind set up, so you're in a really good position to threaten that Zamazenta. That's
I
now
freaking
that
love Specs
Dragon Terror, so
Miraidon,
the
man. Even if you
Draco
get the play
Meteor
wrong,
slot
you do
is
so
really
much
threatening
damage.
knockout, and does
Protect-
have some
Down
impact
Protect
in the
lets you at
switches
least scout what they're
to
doing.
soak
Makes
up
sense.
the damage there.
Yeah, that Tailwind and just being able to pivot out that Miraidon, you now have this electric.
You
terrain
scout
back.
Terra
So
on,
Ice Spinner kinda just really
on
needed that first turn.
Lunala as well.
Pokeaim as well from the Miraidon here. I mean, there is the Wide God, so you've got to be careful about clicking into that because if Wide God comes out, it kind of gives the Qianpao a little bit of a freedom to go for whatever it wants, but that is a risk as well.
Yeah, so that's where you can make the call.
That's just good.
Calling for the dazzling blade
That's
from
not even like a
Striker.
thinking
I
play. I don't know how much time they actually took, but like, what, Lunala definitely Terrors, right?
But it's time for Luca to also click that
Yep.
fractalization button through Lunala.
Otherwise you get
into this
suckered.
very tight. And when we're looking and eyeing up something like this Moonblast, this is only going to amplify the damage on this turn. Qianpao wants absolutely none of this though, protecting at least for this turn. It's going to be safe from all damage. And
But there's
as
no
well,
Door
so
Protect
great
next turn,
opportunity
right?
for Chris to wait out one of these turns of Tailwind
It's
and
another
get the
Volt,
information
isn't it?
on
Oh,
what
Drake.
Luca was
They said
wanting to do.
I'm killing something I'm killing now.
Now you have that information. Choice Specs,
But that gives you back
Draco Meteor,
Miraidon as well.
Yeah, and this is a really difficult position for Christopher because you've got the Terastallization on the Lunala. It is going to be subjected to super effective damage from the Zamazenta.
To be honest, low key, maybe you just double target Pal. He dropped the
Shield
Joey.
as well. So there is a potential of some big damage into there, especially even with a double up from the Qianpao going for a sucker punch, expecting that Moonblast. So you've got to be careful in that spot. But the Miraidon now in the Tailwind is protecting that Lunala so well from any threat of those.
I did not drop
attacks
one
from
Draco,
Zamazenta.
by the way.
The Draco Meteors first.
There's going to be a Draco Meteor miss. You get the opportunity
Oh!
with the Miraidon, but a critical miss there. And the Ice Spinner into it is more than enough to get this one-hit KO. How devastating for this Miraidon. That is definitely a great opportunity for a Chris and a great shift out of the battle.
Jesus.
Body press into the Lunala is not going to be too much damage. The Trick Room now anticipating that once this Tailwind starts to peter out, that Luke can be having this dimensions of choice. And I think too, maybe a little indication that last Pokemon, none other than this Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's a great time with the Trick Room,
Damn.
especially when the Ursaluna is about to come into the field. You've got to take a turn to maybe protect here to get that Flame Orb activated to maximize the damage. You've got the time
Damn,
to do that as
that's
well.
rough,
Lunala,
man.
Really unfortunate there that Luca
Swole,
missed
thank
that
you so much for the
Trick Room because
gifties. Damn, that's rough, man. That's rough. I think there was I saw a tweet of somebody that missed 12 Dracos in Worlds. Thank you so much, Swole. Thank you so much for the gifties. I appreciate you. I hope you had a great time, brother. Back to socializing with friends. Do your thing, buddy. Bad luck at Worlds must be so heartbreaking. Yeah, you work so hard to get there. Yeah, I saw someone miss 12 Dracos throughout the week.
happens, and you can maybe see what the body press was doubling into that Miraidon, just in case there was a switch there, or maybe you missed the knockout with the Ice Spinner, but knowing that it's taken down the Miraidon now off the field, but still Luca in a
Well, wasn't
pretty
one
position,
particular I just
especially
missed
with
8
the
times.
system
Damn.
now intact with
Whole
the
tournament. Yeah, throughout the whole tournament.
It is threatening super effective damage onto both of these targets.
I'm looking over at Lucas' face. Look,
Damn, and
Lucas
Tailwind's
released
gone this turn, right?
Playing
Do you
this one
trick
out,
room?
it is going to be the protection.
Is it this
from
turn or next
Christopher.
turn?
And eyeing up Lucas' side, when we do see that Ursaluna, this one's just going to go all out on the offense, not waiting for the
Trick
activation
room?
and the headlong rush. But again, Christopher safe past this turn.
Moonblast. Is this the last turn of Tailwind or is the next one last turn of
Going
Tailwind?
for the double up into the Zamazenta there, really not maybe that concerned
Oh,
about the
damn.
I think you still
I guess
need
it's
to
hard to
now.
do
You've
it.
got that Flame Orb activated, so
Oh, room is up. Room is up. Okay, okay, cool. Oh, it was on the turn of miss.
go for the Draco Meteors first.
It was on the turn of miss. Okay.
Be a Draco Meteor miss.
I thought it Meteor beamed and missed too.
Get
That's
the
on me.
opportunity with a Miraidon, but a critical miss there. And the Ice Spinner into it is more than enough to get this one-hit KO. How devastating for this Miraidon. That is definitely a great opportunity for a Chris and a great shift of the battle. Body press into Lunala is not going to be too much damage.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful.
Anticipating that
no, that makes sense. That makes more sense.
That Luca be having this
I got the 5 gifty, so I didn't see it.
Maybe an indication for that last Pokemon, none other than as Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's great time with the Trick Rooms, especially when the Ursaluna is about to come into the field. You've got to take a turn to maybe protect here to get that Flame Orb activated to maximize the damage. You've got the time to do that as well. Lunala, really unfortunate there that Luca missed that Draconite because the Zama Sensor is no doubt off the field if that happens. And you can maybe see what the body press was doubling into that Miraidon just in case there was a switch there or maybe you missed the knockout with the Ice Spinner. But knowing that it's taken down the Miraidon now off the field, but still Luca in a pretty commanding position, especially with this Ursaluna now intact and you've got the Terastallization on the Lunala that is threatening super effective damage onto both of these targets.
I feel like between this and you stalling it out and potentially homie in the back.
I'm looking over at Luca's face. Looks like a little bit of stress, at least on this turn, but playing this one out, it is going to be the protects from Christopher. And eyeing up Luca's side, when we do see that Ursaluna, this one is just going to go all out on the offense, not waiting for the activation and the headlong rush. But again, Christopher safe past the turn, and to figure out where you could go next turn going forward.
Yeah, you're going for the double up into the Zama Sensor there. Really not maybe that concerned about the Chimpa. I think you still need to be. Now you've got that Flame Orb activated, so Facade going to be active to do more damage, especially into the Zama Sensor now. If you don't want to go for that headlong rush and take those defense drops, but you can't ignore the Chimpa here. It is going to hit for good damage into that Ursaluna.
Having your sash all the way in this turn. I tried to drop Pokemon Mana 15 on your last vid, but the comment didn't go through. Where can I send it? Leave it on my Smogon profile. I can't get over how big that Draco miss is. I guess you have wide, because like at least you could. Damn, man. Christopher is such a commanding position as well. Such a commanding position.
But at the moment, Luca kind of in that position where you can go for either target.
Going to go for the target with the focus attack. So Xianpao not going to be dropped quite yet, holding on with 1 HP after the attack. Moonblast from Lunala, though, can take care of this Pokemon, but instead target in Zama
okay,
Sensor will take
big
care of
kill.
one
You
instead. Zama
didn't want to
Sensor
get body
goes
press on
down,
Ursaluna.
and
Makes
the
sense.
opportunity to get a glimpse of what 2 Pokemon Christopher has in the back to bring into this match.
Yeah, you've got to say now that Ice Spinner, you're going to do enough damage. Is it going to be close enough to pick up the knockout? It's
Jeez, that does so much. And now that's in sucker range as well.
That's not what you want to be seeing if you are Christopher. They do have access to Sucker Punch, which is a great opportunity to just kind of remove that threat even in the Trick Room environment. Last Pokemon here is Raging Ball. Terastallization's being eaten up, and it all comes down to which Pokemon is going to outspeed which in the Trick Room. Is it going to be the Lunala? Is going to be able to get that move?
Protect here is safe. You're stalling out another turn, so protect both is fine. You get burn. You still have your last one. Ursaluna's never going to be able to basically get an attack off because you always sucker. They have to double protect. And then what? You thunderclap Lunala because that's safe. You don't even have to thunderclap, right? I'm assuming that Raging Bolt lives. You don't thunderclap this turn. You double protect both. But I'm talking next turn because you sucker punch into Ursaluna. If it does attack, it dies. If it doesn't attack, you should live Moonblast on Raging Bolt, and then Thunderbolt KOs Lunala unless special attack drop. And then I think Trick Room is going to end eventually, so you'll be there.
Blast off into the Raging Bolt before the Raging Bolt can attack into it, and still you've got to say, is Raging Bolt going to have enough in the tank to be able to remove that Lunala?
I don't have a small one. I have it on turret.
That's going to be the big question, and one that we might have to wait for an answer for, as Christopher has been playing a very passive game so far, has been really making sure that every second turn is protected when you are eyeing up stuff like the Trick Room on the opposing end to wait it out. So double protect, and again, just getting a little bit more information with where Luca thinks these threats are. Splitting up the attacks. Now, we're getting closer to the end of this Trick Room, but Ursaluna also getting to the end of its own timer, because that burn damage is starting to stack up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've got to
Sucker
really make the most
Ursa
of these
and
next couple of turns while the Trick Room's still in effect, because once that's gone, the Chimpa then
Bolt
has a little
dies
bit
to
more of an advantage
Moonblast?
to get attacks up before both of these. And
Seriously. I'm going to put max speed, but I'm going to put max HP after that. BGC, offensive support. That's not it. I'll put the strongest just so I can see this. Can I put you at level 50, please? Oh, even max HP dies? Are they even running? It's not AV. I'm not thinking about AV. I'm thinking about how much HP does this homie have? Can I see your HP stats, sir? 207? Oh, so it's not max HP. Has a little bit of HP. I doubt this is max, though, as well. I guess Thunderclap is safe anyway. Nice. It's very pretty.
Here is Raging Ball. Terrestrialization's being eaten up, and it all comes down to which Pokemon is going to outspeed which in the Trick Room. Is it going to be the Lunala? Is going to be able to get that Moonblast off into the Raging Ball before the Raging Ball can attack?
I guess Thunderclap is safe then.
I've got to say, is Raging Ball going to have enough in the tank to be able to remove that Lunala, even if it gets through this turn?
Yeah, VGC Lunala literally feels like it has 2v2 in every style. I agree with that. No, you're right. It's the electric seed. It's literally the electric seed.
Sure that every second turn is protected when you are eyeing up stuff like the Trick Room on the opposing end to wait it out. So double protect, you're getting.
You've got to really make a
Thunderclap
lot
is
of
safe
next
then.
other turns while the Trick Room's still in effect, because once that's gone, the Chien-Pao then has a little bit more of an advantage to get attacked.
You have so many mons in the back.
That's when things can get a little bit dangerous. We're seeing the
Protect, we talked about it.
Maybe
Yep.
expecting a sucker punch into that slot.
Yeah, when you're looking at the Ursaluna that needs the damage, I mean, a protect makes sense, so the Lunala can maybe get rid of it. So Sucker Punch, nothing, and Thunderclap a decent amount into that bat on the opposing end. Moonblast
Lunala's not as good as Ubers is in VGC. Not this Ubers. Okay, it is an Oko. Okay, big.
Oh, that terrestrialization. One hit KO.
I don't think he can come back from
is
here,
down to final 2 Pokemon as well.
Yeah, that's a huge knockout there. You think, okay, can the Raging Ball maybe hang on? It's going to be very close, but
Oh my god, yeah, you definitely can't come back from here. Because you just Ice Spinner and then Psychic.
Back, and it all comes down to this.
My smoke on profile
in between
failed.
turns together protects off, because it's all about stalling out these Trick Room turns to allow this Calyrex to come onto the field, to be in a position to close things out. And as you've already mentioned, the Ursaluna on that timer, really because of the burn tick, 2 turns is going to go down to that if it's not taken down before then with an attack.
And with the amount of damage you've already done, you don't even have to be playing any sort of Y games. You can just
That
go
rough Draco.
one target. So first off, Ursaluna has been picked off, and eyeing up this Lunala that's already been taking so much damage. This Kyler Shadow
Yeah,
Rider
great game.
knows in a
I mean,
prime spot.
Christopher's
Lunala is down, and it's gonna be Christopher's
resource
first
management was
game of
amazing.
the set.
Obviously, the Draco
extremely
miss was
well
so
played.
huge, man.
Cool, calm, and collected the entire way through that. When it looked, there was situations, Trick Room going up, it didn't look good. Ursaluna coming in, you think, ooh, things start.
Trick Room was not a threat,
Really
but
not
again,
between there,
just
no
because of the
getting back,
Draco.
protecting when it was the right time to do it, and then having that.
Yeah, the
Calyrex
Mist Draco was
really
massive,
back
but that was game
awesome
1.
Shot was really
So
well done, especially being able to kind of keep that Chien-Pao as well as he did throughout the game.
It was so well played when you're eyeing up that Luca had the
Yeah,
board.
Jersey's
in
fire.
this situation. You have the tailwind at the beginning, and then all of a sudden you get the Trick Room when your slower Pokemon comes in, and definitely cannot take away the fact that Christopher played through the situation so well. I am curious though about the turn with the Miraidon with that Draco Meteor.
Yeah.
How much that could have impacted this match, because being able to take care of that Zamazenta would have been so nice.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you lost your Pokemon on that turn for essentially free.
I think that was definitely a pivotal moment and really unfortunate for Luca.
Especially because his mons in the back were so weak to Ursaluna's Earthquake.
That would force the Raging Ball to come out into the field. We saw that it went down to a Moonblast, so the Lunala was able to kind of pick that up quite quickly, and then it forces that Calyrex out in the Trick Room environment where it's not in that favorable position, unfortunately, because of the miss. It meant Miraidon didn't really get much.
They got hit with
power
Moonblast from Terra
that
Fairy.
game entirely. Came onto the field, it threatened, it pressured with that Draco Meteor, missed, and then got knocked out by the Ice Spinner, which was a little bit unfortunate. I think if we look at Luca going into game 2, if you can do a similar thing but get a bit more value out of the Miraidon this time, I think it might be a different story, but you can't underestimate how well Chris is playing this first game.
Yeah, Miraidon still looks
I mean,
very
there was the
good.
opportunity to stick with what almost worked,
Ooh.
but instead we're going to see a switch up, but not from one
Nice little counter lead into the PAL. But we do see the Ursaluna of that.
trainer, but from both.
With the Intimidate, though, you don't die on-
And Christopher going for that Kyler Shadow Rider, and this Overcon, which we didn't
banded.
see in that game 1.
Yeah, it's a nice
And Avian Sin has a godlike matchup right now.
In the back for a later point, and maybe expecting that Chien-Pao saying, okay, I'm going to bring a couple of Pokemon here that can deal with that. And Christopher adjusting so well here. Now the Calyrex in a great position to put good damage onto the field. Has to be a little bit careful about the instant.
Yeah, very
but
free.
Perfectly paired up with that Ogapon that offers that follow me support this time around.
Yeah, no worries about the Ursaluna.
Great.
It is out of here at Ursaluna instead. Follow me. So when you're calling out that impact
Did you
in the second
Psychic
half,
there?
of course, it's not
Yeah,
going to be into the
great
Kyler
call.
Shadow Rider. Psychic single target into that Ursaluna. That is
Great
a lot
call.
of damage already to be starting out this
Very
match.
nice.
Knockoff now into this Ogapon. Not nearly the
And
damage that
look at the
we wanted
position
to
now,
return.
right? You just do it again.
There's going to be that burn, but when the Ursaluna is already taking so much damage, and it is just naturally outsped in this board position, this looks really,
Beautiful
really strong
call.
for Chris.
Yeah, really strong. And what options do you have for Luca? To
This is
switch
beautiful-
that
just
Pokemon
beautiful
out? Do
play.
you just sack it and allow something. You've only brought one restricted to this game. Is it going to be the Miraidon? You could say probably not. More likely be that Lunala, knowing that you've got the Ursaluna. So what do you do in this situation here? But we are just seeing a protect from the Calyrex.
It's going to be a double protect yet again from Chris. At this point, it feels like the staple within this Swiss set at least. But
No
it's
reason
the
not
only
to.
one. Luca
Burns
as
out
well,
protects,
protect
calls,
onto
and
the
then lets you
Ursaluna.
follow
Now
me
the
next turn.
Incineroar, when we're looking at the opportunity for Luca to try and pivot out, with Christopher going for that double protect, that U-turn from the Incineroar means nothing. It's stuck on the field. Luca didn't get to bring a Pokemon in. And
Follow
again,
me
Ursaluna
plus
and
attack
Zane are just
into that.
numbered.
Yeah, they are. It feels very difficult from this spot, and Christopher's
Follow
capitalizing,
kill?
putting that pressure on. And like you say, just being able to prevent.
He's like
the
running the
Incineroar
map in his
from getting
head.
out there was really useful in being getting another tick of burn onto that Ursaluna. But Luca's still in that same.
I think it's
position.
better to
Incineroar really not
Psychic.
threatened here, but it wants to get off the field and allow potentially that Lunala onto the field.
Maybe
But
trying to do
you see
more
Ursaluna,
into-
the effectiveness of your Trick Room is kind of not. It's about
I mean,
50% of what it could be, and
if
not
you're bringing
the best
Ursa,
spot.
you 100%, unless this is for Whimsicott, I'm pretty sure you 100% have Lunala in the back. Especially with how annoying Zawa is. But maybe I'm wrong.
Christopher just needs to keep doing what he's doing. Luca got everything to do going into this next turn.
Especially too, since Luca had already protected that
Soon
Ursaluna, he wanted to
Lunala,
try and
right?
preserve it. It was only the 1 and 3, so a switch here. You can
Yeah,
tell that the
it should be
Ursaluna definitely
Lunala.
is a part of this plan. And Lunala is just going to be hard switched onto the field. You're not going to be taking an attack from the Ogapon though, since Chris does have to be careful to make sure this Kyler Shadow Rider is preserved.
So you
And
break
the
its
second
Shadow
half
Shield, which
into
is
Lunala,
big.
Next to the Shadow Shield, not necessarily going to be the most damage. Now,
U-turn's not gonna
have
kill
the
Ogre.
opportunity to switch out, but
Blitz
instead
shouldn't
going
kill
more on the
Ogre either.
offensive, the Flare Blitz. But still, this Ogapon is just soaking up all of these hits.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing that Luca's trying to do is remove this redirection support. Once that has just dropped, it means that you can then target into the big threat, which is the Calyrex, but the whole time it is sticking on the field. You're giving it more opportunities to potentially get knockouts that it really is.
Pollen Puff is free,
that grim
but I like the Psychic calling.
Even
Ooh, nah, that's not going to kill Lunala. No way.
That Shadow Shield broken, you are going to be susceptible to that.
I will see if you kill Lunala, you have the speed control for the rest of the game, and you probably win with Za in the back versus these last three. So I get the thought process there.
Astro Barrage if that comes out, especially that it's quite easy for Christopher to kick into now, knowing you've got that follow me to protect the Calyrex going into this next turn.
Otherwise, shipping goes up.
If you want to go for the Trick Room, then yeah, as you called out the Astro Barrage, and if you go for the Wide Guard, then nothing really gets done on the turn, especially since Chris has not been afraid to be clicking those single target moves. But now we're finally going to see this Terastallization coming out. Ogrepawn, it has been a great defensive piece so far for Chris, especially with this redirection. But this
I hope they reveal a new Mega tomorrow.
This match. And by aspect, this is going to be the attack raise onto this turn, but not the only Terastallization as well. Luca is going to be clicking the button.
Look how hype he was. Psychic plus that was beautiful.
Now Terastallization is dropped and could also pass the
Luca's looking away because he saw Christopher's.
Chance is going to be the big question.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, that's super great play, man. Great plays by Christopher.
Lunala's already been taking so much damage, and it is
Terragon, no Trick Room up. If Incin doesn't attack into Lunala, it could just be over. I mean, excuse me, into Cali. Oh, it's super. It's super Joe. Follow me plus attack gets rid of any mon on the left. You bring it back. Incineroar comes in to threaten fake out, but it can't.
It's a really tough word to say for Luca now, because as you called it, only one restricted was brought to the match. Lunala's gone. You have an Ursaluna that's down to almost none, and you can already see the head shake from.
And you know this guy's banded.
Of what is to come. This has been such a commanding game from Chris.
Great game.
It's going to be a set that is secured in a 2-0 victory. Now 3-0 on the day here in Anaheim. Great start to the tournament, Chris.
Absolutely incredible.
Great game, honestly.
Champion as well. And
Draco Miss made the game one harder, and then game two was just complete control from Christopher. Fantastic game, seriously. Yuma.
Very hard to break down his teams. He's very, very good positioning wise as well. So going to be.
We got Matti. Very similar team to what we saw. The top protect. A lot of people seem to be running this.
Like you say, it's the intricate detail.
You know who's good into this? My Terra Grass Ho-Oh. My goat.
That make all the difference in these mirror matches. You can see here we've got the Dragon Terastallization on the Zamazenta. Very common kind of Terastallization here, but the Substitute not seen so much on the Calyrex, and I think if you allow Matti to get that up, it makes it difficult to break the Calyrex and direct all that attention to that Pokemon. I think a big player here is going to be that Chen Power, and a change it from Matti's team in NAIC where they had the Ogrepawn Hard Flame, they now have that Urshifu with the Rapid Strike, and that Pokemon could be the difference maker for Matti going into this one, but the all-important thing, I think, when you look at...
Look at the Unfezant. That's a Pokemon. That water bottle is huge. I like it. That's a real gamer right there. But look at the Unfezant. Ain't nobody rocking with Unfezant. Except for you, Matti. Terra Dark, which everybody seems to be running. Terra Dragon. Ghost, yep. Ghost on Banchief, which is really cool for fake out, so pressure into Incineroar so you get the kill. I like that. Electric and Dark. Where is IE? Iceland? Maybe? Yeah, this drink is crazy. Matti looks like they're about to beat the shit out of their opponent. Like, all right, let me drink this real quick. Hold up. Ends with a swing. Unfezant has to be one of the worst birds. Like at least, and it's not. No, I'm just thinking competitively. I think Unfezant only needs close combat, or like Noctowl's the goat of Rambats though. Big. Unfezant's the goat of Rambats in Generation 8 Dynamax meta, right? Because it crits you at max Airstream, it's max Darkness, and all that stuff. In Gen 8 Rambats, Unfezant's the GOAT. But Noctowl's the GOAT of Rambats in this gen. That Tinted Lens, Hyper Voice, and Hurricanes? Crazy. Oh, it's Ireland. Ireland makes more sense. Wow. Why did we say Iceland?
Kangawa's team is that Chen Power with that.
The problem is also that Unfezant looks like it should be good. It just can't. Ranked Unfezant as the #1 uses mod has Tailwind.
Whimsicott to a certain extent can cause a little bit of disruption, and you're going to need it here for that speed control to match the speed control on the opposite side of the field. And then the fake tears, if you can combine that with the Raging Bolt or that Calyrex, it's going to be really something for Kanagawa to have to sit up and take note of.
And Matti's team has a little bit of everything. Of course, you have the speed, you have the ways to be able to
Isn't it Kilowatcho?
Also that more longevity for your own Pokemon, and being able to maybe take advantage of the turn to set up that substitute.
I think male and female Unfezant are really good. Also, I love the Terra Dark Whimsicott into like the prankster stuff.
But Yuma on the opposing end.
Watchog is literally useless. I know you ain't watching it at 3-point time speed. I'm watching it at 1.5, bro. Remember when Air Lace was Unfez's best move? I do. They really need to give it close combat or some ground move. Or some, like, drill run. Just give it drill run. Who cares about Furo?
This team, again, we have two trainers that have teams very similar to their really strong like performances. And when we're looking at this one, it's one with just a little bit of tweaks from last we saw Yuma at Japan.
Yeah, you could see that the Zamazenta previously was grass terror type. It's now fighting terror type. And I think a really smart and interesting choice here because how many players have actually...
I love the wide guard Smeargle that we're seeing a lot of. Looks like people are trading Decorate. I mean, I guess you only use Decorate when you have Calyrex Ice.
That Decorate that Yuma has used in the past. It's now got wide guard, which gives that extra layer of kind of protection.
Wait, did they just talk about Decorate? Oh, shit.
Got that Decorate that Yuma has.
Yeah. Oh, ooh. My mind is close to a VGC commentator's. Let's go. Not as good, though.
In the past, it's now got wide guard, which gives that extra layer of kind of protection.
I remember the Unfez.
All the powerful spread moves that we see over and over again from trainers.
I remember when
and with how these two teams
Cybertron got rid of two Pokemon with Sentry.
Into this match to see how they want to be going about this when you are looking at the fact that
I got to take off my merch. My merch is done.
Well at that international level, when you're looking back at different accomplishments, I mean, the fact that we got to see very similar teams from these two trainers at NAIC to then see a top 16 from Matti and this top 8 from Yuma, I think is really, really strong. But when these two teams are so similar, where do we get to see where a trainer can really take advantage? Is it all down to those restricteds?
Definitely, I don't think it is down to the restricteds. They're going to play a big part in this game. It's always about, I think, in the mirror, if both of you bring your restricteds to the match, then it's
dropping Decorate for wide guard is a good call.
From there, the dominoes kind of fall into place.
Wide guard plus fake eyes so much.
I think the thing is, Kinagawa's got these really threatening options like the Smeargle that you're going to have to place certain Pokemon on the field to kind of check Matti because you can't allow the room to support and disrupt like Kinagawa's kind of used to being able to do that Pokemon.
I'm enjoying what they're saying.
Whether that's leading with the Urshifu, so you've got the Surgeon Strikes to kind of hit into that.
I was just listening to the matchup. This is our first. This is our first Smeargle. Let me hear the matchup.
Multiple times get through the sash, or you've got something like that Chen Pao out of lead with
into the
to shut down early. Maybe that's something that Kinagawa can
I couldn't wait 10 seconds.
Let's see if that's game plan to be going for as it's starting to get into the first game here. Swiss round 4 between Yuma and
we get
Matti.
Tailwind
Right
support.
Yuma, that's going to be both restricted on the field. That's Zamazenta and the Kyler Shadow Rider. Whimsicott and Qian Pao instead for Morgan.
Yeah, it's a really offensive lead here from Kinagawa, coming out with both restricteds here and in a nice position. Going to have be a little bit threatened from the Chen Pao into the Calyrex. Of course, like, with that sash there, do have a bit of a protection, but there's Zamazenta putting a lot of pressure onto that Chen Pao, and you're not really offering up.
This is you have no defensive. Yeah, protect is literally the play in Tailwind. I agree.
On the Calyrex, go for Moonblast if you expect.
Because at least you can encore if they go for body press, and you can threaten.
Make sure that Qian Pao can make its way through the turn, and Whimsicott, when Matti has a Pokemon that has the ability to set the speed for the Pokemon he has in the back, that just makes so much sense.
Barrage, no Terra.
From the Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, Qian Pao won't take any damage.
Ain't no sucker coming in either. Damn, just calls the protect.
Is this going to be the double up? No, instead into the Qian Pao. So Whimsicott can stick around. Whether that's going to be too great or not, we'll have to see. But
no
we have the opportunity to see, and it also
raw Astro Barrage is wild. I guess it's a tough turn to go for a sucker turn 1, but damn, that was risky.
Okay, interesting. We get to see that Matti has only brought one of the restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, really interesting there. No Calyrex in the back for Matti, so that's a big decision there. It puts a bit more reliance on that.
Not taking Venom off to Worlds. What is this? Where did that even come from?
Comes onto the field, he's going to have a way harder time being able to deal with the Calyrex Shadow Rider then. The Zamazenta here, still not really threatened from either the Chen Pao or this Whimsicott. So
that's how Calyrex Shadow Riders play.
Just fire off attacks into Chen Pao. The double up here is pretty threatening, even though
Calyrex Shadow Rider's dead.
A lot of damage from that Ice Spinner. Whimsicott now the double up with the Moonblast, not enough for the KO. Calyrex Shadow Rider's going to stick around. Astro Barrage now in return.
Oh my gosh. You only get like 2 turns of Tailwind after 2. That's amazing.
Still has this opportunity to attack as well.
Why did this Calyrex get so much value? Without a Terra either.
You have to imagine it's going to be a little bit more of the same this go around. But look at that. We got to see a Calyrex Shadow Rider that was brought down so low. It's going to be taken down. But still, that's going to be Yuma with a double KO on the turn. And Matti just the one.
Yeah, it gets the Grimnir boost, but then the Life Orb kicks in and the recall there just enough to take it down. The fact that it was able to survive.
I guess getting rid of Calyrex though is still really good for Za for later. But you got no chip on opposing Za. This is not looking that great.
In a very strong position and no Trustalization is being committed yet. That might be able to bring in their own Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt, but you got to remember that the Tailwind's still active on Matti's side. It's not present on Kinagawa's.
The Boomer.
Yuma now, with that one Calyrex being knocked out, has this opportunity to bring this Rillaboom onto the field. So yes, there is still going to be a couple more turns of this Tailwind to play around with, but you do have Fake Out now to at least slow things down for this one turn to slowly but surely make your way through.
There's only one turn left.
Best use of it is possible here to kind of get through these Tailwind turns and then kind of even the
I was trying to be greedy with my Zaz. I was running no protect iron defense when I was testing it. Very greedy, very bad.
An easy one is the Rillaboom, of course. You have that Fake Out, so that's not going to be an option this turn, but once this turn's passed, you're still going to be in a really not so great situation until that Tailwind does dissipate. The one thing that you would say as well that Matti has as an advantage is they can thrustlize out the weakness from the body press from the
Is he calling the
really get out of that weakness?
Okay, they tried to call the Fake Out on Raging Bolt.
And it's going to be a Raging Bolt that protects Zamazenta that tried to get a move off, but it's going to be stopped in its tracks. The body press from Yuma though in.
Alright, so no damage happened this turn. No damage happened this turn.
Matti, that's now is one last turn of that tail.
Matti, they might have to
now I think it's
Terra,
making the
right?
most of it, right? I think you can go for the double up into the Rillaboom. It hasn't got Protector, an easy slot to go for here. But we are finally seeing those terrestrialization options locked in, and which one it will be, we'll find out
Yeah, you don't want to die to body press.
Fighting terrestrialization on Kinagawa. Go
Oh my gosh, this is going to do so much.
Matti side of the field. Which toggle will he go?
I'm not in Worlds.
Yeah, when you see the terrestrialization, you know it's all out offense, but it's, of course, Matti that gets to fire off. He's double attack first, and you called out Rillaboom.
All right, so that's dead.
So it's going to be an easy
But
double,
Tailwind ends
easy
this
KO.
turn.
Now it's going to be the terrestrialized Zamazenta. See how much damage it
This is
can
gonna do
with
1,000,000,000%.
Terrestrialization we don't get to see too often, and so
Oh my
into
god.
the Raging Bolt,
Wait,
not quite enough for the KO.
what is your last mon that you don't care about Za? I guess when you're Terra fight, you don't have to care about Za, so that makes sense.
But still significant. And now that was the final turn of the Tailwind. So now how are these restricted going to match up into each other?
Yeah, well, the body press doing a lot of damage. I kind of wanted to see it into the Zamazenta to see what the damage option would be like there. But both
Okay, yeah.
relying on their Raging Ball.
Makes sense.
You're
good.
You're their last two Pokemon.
You're literally good. This is going to be that easily.
In a bit more of a healthier position, Kinagawa there with the fresh Raging Ball to come onto the field now. You know, the Raging Ball on Matti's side has taken a lot of damage so far, but Matti does still have the option to terrestrialize one of their Pokemon, now knowing where Kinagawa's kind of put their terrestrialization. So could maybe utilize the Dragon typing on the Zamazenta. Probably not the best idea, to be honest, because you've got
some
the
grassy
Dragon
terrain.
Pulse threat from the Raging Ball on the opposite side of the field, but is your own...
You don't think Terra fight changes that many rolls? It goes from doing like 60 to 90%. That's a pretty... It's stab.
Raging Ball too low health to really commit that terrestrialization to.
On
No
Za.
terrestrialization's going to be spent at least right here, right now. It's
No
gonna be
Terra's
one
been
apiece.
committed
Yuma
either.
going to be observed that Zamazenta. Actually, both Pokemon.
Yeah, it's literally-
so
it has
that
to be for the
double
mirror.
protect. Matti just
Bloggy?
onto this Raging Bolt. So a turn where it's just a little bit of information, and all these Pokemon that can't protect
It
now next
also
time around, unless you want to
it
do
also
one free roll.
goes from like if opposing Terra Za is like Terra Dragon, for instance, we've seen them only take about 40%. It goes from that to always two-shotting. So it's a really cool for the mirror. Can we call Zamazenta Zam because Za can also refer to Zacian? Well, but Zam can also refer to Alakazam. That's like saying, can we call Mag because it can refer to Magearna or Macargo Gary or Magnezone? You just have to know. You just have to know. If you know, you know.
Yeah, that's it. And I think now you've got to really kind of say, what's the most important?
Nah, if you want to use the bird, you got to play Gen 8 Rambats, like I said, and use Pheasant. That's the only place.
Pokemon that you want to get rid of if you're Matti or if you're Kinagawa. I think if you can get rid of the opposing Zamazenta,
Yeah,
then maybe
you gotta try to.
a little bit easier to deal with. But if you get the option
I like this. I like the idea of this play. I don't think Thunderclap does enough, though.
wrong, I mean, the double protect makes it a little bit easier to go after one of them. Yeah, we are going to lock in now. Matti's decision to terrestrialize in which Pokemon will
This makes a lot. This literally makes a lot of sense.
It might not have the most
I have no
but
idea
trying
what
to take
game it
advantage
is.
of the most as it can.
We're on
Get
day
through
one
to
still.
A potential Thunderclap. Try and make sure as much damage is done as
No, this makes so
possible.
much
Just gonna
sense.
make sure that you're doing
Does
so
this
much
do over
damage
half?
to Zamazenta.
Nah,
And
it's not gonna kill a body
Matti
press.
gets outspeed, which he does, but that's just not going to be
Look at that, look at that.
Body press now in retaliation.
And look
You'll
at this
try
roll back.
from Yuma. We already saw
And
how
this
much
makes
into
so
the
much
Raging
sense here,
Bolt.
too.
Easy KO. Now Matti just down to one final Pokemon. And Yuma, I mean,
I don't think Xerneas is ever gonna be released with Terra.
Touched and skill can put off with so much pressure. Thunderbolt into the Zamazenta. That's going to bring it down to about half.
Yeah, now you've got this really awkward position where...
And like, there's no reason not to protect with opposing Za and just Thunderbolt again.
Maybe one more tick if we see the protect there could put it out of range from a body press. So
Calls it.
maybe the body press going after.
I guess actually this is better, right? Because you can only kill one. There's no reason to there's no reason to protect. That's better. Because you can only kill one. You don't even kill Rage. Really well played by Yuma.
Double up here, and it is going to lock it up. Kinagawa going to be able to take this first game.
Just imagine a Sucker Punch turn one, though. That'd be crazy. So it looked like Matti was targeting literally all the support Baza. Baza ended up being the mon that basically killed everything. So it's really
convincing
interesting.
fashion. Not really in any threat throughout that whole game, and the fighting terrestrialization on the Zamazenta could have been the difference, the game changer there.
Yeah, see,
Oh
that's
my
the
god.
damage that Yuma was
Evil. Not the double Smeargle. I didn't see that before. People hate that mon. It's very, very annoying. This shirt is fire, by the way. The Dittos and Pikachus. Is there a Mimikyu hiding anywhere?
doing with his own Zamazenta in comparison to Matti, especially when you do have that sort of near end game with each player having their Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt. You saw how much that
evasion
stacked up.
boost.
And really big difference in the terrestrialization, as you called out. Wasn't really a safe position for Matti.
Smeargle's
to
nasty.
terrestrialization on that
I can't wait to
Zamazenta
watch day
because,
two
I mean,
and the
there's
rest,
Raging Bolt that can
the
just
rest of
click
this. I
Dragon
think this is
Ball,
round
so you're not
4
within
that we're
every
watching
wall.
right now.
So
Yeah, this is
I'm really
round
intrigued
4.
how this next game can go, especially too. Again, we saw that battle of the Zamazenta, but it was a
No,
Cowler
no,
Shadow
day
Rider
two's
for
right
Yuma
here.
that actually made a lot of impact early game, and Matti that opted to only bring one.
Yeah. They're gonna be black for a bit today. But we skip ahead basically to every game, so it's like this, and there's 3 games left on this side.
Restricted.
Yeah, and I think that it was a really smart lead from Kinagawa where they led so effectively there, where Matti maybe led with 2 Pokemon that really didn't have the offensive prowess to be able to deal with the Zamazenta effectively. And you can see they're losing the Gen Power so easily, and the Whimsicott, yes, you got the Tailwind up, but
So
you
you're
didn't really
done
get
with
much in return because you may have got rid of the Calyrex.
And you're chilling?
And sandals, and I'm done.
It's fair. Okay. Same lead into Smeargle
for Matti,
Tornadus.
especially if you didn't think this Miracle was going to make an appearance, but it's Matti that's going to keep with the same lead. But a drastic change from Yuma into this next game.
Yeah, really drastic leads here because you're going with matching the
Dude,
tailwind
John,
almost and not
fucking
with that
monsters.
restricted pair. This Miracle
Not
coming out,
tonight.
he has to be a little bit wary of that taunt, but the one thing that you're going to have to say is, does the Whimsicott then match the tailwind? You're going to say protect from the chin power, though. Doesn't want to get
You have cover cloak on Whimsicott, so you don't have to care.
Yeah, just make sure that you are safe as well. Make sure that you're not going
Match the tailwind now, or do you bleak win first?
Tailwind from the Whimsicott and eyeing up the Tornadus on the opposing end of the field. This can either be a match or an opportunity.
Yeah,
to do
it makes
some
sense to
damage.
bleak win
So,
first,
of
'cause you
course,
can always
nothing
tailwind
into
next turn.
Qian Pao. Whimsicott, this is going to be dealing a lot though. Whimsicott does hold on.
Beautiful
though, against
EVs.
7 AP. Muti special defense.
Muti special defense.
Yeah,
Nothing.
That sky plate now. I think it was the beak before was the boosting item, but she's swapping it up there. I really like this though because now you've kind of delayed a turn where you can go for your tailwind with your own Tornadus and you'll have that extra additional.
Yeah, you get an
tailwind
extra turn. That's
you'll still have
beautiful.
yours active, so really smart play. And you can set it here, and you're still going to be putting on a lot of pressure with this Smeagol here after that fake out that turn. You've got the active spawn.
Can't really encore
You're gonna be in a
the
position
Torn
where you
if you
can
Terra
maybe
Darts as
utilize
well.
that pressure and maybe
I don't think you
switch
have to
something
Terra Dark, though.
Chen Pao almost feels like it's forced to go for that this next turn.
Yeah, when you're looking at these two Pokemon that Yuma have, and
Torn's
especially this Miracle, that's a Pokemon you can't really let
Torn
get
literally
out.
wants to get up tailwind and
Once
die.
Pokemon survive, you do have to hard swap into a different Pokemon to try to take advantage of the situation, and it's going to be Raging Bolt. Also, notably, Matti leaving Zamazenta at home.
Bleakwind does get priority as well, exactly, yeah. So it goes in right after.
Now, Smeargle follow me.
'Cause it takes
Make
the
sure
same,
that
the
Tornadus
same
is gonna
boost,
be safe
yeah.
on this turn, but it's going to be the last time it gets to use a status move, a taunt to completely shut it down. Again, Tornadus is not active, so you know it's another attack. Bleakwind Storm, so much
Breaks the
damage.
sash as well.
Okay, you see the power that's got with the boost from the sky plate doing
Defense
huge
boost is
damage.
actually
Respectful damage
disgusting
to that
too.
Raging Bolt as well.
Well, Smeargle has to switch.
Anything because of that taunt, so he's going to be forced to switch. Or, you know, it's a bit of a free slot here. So Matti has got that to take advantage of now with the ice.
You get a free
KO
KO on the ice spinner on that slot.
Threatened. It's kind of sitting on the field now where you could go for the tailwind, expecting maybe a thunderclap to come out, and then yeah, I'll just take the ice spinner that comes out from the Chen Pao because that'd be fine. I've got my tailwind set. Yours is going to end the turn following this one, so I'll be in a really good spot even if I lose the Tornadus this time around.
So of course, Miracle to Collab can't really do anything, having been taunted. So Yuma
T-Ball coming out that side. Is it Rillaboom?
And now it's going to be none
It's
other than
Za.
Zamazenta to hit the
Still
field.
good
On the
mon.
shield, of course, get a little bit of a defense boost. Now,
Protects the stall out of turn as well. Great playing around.
And of course, not wanting to take any sort of damage on the turn.
You get a huge T-Bolt off.
And void, and for the Raging Bolt as well. That one will be into the Zamazenta, so not a free switch, but a considerable amount of damage.
Yeah. And,
Alright, so Pao goes down this turn because you get the tailwind up and then you just kill Pao.
You want to reposition, you want to get things in place before you really let this.
Beautiful positioning from the opponent.
But the switch into the Zamazenta here is great because you're starting to put a lot of pressure, and that Raging Bolt going to be very close to being knocked out from the damage that we saw the Terrestrialized Body Press do in the game 1. So that Raging Bolt can't just rely on the fact that it's got a lot of health and it's remaining. It has to be very careful going into this next turn because if a tailwind comes out from the Tornadus, Body Press follow up into that slot, you could be left in a really awkward position where one of the more powerful Pokemon that you're going to lean into to swing this match for you could be lost quite quickly.
Another point for how this Zamazenta and this Terrestrialization type is just so impactful in this match. So we're going to see
Wants the damage on Raging Bolt, which makes
type.
sense.
The damage that we saw in game number 1 from this Terrestrialization was big, and this Raging Bolt on the other end cannot feel quite safe. This is finally the opportunity speed on Yuma's side. Tailwind has been clicked. Now Body Press from the Zamazenta.
But you get the tailwind back up.
Into the Raging Bolt. Not enough
Damn.
for the KO.
Almost killed. So you get a big T-Bolt off.
Huge. Terrestrialization being clicked, Matti, that is not enough for the KO there.
Yeah, and the switch into the Whimsicott is a really nice one because now you've got the option to potentially go for the encore into the Tornadus to lock it into that tailwind. So really well timed there.
Yeah, but if you encore, then you don't beat Za. I think you still want tailwind. Dude, Sash Smeargle on this is also so nasty because look how big fake out. All these mons are like at Smeargle range.
Which would be nice. The Raging Bolt are in such an awkward position. It can go for
An honest guy like me though brings
probably not from
Technician
down
Smeargle with fake out. Very honest.
Still in that nice position, and now with that tailwind active, really going to be starting to put on the pressure, especially after that trust.
Good play, good play.
And with how offensive this Tornadus has been as well, the last thing you want to do is put all the eggs in the basket of the Thunderclap. It's Zamazenta, and all of a sudden
No taunt from the tailwind at Torn. Just to, I guess, account for that.
it's not ready in an attack, and you just get KO'd by a Bleakwind. But now Whimsicott, since it has been out back on the field, Body Press, that's the Tailwind, Body Press, but of course Raging Bolt.
Alright, so now you go Calyrex now and you get your kills.
Storm, no connection onto the Raging Bolt.
Bleakwind
No
you actually
into
want to
Whimsicott,
connect.
though, well, and Whimsicott already on his sliver. Now Matti can't be bringing into a Pokemon. Quite
That Sash Smeargle is legitimately a threat now. So now you get your...
Yeah, one of the things that you would say is that the fighting Terrestrialization doesn't really help you out too much against Calyrex because
You Thunderclap plus Psychic.
That Psychic weakness that you've got there, but with the fighting type, you can't really do that. So it's an easy target now with that Psychic into the Zamazenta to get rid of that Pokemon. So whether or not we see Kagawa maybe switch out the Zamazenta, keep it for later, and just keep applying the pressure with the Tornadus, it's going to be able to outspeed the Raging Bolt. And
I don't know if Thunderclap kills that, but you definitely Thunderclap with Psychic. We might see a Protect from the Za.
Damage into the Calyrex is going to be very useful as well.
Sub on the Protect is so nice.
Try and do enough damage with something like the Psychic. Get to see a little bit of different
Sub is such a nice play by Matti. Oh, I love
This, of course,
this.
does not fare well up against something like that Body Press. Going from immunity to now just taking a lot of
Protects.
damage.
Yep,
But
protects.
we're eyeing
Do we see
up,
double
I mean,
protect?
just any sort of shutdown could be big. But of course, when you're talking about shutdowns, Thunderclap, nothing into the Tornadus.
Okay, but
if going to be
if
the answer into making sure you're not taking
the dog was like yes, the dog like nodded his head.
And probably going to be relatively free on this turn, but no, heavy slam instead into the Calyrex.
It was such a fire play though, Matti. I love the play. I love the try. That was such a fire play.
Bases there with that substitute, which is really nice there. Put himself into that position again where it can threaten that damage into this next turn, and the Tornadus has burned that protect here, so it is going to have to do something, either switch to get around the Thunderclap threat or just go for that big win that we were talking about before to get that nice damage onto Raging Bolt, pick up the knockout, and now the Calyrex, which is already taking a little bit of chip, getting that substitute up and getting around that turn where they've taken the heavy slam rather than the body press. I
think it's just Thunderclap or Psychic, right?
For the Zamazenta to go after that Calyrex.
Assuming Thunderclap kills.
To get the knockout, super effective damage into that one Scots type.
Astral Barrage is interesting.
Dark Terrestrialization, so you can't get taunted is so nice, but the fact that you've opened yourself up to the body press damage is not, and taunted set into the Raging Bolt.
Nice play. Nice play. Calls a no wide guard. Still gets the kill, gets a lot of damage off on.
Okay,
so no wide guard, but Smeargle still has that pressure too.
And with that life ball boost as well, you get some really good damage onto the Tornadus. You can activate.
So you can't protect, and then Smeargle gets a free fake out into the.
Still got the Raging Bolt hanging on by a thread on your side of the field. I've got that.
The Thunderous Slide.
Kind of checking the Tornadus. So if the Tornadus decides to go for a Bleak Wind, then you've got it kind of checked there. But one Pokemon that can come and start disrupting, kind of supporting the Tornadus here.
I think just Thunderbolt.
Out now can go for it into either target it wants to prevent an attack coming out, and then the Tornadus can apply a little bit more pressure with the
yeah, Thunderbolt that.
If it's on to kind of match what's on Matty's side.
And it's nice at least for the Calyrex since you can just protect
I like
that, since of course there's immunity, but no attempt at a protect. Instead is just going to be taking that fake out. Nothing into the Raging Bolt though. So Raging Bolt will
still
be able to
fun
go
because you still threaten it, and you're still
Make sure
faster.
that the speed is going to be matched on this turn, but Thunderbolt into this Smeargle is going to bring it all the way down into the Focus Sash.
Yeah, now the question is, what does Matti go for, right? The Tailwind's set up now, so the stage is set for Knigawa for the next few turns. The
special attack, speed drop? No speed drop.
Defense drop, that's fine. Not really going to affect the outcome here. But now you've got Wide Guard on the Smeargle. Do you lock in with an Astral Barrage? It's not going to be super effective into the Smeargle, but if you kind of lock into the Psychic and go after the Tornadus,
you can't protect because of taunt.
Then you kind of open yourself up to being subjected to a spore potentially from the Smeargle, and that's the worrying part about it. You want to try and get rid of the Smeargle before it can get that spore off and start
It'd be for Prankster, correct, yes.
Knigawa playing this absolutely.
And also to resist Astral Barrage.
To make it so difficult for Matti to get that momentum swing that he's trying so desperately to kind of get here.
And the fact that the Tornadus was able to just reset that speed is huge.
Okay, it works out.
Finally going to find its mark as Tornadus goes
Is Cali still
down.
faster than Smeargle? No, right? It should be a spore.
Though, but on this turn, it will be that spore because Yuma has the speed. Might as well take advantage of it.
I think it's Cali in the back. I think Cali in the back just wins.
Yeah, and it all comes down to the last Pokemon in the back.
Okay, so it burns the sleep turn immediately though, so it can still wake off.
Don't wearing off with the Raging Bolt, so worth noting there in a defense, moody boost, and a speed.
Oh, that's a protect next turn would have actually covered that because the speed drop would have meant this is faster.
Influential going into this next turn. Even though the Tailwind's set up, will that affect the interactions with maybe the Raging Bolt this next turn?
We'll have to see if this one comes to fruition, but hitting the field is a very speedy Pokemon. 2 more turns of the Tailwind.
It's going to come down to Pal, I think.
For Matti, of course, has taken that one mandatory turn of sleep on that previous turn.
Thank
but
you,
whether
Raul.
it wakes up, that's going to be a different story.
Yeah, and you kind of need to wake up as soon as possible.
You literally need the first turn wake.
Side, but the Astral Barrage is going to be super effective if
what do you do? You just Spiky Shield plus.
To take it down and just to kind of try and get through.
You need to keep this alive.
We are seeing that protect.
Yeah, his nasty
plot makes so much sense.
Take advantage of the situation. Now there's a special attack boost for
going
Yuma.
for sleep turns. Okay, but that's the second turn.
Maybe a big play into this, and that could be the damage difference maker going on forward. Spore into the protect from the Raging Bolt. But yeah, that could be everything. Now on this next turn,
Wide Guard's
going to be the
big
interesting
though.
one because again, that's Calyrex now 2 turns of sleep.
Yeah, and I think the thing is you could protect your own Calyrex with your Smeargle as long as it's sticking around on the field. It's down to that 1 HP. So if you go for the Wide Guard here, you don't really need to worry about the threat of Astral Barrage. And now you've taken that perfect opportunity you had to get the Nasty Blood plus 2 special attack. You'll get in a position where even though it's resisted, the Astral Barrage will probably be able to be enough to pick up the knockout. And we are seeing
big wake.
That is
the Astral Barrage now, right?
So you make sure that you're not going to be taking
free
damage
Astral Barrage.
To make sure the Calyrex Shadow Rider is not going to be taking any damage either. Astral Barrage, of course, nothing into the Calyrex. And Raging Bolt, Pokemon that's already taking a lot in this battle. This is a +2 Astral Barrage and a Raging Bolt on just a couple of HP. There is
These
no
Smeargles are putting in crazy work with Follow Me.
And hitting the field, and curious where this could be the big difference maker, especially eyeing up that, yeah, there's a Tailwind gone, you have access to Sucker Punch, and I mean, if you can get rid of the
you just Follow Me though, plus Astral Barrage, and you kill both.
The game opens up for sure. I think the big key factor there was the Tailwind ending. So the speed interaction now between the two Calyrex is going to be really crucial here. Who's going to go first? But Matti definitely got the advantage. I think you need to get rid of the Smeargle though, because as long as that Wide Guard's in effect, you can't really utilize your Astral Barrage where Knigawa can utilize theirs. And then now +3 special attacks. So regardless of the resistance,
protect and then Psychic, and you hope you live your Astral Barrage.
Subjected to that move hitting for super effective damage. The problem
will
is,
Smeargle Spiky Shield plus protect though? And then burn up protects? And then Follow Me?
Pressure on itself from the Chen Power.
And then Astral Barrage? Isn't that?
You know, one of those will be enough.
No, because you can still have, you can still kill because you go in speed type.
Do you cover the Astral Barrage?
Let's see, Matti, what do you do?
And Sucker Punch off the table with Matti opting protect instead. And none of the above play as it's going to be a Psychic going in.
It's going for a Spore, I guess.
Up the others instead, maybe a Spore, but now Smeargle is gone and the Calyrex Shadow Rider for Yuma.
Marlene said
that
it died.
Next turn. It is of course a very scary Calyrex Shadow Rider with that Astral Barrage at this +3. But again, when we're looking
this
at the
kills, right?
that Calyrex Shadow Rider on the opposing end, it looks like Matti might be able to have these pieces.
Yeah,
okay. It's going to come down to Sucker Wars.
It's going to be enough, and it's going to get another boost to +4 right now. It's in a pretty healthy position as well.
It's going to come down to Sucker Wars.
This Sucker Punch threat on the Chen Pao. You've got enough to be able to take that, because I really don't feel like you have now. You've lost that line of support. Looks like Matti might be able to tie this one up with the last remaining Pokemon that they were able to keep in the back. But no, Sucker Punch landing.
Oh, we're going to be playing one of these.
Oh, they said I'm going for game. I mean, you might as well. You're up 1.
This is where endgames can get interesting, because of course, when you're looking at how many times you can use the Sucker Punch, well, it is limited, right? So it's going to be a little bit of the mind games.
Oh, Tom would be nasty.
When you try, and second time's not it.
Yeah, and this is it. I think you can't really deviate from going for the Sucker Punch. I think you've got. We can see the Matti's got 8 of them, right? 6 of them are remaining. So I think you can't really deviate at this early stage. I think you've got to really go between that and protect. Maybe the way to go about it. But the one time that you don't look into it, it's risky because, right?
Yeah, and you can protect every other turn as well. 3.
That turn, and then you lose the game, right? But we are seeing the protect Sucker Punch once again from Matti. So it's all a mind game. Who is going to give in first? Who's going to go for the move?
Never Ice Spinner. If you're gonna make the call, you always taunt.
Attempt to protect. So if it was an Ice Spinner, it could have been some damage. And of course, Matti can always go for the Ice Spinner
4.
or go for the taunt. But again, as you call
and now
it,
protects
if you
free this turn.
anything other than the Sucker Punch, and it's well,
protects the call out. Protect.
It's a scary situation. So Matti, this is going to be the deviation.
Smart.
Now.
Safe. Safe.
Yuma, was this going to be the turn to ready the attack? This is always going to be so intense, but no, protect yet again. So is Yuma always just going to protect? So can Matti take advantage of this?
Yeah, but I mean, maybe, right? You can go for the Ice Spinner, but are you getting lured into like
5
security where you're like, okay, he keeps going for the protect, he keeps going for the nasty block. Am I going to take this opportunity to go for the Ice Spinner? But
so what's happening here is this Pokemon is slower than this Pokemon, but it's going for a priority move that can knock this Pokemon out. And the only way you out, it's called Sucker Punch. So it only works if your opponent attacks you. So they're currently going for Nasty Plots and Protects, which are non-attacking moves, to dodge it. So this is really intense. And this is only a best of 3. Yuma is up 1-0. If Yuma wins this, they go, I mean, they both go on. This person, Matti, is 3-0. They're both 3-0. One of them goes 4-0. The other is 3-1. You still keep going for the day. But this is really, really intense.
There's always that little doubt in the back of your mind that says, maybe this is the turn that they click the Astral Barrage button, and now they're +6. We haven't got that much health.
Blunder usually attacks on the 7th Sucker Punch.
It's a real hard situation here.
Blunder attacks on the 7th.
Kigawa obviously keeping count of the Sucker Punches.
Blunder attacks right here.
And there's only a matter of time before we run out of those, and maybe then you have to rely on the Ice Spinner to get those attacks off.
2 more left in this.
I told you Blunder attacks right here! No!
You can see the pop-off on this turn. So Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Sucker Punch is going to be taken down, and it's going to be Yuma. He's got 0 in this set after the craziest endgame.
That was incredible. I can't believe it. Really,
what a great game. Yo, what a crazy game.
That was just incredible to see.
Yo.
The threat of the Sucker Punch then, pounding them down. You go for the protective, go for the
what a crazy game.
I'm guessing, yes, I am. But this turn, I know that you're going to deviate. And
that was amazing. What a crazy Sucker Punch.
We could have went to a game 3, but no, Kigawa showing why they are one of the favorites to win this year's World Championships.
That was crazy. That was actually so crazy. That was actually insane. Not gonna get me. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now. I lose immediately. Yeah, I would have too, and I would have lost immediately. What a great game. Seriously, what a great game. On to the next one. Oh, let's see the standings real quick.
Also, the sadness feel like it's for most of us still.
Hey, Yink, how are you, fam?
Prepared for this, and suddenly I play on stream. I mean, it's bad in players because it's clear you. So thank
yeah, for the World Championship. Don't you worry, that's not the last of those.
We've already traveled halfway around the world.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see what we got.
Of course, someone broke out on
Justin at number 1, 4-0. We saw Yuma, who's 4-0. James as well as 4-0. Nice. All names I recognize. Louis. Alex. Doing okay. Looked like World's been a good one. It's fire.
Up there at 4.
I'm feeling.
No, I mean,
out players for seems
top 16 looking good.
Incredible grassroots results throughout regulate
top level with exactly what you bring. I think it's really important as a
Swiss round 5 is gonna be nice. Stands with the upcoming games for a good amount of time. Oh no. All right, let's watch this next one. Round 5. Shoma. Okay. You okay? Okay. Look at these teams. Duff only Ho-Oh at Worlds. Could have been me. Nah, I couldn't. I would have had to have won the event to make it to Worlds, or go and travel to all those events. That's a lot of money and time. I don't know how anybody does it. But time is money, exactly. So like,
You gotta
Life Orb Treads, my goat.
what's it called?
Spend money to make money. Yeah, I know.
you guess that's what we were talking about, trainers. You get no
So I have
points,
like
but
3
you
people
get
working
respect,
for
so
me.
congratulations. Yeah, Ho-Oh and the career amulet on one, but not on the other.
yeah, so like
Working
massive
with me,
difference in how
rather.
these teams play. And looking at the team like Shadow Riders, Amazenta,
Okay.
core that we're so used to.
So the Trick and Leech set that everybody's running around with. Low kick, different than collision close in close combat. 120 base power without the drops. AV and Sin. Gee, I've always wondered about that. Was Ash like rich? How he paying for everything on the journey? Oh, he had Brock and whoever was with him cooking. And he won a little bit of money whenever you play. His mom probably sent him some. Maybe he actually traded some mons to the black market or Team Rocket and they gave him some money. Terra Stellar is cool. I love Chi-Yu. This is a matchup, by the way, that you freaking love Ho-Oh. This is the matchup I would have loved with Ho-Oh. 100%. Even with because Terrifier Calyrex doesn't matter next to Iron Treads. Like Iron Treads plus Ho-Oh goes stupid in this matchup. I hope we see Iron Treads because it goes absolutely stupid in this matchup.
To seeing, here it is up on screen as our players get ready to lock in their Pokemon for game, which is going EU, holding the trick roots.
Let's see the Ho-Oh set.
You know, and let's see if it's on can be
Quite difficult to position.
I'm about to say, you're not going to show me? Yep, standard dot. Claire Amulet, solid. Loaded dice. Ooh, the scale shot. Nice, we're a different time. Ash could get away with it. Exactly. I believe they did, Loggy. Will-O-Wisp, Incineroar. Sash. Ironhead, knockoff, highest power, protect. Oh, no EQ. Terra Ghost makes sense. I would have, you know me, I'd drop protect as well. I didn't like Ironhead because it was so weak on Life Orb, but I understand having it. I think if I would have changed that, I probably would have put Rock Slide. But Knock makes so much sense because, I mean, you kill. And AV.
Can do it.
Love
on
the team.
Side, Yoshitaka there with the Ho-Oh, and I'm so excited the lane charge to try and get the for the Miraidon matchup, which
Icy Wind plus Taunt. Ooh.
Gold, you can rejoice even more with that.
Yeah.
I thought the team sheets were laminated this time. Like, yo, Worlds is stepping it up.
Fascinating as well to see this Cridal mirror.
Wait. This one is laminated. Yeah, it just only matters. Very nice. And for the Terra Fairy, it's good for Terra Fairy, Lunala, and stuff. But I like Steel Roller because it actually gets like kills.
Way, hopefully to victory. Ho-Oh-Oh. Best of luck to Yoshitaka. Best of luck to Shoma here. Fascinating as well to see this Cridal mirror. The scale shot is going to be really
loving all the
because,
pairs of
of course,
the commentators as well.
Is actually running a dragon type move, so to be able to put Shoma under the thumb a little bit, force out that Terra Fire, and then maybe
I think we only have like 2 more games.
Really fascinating game.
You also wonder if the scale shot, if
after
Shoma
this
goes for the Terra
for
Fire,
day 1, and then we
he's
go to
able
day 2.
The KO with 4, even 5 hits on there, and
Resin
you
Bed.
never know because the Koraidons could be the same.
And he
speed,
pretends
which
to be
one's gonna
French.
faster if it's
That's amazing.
Yoshitaka's maybe that's the one that's going to have the advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, and Incineroar can go a long, long way here for Shoma. For that reason, because the drawback of not running the clear amulet and instead the loaded dice in your Cridal.
Freaking love Ho, man.
Drops. And so, you know, it stacks, doesn't it? Even if scale shot hits
good
like
mon.
every single one is hitting less hard, and so cumulatively,
You bring your own
will
sheet.
be not dealing
Oh
with
yeah, I had mine in my book
Consider
bag.
All eyes can be on the Koraidons here because of the way that they're trained differently. But actually,
A backpack.
the more I look at this match, if Yoshitaka is able to knock out that Raging Bolt, but what exactly on Shoma's team is really hitting the Ho-Oh for?
I'm saying.
Calyrex Ice Ride.
Physical offense trainers, it's all about the sun and it's all about Swiss Round 5 here at Anaheim
Yep,
2025.
good leap.
That's the Ho, and it's the shiny berry and shiny hunters rejoice alongside.
God,
Fascinating
Ho
Koraidon
looks
and
so
Flutter
nice
Mane,
in this
and that
matchup.
climax
And
is
shiny,
for
my
both
goat.
of Yoshitaka's Pokemon.
Yeah, Yoshitaka's already taking advantage of what Shoma wants to do here, but both players really do want Sun on the field, and you kind of take the gamble. Well, one of us is going to set up Sun eventually, so
My Ho didn't look like that.
And getting the Ho in there really
From
nice
this
and
side.
early.
I guess because I had it on my
Doesn't
side.
mind about anything like the icy wind.
Let's Ho do the bolt
certainly
though.
Won't take too much damage.
Sacred Fire does like 30% and burns it. Other matches on Victory Road TV. I'm watching these ones right now. I won't mind watching the other ones. But not today though.
So the Ho in prime position to start putting damage on the board here. More importantly, I think the Sacred Fire in the Sun easily going to be enough to take Flutter Mane down to the Focus Sash. Probably one of the only Pokemon in the format that can then knock it out through the Focus Sash with the burn.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that they're 2 feet in front of each other.
It's a good chance. 50% chance of a burn from that Sacred Fire. And that is, of course, why Ho is the undisputed GOAT. And I don't know why we haven't been seeing more of it in regulations at so far. Lugia, where are you? But Ho at least is here. The only one on the field as a reminder, trainers. Let's see what these trainers are able to afford
Protect,
here.
safe.
As Flutter Mane just scouts out. It's going for that protect.
Ho attacking
Not
is
gonna
always
take
free.
any damage. So is
Protect,
Koraidon.
yep. And you
Do we have
attacking
the
the
test
you
on
attacking the
so
Flutter
far?
Mane.
Show it to us. Or no, just the targeted move down into the Flutter
You're
Mane.
always attacking the Flutter Mane here. You don't have to care about. Yep.
Able to go for
Here it
Sacred
is,
Fire.
here it is.
You don't care about you
Flutter Mane here.
don't care about Koraidon because the only Koraidon that can two shot a defensive Ho is Adamant Life Orb Terrifier. It has to be Adamant Life Orb. Otherwise, it doesn't. Shadow Ball into Flare, whatever doesn't. Like I know my Ho. I don't know if they train their Ho the same way, but I know my Ho calcs.
Wait for it. Hold. Yes.
And there it is.
He's gonna go down at the end of this
Terrifier.
turn.
It has to be
Takes
Terrifier
an
Adamant
early
Life Orb.
advantage.
The 2
You've got
shot
two
with
options there with the
Flare
Ho as well.
Blitz.
You
It has to
can
be
go
Adamant.
Tailwind and try not to play those speed games, or you know that the Ho is pretty safe, so why not lock in an attack?
Ho
especially
already
when
showing
the
it
Flutter
off.
Mane on Shoma's side doesn't actually carry protect. Like,
See, the thing about this is if you bring out Glass, you have to Terrifier, which means you have to pivot into the next slot with this, and that's not an answer. And then, because like you have to pivot into Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt takes the hit, and then you're really being weak to, because you're already protected, right? So if you Terra Calyrex, or if you Terra Koraidon, you can't do anything with it. And then Flutter is still staring you down with a Focus Sash. This was such a beautiful turn 1.
Why would you not just try to remove it from play? Then you've got your own Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis boost. That's going to be the fastest Pokemon
There's
out
so
there.
much
And
here,
it's
and
putting
Ho
so
can
much
protect for
pressure
free
on.
too,
I
and
think
Tailwind.
One of the things in the back with the Raging Bolt carrying the Life Orb is that these Raging Bolts usually are carrying quite a bit of bulk, but these Life Orb ones tend to be fast and offensive, and so having a Fluttermane, this is going to sound like an obvious statement, is definitely better than not having a Fluttermane in those kind of situations.
You have been playing competitive Pokemon since, what, 2010? And
Yeah,
the
it's a
insight
long
you
time.
just provided
You know
there,
what?
mind blown.
It's better to have 4 Pokemon than 3 sometimes.
Wow, you're going to have to tell me more about that after this game, because Calyrex Ice Rider has just joined the fray here. It's actually really vulnerable to an incoming Sacred Fire from Ho, but let's see. Heading into
Like
the
you
next
can't
turn, just what Calyrex is able to
even
achieve.
you can't even Terrafire Glacial Lance and then switch into Raging Bolt because there's no reason not to Moonblast the Koraidon. So if Raging Bolt comes out, if you have any of these guys in the back, you're still straight like into this mon. And you have your Sash as well. This is such a good position.
Of course, you've got the Terrifier there,
For Ho.
so you can keep yourself a
Yeah.
little bit safer. Raging Bolt could be a good switch in as well.
It's really important for the burn as well, but with the Koraidon just going for the Protect as well, both of these Pokemon are really pulling for the Terra choice.
Like
This is very
everything,
helpful sometimes of this
both
team
of the mons on the
competition
field
that
want
Shoma's
Terra
running.
right now.
Do you go Terra Fire on the Koraidon so you don't get knocked out straight away by a
But you
Moonblast,
need
or
to
do you go
Terra-
Fire
you need
on
to
the
Terra
Calyrex
Glass
so you don't take super
if you
effective
want a
damage
shot at
from
winning.
a Sacred Fire and maybe get burned.
And then it
Yeah,
makes
you're so
you
right. The Koraidon has been so vulnerable since the start of this game. So how is Shoma going to play it? Of course, you have the Raging Bolt in the back, which is also
Flare
gonna
Blitz
take
into
super
Glacial Lance is not going to
You're
kill.
going to be time
Ho-Oh.
to pull
That's
that
big
Terra
Ho-Oh.
button trainers. Going to be getting all sparkly on Shoma's Koraidon, going for his Terrifier, and I don't even want to think about all of the stacks this Koraidon has now. Terrifier in the sun, and you've got
And
the
Ho
Terra
just switches
Amulet
and
to
gets
reduce those
regen.
attack drops. The Moonblast instead targeted into the Calyrex.
Yep,
Ice Rider on
safe.
the side.
You're
That's
just
the
picking up the
attack
KO on
drops.
Calyrex.
That's the physical attackers trainers.
'Cause you know-
Now,
'cause,
the
like, this
Flare
doesn't
Blitz
two-shot.
into Ho-Oh, just for a well,
Look at how little
chip
they did.
damage,
Look how
about
little
4
they
of its
did.
HP.
I tell you,
But
only
Flame
Adamant
Charger
Life Orb
boosting his
kills.
speed up as well. Crucial into the next
Beautiful.
Sacred Fire that connects into the Calyrex Ice Rider. Just going to be that big.
So Terra's gone. This is where if you had EQ, you just click
I've
it.
lost the words here. You're just really taking the advantage, pressing
And now at the same time too, Sash on Fluttermane is still intact. Beautiful played.
the ability for that Ho-Oh to be able to take so many attacks from
It's
Shoma's
really difficult because, and this is why I love the Sun matchup with Ho, because it's really difficult without giving you Terra. Actually, guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get some more water, and then we'll continue. I'll be right back. Nah, that was a Flare Blitz, my friend. No, that was a Flame Charge. Excuse me. But look, Adamant. All right. Not shame the Ho by saying that, by the way. I don't think this Ho was as defensive as mine was, though, based on that Flame Charge damage.
side, and Shoma just not able to get safely
Then
that
again, Flame Charges.
Raging Bolt in position so that it can actually
Really
stand in
strong.
front of this Terra Water Ho-Oh and be able to put some pressure on it. Stop it from just
Oh,
taking
it's Terra
KO
Water,
after
interesting.
KO. But you got to remember how much of a read that was. And I think the temptation for Shoma would probably be to try to get into Trick Room, but without knowing how fast or slow that Ho-Oh is. If this Raging Bolt is a bit faster, the Ho-Oh is trained a little bit on the slow side, then maybe setting up Trick Room actually wouldn't give you an advantage. So you can see exactly what Shoma's trying to play out here, but this Ho-Oh is just doing so much work.
God, and treads in the
Shoma
back
wanted to
too.
win this game one, but Yoshitaka was like, Ho-Oh, no you don't, my friend. Ho-Oh is absolutely swooping for glory right now, with only 2 Pokemon available to Shoma.
Double
All
Protect is
4
safe.
for Yoshitaka. Is there any way now that Shoma can turn this around?
You know, it's an uphill battle.
No
but
reason not to
Koraidon
double
did get the
protect.
speed boost, which may give it the opportunity to outspeed the Fluttermane here, but with a Focus Sash, you would have to commit a Thunderclap into
Yeah,
it.
you
Not
burn
gonna be
their
this turn, though,
protects.
because there's a protect on the Fluttermane. I think Yoshitaka playing this defensively is a really good idea, but Shoma's got to preserve all their resources as much as possible to have a chance here at 4-2 down.
So move targeted there into Raging that Bolt's neck is so big I couldn't see the Protect Shield is just totally blocked. But the
Yep, and that's the way you play it. Yep.
Koraidon brought down to a nice neat
Beautiful. I think they have treads in the back.
100 HP, just continuing to chip away. But of course,
God, I love Ho-Oh
also
so much.
recoil damage will be going right back onto Ho-Oh.
And this is like the difficult thing now because the Koraidon, if you're Shoma, is starting to get into maybe range of a Shadow Ball. A lot of these Focus Sash Flutter mains don't need to invest in their defensive capabilities. They just go fast and offensive, so they can really take advantage of that. And
I thought it was Moonblast taunt,
though.
though.
The Thunderclap isn't enough to take the KO onto Ho-Oh. You've got another potentially Brave Bird coming out there. You've got to be thinking at this stage as well what Yoshitaka has had in the back. Maybe that's the consolation prize here for Shoma.
Yeah.
Try to take one knockout here and see what Yoshitaka was actually running so they can adjust that a little bit better for game 2.
So potentially a failed Thunderclap there, not activating because
Beautiful
of
taunt.
damage with the Flutter main going for the taunt. Koraidon can no longer prepare, but it's just attacking this turn anyway.
Yep.
Now with another Flame Charge onto Flutter main, brought down to its Focus Sash. So, you know, if there is a Pokemon that might be able to turn around for Shoma, it's going to be this speedy Koraidon. It's filled up with gas, but it's now going to have
God,
to
this
take
is
another Brave
beautiful.
Bird, hanging on with just 4 HP now. Yoshitaka whistling away.
And they
Ho-Oh
taunted on Koraidon too, so if like Incineroar's in the back, you just blitz
well,
him.
whether it's the Incineroar with a fake out, you've got the opportunity for Raging Bolt to come
Exactly.
out with Thunderclap as well. So lots of options here still for Yoshitaka.
I really like this from Yoshitaka though, just not revealing those 2 Pokemon in the back because it means heading into the next game, you have so many more options in Shoma's team. You do not want to.
I mean, one of the mons is going to be revealed no matter what.
Reveal that game plan means that Shoma will be even more in the back for heading into the next game. And there it is, Ho-Oh switching, all the nicer thanks to its Regenerator ability. So it will have recovered some HP back in its Pokeball. Now Incineroar has joined the fray instead. Clear Amulet on the Koraidon, so the Intimidate not going to do anything there. Raging Bolt doesn't mind an Intimidate drop.
But of course, the Incineroar coming in has got the Rocky Helmet as well, so that's one way that this 4 HP
Yeah.
Koraidon could get knocked out this turn.
Yeah, so tempting to go for that fighting time move into the Incineroar here, but yeah, it's going to be the low kick, which is
Great low kick play, but like, I mean, it did a lot to Ho-Oh anyway. Ho-Oh's bulky, but beautiful.
Still, big damage boosted by the Horror Pulse.
Yeah, definitely enough to put some pressure on the Incineroar still, but yeah, revealing Incineroar not necessarily much of a surprise in these sort of matchups.
You need clear Amulet on Ho-Oh with all Incin. Yeah, I love Rocky Helmet, but yeah, clear Amulet, you literally need it. It helps you deal with the shuffling Incins next to Calyrex as well.
So I think this is a great way for Yoshitaka to try to close up this game safely without actually revealing too much information, too much of their thought process. It's like, hey, there's the support Pokemon in the back. Like, did you expect that to come back?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, you had Incineroar. We haven't seen that in competitive Pokemon since about 10 minutes ago. I think it's called Incineroar. I never say it so rarely, but I don't know. Well, we could just call it Firecat for now. But Shoma just taking that time to decide, heading into game 2, what the game plan is going to be. It looks like they're back against all. We saw them hover over the forfeit button there, but deciding, well, no, I can just use this time to study up and decide how I'm going to flip things around to make sure that Yoshitaka doesn't get such a decisive advantage heading into the next game.
I think it's a good way to use time pretty much every single time, and when you're on the world stage, there is no better time to just take a little bit of
I think Leftovers is good.
time to think and process exactly what you're
You have the potential to just beat everything. Like the Lunala teams you beat with Leftovers, you'd rather have that than clear Amulet, because you can't click ice.
Incredible to see. We didn't even see Yoshitaka's Koraidon. Now,
Look at Ho-Oh putting in crazy work. Didn't even need the treads.
Is to assume that because it's double restricted format, you want to bring both of your very powerful legendaries, but maybe trying to catch Shoma off guard there.
I think the Scale Shot is actually a really good example of why you want to take Koraidon into this matchup.
Yeah,
Maybe if the Raging Bolt was there that little bit earlier, we could have seen an appearance. We don't know. Of course, it was never revealed what Yoshitaka's
That was a great game one.
Would have been great information for Shoma, but no such luck. As we see a little bit of
literally.
joining us on the stream here, Swiss
Like, there's no point. You don't care about Incineroar.
World Championships and
in the entire tournament, but I'm going to ask you, don't you, Jimmy Bendrick?
See how they
and
adjust.
My question is, how is Shoma
target in the early game? You've got to put pressure. Try get the calls right in the moment, and I think if you're going to be playing up against the Pokemon, I wouldn't have minded the who's kind of don't really do anything right. We don't.
in this Japan battle on the stage?
You literally have no reason not to lead off with these two. They're perfect here.
Which of them is going to be emerging on top? We have
like no reason not to lead off with these two. It's always so good in the sun.
I
assume Koraidon instant in the back, but I think you can get away with treads. But I like Koraidon because Koraidon would scale.
With a Terrafire, I'm not sure there's much Yoshitaka can do to deny that.
Yeah, it's a perfect switch up here from Shoma. Not going to take the early damage quite so.
Same mons make sense. And I like the position that he let off with them this time.
Can go for a taunt and shut down a Trick Room. We've seen time after time in this format where Calyrex just wants to go on the offensive straight away with a Glacial Lance. Now that could be an opportunity for Shoma to just go straight for the Trick Room.
Attacking Sin, smoke a Flutter Main. No way they let Flutter Main get away with all the attacks he did though.
Make sure that that's not so difficult.
Leechy's very good, but you can taunt it, so you Glacial Lance.
Yep. Going to go for its Terra Water and sort of shut down the super effective damage or the big damage from Glacial Lance.
Incin? Should be Incin.
But it will be leaving the field and joining in its place will be, of course, that Incineroar. That's what it's called. Yeah. Dropping the
Big Louie, I did see.
Calyrex Ice Rider and Incineroar for Shoma. Now time for that Terastallization. Time to get sparkly, and it's going to be Calyrex Ice Rider saying, listen, you've got a bunch of fire types in this game. I want to embrace that side of things as well. Calyrex Ice Rider has become Calyrex Fire Rider, charging up the surroundings. Now Ho-Oh just will be scanning out with its Protect. Let's not forget there's no clear amulet on the Calyrex, so any Glacial Lances will be hitting as hard. The U-turn, a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip damage, which onto a cat.
Beautiful positioning. You threaten Fake Out on the next mon too.
Now Shoma can pivot something in from the plan.
The U-turn is so nice here because this is the opportunity for Shoma to get that Raging Bolt on the field without too much risk. You know that the Flutter Main's already left the field. That's the primary Pokemon that you're trying to avoid. You know that the Ho-Oh is protected. Here comes the Raging Bolt to put some pressure on. Glacial Lance coming out, not risking any more of taunt shenanigans, but now there's no taunt on the field, but there is a Fake Out.
Go well, Alex, how are you?
Fake Out that could, of course, deny the Trick Room heading into the next turn as well. Raging Bolt pressuring the Ho-Oh, and Ho-Oh here has Terra Water, so it cannot get away from that Electrify weakness, and that is something that Yoshitaka can very much use to their advantage.
You know, the other thing that I'm thinking is a really good strategy here for this Calyrex. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but Leech Seed actually onto Ho-Oh looks really, really good in this kind of situation, just to gently whittle away at your opponent's HP bar. And yeah, maybe it switches out and gets all that Regenerator HP back, but I think it could be a way to start pressuring it while you're playing defensively, while you're protecting from these fake outs and pivots.
Like, I mean,
That's exactly what
Leech, I think getting Calyrex early and Terra Firing is the proper way to deal with this matchup, because you can Leech Seed and do a lot. You can get rid of the damage. Obviously, getting knocked by Incineroar is annoying too, but then Ho-Oh doesn't like these two in the front. It's probably easy to live a Thunderbolt, but I don't know if it won't appreciate that Thunderbolt plus doing it right. Honestly, I've been watching videos a lot lately trying to get into OU National. Hell yeah, fam. I'll do some OU this week for you.
Raging Bolt is going for here. Move targeted down into Sherman. There's a Raging Bolt. Now we turn our attention over to the Ho-Oh. A Brave Bird now into the Terrifier Calyrex Ice Rider. Takes that handily.
Knock, yep.
And it's going to be the Calyrex responding with a Glacial Lance here. Again, just good for some chip. Of course, neutral onto the Ho-Oh there.
Yeah, it's like, I like the fact that the Ho-Oh isn't actually going for the thrust
Protect.
in this early game. I think it makes it maybe a little bit more
I love the
difficult for
offensiveness.
your
I love this how you
in
play
game where
Ho-Oh.
you don't necessarily want to commit it until you know that's exactly what you want to do. Where Show's committed it quite early, and if Yoshitaka takes advantage of that, then maybe there's a really nice route to an end game there. I'm just kind of wondering what Yoshitaka's plan is for this Raging Bolt now, because there's some calls to make in this turn. If the Ho-Oh plays on the defensive, you can just take advantage of it by going for a Thunderbolt and another Glacial Lance into the Incineroar slot. It's not going to be able to protect itself, and you whittle away that supportive pieces that Yoshitaka didn't need to really take advantage of in the last game, but actually this game could be quite important.
Yes, another Brave Bird. And
I love this singling down.
Now, especially with a lack of high horsepower. Finally, the Raging Bolt
Goodbye,
goes on the
Ho-Oh.
offensive. KOs this Ho-Oh.
So
It's
you
returning
gotta
all the
be
way back to
you gotta.
Johto, and
I guess with
Yoshitaka-
Terra, you're confident as hell into Koraidon because you have Miraidon, so I get the
Pokemon
excuse me,
so much work in
Fluttermane,
that
so I get the
previous
sack
game. He is
early.
now removed from contention. Parting shot means that Raging Bolt won't be hitting as hard. Now Yoshitaka can pivot something in from the back.
What do you pivot in this situation? Because whatever you pivot is likely to take a Glacial Lance in this spot. And yeah, okay, the Calyrex has taken an Intimidate, but it's definitely not something that you want to be on the pointy end of.
The Suave will be rejoining the field. No, absolutely. Those Glacial Lances have been sharpened. But Leech Seed now will be able to chip away at Suave. It's a really good call because you're immediately going to break the focus.
Hey, Bandito, how you doing, buddy?
And with probably an Incineroar coming in for Yoshitaka here, there's a perfect opportunity to compound that recovery. This Calyrex set has been gaining popularity over the last few months and certainly seen a big rise in NAIC and our grassroots tours in between NAIC and the World Championship.
You might just
Good
need a new
reason.
Team G.
It's these situations where you just need that extra little bit of HP.
Alright, so this is where the scale shot homie goes stupid here.
Real pressure on. Calyrex Ice Rider is one of those heavy
glad.
Pokemon, as is Raging Bolt, that takes maximum damage from the low kick. So it's kind of like having a close combat, but without having to take those special defense and special defense drops.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you're not going to be softening up your Koraidon.
Yeah, low kick plus, no way you live that low kick.
In the previous game, which is threatening down those scale shots, which if
I think even if you go in
Shogun
Sin, you don't live that low
which backs
kick.
away from their Dragon type weakness, and they do.
Yeah, it's like I'm struggling in this position because there's a lot that could go right and a lot that could go wrong for both of our players here. If you don't target down the Raging Bolt, then Raging Bolt is just going to start dropping Draco Meteors into your Dragon Pulse, should I say, into that Koraidon. But can it do that safely in front of a Fluttermane? Well, maybe is the answer now that the Fluttermane leaves the field.
And Incineroar rejoins, providing another active fake heading into the next turn. Yeah, this Calyrex is not having a fantastic day at the office. It's taken multiple Intimidate drops now, not hitting it that hard at all. Raging Bolt also will
Do we
be
see a low
drawing his
kick?
neck back in, switching in its place. Will be Shoma's own Incineroar again. Now, with Koraidon holding the loaded dice instead of their Amulet, Yoshitaka.
No, it's not. It's looking on the other side.
Suffering from that attack drop. Time to get Sparkly over on
Terrifier
the
safe.
side of the field. Koraidon
Scale
has now gone
shot.
for its Terrifier.
Yeah, I like this play quite a lot. You don't take super effective damage from the Dragon Pulse. Does make you a little bit susceptible to a Thunder Clap in the end game, but
The
Scale Shot coming out here.
Now, that loaded dice means that it's going to hit at least 4 times, but do we have a cheeky 5th? That's going to be 4. No, but it's not like it was close to getting any kind of KO there either. But crucially, now the Koraidon has got a boost to its speed, but a drop to its defense. Calyrex has found the wiggle room.
Nice
to set up that
Intimidate.
trick room.
I mean, excuse me,
Is it
nice
gonna be
trick
the right
room.
call here?
But
Well,
obviously,
Leech
your
Seed's got-
positioning with Incineroar, both of them are a simple protect plus pivoting around as well. Nice, Bandito. I hope it's good news.
Going such a long way, the leftovers are going such a long way. Maybe this horse has what it takes to weather the storm.
With the Terrifier and the Intimidate's going down and actually affecting the Koraidon. Also, I feel like we're getting close to the end of Sun in this position as well, which would make the Koraidon on both sides of the field feel just that little bit weaker. And
Ogre
certainly
Wellspring's
would allow
very good,
some time for the
Alex.
Calyrex to get some Leech Seeds down, start to maintain that HP recovery.
Let's go,
to keep it in the game
Bandito.
For a long time. I think Shoma's doing a really good job here of positioning it well enough that even though that it's got some Intimidates, it's still actually putting some pressure on overall, and knowing that what he's got in the back actually could be what he needs to close out this game. Raging Bolt in Trick Room for a Koraidon team on
Fake fake out
position
safe.
is not a happy place to be.
Yeah,
just
that's
parting
why Luca
shot.
goes such a long way when your Calyrex is that intimidated. But speaking of going such a long way, that's going to be
Hell yeah,
Calyrex
Bandito.
trainer, and now coming in its place going to be Raging Bolt once more with the sun boosting its photosynthesis. This means likely that will be a special attack boost there, as Koraidon won't be able to move. Just the fake out, the responding fake out.
Oh, he tried to win the tie. He was like, I'm gonna get this tie.
Shoma has the slower Incineroar here because we are now in Trick Room.
Okay, so Raging Bolt's actually crazy.
Incineroar approximately a million different ways, so
Yeah, this is definitely the avoidance of the gentleman's rule of VGC is you never fake out the fake out Pokemon. You always go for the other one just in case your Incineroars are trained just that little bit differently. But now getting the Raging Bolt in a great spot with its photosynthesis activated. The Incineroar on Yoshitaka's side of the field will be going.
Damn, we were talking about how like Ho-Oh had full control early in the beginning, and now it's going the opposite way. I'm really surprised no treads in this matchup. I think it's so nice.
First and could potentially knock off that life orb, but with the photosynthesis boost, it's almost like.
But I guess because Koraidon's always fast, I give the icy wind.
Anyway, to if not KO it, put it under serious pressure from your Calyrex in the back.
On the
regardless
Terra
of that
to threaten
resistance.
it.
Now with the Terra Fire.
oh yeah, so that's going to be the loaded dice down and out for Yoshitaka here. Scale shot now hitting a minimum of 2 times. Harding shot, so Incineroar won't be hitting as hard now. This means that Yoshitaka's Incineroar will be switching out. In its place, they have to decide
Okay,
on
so
something that can withstand
Koraidon
the
should go down
return.
here.
Well, it's going to have to be that
After
Flutter Mane. And with the Focus Sash already broken.
Well played.
for the
Well,
softer,
great
but Yoshitaka
comeback
see
by
the
Shoma.
trick from through.
I think it's going to be a little bit tough, especially with the Thunderbolt coming in. I thought I was going to go into the Koraidon, but
It's into the
instead it's in the
Flutter
Flutter Mane, and it's a KO.
I mean, that's still a big KO.
Quite the one here, of course. I had that Focus Sash broken earlier on in the game, but still close enough. Now,
Scale shot.
That's a massive amount of damage with a critical hit, but he might only be hitting twice, given that the loaded dice are not
Oh,
top.
he doesn't.
It's going to be the 3-time Raging Bolt has been felled.
Yes, a really great KO there. Really brave for Yoshitaka to actually not go for some sort of defensive play with the Koraidon, especially when you've had your defense dropped a couple of times from scale shots. When
Should
you're in
still be
Trick Room
good.
against
You have a
Incineroar,
Koraidon in the
it's
back,
actually
you'll
racking up
always
some
be
pretty serious
Incin.
damage in that situation. But I really like the way that he did that because taking those key knockouts is, I think, taking a key knockout on the Raging Bolt is definitely one of the key paths to victory.
Defense
here
drop
as
as
the Trick Room
well,
starts
so you
to
can probably
whittle its
kill
way down,
Koraidon.
and the speed boost that the Koraidon has been ramping up the last few turns start to come into their own.
Yeah, that's a really good point. As Trick Room expires, Yoshitaka's going to have a very, very speedy Koraidon.
I hope she gets
Determines
him, Bandito.
What to bring in this situation. Still in Trick Room, so you want to be able to benefit from those turns while you can. Yoshitaka just
Koraidon makes a lot of
so
sense
just
because that one has
left,
speed boosts.
Intimidate drop, and then that option
And then Trick Room's up, so great Koraidon.
Incineroar coming in and getting a fake
And
out.
that's
So
Incineroar's
just
last
Incineroar
Intimidate in
is
this game.
with a fake out pressure on both sides of the field. And the clear amulet, of course, blocking that Incineroar Intimidate from
Yeah,
affecting
simple
Koraidon.
protect.
Really good place for Shoma to be in this situation as well.
With
because,
Koraidon,
I
it's
think
fine.
both the Koraidon and the Incineroar have a good opportunity to knock
protect.
out this Koraidon on this turn. And it's also been intimidated a few times. That's something we do have to call out here. But a scale shot into Koraidon on Shoma's side of the field once we get out of that Trick Room environment actually could be really critical here because it's guaranteed to be that bit faster. If you get more than 3 or 4 hits, I think even after the Intimidates, you're in a good spot.
Well, how many
to,
turns is Trick Room? This is the
really
last
take this
turn?
game.
Yeah, but there's a big if, isn't it, without the loaded dice. So let's see if the dice is going to roll in anyone's favor.
Yeah,
Okay, it will
that's
be
what I
Shoma.
thought.
So Shoma has balanced the tables here, means that it's 1-1.
Great game, too.
We will be heading to a
I'm gonna-
So Ho would have still been good in the end game.
and fallen out of favor at the same time.
I'm wondering if it's
Well played, though.
all the way. Small Yoshiburu to Shoma Hanami, your 2015 World Pro Exciting.
Flutter Mane here, thinking like, well, if the Calyrex comes out, I don't want to
Great
play those
lead,
forward
readjusting with
versus
Incin, I love
in
it.
this game. I much prefer to have what I now think is a faster fake out in the Incineroar to try and put some pressure on that way. The Clear Amulet doing a lot of work, of course, on the Ho-Oh and making sure that it's not falling foul of those Intimidate drops. And so you can start to build up, if you're Yoshitaka, the extra little bit of damage onto those supportive pieces, maybe try to knock out that Incineroar a little bit earlier, make the Trick Room environment just that little bit less viable. That was the thing that catapulted Shoma to victory in Game 2.
Can Yoshitaka deny those? Shoma pretty locked in on the Pokemon they want to bring, and I think that makes total sense. It all comes down to who's going to be
Next year
better
at
between these two
ATT.
trainers. They've got a good understanding now of how each other's teams is working. Is it going to be your 2015 World Champion progressing through undefeated to Swiss at round 6? Will it be Yoshitaka top 32 at the Japan Championships this year? Terrestrialization time. Calyrex Ice Rider goes for his Terrify once more. Unsurprising to see. A lot of firepower.
Always have to be fire type in this game.
To that slot. And with a nail victory, let's see if it rings all the way through to a win here.
Okay.
Big fake out.
Shoma's Incineroar not moving. The Sacred Fire this time. So
Okay,
one
just
call from
safe.
Yoshitaka, or a call that didn't quite work in
Lychee.
their favor, because it also means you cannot be burned because you are Terrifier. Calyrex is able to get those seeds sprouting.
Our
up
Ho
on the
being a
ground. I think
liability
that's
versus
really
these two right
lovely
now.
position to
Because
be
you get a
able to
knock
start
after.
earlier than it was in the previous game.
Yeah, because like the Calyrex is now kind of safe to sit on the field a little bit. Pressuring the Glacial Lances after you put the Leech Seed down is great because the Ho-Oh is more incentivized to switch out from Yoshitaka, and when it switches out, if whatever comes in takes a Glacial Lance for the privilege.
I like the way Shoma like picks them on like
taking the advantage of the board position.
like
that you're creating.
their controller has drift.
The really nice thing for Yoshitaka is that
I like the little slide.
Incineroar was able to get an Intimidate off onto the Calyrex Ice Rider and they start to stop that
You
being
go,
such a
Bandito.
big threat. And I'm wondering, actually, thinking about it now, whether the Calyrex actually switching out into one of the Pokemon in the back of Yoshitaka and taking that Leech Seed recovery could be a really nice scenario here where the Brave Birds are doing a good amount of damage, but they're not really threatening any KOs right off the bat.
Knockoff, though, also not threatening the KO, but removing the leftovers is so massive. Means that it's just down to that Leech Seed recovery now onto that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Okay, so now you have Ho-Oh actually, after Leech Seed and Brave Bird.
In its place. Let's see what Shoma's going to be locking into. It's going to be Raging Bolt and Koraidon in the back once more, of course, and Raging Bolt so pivotal to threaten down damage onto this Ho-Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, so like the big piece of the puzzle here. Glacial Lance coming back.
Yeah, with this plus the Leech Seed. You could have technically, you could have went Koraidon there if you really wanted to be honest, because it would have been a KO as well.
Damages, but now also the HP recovery.
And threatens both.
Noting that the higher the HP of the target of Leech Seed, the more HP you're recovering turn after turn.
After watching Worlds, I feel like
many unrestricted in this format,
just throwing for nothing. Yeah, I mean, I think Ho-Oh looks really good in the Shadow Rider.
From getting a Leech Seed onto those restricted Pokemon.
That's part of the reason why I wanted to bring it.
Another damaging move here, but often we see something like high horsepower, maybe a close combat, which also isn't that great into Ho-Oh. So Leech Seed could really put in a lot of work here. It was such a clinic that Yoshitaka put in game 1 with the Ho-Oh and Incineroar lead. It was essentially those two that soloed the entire game. It's brilliant to be able to see Shoma find their footing and find their way to come back into this matchup.
I think that's a really great call there, Charlie, because you know it's really difficult when you go up against a team that you don't recognize.
Tries to get, is that a Thunderclap that they went for?
Of each other's teams, but when you're not quite
should have been
sure
Thunderbolt, right?
You've got to find that game 1.
Okay, I must say.
Get a little bit of a handle on it. That's what
God, that is so much.
well here with that Thunderbolt into the Incineroar.
And calling the fact that Ho-Oh
Parting shot on that.
down dangerously low, but now Calyrex is not going to.
But now Instin's so. It's in hella low. Ho-Oh still looks really good repositioning it.
Yoshitaka switches in it from the back. Going to be the Ho-Oh or the unrevealed Pokemon. Will just be
Yep.
Yeah, it's looking more like a glacial pole there that could
Trick
be
him up.
rather than a lance here.
This is where Terra Grass would be okay too if all the Intimidate pivots.
Shoma trying to predict that the Koraidon might come in for Yoshitaka and try to go for those sort of speedier plays, bring in the Raging Bolt, and try to take advantage of the fact that the overall speed advantage will be on Shoma's side in this.
You're trying to get these turns right versus opposing Bolt. It's AV Bolt though, so you actually don't kill it. AV Bolt's actually very threatening right now.
Partly due to the taunt in the second game, because you know there's still some speed tiers and interactions.
And raw Terraing Electricking is actually so good in this game too, because you only need
not just all over for your.
Terraring with Terra Electric AV Raging Bolt is so nice because defensively it just checks everything and offensively it gets stronger obviously in the Calyrex. And then as long as Ho-Oh is alive, you'll never ever lose to Koraidon. So I would protect Ho-Oh and then Terra and just attack.
Yoshitaka here, even though Trick Room is up.
Worth noting that this is an Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt on Yoshitaka's side, so if anything's going to be taking both Glacial Lances at 2-, but also those big
Terra Fairy, that makes sense too.
Life Orb Raging Bolt on Shoma's side is going to be this Assault Vest Raging Bolt going for its Terra Fairy.
First protect, yep, protect.
Doing 0 damage into that.
Oh, it's Terra Fairy. I thought it was Terra Electric on this side. It's Terra Electric on this side. Terra Fairy makes sense.
Return with its protect.
Whatever,
Now,
Terra was the
not
play.
Damage from
Period.
The Lance, but certainly Yoshitaka's Raging Bolt will just go for a little bit of chip, of course.
0.
Start a long way, but
there's a Terra Fairy.
Well, Draco Meteor connects.
Drops a Draco. Oh my god.
Yeah, that Raging Bolt is 100% down and out. This is
all right, that's looking really good. Ho beats everyone now.
In this game 3.
I kind of think this Trick Room environment is actually starting to benefit Yoshitaka a little bit more than Shoma here, because with the Trick Room, the Raging Bolt, even if it's a 2-, a Draco Meteor would still probably be a
Ho beats everyone now.
in this spot.
It should be a Ho win.
It forces Shoma to bring the Incineroar back in and start trying to play the slow game. But if you do that, then there's an Incineroar in the back for Yoshitaka that can switch in, maybe sacrifice itself to an attack, and then come back in with a Raging Bolt and start pressuring some big Thunderbolts coming down into Shoma's side. And Calyrex with 2- on its attack is not going to be able to knock this Raging Bolt out anytime soon.
Either that or like a Life Orb or Heavy Duty Boots 4 attacks, Alex. They're all good.
I love that Yoshitaka has recognized, okay, sure, my Koraidon.
Just go to Smoke on Zamazenta.
Maybe I'm going to index more on my Ho-Oh, but that is valuable.
All the sets are good.
To use too, but at the same time, Shoma's now lost their Raging Bolt. So
you bring Calyrex out
looking
now?
all the safer, and it could just be that Ho-Oh once more can channel all that Sacred Fire, the power it used to revive those legendary beasts in Generation 2, and maybe see Yoshitaka swooping all the way through to victory here. The time ticks down.
You got to try that, yeah.
Really couldn't have been more than
Instant definitely comes out. Yep.
Some lovely regenerator recovery in the back.
Yeah, then give the opportunity for Shoma to maybe attack down into it.
Leechy doesn't even kill, but fake out Leechy does.
Yoshitaka definitely has other.
Do you see a Volt Switch on the other side?
Coming in, maybe thinking that it's not going to be knocked out on the switch in.
Just a knockoff, and that isn't enough to secure the KO onto Yoshitaka's Incineroar, but certainly will be removing the Rocky Helmet from contention. Now, the Draco Meteor is going to be connecting again, and Shoma's Calyrex, of course, it had its special attack harshly reduced after the first one.
Hey, what up, Missy Ashley Kenzie? I think we saw a Leech Seed miss, which is really big because now you get a fake out.
Having to sacrifice it to an attack is a really, really big.
Not gonna lie though, I double right back into Ho-Oh and get my I literally keep getting in Ho-Oh and regen. It's free. You keep Incineroar fake out pressure.
Deal here, getting the fake out.
And you do a Raging Bolt.
On the board gives a lot of flexibility for the Raging Bolt to then switch out into the Ho-Oh while the fake out goes off. And I think if Yoshitaka lost the Incineroar and then could get the Raging Bolt straight back onto the field, they'd be pretty happy about that situation overall. But I think all eyes are on this Koraidon that we know is in the back for Shoma as to the Pokemon that really could turn this around and get Shoma the win that he's so desperate to be able to lock in round 5.
Of course, if you do KO,
well, as long as you have the regen Ho-Oh, you're chilling. Like at Ho-Oh always comes in free.
The more you set up the leap seed, of course. Now with the leftovers removed.
Ooh, Koraidon. That way Ho doesn't get knocked. I like it.
And the Hodder is going to hit. Koraidon revealed for Yoshitaka now finally. Fake out, so Calyrex won't be moving.
Yep, very safe too. I like that play a lot. Doesn't risk the other one getting knocked off too. And then you just protect next turn and then Intimidate's done. And then you get in Ho. Oh my god.
Incineroar coming out here is usually the positive momentum.
I did not click Draco once from Koraidon. You're right.
Koraidon being able to come in here and to be able to.
I literally clicked Volt Switch and Dazzling Gleam the whole time. And Electro Drift.
In the sun is Yoshitaka's Koraidon just reset that up.
Pick across style videos. I could definitely do them if I wanted to.
I
just like uploading what I want to upload. But for new gens, I don't mind.
I don't think there's momentum as positive as bringing a Ho-Oh in at full HP.
There certainly isn't. You do still, though, have access to Incineroar over on Shoma's side of the field, and that's going to be such a thorn in Yoshitaka's side, just wanting to remove that as quickly as possibly can.
I wouldn't mind, though.
This could be a turn where the scale shot on Yoshitaka's Crider comes into contention once more.
For draft as well, I think it would be cool.
Onto the Calyrex Ice Rider, and that means that their own Crider is so vulnerable to their Dragon type moves, and let's not forget that this game has not had the loaded dice removed. So
damn, man, Ho looks so good.
One thing to note as well, and
Raging Bolt looks so good with Terra Fairy.
Is that the Trick Room is on its last turn here, so the speed advantages are going to be changing in the next turn.
This doesn't even save you because of Clear Amulet, man.
Ready for that to happen.
God,
Bring
Ho-Oh.
the Incineroar in, probably play a little bit defensively with the Calyrex and try to set up a second Trick Room.
Shoma's really good too, though.
Deep now onto the Ho-Oh. Again, so lovely for Shoma to be able to make this Calyrex unremovable or near to there as a Brave Bird now connects into Shoma's.
No reason to attack
Swooping
that.
down from the skies, not enough for KO.
Get your kill now.
Of course, the signature move of Koraidon. Yeah, Shoma's Calyrex has fed on its last.
All you got to do is go back to Incin. So you get rid of the.
Pokemon in the back. The Koraidon.
You literally go back to Incin because you get rid of the Leech Seed and then you win the game with these two.
Will be securing Swiss round 5 for Yoshitaka.
Yes, I really like the way that Yoshitaka's playing this as well. Is just hedging.
You can honestly stay in if you want to as well because Incin was already in, but
where the terrestrialization has been used for Shoma so early in the game, and now getting the full advantage of that, where okay, yeah, Trick Room is over, but
I like getting rid of Leech
Yoshitaka's
Seed.
Pokemon are so high HP that it doesn't really matter which one attacks the Incineroar, that's going to be knocked out. But also Yoshitaka has that Koraidon advantage with having the Scale Shot at their disposal as well to be able to try and deal with the Koraidon on Shoma's side.
I mean, you kill Incin and you win the game with Ho-Oh.
Yoshitaka has played this game 3 so well after coming out with the last game 2. Shoma just changing up the matchup so much, and Yoshitaka finding a way to carry a lot of success here in game 3.
Something you have to bear in mind
just
is
said
that
F it.
Your time is ticking all the way down here, so timer things could come into contention. But I mean, with this K1 to Incineroar, Yoshitaka overwhelmingly has the Pokemon advantage here. 3 to Shoma's 1. Let's see just how swiftly this game will be concluded. The low kick.
Low kick's so strong.
But yeah, this could just be the Area Zero hero that is just being given a big no.
Could well be. I mean, both Pokemon here do have the opportunity to knock out this Koraidon at the same time. Koraidon can only attack one Pokemon at once, and I think it's probably feeling.
Yeah, and it's super safe. You just switch out Ho-Oh, get rid of the Leech Seed, get your regen back to full HP. And then
quite sad about
attack
that,
with Scale Shot.
Scenario there, but yeah, well played to both of our players here as we get into the final turn.
Oh, they said F it. I'm going to win the game here. I would have got back to full HP because I think there's zero way Ho-Oh loses at full. But I guess you win the game no matter what. Ho can't get crit. I just hate the idea of giving people Leech Seed.
To land in, it's going to hit at least 4 times, but 4 might not be enough.
That's
to
3.
pick up KO here.
Hits 4 is super effective. The tech.
I don't like my Ho getting Leech Seed. That's my Ho.
That's just going to be the 4 hits, but of course
Ho just wins. I just like the idea of switching because there's no swords dance. There's no threat.
Gets 1 more attack for glory off.
Also, switching meant that crit couldn't kill you. If Scale Shot missed, you kill there. Protect. Scale Shot misses. If Crit Flare Blitz, it kills that. Scale Shot misses. It actually is a speed tie. You protect, and then you kill Koraidon with the speed tie win. I feel like switching Ho was fine.
Responding with the tailwind, Yoshitaka just making sure there's no room.
But you have the Scale Shot speed boost, so it doesn't matter
as
anyway.
well because it just extends that time that you're on the
and
stage.
Tailwind's nice too.
Great
plays.
Opportunities at the World Championships to go on stage. You gotta take what you can get here.
Yeah, Yoshitaka used Follow Me and it
Switch
was
out.
super effective. But now this
Don't let Ho die.
Just seems not to have enough gas left in the tank. Shoma looking like they're locking in the forfeit, but now it's like, you know what? No, I want to extend that one even further. Yeah,
I just yesterday and played my friend Pokemon Go. It was very cool watching this game live. Nice. There it is.
You came here for a reason, flew halfway across the globe. Let's see if we can secure it. As now Raging Bolt, Terra Fairy joins the field once more. Yoshitaka again, just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, making sure there's no room to be caught off guard by Shoma's team. But with this final collision course, Koraidon being given a taste of his own medicine on Shoma's side, the 2015 World Champion has been felled. Yoshitaka Izawa, the only Ho-Oh bringer in the tournament, has just stamped their ticket undefeated through to Swiss round 6.
Wow.
Great plays.
I mean, really, wow. The ability to navigate what is actually overall quite a difficult matchup for you if you get out of position. We saw that so much in game 2 where Shoma was able to take the advantage, and it felt really difficult for Yoshitaka to deal with that Terrifying Calyrex Ice Rider, but then to come back in game 3
Later, Dynamo.
and to be able to actually
the only Ho got the win. Great plays on those sides.
As well, making that adaptation to bringing Raging Bolt, I think is...
Yo, are they going to show, like, Mega Feraligatr or something tomorrow? This Feraligatr transition is everywhere. What's going on? Oh, next game. Damn, we've been live for 3 hours, and I still got day 2 to go through.
The winner of the
that's,
San Antonio, backing him as championships in 20. Wonderful finish thing, just clear from Joe. Good in Sam Center, and I think that's a really Center out there trainer results, and we actually have another Koraidon mirror. So Bob Ho, but now the
Going to be the
Trey,
most
please
on
just
the
get to
field.
the matches. Fam, you didn't see me fucking fast forwarding? Like, what? I'm very excited for Gen 10 and Champions. ZA is going to be fun. Well, I won't watch side stream today. Don't curse at me. I'm 4. Then get the fuck out of my chat. Fuck you. Grow up. Anyway, and, yo, I love the Calyrex in this. I love the Calyrex in this. I said Calyrex, by the way, but I meant Chi-Yu. Scarf Chi-Yu looks nice. Even with all these Terras and shit. I just like the spread move ignoring Clef. I love this build, though. I know Gio's very good, though. Bonnet. That's a fun mon in this one. All right, let's watch this one.
And try to, both of them trying to take their teams in a different...
once a year, of course, but also just remain resolute and stay enjoying the moment.
I remember back in the day. Will you try tournaments when next season starts? Maybe regular year, watch Legend of Paradox. Next year, I'm going to another regional with Blunder and Suave. And I'll probably play a little bit. Been loving the second channel content. Thank you, fam. We got 10K subs, which I said they can make Mega Good as already such a great ability other than maybe huge power. I think the same thing, right? Like, Life Orb Sheer Force is already going to be so much stronger than whatever they do. But the same player, I was shocked to see Calyrex Ice Rider click Leech Seed in doubles because I thought nobody used that move in doubles. You know, it's funny because Calyrex Shadow Rider actually would run sub Leech Seed to deal with a Veltal. That was before it got like a bunch of moves too. He's going to go show his face, don't worry. Fuck, what the hell was I talking about? I said something was funny and then I forgot. Whatever, Goldfish Brain, let's go.
Nala, Koraidon, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Rootbon, and it has been the
Lunala also boost in this Chi.
I had no idea what the fuck I was talking about.
You know, it's the same thing that happened with Iron Hand in Regulation Set G at the World Championships.
Yeah.
Well, day 2 might have been. Oh, Calcium Velted Leech Seed leftover Cal. He probably... Yeah, I remember he used that, Ochek, whatever however you pronounce it. I've seen that shit used on Showdown, though, in singles. But Mago Bestie does Showdown singles, too, so... You don't need to follow me support on this team if you have fake out support. Which you don't have. Yeah, that's Rage Powder right here on Brute Bonnet. Brute Bonnet. That team looks a lot like the one I fought. Isn't this exactly what I fucking fought? Without Meteor Beam, though. This is exactly what I fought, right? But just without Meteor Beam. Follow me, pressure next to fake out, aka fake out, follow me. Standard protect the Calyrex. Makes sense. Did you play a Bonnet? I did play a Bonnet. It was on stream versus Lou. Now, Reg J starts in September. That's the one with the mythicals. I'll be streaming that. I'm excited to see this matchup. No ho-oh. No ho-oh, though. Let's get into the game. I think it's this game, and then I think one more game left. No, 2. Oh, Justin. Nice. 2 more games left on this one.
There's still all of
and then we'll watch as much as day 2 if we can.
That means that Gio could still have the upper hand.
One other little note here is that Clefairy doesn't have After You, and I think that gives Gio a big opportunity to make all of
the entire season.
There's no competing in Regulation J because there's no tournaments in Regulation J. It's part of
this. Which of these trainers right here, right now, is going to be stamping their ticket into day 2? Lunala and Chi-Yu for Gio, Clefairy, Koraidon for Mal.
Straight away, that Clefairy actually doing quite a lot of work here, making sure that this Koraidon is going to be able to safely attack. Follow me, attack away from the target of Koraidon will make sure that it's not going to be falling foul of the Meteor Beam if it wants to go for its Terrafire. Nor just a Moongeist Beam that would be doing quite a lot of damage. And I think with the Friend Guard, there's no risk really for Mal that the Lunala's Moongeist, sorry, the Chi-Yu's attack is going to do too much damage to this Koraidon in the
You get a little bit of damage on Koraidon.
Gio has the opportunity to get some
damage. And you ideally get rid of Clef, which I think it lives.
Where Mal has to think, where am I going to target, and how am I going to make sure that I do it effectively?
Don't protect.
Clefairy has just bought that time time for Gio's Lunala. Heat Wave is going to be boosted by the sun, and it looks like it's going to be missing onto the Koraidon there. Early doors, but is
rough turn
going
one.
down to a fighting type move? No,
Very
just
rough
flame
turn
charge,
one.
boosting Koraidon's speed here, and crucially breaking the Shadow Shield.
Thank you,
Moongeist
fam.
Beam, this is a situation where
Appreciate
you
it.
love to have the Moonblast, of course, threatening big, super effective damage, but still.
Ooh, that Heat Wave would have done so much.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where actually you've got to target really accurately when you're in front of a Clefairy, because if the Clefairy does exactly what Mal's gone for, go for the protect, then sometimes you can just whip a couple of attacks into that protect if you don't target down the Pokemon that's actually threatening here. And I think the lack of any sort of...
That's rough. There was no flinch, by the way. Homie is used to it.
or offensive move.
5-0 for a reason, both of them.
Run in the past really does hurt Mao in this situation where
Homie's super used to it.
Free into Koraidon until the Clefairy's not on the field anymore.
It really raises that mind game. I always love seeing Protect on the followed me.
No, I don't want to
this Pokemon that, you know, its cute looks belie some big strategies. Just going to be the big
God,
one
that's so strong.
Helping hand into that GU, boosted by the sun, and with that Flare Blitz recoil damage as well.
Clefairy's a good mon. It has Friend Guard.
Lunala can just get this next Moondive Beam off. So Mouse Koraidon very much down.
Honestly,
taking such big.
I think that's about as good as it can be. But I will say, Clef not taking any damage is wild. That miss hurt though, but I guess it would have died anyway.
Recall damage from Flare Blitz, etc. It's a Pokemon that is here for a good time, not a long time.
I think this is really clever actually, because the Koraidon going down does set
very
the
funny,
stage for the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back, most likely for Mao to bring back in and then start to put some pressure on the board. Gio does have access to Wide Guard on the Lunala, but of course we've seen that mind game play out time after time after time at our international and regional championships where, well, even if the Wide Guard
Clef
there,
is a
it doesn't
good
mean it
mon. Eviolite Bulk, so it can run a good item. Friend Guard, so your Pokemon, your teammates are protected, take less damage. Follow me as well. So Pokemon have to target into it. Great typing. It's a good mon. Oh, I'm using every mythical. I'm using fucking Fiona.
It's clicked every time, and you see quite a lot of Astral Barrages going on.
100% coming in the place of Koraidon. Calyrex Shadow Rider here. This is going to be threatening great damage onto the Lunala over on Giovanni's side of the field. But of course, yeah, you do have this Wide Guard, so the mind game's coming into contention. But as long as Clefairy's there, having the helping hand, Calyrex, yeah, if you let that get sweeping, if you let those Grim Nays get ringing around the arena, the Mao could well be snapping their ticket through to our next round undefeated.
It's really important as well that Gio didn't go for the Terra onto the Chi-Yu on that turn as well.
Could be a Trick Room.
Terra plus Trick Room. The Psychic doesn't necessarily knock out the
Clef can
Koraidon
encore
here.
though,
Potential
to
with a
stop
helping
it.
hand, and certainly if that Koraidon isn't trained as much in its defenses,
Yeah,
because
you can
it's
use
carrying the
Ride.
life orb. It may be a situation where the Calyrex can just sort of target down into it freely, but certainly when it's got the Terra Fire at its disposal, and
you don't trick him there, I guess.
The Clefairy has the ability to redirect attacks. Is not so safe this turn.
Terra Fire onto the Koraidon again.
Flame Charge is a lot, but it's not going to
Coming
kill.
out from that Pokemon now, boosted by the Sun with the Life Orb to boost. Calyrex doesn't like the look of that.
Okay.
At least the Friend Guard.
Good turn.
Pokemon safe on future turns. Now Clefairy also
Don't protect, just scout. Scout's Terra as well.
If Giovanni had indeed gone for the Meteor Beam.
I guess if you went for Trick Room as well, would have just encored you into it. But nasty if you click Flare Blitz
It
with
would
it.
have gone for naught.
This is a dangerous thing to do in front of a Pokemon that can just click the Trick Room, but he gets it right. Mao making that call there. It is the Meteor Beam coming out from the Lunala.
And it's not going to be doing a thing. This means on future turns, Meteor Beam would take
Yeah, you had
turns
Mouse
to
Hold and
act, and that's why
Spupa.
we tend to only see it once in any given battle of competitive Pokemon. But the one thing that you haven't lost here is the special attack boost on your Lunala. It's risen from an Alola, and let's hope it's not going to be eclipsed.
The advantage here for Mao
was
is
gonna
that
trap
the
this
Terra
people.
Dark on the Calyrex actually really does come into its own.
And
here.
like for-
Again, if the Helping Hand Psychic is able to knock out this Koraidon, a lot of Lunala that, as we were talking about before, that have Moonblast, they really like it in these sort of positions because, well, you're having a trouble if you do, or having trouble if you don't with the Terra Dark on Calyrex. You're either getting hit by 4 times super effective on the Moonlight Beam, or you're getting hit for super effective on the Moonblast. And the fact that that isn't a problem actually for Mao is a really nice way that this game unfolds.
Fortunately,
Terra's
there
nice
is
to get a
Moonblast
kill.
on the Lunala over on Gio's side of the field, so it's wonderful that this Calyrex has that opportunity, that little bit of wiggle room, that little bit of flexibility now to go for this Terra Dark. But in the incoming fighting time,
Here it
that'll be
is, here it
huge,
is.
right? The big helping hand, boosted Astral Barrage.
How much does this do to-
Koraidon's going to be safe from it. Just how much damage?
How much does this do to Koraidon?
Here? Oh
Well,
my
nothing.
goodness, was the Psychic, in fact.
Psychic to
into
kill it.
Gio's Koraidon here. Now we turn our attention over to Lunala, the Moongeist Beam. Oh dear, with the Friend Guard, but with the Terra Dark onto the Calyrex Shadow Rider, in fact targeted into the Clefairy here.
Huge-
Wow, and you can see that
huge
the special
damage,
attack
though.
boost
Sun
from
almost done,
Meteor
too.
Beam really paid dividends.
But you've got to be careful here as well if you're Gio, if you...
How much y'all think Helping Hand, Life Orb, Astral Barrage does to Koraidon? I'm just gonna calc. Because you're Life Orb, right? So, what's your name? Calyrex? Calyrex, Shadow Rider, VGC, Glass Cannon, Psych. That's the wrong number. Koraidon. I feel like it does more than 80 with Helping Hand. Doubles. Yeah. Yo, fam, it does 80 without. Yo, Helping Hand smokes this shit. Huh. Maybe they're thinking they have HP.
Whether or not you want to play defensively.
176. They do have HP. 4. Yeah, helping hand would have... oh, you're playing around the Y guard, duh.
And switching a Pokemon to take that Psychic while you knock out the Clefairy, and then that sort of opens
Makes
the door
sense.
for your Lunala to actually do
But
something
me,
here.
guy like
I'm
me,
surprised that
fuck
Gio
it.
hasn't actually gone
Helping
for
hand
the
Astro Barrage right
to
now.
make Koraidon that little bit more of a threat in this situation, being naturally slower than
Clefairy
the Calyrex
is
on the
better
outside.
than
But now
Clefable in this because Clefable does not have Friend Guard. It's Terrafire? What does Terrafire mean? That doesn't resist a ghost, fam. Oh, you got rid of it.
Maintaining their lead at the moment, and I really do want to see whether or not that mind game gets called by either of our players, whether we actually just see an Astral Barrage to knock out the Lunala in this spot.
Yeah, this is tricky, of course, because
It's extra neutral.
It's got Focus Sash. That means it's going to be able to take at least one attack here, but it will be super effective damage if indeed it's the Astral Barrage into that slot. Clefairy is just going to continue to dish out those helping hands. There's the Astral Barrage. Oh my goodness.
That should be
Lunala
it.
has not been protected. That moon has set. Now Fluttermane just brought down to the 1 HP. Koraidon lurking in the back will be emerging from the Velodrome.
Yeah, it is common, especially with Calyrex.
Soon, and Giovanni just down to their final 2 Pokemon.
It's such a call to make, but it makes so much sense because the Trick Room is a threat from the Lunala, especially with the sun leaving the field as well. I think this is a really good timing for Koraidon to switch out and then switch back in to reset it. That keeps the speed advantage in Gio's favor, but unfortunately for Gio, the White Guard is no longer an option for him, and the Follow Me will stop the Fluttermane from being able to target with a Moonblast into that Calyrex on this turn. And of course, if you go for a Moonblast to try to knock out the Clefairy so you can knock out the Calyrex with a move from Koraidon, well,
good
then
to
you're not Icy Winding
reset.
and the Calyrex is still going first.
Right. It's all about the speed here, the need for speed. That
I love this. I like this.
The present question of is Clefairy going to go for Protect or not?
I'm
Mind
still
game,
alive,
mind
yeah.
mind game, and Protect.
Protect on both,
Now,
right?
Shadow Arrow
Still our
taking
turn?
any damage this turn, and Clefairy too. So the sun being stalled down for a turn. It's just been reset.
Yeah. This is like giving an opportunity for the sun leaving the field actually to be a potential win condition for Mal. I think it takes a really good trainer to identify those spots where it looks like you're already so far in the driving seat that you're probably not going to have that problem come up. But actually, you might as well just increase the chances. We saw that in the last round.
I think it's over,
you know,
right?
You've just got to take your time on those win conditions and just make sure that you're getting all the way. And while we're here, Charlie,
does Moonblast even kill Clef?
Whoever wins this game, both of them are 5-0. Whoever wins this game is locking their position in day 2 here at the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still in game 1.
I tell you, it's going to be a long
so we have
stream.
at least one more game to go. It's just whether Gio's able to eke out the advantage. I mean, Mal has the luxury of an unrevealed 4th Pokemon in the back thus far, and they're going to be wanting to keep their cards close to their chest, not revealing that if at all possible to be able to catch Gio out potentially in the next game. Moonblast, is this going to be enough to deal the KO? It certainly will.
Astral Barrage for the chip, and what's your last mon, though?
Lunala, unfortunately, that's down and out as well. Here's the Flare Blitz. It's boosted by the sun. It's got that Life Orb into the Terra Dark Calyrex Shadow Rider. That's going to be enough for the KO. Gio looking mighty pleased about that. And now the tail
Wait.
turn. Now it's brought down to their final Pokemon.
Well, there's been no Icy Wind on that Calyrex, and it looks like this is one of those.
That's Modest Calyrex. Oh my god, I thought it was open. Never mind. Look at that. Yeah, I'd take a drink of water too. Modest Calyrex makes a huge difference here. What? Hello, I'm kind of new in the VGC stuff, but I always ponder why Lugia never shines in VGC. I mean, the thing is bulky as heck, and even Terra can be even bulkier. Well, some of the best mons are Miraidon, Calyrex, and Calyrex. So Lugia's natural typing isn't great into that, so you have to give up Terra to do that. Lugia doesn't really have the offense, and it's kind of hard to be a bulky mon like that when you're getting double attacks, so even if you have multi-scale. Even like Chiempao, all the Dark Ruination mons are really good too. Ho-Oh is pretty decent in my opinion, but yeah.
Those Calyrex that sacrificed a little bit of speed on the way to the World Championships. Maybe it's been playing a little bit too much
It's
in
a long
regulations.
ride to Anaheim, Ben.
There's a
Pretty
very,
tight.
very long ride from Japan over there. And Gio's had a little bit of a shorter ride, so maybe a little bit more.
Yeah,
gas
we
in
can
the tank
see
there
if
for
Jenny
Koraidon.
was fire.
That bicycle piece now
Or
facing
would
down
be
with
fire.
Fluttermane. Really thanking their lucky stars that Koraidon's gone for the Terrafire here.
Hold up.
Now taking resistance
This could be
damage
it.
from Fluttermane. Coming in for Mao. It is threatening the Moonblast. Has Shadow Ball as well though, so can deal some neutral damage in the situation. But you do have
Wait. A speed type could win this game.
to break through the focus sash on Mao's side of the field. So it's
Speed
still
type can win this
This is
game.
like- this is the potential speed tie between these Fluttermanes. If Mal goes first, then Mal's in a great position because you can Icy Wind to knock out the Fluttermane, assuming that that hits that slot, and then do that little bit more damage to the Koraidon. And the Koraidon doesn't have to do recoil damage to itself with Flare Blitz to be able to put this Fluttermane
speed
down
tie,
to its
let's
focus
go.
sash. And I think arguably the play to make for Gio is to try to increase
Gets
speed.
the Icy Wind
And
first.
speed
Fluttermane is
advantage.
going to be connecting with
Ooh,
Icy Wind
is the
on
Life
that
Orb hit
side.
enough for
That
Shadow Ball,
Fluttermane
though?
down, and of course,
Is the Life Orb hit from
has to
Flame
get
Charge
through
enough for
focus
Shadow
sash as well, so
Ball?
it doesn't have enough gas in that attack you mentioned then to be able to secure the KO next turn. Now here's the Flame Charge with the speed boost. It's boosted by the sun, but there comes that focus sash that has been so crucial ever since its introduction to the competitive Pokemon video game circuit.
With the Life Orb chip here, Charlie, this is really, really close. I mean, the fact that it's a Life Orb rather than the clear amulet.
Pretty sure also, what's it called?
Makes a big difference as well
Shadow
because this
Ball
Koraidon
kill.
doesn't have a chance of being able to move first. It got its speed dropped, it brought it back up with a Flame Charge, and now it's not boosted like the Fluttermane is in its speed.
Does
Does it kill? Does it kill? Does it kill?
Enough for the Koraidon to hang on. No, it's not. That's going to be Koraidon down. Giovanni brought it oh so close, but no, the victory
Isn't Korai
is gonna
faster
go
now?
over to our top.
No. It was -1 speed from Icy Wind. Really cool. Brings
for
Rocks
Worlds
crazy.
2023, Mao Harada, who is one game away from progressing through to day 2.
Yeah, Lugia's not great. They need to make Shadow Lugia.
That was so close, but what a great set of information for Geo coming into this game.
Really good game.
Yeah, you don't a little too.
Uses that to potentially Mao King.
I
Game
like the
2,
way that
baby.
Geo is playing in game. Rider is a little bit slower, following a lot of
Exactly.
Japanese. See a little bit more trickery. Pretty hard in this matchup.
Old is definitely the way to describe a Pokemon from his Sui Sinnoh's ancient
Ooh,
past, but it's going
the
to be a
Brute
switch
Bonnet.
up here for Geo. My goodness, with a Brute Bonnet joining the fray, if there's one way around a difficult matchup or a game you don't know how to approach it, certainly is that Spore. Shutting down slots
Well, it would've been
Spore
speed type.
and Sleep, meaning that they're unable to act. The defense boost on the Brute Bonnet as well could really pay dividends here.
Brute
of course, in the
Bonnet,
face
let's
of
go.
the physical attacking Koraidon. The Terra type being water, so it can resist that fire.
Yeah, Water's the big deal here, but also the big deal is the fact that that Fluttermane doesn't have Taunt on the other side, on Mal's side. Mal's just going on the offensive with their moves and going for the speed control. So this is a real opportunity.
That boy
for
Terra
Geo to
watered
get ahead in this early
immediately.
game, get a Spore into the right target, and try to play that little bit more defensively. So you open up the
I
window, so you
assume
open
a
up the door
double
to be
protect
able
happens
to
from both
play
that side, though.
aggressively in the mid game.
All these Pokemon from the past colliding in the present, but who will be our future world champion? Time will tell as our fantastic trainers lock in their moves. Geo have to win this to be able to stay in contention for getting through to day 2 with 0 losses. Now, Brute Bonnet has indeed gone for
Not
its terrible
caring
water.
about the
This means
Moonblast
that it won't be
potential.
taking super effective damage from fire. Only the
Probably
Fire type
trying to
moves that
call
Fluttermane
out
has
the
access
raid.
to. Fluttermane, though,
Should be a
is
double
just
protect,
gonna be
yeah.
protecting. Of course, Geo's Groudon is threatened by that Fluttermane here as well. Groudon from Mao also protecting. This is something you see Mao do time and time again. Just going for the double protect, scouting out what their opponent's locking into. And, you know, you don't want to take any
Sun
chances
Room
if
team,
you
I got
avoid
second.
them.
Hell yeah.
Groudon aiming to get its food a little bit boosted there with a flame charge and the Spore aiming for the
We're only
Groudon.
You know,
fire
that could have been a
smoke.
side flame charge into the Brute Bonnet there. That was such a cool play.
Oh, yeah, I was-
able to resisting that hit
I was
with
thinking
a
about that on my hill, like,
Not
damn,
doing
slide
really
flame
any
charge
damage
was
whatsoever.
sick.
But it is a little bit of a risk, especially if the Brute Bonnet
Huge ass
was
risk.
quite telegraphed in that situation where you really just want to have those supportive options available. Mao doing well to see how Geo's thinking in this turn, but also opening the door to the fact that, well, both of their Pokemon just protected,
Correct,
so they
Jake.
can't necessarily protect again.
Something the Great is coming in. It's going to be Incineroar the Great. Who to thunk it, traders?
Safety
Incineroar the Great.
goggles,
It's not like
great
it's won
call.
everything ever since its introduction
Great
into
call on the
this,
Spore.
competitive format we have here. But safety goggles, of course, means that it's going to not be being put to sleep by the Spore. That Brute Bonnet is threatening down. Rillaboom has been joining the fray now,
Yeah, okay.
setting up that grass.
Damn, great
getting
call
the
on both
super
sides.
effective moves online into the Brute Bonnet. Koraidon
And you
Sun.
threaten
It's
fake
its
out
turn
pressure,
to go
and you
for
threaten Woodhammer.
Yeah, it's like both trainers kind of see that there's a switch up going to be happening, and Mal really going quite deep into that, thinking that maybe Trick Room was a thing that actually Geo could really go for, and saying, well, if they're going to be going for Trick Room, then double fake out seems like a good thing to have at your disposal. They're certainly even better seeing that the Brute Bonnet had actually gone for its Terra Water in the
Brute
spot.
Bonnet.
Really gets the opportunity to hit that now for super effective, where, okay, U-turn would be 4 times super effective, but it's not the same type of attack bonus, it's not the strongest move out there.
Yeah, fantastic that Mao has brought both the Incineroar and the Rillaboom.
Chi-Yu on
Both
fake out
those
so you can
two
actually
fast
threaten
forward. So
Rillaboom
just
is interesting.
staying one step ahead of Geo here, saying, well, you know, this could be an adaptation you bring to game 2, but it's not one that
I like
I'm
it.
foul of. Geo bringing that time right back.
Also comes in on Woodhammer.
Chi-Yu will be swimming
Should be
right
faking
now
on
this
Koraidon,
Shrine Impaled Dea
but goes for
onto
close
the
combat
World
anyway,
Championship
just in case
stage
it does it,
here
because
in
you're not taking much damage and you have
Especially
grass terrain
with
recovery,
everything
makes
around
sense.
it. Koraidon not acting this turn, the fake out making it flinch. Now we turn our attention over to the Rillaboom. It
Yep,
baited
yep.
into that Woodhammer into the Brute Bonnet slot would have been super effective. That
Good
was
call.
master sound effects there, Ben. If you could consider an alternative.
You get a free heat wave plus attack now.
Foley Master Ben, a little bit of recovery all around on the field.
And getting the fake out to that Koraidon really makes a difference here, because both of the Pokemon on
Woodhammer did a
Mal's
shitload.
side are really struggling to be able to survive attacks from that Koraidon. Close combat, even with an Intimidate, but with the Life Orb, still usually gets the knockout onto Incineroar, and Rillaboom exactly the same, but both of these Pokemon can tear her out, so it's a really difficult scenario to choose where for Mal that he's going to play defensively in this spot, especially now that Chi-Yu has entered the field and you get that extra little bit of damage from Heat Wave.
Heatwave
I love the
down,
Chi-Yu
so
just
this, of
flood-
course, Mal's
just
really under the thumb here, but you want to keep around the
swimming.
Pokemon that are immune to
Just
spores
keep
as long
swimming,
as
buddy.
possible can. Incineroar for potentially that reason now switching, because it's so threatened by the fight.
Flutter comes in.
Can bring right from the past into the present.
Koraidon comes in.
Now,
Oh,
Koraidon's
shit.
going to be joining the fray here instead. Clear Amulet needs Life Orb, but now let's meet the Terra.
Yeah, interested to see which one this is. It's Rillaboom going for its Terra Water, so yeah, I think a really good
Smart.
defensive play here, where Geo's already committed their Terra, but Rillaboom gets to also play on the defensive. The grass type's actually feeling a little bit wet in this scenario, even in the sun.
The
This move does
defensive
not
grass
hit,
enemy
man.
dodge over onto the Koraidon. Could be nice to fish for a burn in that situation, but
Oh,
no,
and the close
just
combat as well.
close combat not going to be enough to secure the KO. Mao is certainly looking pleased about that.
Get a
one.
U-turn now?
Geo's Koraidon has softened itself up not only from the recoil damage, but from that.
Just Woodhammers to kill Chi-Yu.
Woodhammer into
I like
Chi-Yu.
it.
There it is again. Thank you so much, Ben. And Chi-Yu is down as well. It just goes to show, not very effective.
It's just a good
Sometimes,
scarf
but
for
Ross Ray
Loggy.
boosted Woodhammer can certainly
I've seen
lift that one,
Sash
but
as
with
well,
the recoil damage,
and AV,
getting the Terra off
which
the
is
down,
interesting.
That's going to be the Rillaboom down from Mao. The solo has ended. The gig is over too. Take that drum kit back to your car. Hop in your cars and head home, as now Fluttermane with its Focus Sash still intact in the back, and you've got the Brute Bonnet that has gone for a Terra Water.
Brute
Again,
Bonnet.
the same way in game 1, the knockout on the Chi-Yu quite early in the match there.
This
redirected
Citrus is gonna
all the
carry.
Calyrex on Mal's side to really hit into its stride here. But the Brute Bonnet does have Sucker Punch this time round, and yeah, okay, that's not going to be hitting for super.
Yeah,
effective if the
Chi-Yu
Calyrex
actually has good
does
special
go
defense at
for
least.
its Terastallization, but if it does, then that
But
means
his
that
HP is so
Koraidon
mid.
isn't, and maybe that opens a few windows for Geo to take advantage of as well.
Right, here it is, that shiny Brute Bonnet, and now the response from Mao going to be their Fluttermane joining field 2, which also has its focus sash in attacks. Focus sash that paid so many dividends in that game 1.
Yeah, but now we're back to basically the same situation that we had in turn 1. We've gone around the houses and come back to this position where the Terra Water Brute Bonnet is actually looking really, really nice. And I think Geo getting the KO on that Rillaboom actually might have been one of the key things on his path to taking this game 2 back from Mao, taking us to a game 3. Because the Spore is ever more...
Yeah, it would have been a nasty Mao. I don't think it would have killed -1 though.
Pokemon that's ready to put the hammer down.
If they went out into Instant on that slot. I think killing Rillaboom makes sense though.
Onto the Fluttermane would be really wonderful in this situation. Doesn't have Bullet Seed, of course, just has the Speed Bomb, so he can't deal with it in one hit. As Koraidon now just going to be scouting out, of course, again, it's so weak to that double super effective fairy damage. What's going to be the Shadow Ball into that slot instead. The Flare Blitz also doubled up into the Koraidon. Geo giving a little nod there. Now, what mischief has Brute Bonnet got up to here? Just the Spore. Fluttermane taking that snooze on the field, and this could well be how Geo now takes us through to a game 3.
Yeah, no real reason not to play that completely safe there for Geo because the Terra Water Brute Bonnet is in such a good position. You've got to respect Mao for taking the taking that read and saying, well, okay,
dude, this Raging Bull is so
maybe
beautiful.
Geo doesn't go for it in the scenario and trying to take
still
advantage
good.
of that, but certainly not coming through. And I think with the Spore onto the Fluttermane now, it's really down to Geo to try and take advantage of that Pokemon being asleep. Now, Fluttermane has gone to sleep and hasn't been able to get
its sash is still intact though. You definitely want to break it.
Is so slow in the same way that Amoonguss does, and so this Fluttermane now will
this Koraidon might still take this game away.
It's still not in any threat of being KO'd, even though it doesn't
especially because it's Life Orb
anymore. So the Spore into the Koraidon is looking pretty nice still.
Yeah, the Spore
good play.
That makes Mao pivot around, rotate.
Very good play.
Just trying to not get their Pokemon put to sleep. You could call it the Spore.
Very good play. Holy crap.
Into the Fluttermane on Geo's side. Really good call from Geo there. And
beautiful, beautiful positioning, man. Beautiful plays, beautiful positioning.
Their play. You now have 2 sleeping Pokemon over on Mao's side of the field thanks to that Sportex. And it's high time now for Geo to just go on the offensive. Try to start sweeping through.
Right, because the Brute Bonnet has Sucker Punch, so it and Mao's
Brute
Fluttermane
Bonnet
has offensive moves other than Protect. So while you're asleep, you can still go for Protect over and over again, and it doesn't reduce your chances of being able to succeed in that. That would block the Sucker Punch, but if you're just carrying on protecting, then you're not actually doing any damage, and so yeah, it's a really tough spot to be in.
I like Shadow Ball, Seed Bomb,
especially knowing that the Incineroar is in the back. At least Mao does have a switch in there, but then you're not burning through those sleep.
I think Koraidon has to switch.
Yeah, again, it's really tough when both your Pokemon on the field are asleep.
Yeah, because it's threatened by Moonblast, so you have to switch. If Fluttermane doesn't wake up here, it's dead. So, oh, damn! And now you threaten Fake Out again, and then, yo.
Just scouting out here in place of no damaging move.
Watching Pokemon on TV and people like MBZ, MTG Xerxes, the Shadow Project.
The Fluttermane can't actually go for
yeah, pretty lucky wake.
In this spot. They can certainly exchange Shadow Balls, and maybe this is one of those turns
I think it's literally
where
game.
exchanging a Shadow Ball, you go for the Icy Wind to break the focus sash, but if both of them do that, we end up in exactly the same position that we were in before, and certainly with the
but then Sash is broken, they both Shadow Ball each other, and then it's speed tie. Smart. You Fake Out.
Yeah, that'd be fascinating.
Or do you break? Do you instead of Fake Out? Do you break Flutter Sash?
It's still sleeping, of course. There's no damage threatened down, but that it can still threaten the Oracle.
Well, you don't want to throw. You don't want to do that. You want to Fake Out because you want them to sleep. The defense raise is so nice on Brute Bonnet. Oh, you do go for the break Fluttermane Sash or taunt. Yeah. Okay, hey, that makes sense. Because you're banking all on your own Flutter. Do we get a burn? No burn.
Just attempted into that Koraidon slot. It's Geo looked like they were having the advantage here, but Mao is doing everything.
Unironically, your Milwaukee team would have been well positioned to this metas. Yeah, 100%. It's really good into Sun. It's really good into Calyrex. Like those are my easiest matchups with the team. But and if I would have went to Worlds as a player, which would have required me to have won Milwaukee, I would have brought some version of my team for sure. We already had a second version of the team ready to go after.
Unfortunately for
then Miraidon comes around and say hi. I know. I fought so many Miraidon mirrors. They were fine. I have treads and bundle. MBZ's dated you as an uploader. Yes, a couple years before me. I was around during that meta and I talked with them and doing all that stuff. But he predated me a couple years as an uploader. Yeah, very little Grimmsnarls, which is really cool.
Geo there, putting something to sleep that's already asleep does not extend the...
I think Ho just Terra grasses and gets the tailwind off.
Sleep
That's what I did.
the way that you wanted to. Koraidon still gets to wake up at the same time it would have otherwise. But again, the move up here, guaranteed damage again into that Koraidon. Never took a guaranteed turn of sleep, so that's going to be going down this turn.
From sleep
Koraidon can still win.
Double super effective damage now. Geo well and truly has the Pokemon advantage. I speak just as now. Geo's
also, Brute Bonnet is okay, so it's going to come down to Fluttermane waking up, but you still have... You literally have Rage Powder.
Why not? Of course, it could have been a Fluttermane switch positioned there too.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And so Koraidon rejoining the fray. Brute Bonnet, such a masterful switch up Geo here. It'd be fascinating to see if we do head to a game 3, if they're going to be leaning on that one.
Ooh, I think this does go to a game 3. I think you just spam Rage Powder.
What it can't do is attack 2 Pokemon at the same time with its damage-dealing moves. Yes, there is the Icy Wind potential there.
Well, Double
but
Protect is
Koraidon has a
fine
way
too.
To counteract that with a Rage Powder, so the Moonblast gets redirected, the Shadow Ball gets redirected away from the Koraidon. Koraidon gets to attack.
Yeah, I think he gets it now.
Incineroar whenever it really likes.
I didn't know we could bring water up there.
Flame Charge would certainly knock the Fluttermane down.
I've just been realizing people have been drinking water. I did not know that.
Good position, a really strong
I was out of water
position
by the
for
time
Geo
of the
to be in.
tournament,
Now,
though.
let's not forget as well, the Sucker Punch after the Fluttermane is at its focus sash would stop this Fluttermane from attacking at all. So yeah, only a few turns away, I think, from Geo being able to lock up this game 2, takes it to a game 3.
Let's see if Mao can switch things around and get something done here with a helping pull from the Incineroar.
Makes sense. You're trying for a last-ditch effort
as it's
crit
gonna be redirected
onto
into
Brute
the
Bonnet. That's
Geo's
not
side
killing,
of
though.
the field. Gonna be the Moonblast. How much damage will that do? Brute Bonnet brought down to about a third, but the berry, fascinating.
God,
to see
that did
this
nothing.
berry.
Brute Bonnet is so bulky.
Riding around unnerved, meaning that you're unable to eat those
Kill
berries.
that damn
Rather
threat.
super effective close combat now into Mao's Incineroar. Fluttermane has a mountain to climb here, and as it stares down its fellow Pokemon from the past, let's see if it's going to write its own future.
I wonder if there's a scenario where actually Geo kind of wants to.
How many turns is Sun left?
Just
2?
A little bit longer to stop that photosynthesis boosting up the
Protect
speed
is
of the
fine.
Fluttermane,
Piercing the
making
Draco
it
Sticker on
outspeed
screen, I'm saying.
with the Koraidon, but Citrus Berry here doing so much work.
You don't have to project, though. Flame Charge plus Rage Powder is free. Because then you can protect next turn and then you faster.
It's going to be targeted
Yep.
down by
You're safe, buddy.
Koraidon, take it down to its focus.
Nice job, Geo.
The Koraidon does that with a Flame Charge as well, which is the
That
most
is a great
likely
set
thing
so
there.
far.
After the Sun gets removed from the field, then the Koraidon always outspeeds the Fluttermane. There's no chance of any speed ties going on here.
Brute Bonnet, definitely the MVP in this game. It's putting things to sleep and now becoming the center of attention. That Moonblast, there's no critical hit to speak of there. That will be the Flame Charge, that will be the Fluttermane.
Nice.
That will be the boost to the speed of the Koraidon. Geo, leaving nothing to chance as far as possible here, just making sure that they are stamping their ticket into a third game and trying to turn the tables against Mount Harada.
And now Geo gets to do the perfect pin here overall, is to go for a Sucker Punch and then to
Yep.
go for any
Yep,
sort
yep,
of attack onto the Fluttermane. If you keep on protecting, then maybe you get a few turns out
All
of it.
right,
Yeah,
game
Geo's
3.
in a perfect spot to take this game, and that's why Mal forfeited
Great
that
adjustments.
turn to
They already
Brute Bonnet was perfect in this
Geo
game.
declined place at Siege early.
Brute Bonnet's in it. If it
Most of
Mount Harada and Geo Siski will be progressing through today
Okay.
with a completely clean record of 6 wins and 0 losses. It all comes down to this game. And thank you, Geo, for
Last turn
providing
forfeit
how
feels
they
so
are
disrespectful.
music, that it couldn't be more
Ah, you
perfect
mean,
for the high
you don't want your
stakes
opponent
of
to
these
die,
training
you get more
providers. So
information.
Koraidon faces down Lunala, Fluttermane faces
You don't
down
give up any
I feel like
information
Lunala
even though
actually
you have
sets
open team
itself
sheet.
into a quite nice spot here where it's putting on a lot of pressure, and it doesn't necessarily.
You already know how much Shadow Ball does to Koraidon?
Too many knockouts taken against it, especially if Geo wants to commit the early Terra Water.
You have a guesstimate of how much
Not Terra that we see
Moonblast
too often in
does
this
to Brute?
regulation set, but actually working out really, really well. And I think Geo identifying in his team building process that actually Lunala really doesn't like playing into these mirrors. I've got to have the Terra Water to be able to play into those confidently, rather than to play this sort of mirror.
This is cool because you either break Sash. One of the Mon's going to die here, but you either break Sash from Flutter, which is really big for your Flutter plus Koraidon on the back, or you potentially kill.
That doesn't go so well for me all the time.
The Moonblast, there's no special
Actually
attack
connects
there.
them both.
Heat Wave connecting into Mouse side of the field. The Flare Blitz is going to be big damage, but it's also going to do
Yep.
big recoil damage right back.
This is
to Mao's
huge, though.
Koraidon. Chiyu is already down and out. Already, Mao has the advantage in terms of Pokemon numbers. The Moon Guy's been, though, super effective onto Mouse Fluttermane. Lovely
And you keep, yeah, Flutter being gone and Flutter gone and you keep it. Good night,
So
Salt.
we traded a Pokemon apiece. Fluttermane and Chiyu, we often see them side by side on the field, but this time around, they were facing each other down. These trainers mean business.
I think this actually really does favor
This-
Geo more
I
than
guess
it
you're
does
trying to deal
Mao's.
with Instinct
Now
coming in,
the Fluttermane
potentially?
on Mao's side of the field gets taken out. We've seen already in this matchup how important Fluttermane is to the end game. Well, if you knock it out on turn 1, you don't have to worry
Or
about it in an
Rillaboom?
scenario. You can also use your
Calyrex.
own Fluttermane to your
I'm
advantage
surprised.
here.
I'm surprised you didn't
Calyrex
bring out
and
your
Koraidon entering the
Fluttermane
field
there.
At the same time, I think really does make
I'm really surprised
overall
Fluttermane didn't come out.
Koraidon outspeeding the Calyrex.
I guess Terra
Or if
Fire is
game
fine.
1 was just that one-time advantage, or if this is definitely.
Yeah, Flutter
Koraidon
felt a
having
little
the
bit better,
advantage
especially
here.
into Life
Four
Orb.
restricted on the field now. Again, this is so classic for game 3. These
What are you going to do? Are you going to
trainers
Wide Guard on the
take
Astro, but then Psychic threatens you? Or are you going to Terra?
Definitely. I mean,
But then if you lose a
that's
speed tie, it could be
definitely
bad. Your Life Orb, though.
If you have the slower restricted
Yeah, you're
Pokemon,
thinking
you
about it.
really
It's
get
tough.
into trouble quite quickly, but the Lunala has a tool
Are they a
to
modest
use all
Calyrex
season
enjoyer?
long in that wide guard to make that situation just that little bit easier to deal with, and try to utilize.
The problem with this
it
is as
for
well, like
Geo
even
set.
if you manage to beat Calyrex and still keep Lunala alive plus Flutter, Instant in the back is still a threat. But it is more Fizz I assume, because it's what, helping hand.
The very powerful Moon Guy's team that he has access to.
Okay, so Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be riding all the way back to Galar and joining us on
Yeah,
the
Terra
field
for Psychic.
It's going to be the Clefairy. Okay, so Mao did bring it this game and has revealed all 4 of their Pokemon. So fantastic information for Geo here. The terrestrialization onto the Koraidon. For
Hold
one of
up.
These trainers has become its Terra Fire. It's all the more boosted to its firepower now with the sun.
Did we see a wide guard? Did he click wide guard?
It's going to be the Koraidon on Geo's side. of
No
the
wide
field.
guard.
The Flare
What a
Blitz,
great
massive into
turn.
Clefairy here. Just how much damage is it going to take? Oh, it's just enough. The big one hit KO. My goodness gracious me.
The life-
Not
that should be
really
game.
intention there at all. The item that boosts the defense of a Pokemon that can still evolve. And Mao is brought down to just lost their final 2 Pokemon. Removing the Clefairy that early was
that goes down, right? But then you get Flutter in. Getting Flutter in this turn is actually perfect.
There could be another knockout yet to come. All of the restricted on the field at the start of the turn.
And you still have your Shadow Shield.
Koraidon, but no, it will be hanging on here. But the Flutter Mane so lovely to have in the back with the Focus Sash still available.
This is quite a nice position for Geo to be in with that Photosynthesis boost, but also the wide guard that it has access to. It's going to make this Calyrex just a lot easier for Geo to be able to deal with in this endgame. But one thing that Mal's done really well is knock out the Koraidon on that turn, which we did see outspeed.
Dude, Lunala could also just Terra and live everything if he really wants to.
Yet again, what I'm wondering about is whether Icy Wind is enough to pick up the KO on this Koraidon, and if that's the case, whether or not Moonglow's Beam can follow things up here and take a positive turn here for Mal in this endgame. One thing to note is that actually
doesn't have Dazzling Jake.
Terra option on their side of the field, and so going for a Terra Dark here on the Calyrex would make you much better into the Lunala. But if you do that, then maybe your Koraidon gets knocked out by a super effective Icy Wind instead.
Certainly not the first wide guard mind game that we're going to be
I think planning
championship trainers. It has been so prevalent in regulation set high. Now
I think playing out is fine.
Terrifier for Mal. This means, of course, it's not going to.
Oh,
From Geo's.
okay. He Terrifier to try and live Icy Wind if they go for Icy Wind, so that they can get a It's probably Protect, and then you're gonna try and get some stuff after that. Wide guard.
Be the Astral Barrage that Mount Calyrex locked into. Let us find out. Moonblast into the Calyrex.
Well, Calyrex is outsped.
Just a Psychic in fact now. It's Geo's Flutter Mane.
Beautiful plays. Holy crap.
That life orb damage is going to keep racking up as well.
Wait, did Mal just get it?
The speed. That's going to be Flutter Mane down. Critical hit.
Oh my god, I think Mal just got it.
And all of a sudden, this Lunala cannot go for wide guard and attack at the same time. It's having too much after it.
Wow.
To make in this scenario, and especially as well because the Koraidon getting that speed boost makes
what a great one.
Before the Calyrex here. That'll knock out its Shadow Shield, so the Astral Barrage will definitely pick up a KO. If it wasn't going to take a KO, regardless, being an Astral Barrage single target into a Lunala that has no ability to go for its Terra option.
Wide guard once more, but here is that all-important Flame Charge to break the Shadow Shield now. Lunala in the sun, you can see the dividend it pays. Of course, Shadow Shield meaning it's taking reduced damage from attacks when it's at full HP. Was the attempted Astral Barrage here, but at some point, if Joe wants to win this game, they're going to have to start attacking, but just immediately locking another wide guard attack.
Yeah, it's really clever as well.
I guess just thinking about how to fight this matchup later, this is obviously game 3.
But actually going for a Flame Charge over and over again means that the Koraidon is just allowed to attack over and over again without taking recoil damage.
I don't think Koraidon will protect, but
it's the fact that the 2 Pokemon are on the field for Mal that's important here. More
with enough sun turns, I think so, yes. If you take on Koraidon, I think Kai tried to call the Koraidon protecting though, but if you take on Koraidon, what about
how long it takes to do the requisite damage?
It's tough.
Yeah, this Lunala has certainly been caught out of position now. There's not much Geo.
It's not like there was 100%. I thought Geo had it though.
Just, you know, again, prolong your time in the spotlight on the stage. It's only the World Championships once a year, trainers. Flare Blitz now. This is going to be enough. That's going to be Mal Haradi, a top 4 at Worlds 2023, going through to day 2.
Great game. Great set though. All right, Victor
opting to go
with the nasty plot, Terra Dark, standard body press, nasty Smeargle, safety goggles, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom.
From the deck here, that's Smeargle.
Versus my boy Justin Tang.
2 different Pokemon.
When you look at the Groudon that was entered a lot of times earlier this season, but could this be the air? But before that, we need to get into Justin.
Running Groudon when he freaking hates Groudon, which is so funny. Like I've seen Justin complain so much about Groudon. Like, I've seen him complain so much about Groudon. This is really funny. This is round 7?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. It's like
this is round 7.
Seems like it should have worked better in this format than it has, where you Groudon
I love the jump bluff.
You get
playing on Sleep Powder, you nasty.
all these Pokemon, the nice synergy with the Sonic brings with that Drought.
Groudon eats Koraidons, doesn't it? I mean, if it Terras, with the CC still 2 shots. If it doesn't Terra Fire, Flare Blitz, Okos. Might have been one of the Smeargles. I know Smeargle in day 2 was nasty, apparently.
Probably any opposing traders that have the...
It's useful in this format because it feeds more as well. It has got that as used to.
See what we got.
Number of other moves,
yeah, we're going to get started. Let's see Justin lead off with the Raging Bolt and the Chi.
Justin's a good guy. Good friend.
Calyrex Shadow Rider and that Incineroar.
Should be a lot of fun here. It's a very aggressive lead kind of for Justin, even though we don't see either of the restricted Pokemon. We do see a lot of potential damage from these 2 Pokemon, and it's kind of a cool spot, right? Where how aggressively do you want to play it? Do you try and like maybe go for an attack with these Pokemon? You assume Groudon.
Damn, look how aggressively Victor about to play. No fake out, just parting, shotting, plus protecting.
Either activating Raging Bolt ability or increasing the fire damage to the Chi-Yu, but also dangerous to their side. You don't want to make it easier for that Calyrex to get going, and then Incineroar is very threatening with its support moves.
Yeah, and that's the thing where the Chi-Yu has the option to go for that terrestrialization.
That boy is clicked protect. Yep, protect. Yep. Protect again.
And then go for those big powerful snarls, maybe dog balls into that Calyrex. But we are just seeing the protection protect here. I think they want to scout out what the Chi locks into, and it will be that heat wave. Considering we're not really going to worry about that too much.
Get your chip and then get your chip with Raging Bolt.
Return back with a choice of his own, but the Thunderbolt coming into that slot.
Oh,
big
damn,
damage,
Para?
on top. So Justin really taking the opportunity when it is presented. Get some big damage onto this.
Okay, so, I mean, we know now that this is a physically defensive Incineroar. Look how much that Thunderbolt Life Orb did. No sun. Holy crap. I know it's next to Chi-Yu, though, obviously, but I assume this is more physically defensive than special defensive.
Come out, no paralysis this time, getting a nice bit of chip onto the GU.
Yo, Jump Bluff is a nasty mon.
Which is going to be all important to getting around this really threatening Pokemon. And it looks like this Smeagol going to be entering the field. Another Pokemon with that active fake out, going to be able to maybe use it this time. It wasn't utilized on the Incineroar the turn before because of the options maybe there that were maybe going to let it fail.
Yeah, Moody not doing too much there. The reduced defense not going to matter against the special attacking Pokemon, and neither will the special attack boost. Victor locking it pretty quickly here, kind of cycling in. Didn't get such a great trade in the first turn, but now going to see if he can perhaps get a position to start getting some boost on this Calyrex, because it is a very Calyrex-based composition that we see from it.
Well, we talked about the jump bluff, and now it does.
What up, Phil?
The Chi-Yu leaves once more, and just to protect all around here from the Raging Bolt, the Calyrex going for a protect.
Nintendo?
And the Smeagol going for the Spore, but really nice switch there from Justin to be able to get that Pokemon in, has that immunity to it. Again,
I thought that boy got a speed boost immediately. I was like, oh, shit.
Moody boost there with that special attack. It's not going to be too handy this time around.
Yeah, 4 levels of increased special attack there. Unfortunately, Speaker feeling special, but not able to show everyone how special that it is. Great switch there, avoiding the Spore, and now we're sort of in an interesting situation where you're theoretically threatening an Encore on 2 moves that maybe you don't get locked into, but Smeagol will have the option of taking a Follow Me in order to try to avoid getting the poor Calyrex locked into Encore and the Protect.
Well, it is the ground when it comes to the field, and with it, we'll bring that Drought ability, summoning the Sun, and activating that Chlorophyll ability, and the Encore coming out. No Follow Me from the Smeagol, punishing that Calyrex. It will be locked into the Protect.
Beautiful, beautiful plays. But Spore into Groudon is free too.
Perhaps trading a Spore for that?
Maybe for that, yes. Probably a worthwhile one, because now you can maybe switch that Groudon out of the field, get something a little bit more effective. You can come in and maybe utilize that jump up now to go for the Spore into the Smeagol.
Yeah, kind of a tough match for restricted Pokemon here. Calyrex going.
Damn, that President's Blade looked good as hell too. Do you still do paid coaching, or am I living in 2019? If I had time, I would still do paid coaching. But yes, that was a long time ago, my friend. I have 7 draft games this week to play, so no. Maybe in the future I'll open it up again. That shit was a lot of work though.
You have to leave battle, but at least, hasn't been too... Well, you really don't have to switch it out here, but instead, Justin takes out the field as well. You see the sleeping Groudon. So, the restricted Pokemon is late. There's 2 very offensively gifted, non-restricted Pokemon there with the Raging.
God, look at all these. Yeah, I have 7 draft games.
Goal to the GU, but let's see how Justin tries to play this. Do you slow play it, try to leave the Groudon out, maybe eat some sleep turns so that later in the match, Groudon can do something offensively. You don't want it just to be bait for Calyrex later on if you can avoid it.
Well, to not leave it a sitting duck on the field, it does leave, and in place of it will come out the Incineroar. We'll be able to drop an Intimidate, which is quite useful onto the Groudon if that does stick around on the field for Justin, and lowering that physical damage coming out. The Encore coming out from the jump up now into the Smeagol and really shutting that option down for the foreseeable, as it is.
I mean, I'm in 4. Technically 5 starts, 1 more in a week.
The big important thing here is that Groudon does take a guaranteed sleep turn, so the next turn does have the chance to wake up. But the interesting thing
doesn't matter too much.
It's got +4 in its speed now. That's 2 speed boosts it's had, so it's going to be maybe outspeeding that.
He wakes up here. This could be a kill.
Yeah, sure to get the chance to attack. This Spore's going to fail because Groudon can't wake up yet. But now it's a threat you have to deal with, right? You don't want to risk having Groudon wake up, get slept again. So the sleep powder is going to go down.
Okay.
Able to sleep, but if already seen this Incineroar lock in a flare,
I'll sleep soon.
I don't think Jump Left's going to like that at all.
Not at all, and with that cover claw.
Ah, wake up would have been fired. Does he get a full para though?
It is targeted like we see.
Okay, but like,
down, boosted by the sun, and then easy
I will say positionally, this is still really good because you got the Encore on that mon at least, and now Groudon has burnt enough turns. They drop lane plus. Fears are needed to decompress with after a long day of BS. Hey.
Disruptive threat on Justin's side, while the Groudon.
I mean, that's still open on pokeaimMD as well. You just got both.
But it is going to pressure whatever comes back onto the field. There's a Calyrex in the back, Victor still asleep, and another Moody boost, a defense boost here as well. This Smeagol's getting all the right boosts right now.
Yeah, now it's at sort of a delicate spot where neither of Justin's remaining Pokemon have any way to avoid being put to sleep by that Spore. So
yeah, Tony, we're only on day 1. We're not even up to day 2 yet.
It's not quite the setup you're looking for. Maybe if you're trying to get Calyrex in, so we're not going to see it.
Raging Bolt's pretty free.
But Smeagol, awkward spot, kind of pinned down by the jump up the whole time, but
much love, fam.
Sort of controlling the battlefield.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, as soon as the Smeagol does wake up, if it can get through these sleep turns, it is going to be a real disruptive force for Victor to be able to put a real pin on Justin, because you can automatically just put the Groudon back to sleep, you can put that Raging Bolt to sleep. You don't really need to worry about the threats. And then you've got the
Justin is on the back leg, but if he wakes up, that President's Blade would be nasty. Damn, these sleep turns are nasty. Good luck in your draft finals.
From the Raging Bolt into that Smeagol, it is going to take it down to its stats, so all we need now is Justin's Groudon potentially wake up here this next turn, get an attack off, but that Encore has ended. And another speed boost for the Smeagol with that move.
Damn, these speed boosts are nasty, bro.
In the trailer, like, you know what, I can go pretty fast too. I don't even need a card.
We just needed to wake up this next turn.
It's Smeagol wakes up here. That's heinous.
That Raging Bolt from being effective, but the Groudon now will wake up. We've had that 3 guaranteed sleep turns, so we know what's coming out. The Groudon is going to be able to go for an attack, potentially remove the Smeagol, which is going to.
You got to land the President's Blaze, buddy.
See the body press come out again. Oh, it's a huge knockout. You would have thought from the original damage that it would have been able to take that.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Yo, and then Smeagol's gonna wake up next turn and just go for Spore on Raging Bolt, so you can't even spread move with Chi. You gotta overheat crit.
Victor capitalizing on the position with the body press and removing the Groudon.
That'd be fire.
Not only that, but he's also going to wear off this turn.
That's such a whack crit. Damn.
Attacks, and suddenly things are looking pretty bleak here. Smirgle's going to have a chance to wake up for this.
Why is Victor still getting speed boost while asleep? That's crazy.
To bother targeting without those speed boosts, and could have ended up a little different situation here. And the critical hit, would have likely led to a situation where without it, this Smirgle maybe would have got knocked out. This Zamazenta would have been weakened, and now it's tough. Justin Tang down to 2 Pokemon without Groudon getting preserved there. She's going to have to lock into one move for the rest of the game, and Victor's looking like he might get an advantage here in this first game of the set.
Yeah, especially with that Shadow Rider Calyrex at the back. If you can kind of deal with that Chi.
Chi doesn't run Flamethrower either. It runs Dark Pulse, Snarl, Overheat, and Heat Wave.
This matchup, so it's all about the Smeagol now. If the Smeagol wakes
That's
up,
so rough.
Really disrupt with the Spore into either one of these targets on just the side of the field, it can't be the difference to swing the game. We are just seeing a protect from the Zamazenta here. Just wants to check out what.
Hey Blackhawk, I saw that you picked up the merch, bro. Appreciate you. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna send you a little thank you video probably later this week.
And it is the overheat that the Chi locks into in that Zamazenta, so we know what single target attack, which is actually pretty big information now that you know you've got that Calyrex in the back, and there's no threat of those dark type attacks.
And there's no Terra yet either, so if you want Zacian Terra,
with only 2 Pokemon remaining like this, you have no way to reset your special attack.
Just follow me plus kill.
But now Chi is going to have to use overheat this turn, so follow me would allow it to reduce special attack by 2 levels just to take the 1 hit.
Hey, much love, fam.
Okay, there's no way I'm getting out of this one. And
dude, that was really brutal.
Pretty decisive win by Victor in the end.
Yeah.
Like with a President's Blaze, that could be a different game.
And really kind of dictated by the moody booster and how powerful that is.
Because like Raging Bolt isn't
slept,
slept,
it did have a big sway in that game,
and Chi has a lot of potential into Calyrex at the end. That's a rough game one, man. That's the game we play though.
The trade-off there is his Pokemon from that one Smirgle because Justin was to this stat by 1. So in theory, Smirgle's staying.
The sleeps or whatever, right? The crit is what mattered.
And Victor staying with the tried and tested Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and the Incineroar.
I'm not too shocked to see no adjustments from just inside of the field there while he lost that first game. You probably feel like, hey, if the rolls had gone the more statistically probable way, maybe I could have won that one anyway. We think.
Oh, I mean, I'm not like
double target on the Incineroar, right? First, Justin had the luck.
Trying to be neutral, even though Justin's my friend. Here's the fake out.
We do see the fake out into the Chi neutralization and followed up
strong damage as well. This is gonna do so much to Raging Bolt.
That is a huge knockout onto the Raging Bolt.
That's Calyrex. That only died because of Calyrex's ability. Holy crap.
Flinched by that fake out and a great.
So obviously the reason that didn't happen last turn is Chi-Yu could Terra Ghost to avoid that. So then Calyrex goes down. So because you're 1 up, it's okay. I think Victor felt okay with risking that potential Terra Ghost.
In there boost already from this life or boosted Calyrex.
I think noteworthy there is that you're probably like, oh no, another critical hit, but no, that did not show up there. That was non-critical hit damage, very offensively oriented Raging Bolt. I saw the benefits of that last game. We're doing an incredible amount of damage to the Incineroar, but this time taking an incredible amount of damage for that Calyrex. It's a really big knockout here.
Incine's gonna die.
Tang is in trouble, in danger of getting that first loss of the tournament.
Yeah,
this President's Blade plus Heat Wave gonna send Incineroar flying. Come on, there's a Groudon. If you don't send it flying, why are you even here?
See the Heat Wave locked into, not going to be once again very effective into this Incineroar. Going to take minimal damage, but now has to contend.
Minimal damage. Oh, and a high horsepower too, right into it. Beautiful. After President's Blades. Okay, the comeback is still now.
To support this Calyrex.
You have wide guard support though.
The tight matchup here is truly awful, although the wide guard support would be beneficial. The Chi-Yu is locked into a spread move. Going to be Smirgle instead. And I wanted to keep in mind as well that Chi-Yu is dishing out all this damage. Its ability is also
Heat crashing the Calyrex would be big though.
Damage from Calyrex on its partner Pokemon that was probably necessary in the knockout we saw the first turn. And now with the boosted level of special attack as well for this Calyrex.
Do you call it Terra Fire and Heat crashing to?
No,
especially after the boost, like you say. But Chi-Yu wanting to get out of the fray is switching.
Does Heat crash kill Calyrex?
A bit of an adaptation. The jump left going to make its way onto the field now. Terastallization going to be locked in. From
you have to Heat crash, right? That's what I thought. Terra Fire, Heat crash.
I'm going to have that fire type Terastallization boosting those fire type attacks. It does have the Heat crash. Pretty quite threatening if you
don't smoke Calyrex.
Especially if it's into this Calyrex. You are going to see the wide guard though. What does the Groudon lock into? If it's that Precipice Blaze, it is not going to land this turn. And Astral Barrage in return, but boosted by that Beat of Rune anymore now. The Chi-Yu's off the field.
Bro.
Into the Groudon. So unfortunate.
Dude, what is this set?
And taking advantage of the opportunities that are being presented.
Dude,
that's how we do see the critical hit, and I'm certain that critical hit did matter. That we don't get to see what Justin locked into. You'd assume with the fire terastallization that was probably a Heat crash that would perhaps have knocked out that Calyrex in a single blow. So maybe would have been a
just sleep the
other
morning.
Pretty decisive 2-0 lead for Victor here. I don't know how these poor Pokemon are going to be.
That was so whack. Oh my god, what a set.
Doesn't it? I mean, you've got the jump left here. Is going to be the fastest thing on the field with that stun up with chlorophyll. You can utilize.
Sometimes people do use Wake, but
this Smeagol could just go for the follow me here and just completely protect the Calyrex. You've still got to be careful around the Snarl, and maybe that's what
I've seen it like once or twice, but it worked.
Encore the Calyrex, you get stuck with the last 2 Pokemon. I'll be a sleep powder instead, so potentially even better. But we'll have to see what the Chi-Yu opts to do here.
It is going to be the Heat Wave that it locks into, and it is just going to be into the Protect. Does it land with the Smeagol? It looks like it will just be into the Protect there for the wide guard.
Bro's getting up and saying good game before forfeiting.
Astral Barrage coming out, and it will be enough to...
The game isn't done, and Justin just walked away. Shook his hand, gave him back the team sheet.
Pick up the knockout on both these Pokemon. This is such a quick turnaround and a very, very convincing win from Vicar Medina.
I mean, that's just what you see sometimes in this format, right? The power of these Pokemon is so overwhelming, and you know, one little mess up, or in this case,
that was rough, man.
Rolls, and the game could snowball so hard. It's why Counter
Good sports.
Shadow Rider has been the most used restricted Pokemon all season long.
Good sports.
Where, you know, if you give it an inch, it takes a mile.
Yeah, and I think in particular, when we're not talking about the critical hits,
That's some nasty luck.
Was able to get onto the Raging Bolt that turn 1 of game 2. That was
allow you to maneuver a little bit, and boy, I'm just so excited to see how this. I hope we get to see more than like 7
All right, last game of day 1. I think it's Woofy.
Yeah, I think a tough thing.
Mind
Versus Marcus.
and get ready for
This is Wolf's winning in, I believe. Wolf running Sun as well with Brute Bonnet.
Everything is.
Well, the first thing that catches my eye here is that Annihilate by Marcus' side of the field. You know, I guess.
Ape with Final Gambit looks nasty. Hold up. How much does it have at level 50? 217? How much does Among Us have? 216? Oh, way more. 221. Okay. Just wondering.
What moves, if you're familiar with the Pokeaim Championships, as Annihilate tends to know.
That was nasty, Robert. The last one. That's crazy.
Trading itself 1-for-1 the Pokemon the other side of the team.
Both games were rough.
A match between more offensively based teams, that's a little less devastating. For a defensive team, I think it can be a lot.
This Follow Me, this Rage Powder Follow Me support into Final Gambit, into just these two demons.
Worse, where even if you don't entirely lose a Pokemon, if one Pokemon is really critical, and that's something I would love seeing if I was on Wolf's side of the field.
Yeah, and so I think Koraidon, and we get to see the return next to this Lunala. This is a great pairing.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun.
Koraidon does insane work here.
Slower team than we sometimes see, where often these
Ursaluna is disgusting.
Wolf playing a little bit more conservatively here, where we can use Icy Wind to try to slow Pokemon down if he.
Covert Cloak is most likely for when it Terras, so it doesn't have to worry about it. But so because it's not running Protect as well. That's interesting.
Doesn't get the Trick Room option going, but a little bit more straightforward. I do have to know, I
guess you don't have Electricity because you don't have Miraidon on this team.
What Wolf's Incineroar was, I downloaded using the code, but this Pokemon is a different move with the Will-O-Wisp instead of, I believe, the Protect we normally see from Wolf. So a little different approach with this team. I do think the Will-O-Wisp potentially very impactful here as we see the clear.
No Protect, Covert Cloak is really cool.
That is so great for any sort of redirections and
a little bit offensive. Quiver Dance version of Vulgar potentially still going to do a lot of damage, especially if it gets
out of water. I'm gonna get more after this set.
Koraidon to set the Sun, and then also kind of interested to see kind of the many Pokemon on Marcus' side of the field who it seems like Wolf's Incineroar going to need to help control it. Watch this match, try to get Incineroar.
that Wolf that could go well.
So we got
any of this.
So Sion right away. Calyrex 2 trainers at 5 and 2 are double restricted for Wolves right away hitting the field.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of pressure here automatically, right? Intimidate coming off. Wolf has Life Orb. I think Life Orb still kills in Sin if it's not fully physically defensive in the Sun, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. I think it has to be fully. Where's my close combat? Oh yeah, obviously the skills. Damn, even if it's fully, that shit murders you. Why is it helping hand? Okay. Yeah, literally only full can take a -1. What up, Jaden? Day ones are hella fire. Hey, we almost done. Hey, fam. Good evening to you.
And Incineroar feels like a restricted Pokemon sometimes too, so maybe an appropriate group for Pokemon. I think this combination of Incineroar and the Calyrex from Marcus' side.
Cali can obviously Terra as well, but Fake Out Pressure is pretty free.
Intimidate down this Koraidon. It does not have the Clear Amulet, instead going for the Life Orb, so threatening more damage. That's something we've seen from Wolf before, I believe, also on his
Wolf is 5-2, so this is literally his winning in. They both are.
Both restricted Pokemon, maybe going for some big damage here, but also with the sort of awkward option.
So this is pretty big. If he doesn't win this, he doesn't make it.
Yeah, and looking over this, it's a little bit awkward. So when you have this Koraidon,
same thing for Marcus.
Leverage a lot of damage right away on this turn, but Ina Incineroar back in
Terra Fire, close combat, good play.
Kind of in a little bit of a weird spot because of course, yeah, Trick Room could
Opposite switch into the Bear and Trick Room.
That's something you go for. Like, where do we go from here?
Okay, so this play, this is a nasty call. Obviously calling the Fake Out, but like Glacial Lance plus Knock is disgusting. With Life Orb, he needs that. This is a read by Wolf, though.
Wolf anticipating going to switch in the Ursaluna, hoping to end this turn with Trick Room active.
A Terastallization for the very first turn of this match coming out, and onto none other than the
Cali has
Ice
attack.
Rider. Of course, when you could get a like super effective hit from that Koraidon, you gotta make sure that you drop that weakness, so we'll get to see that Terastallization fire coming out. Knock off from the Incineroar into the Lunala. So much damage coming on out, bringing it down to a third of its health. Glacial Lance is going to be the follow-up. How much damage is going to be? Lunala is blind. Look how much damage the Ursaluna's taken.
Okay, that
was what Wolf was looking for. It all gets red hard there, loses a Pokemon immediately, gives up a chilling native.
Okay. Do you have Among Us in the back?
going to go down pretty quickly itself, because you don't take damage from burn the first turn that Flame Orb activates. But this Pokemon's very weakened now, and tends to be a slower Pokemon. Wolf has lost his Trick Room set, are going to have a hard time getting any attacks off. Koraidon going to come out back.
All right, so dude, homie, just hella read that. Honestly, crazy call. It must be fully Fizz Def, or like it just didn't think it would die. But I mean, you do still have Headlong Rush plus Close Combat, so you can kill Incineroar right here as well.
Back on the battlefield.
And if it depends on your speed, because this is a tie.
We'll see the value of this Fire Terrestrialization from this Calyrex.
The 218. Is that max on Ursaluna at level 50? Oh my god, this Ursaluna fast as fuck. Alright, so this Ursaluna has a lot of speed. Because it's only running 100 HP. It got a lot of speed. So it should be faster than Calyrex, most likely.
It's good against almost everything in Wolf's team. You resist now the fire type attacks as Koraidon.
That's a nasty start, though. Your breaker, well, one of your breakers is down to... Okay, so he gets 2 back. I'm assuming this Ursaluna is faster.
Instantly to make an impact on this turn. A little bit of recoil.
There's a shit-out speed with only 100 HP.
End of the trade that time around. Now, looking at these two Pokemon, of course, it's going to be...
Alright, he gets it back. Holy shit.
That's going to be a double KO for Wolf to completely flip the script.
So maybe it's not so bad for Wolf after all. Learning a little bit about perhaps the way he's supposed to train. Ursaluna going to move for pick up that knockout.
He got information now, at least.
Wolf,
he knows that turn 1 is a scary prey.
Both sides now have lost restricted Pokemon, so we're almost...
Well, what's in the back? Because you just killed... You high-key just killed the 2 Mons that can kill Amoonguss, right? Because Ape is in the back, what? Ape Ogerpon? So you high-key just killed the 2.
It's now down to 7 HP. It can only be around for 1 more turn before it's KO'd from that...
Okay, it's that. So it might come down to a speed tie, but it is Assault Vest Miraidon, so it might not be max speed. It might be a bulkier variant.
Burn damage. Wondering it could have maybe had to protect on that turn, but now it's going to be 2 offensive Pokemon for Marcus hitting the field, Miraidon and the Ogerpon, the last 2 Pokemon. And where can we see the impact? Of course, when you have that Miraidon, there is no access to any sort of protection. It is that Assault Vest.
Yeah, pretty strange situation here where...
Earthquake plus Protect is pretty okay.
Some sort of attack to finish Ursula off here. Don't actually allow
it should be Follow Me, right? Plus Draco.
The Trident Wolf side's sort of interesting situation where you think because
you can't dazzle
pay the tax of attacking the Ursaluna, you can get away with swing with the Koraidon, or you go for Protect here and hope that the combination of Wolf's final 2 Pokemon are able to win a 2-on-2.
Well, this is a big
I like Earthquake plus that.
Wolf has taken so much momentum, and a 4th Pokemon in the back still unrevealed to Marcus. Might be the opportunity.
Facade is a good play just in case to Follow Me, and they Draco into that.
Something that could put a lot of pressure. So that's going to be swap out from Koraidon, and none other than Amoonguss, the former idol. Let's give the props here to hit the field.
Spiky Shield
from the Ogerpon. So just eyeing up what this Miraidon can do on the turn.
Drake's
Meteor into the Amoonguss to soak
doesn't kill because it's AV, and now it's -2. Alright, that's game. Damn, what a comeback.
But that's a massive knockout. Ursaluna's going to feint to burn damage, but it goes down a hero.
Ursaluna essentially only had 2 turns on the field to really make an impact, and picking up not 1 but 2
just Terrifier flavors
in its time. It has done its job.
AV's never max speed. I've run AV max speed.
And Koraidon now can hit the field, and we've seen how much damage that Koraidon can do. That is everything, and I feel like just 1 move flick away from closing this out.
Yes. Potentially tricky spot. Wolf taking some time to think.
That bear got so much leverage at being from like 10%.
45 seconds to select the Pokemon if you want to think through the move here. Ogerpon's very interesting position where if it was anything that wasn't a grass type Pokemon, you just go for a Rage Powder and attack here for an easy finish. Will, however, be immune to that Rage Powder from Amoonguss, so still potentially a trickier spot for Wolf here. Wants to make sure he doesn't throw this game.
You gotta make sure all the guys are dead. I mean, yeah.
I don't think there was any throw.
Make sure you know the eyes are dotted.
I mean, I think Wolf should have Terrifier Flare Blitzed. But there's no way freaking Ogerpon lives CC. It was less than half HP. That was nasty as hell. What a comeback.
But that's just going to be successful from Marcus, and Wolf like take the first game in this
nasty
set,
comeback.
High intensity match. I mean, when you go from that first turn, that call from Marcus, the amount of damage, to then see how Wolf completely put that on his table. Like,
I cannot see anybody out there. Damn. They had no lights on out there.
I don't know exactly what he was going for there, but you wound up losing restricted Pokemon for free. Definitely not what he was expecting. But yeah, Ursula winds up being so clutch. That first pair of knockouts, I think, kind of made sense, right? Marcus is saying, like, there's a whole
look at this water tech. I swear, that was not a regional. Homie was at 20%. I mean, Ursula was only half HP. Oh, I remember that Mon coming all the way back. You're right.
Absolutely ravaged.
You're fucking right, big.
Hey, you know, 4-point defensively, he switches the Trident out, ends up being pretty good. But
damn.
I was surprised that the Miraidon went to the moveset of this Miraidon, right? Where we've seen a surprising amount of
I'm putting in some fucking crazy work.
If Koraidon does choose to swing here, I could be throwing the game that way instead. So
I guess you don't want to bring Volk into this one because Incin, Ursa, Koraidon do not care.
I doesn't get the read quite right there. Wolf able to take advantage, and wow, you know, I guess 7 HP in a dream there.
I feel like there was that on a timer, and it only had 2 turns on the field. Could have maybe tried to step back, and a full run back for both of these players.
I'm sort of fascinated that both players opted to do this again. I felt like that last game probably didn't go quite.
All right, so I'm gonna tell you straight up, Wolf is not switching. Ursaluna is the biggest threat here. That boy is not switching into it.
Where that was a very chaotic sort of game where Wolf really.
I don't know if Marcus knows, but that CC might smoke him.
I did back just by struggling. So can you imagine that Wolf does something a little different this time?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
already you get to see that.
He's going for the read again.
And I'm curious if Marcus wants to make such an aggressive read.
It's pretty safe.
Especially too, getting good information about the speed tiering of the Pokemon. So already,
Who comes out?
Switch up. Incineroar's not sticking around to find out any sort of wrap.
Eighth, good call. Now you threaten Final Gambit.
Yeah, so if this is something like a fighting type move, that could be everything. And I'm curious with Calyrex Ice Rider click, because that is the wide guard from the Lunala. No spread damage moves. Close combat is also not going to do anything. And Leech Seed.
Great Leech Seed as well to break the Shadow Shield. That's literally amazing. And then now you threaten Final Gambit. I'm assuming Ape the set is like what, like the close combat Final Gambit U-turn Shadow Claw / Raise Fist. Typically. That's what they were running back in the day. I don't know if that's what the Scarf one is. Is that what we had? Let me see. Let me check. Let me see if I can see that shit. Close combat Final Gambit. Yeah. Shadow Claw. Makes sense. Let's go back to this. Yeah, no rage. Just Shadow Claw. Yeah. I meant the other one was AV. Sorry. No Terra, by the way, from Calyrex is disgusting this turn.
Instead, it's going to be Annihilate that hits the field.
Oh, great switch.
Yeah, so if this is something like a fighting type move, that could be everything. And I'm curious with Calyrex.
No Terra from Calyrex is so disgusting.
No spread damage moves. Close combat is also not going to do anything. And Leech Seed from this Calyrex. Now, if Lunala sticks around, it is going to be losing valuable health.
Yeah, so Shadow Shield broken, so now you're threatened by Shadow Claw. But it's like tough. You can't really switch into a Mungus right here.
Puts Wolf in a tricky spot here. Leech Seed onto this Lunala is tricky where you don't want to keep just feeding easy HP to the Calyrex. Makes it harder to keep clicking the wide guard. Now that makes this very tricky for Wolf, where you really like to try to fight with the Moongeist Speed at slot now to try to avoid the threat of a Final Gambit. You can't use it on the Lunala because it's immune to the fighting type attack. So you'll have to see what this Annihilate blocks into, but it really does force Wolf's hand, where it's really hard to do anything with Koraidon except for click protect. Although Wolf maybe has other ideas, certainly at least considering something a bit more bold.
It's supposed to take a 1-for-1 with Final Gambit and let the rest of your mons win, Travis. Alright, he's calling no Shadow Claw.
Now we're going to see Terrestrialization turn 2 of this match, and with that Koraidon,
He's also calling no Terra.
You really get to see a lot of this offensive pressure come out into this fire type. And Koraidon, you know how much damage you can deal in the sun with those fire type attacks. Shadow Claw from the Annihilate so fast, and Lunala super effective.
That's okay.
Critical hit, 1 restricted for.
That crit did not matter, most likely. But the Flare Blitz is going to smoke Calyrex. So Ursaluna still looks nasty.
Wolf is gone.
Wait, the crit might have mattered? Really? Let's see if it's just max HP. I mean, it's not. I mean, it was leech seeded. It was leech seeded. It could have mattered.
Now it's going to be up to the Koraidon to try and make that difference up with an attack here on this turn. Flare Blitz.
Alright, so you get the kill on Kali though, which is huge.
That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade on
Always died, yeah. So it's locked in a Shadow Claw, so you get to bring out Ursa now. I guess a Mungus comes out just in case you're fearing Miraidon. Potentially, yeah.
That'll be the question here, and we got to see that it was a Miraidon in that game number 1.
Oh, if it's max HP plus a little bit.
So we will have to wait to see what the last Pokemon is. But now when you are eyeing up this turn, again, this is Incineroar that has a little bit Fako pressure, so that could help out.
Protect and then go Ursaluna, yep. Yeah, we just ran the calc though, it might have mattered. Hollowpuff is sick. And CC into that slot is sick, because Annihilate's not staying in. I like that play. If you fake out into that, that's cool too. Oh, he just wants to get activated. That's better, I guess. Because you can Rage Powder on Miraidon. Yep.
And that's going to be the confirmation, finally, of the fourth Pokemon.
And you get a free Q.
Second restricted, Miraidon hits the field, as well as on Engine, so if there is going to be something...
And you reset Koraidon, which is disgustingly strong.
It won't be able to hit anything because of that electric terrain. But a switch for a switch, Ursaluna to hit the field as well on this turn. As now we get to see the Terrestrialization coming out from the opposing end. Incineroar into this water.
Terra Water, smart.
You can see the opposite of we saw last time. The Calyrex going from the chilly ice type into becoming a fire type this time. Incineroar going to, well, kind of worse than this type now. matchup for now, but not going to
Looks like he attacked into that, taunted, beautiful.
All
Alright, so Ursaluna is activated, so now you can rage powder, you know Draco doesn't kill.
And that swap from both players does mean that Ursaluna, this go around, gets onto the turn for free, so onto the field for free. So yeah,
And you kill a slot in Miraidon.
We get to see some pressure out.
Yeah, really exciting opportunity here for the Ursaluna, where hey, you got the field, didn't get intimidated, would love to take a swing at one of these two Pokemon. But the type matchups have become a little interesting. The advantage of that Incineroar Terraformation is that now as a water type Pokemon, not only does it resist Miraidon's fire type attacks, but also
and if it's Draco plus taunt,
Ursaluna, which would incentivize you to try to go for a normal type attack if you're attacking that slot, of course, with the ghost type annihilate.
I think rage plus attack is good.
Which would likely lose the game. So Wolf gonna have to make a good prediction here.
I think killing Miraidon is big.
I hope to pick up big damage, and it will be into this.
Oh shoot! Now you can't even kill Amoonguss. That's huge.
Doesn't fare too well. That would be interesting. Of course, the Miraidon is faster, but
maybe Voltage is back. I guess maybe Voltage is back.
Now Miraidon, that's gonna be the Volt switch. This is great.
But that I mean, Incineroar taking that's huge.
Incineroar's not gonna appreciate what's about to happen next, but
I appreciate it's a lot more than would without the Terastallization. I really like how Marcus plays these turns. He's going to take this attack pretty well because he's going to get the Intimidate down first. Certainly any attack from Ursaluna is going to be quite painful.
And now nothing kills Amoonguss like.
Pretty well going to. Geez, that still does a lot.
Oh my God, that did so much damage. What the hell?
The important part. We made it through. We survived. Rocky Helmet's gonna be a little bit of damage, burn just a little bit.
And you can't like. This is actually rough because like you can't final Gambit into Amoonguss because then you can't win the game with Miraidon because you're first off you're slower than Koraidon. Secondly, you don't Oko it.
A little bit more favored. And now Annihilate's back on the field. And again, this Annihilate.
I mean, you do with Electro Jet, but that shit Okos you.
So fast.
Yeah, sort of a fun situation now. We see a Wolf considering another tricky decision where
Protect plus EQ is nasty.
What does it choose to lock into here, right? Where I think a final gambit to try to take out the.
I like double protect, to be honest.
To play around that, but instead, Annihilate is going to leave the battle, and that could be just as dangerous.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is a big pivoting game now. Miraidon back out onto the field. It is just that continued back and forth, and going on into the turn. Amoonguss yet again protect.
Did you call in the fake out?
I'm eyeing up the bear and the cat out on the field. Fake out Incineroar.
Fake on that.
Not doing too much.
But then you just simply.
If you saw what Wolf walked into, that likely would have been a game losing had Incineroar gone for anything that wasn't.
If it Draco's here, it's bad.
Again, getting back out on the field safely, and this is going to be a very critical turn. There's certainly the option of getting an attack off here with the Ursaluna with a Rage Powder, but we'd likely have to lose the Amoonguss to do it. Wolf going to have to decide if he's willing to do that at this point in the battle or not. Only has a core item.
Then you EQ though. I don't think that kills Incin.
After
a parting shot, and then what? Ape wins.
Much momentum we had in the first couple of turns, this has started to really slow down, and going on forward, it has been Wolf that's been having.
Yeah, I like that play a lot.
A little bit more and more throughout.
You want the regen back because Amoonguss can take on Ape. And it also lives Draco -2. I like that play a lot.
Amoonguss regenerator, you can swap out, get HP later, which does mean Koraidon is going to make a reappearance back out onto the field.
You have to call the Draco's going into Koraidon though.
But I'm curious, looking at this Miraidon, where that's going to be. That is
he calls it correctly.
And of course, into the Miraidon. It already had a lot of health.
I'm pretty sure Miraidon just dies here.
Only 2 Pokemon left. This Ursaluna, though, even though it's had the attack drop, I'm curious if you make enough momentum going on forward, but it's been taking so much damage. And that knockoff, Ursaluna.
It's so much damage, my God. But this definitely dies.
That will pick up the KO, but now it's going to be Marcus Dion with 2 quite big.
Okay, what do? You can't Shadow Crawl off because of Ursaluna. You literally can't kill Amoonguss. I think you lose.
Time left, I think, for Wolf to get this game. You have to, maybe get like an Earthquake crit here, or.
But the Rocky Helmet's working for you at least this turn as well.
It's almost hard to make that mistake. There's no choice but to.
You can't final Gambit as well because it's max HP, so you never die.
Lucas is potentially healthy enough to survive a final Gambit. I don't know that it's going to matter.
Yeah, going on into this, I mean, might as well just go for absolutely everything at this point, right? Rage Powder, make sure the Annihilate.
You have to EQ though, because you have to kill Incin.
Still at that full HP.
Yeah, that's the thing. Unless the Annihilate goes to.
Okay, so if Incin dies to EQ, you definitely go for EQ.
Another turn of burn damage. If Annihilate were to lock into final Gambit or
Rage Powder. I think it's always Rage Powder plus EQ, right?
Can't hit Ursaluna, that would be a win for Wolf, but.
No, you have to Rage Powder. Yeah, you have to EQ. You have to get the chip on Annihilate.
Damage the Amoonguss with the Annihilate, right? Close combat's not really going to do anything to it. Tenuous decision. Wolf's got to pick something.
Headlongs instead.
Into the headlong rush, and this is going to be such a pivotal turn for the battle. And whether Wolf can take a Shadow Claw.
He doesn't want Amoonguss to take the hit, which is fair. But like if they taunt there, I think you.
With that Rocky Helmet, knock off Amoonguss again.
I guess it's hard to taunt. It's hard to taunt because if they don't redirect, you want to do that.
Oh, it's going to be this Ursaluna. We got to see that it was just a single target pivoted at that last second and into the Annihilate. Not enough.
Resource management is beautiful. Now he wins the game with EQ.
But I think how we saw this play out in game 1, it's still enough.
I think but think if Earthquake killed Incineroar from there, well, it got the Rocky Helmet damage, so it definitely kills now. I guess he was going for the guaranteed kill with that. If they blitz that turn, oof. Maybe it's not blitz though.
To be holding on.
Yeah, it's very close here. It's worth keeping in mind this Incineroar doesn't have Protect, so will a Rage Powder be enough here to allow Ursaluna to get one more Earthquake out of it?
What a great one, yeah. Ursaluna's gonna win at 6 HP.
And we saw how
great
much
game.
Which is locked into did on that last turn.
Great set.
Go for something like that critical hit.
Beautiful comebacks.
It's just soaking up so much damage, and of course that knockoff 1 HP.
There's one on a crit.
That's going to be 3 KOs on the turn.
Yeah, I think that Draco was better on that turn over Volts, but great comeback from Wolf. Legit amazing way to end it. He makes it to day 2. Everybody's hype about that. That was a good game.
Setting up that board, so all the Pokemon were just weak enough.
Taunt and Incineroar on the second to last one. It's a tough call to make though, because like if you taunt and Ursaluna EQs, assuming it kills you, you lose as well. Hey Ryan.
Great pivoting for that whole second game.
Great stuff. We're gonna go into day 2 now. Great stuff. That was a great comeback for sure. Ooh, my boy James versus Giuseppe. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get some more water, and then we're gonna go into this day 2. I'll be back. Right. Hey Joey, who's this guy? This guy is a good player on day 2. All right, let's get it. All right, chat, let's start day 2. I don't know if we'll finish all of day 2. We're 4 hours for day 1 and it's 3:30 a.m. I've heard the name.
And I think it's like really impressive that Giuseppe's made it with a team that's offering no real surprises. It's just good.
I've heard the name a bunch of times.
Solid, consistent, and allows Giuseppe to outplay their opponents. Really,
we've seen a lot of this. Calyrex making it a lot to day 2. Homie's going crazy.
You can't say that this team goes into any particular matchup and thinks, oh, I'm not sure how I'm going to beat this composition. There's always a way within those.
Not when I pull up my hole though.
Familiar, but it's
that go ahead and win the world
we got from James.
Does it this weekend. But here's
all right, we're seeing Calyrex Koraidon double fake out. Quiver Dance Volk, just standard dot. Damn. And our first Regieleki, my goat.
James with that familiar friend.
Big shout out to James, man.
Pokemon on the desk too now. Gonna be another Calyrex
Great
Shadow
dude.
Rider, but paired with Koraidon, not something we see too often. Incineroar, Volcarona,
He didn't even, like, he was not focusing on Worlds at all. I know he started prepping like 2 weeks ago, so to make day 2, so consistent, man.
The Roar is definitely something to call out there, a real ability
What a
to
good
control
player.
the board, not only to be able to stop Pokemon that are boosting up, but sometimes
Maybe
you
it was
need
named
positions,
Regishock. You can't always see
sometimes
the
you need
nicknames.
to, deal with your Pokemon not being able to necessarily switch, and one of the mechanics that's really important is that Roar does protect, so you can use that to protect a slot and then roar it out.
Share
at the end of
water,
the turn.
interesting.
It gives you a little bit more room to breathe. One of the other things we've got to note about James, not only is there only
its
one
actual
Ho-Oh in
name.
the field and it made day 2,
I
there's
get
only
you.
one Regieleki in the field, and it also has made day 2. It's on stream right now with James Beck piloting it so masterfully.
So I think we need to take a deeper dive into just what this Regieleki is offering and why James.
Did you see Swiss Round 4 from day 1 at a crazy ending?
Be that in Pokemon or
I watched everything from day 1 that was on the mainstream.
I think-
Which one was
You know
round
what,
4?
Charlie, I think you give it a run for its money.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
That's really flattering,
do.
Ben. Wow, yeah. Putting the bolt in Usain Bolt is Regieleki here, and the focus.
I like Regieleki.
Dash, of course, meaning it's electric yourself.
Oh, the mind game Sucker Punch was so fire. Yeah.
Outspeed Choice Scarf Pokemon, allowing really come on with just Regieleki.
I love this team from James.
Reaching second place, putting Regieleki on the map in the previous season, and there it is with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Really lovely here, and I think that the priority moves on Giuseppe's side of the field are really
Nice Electro Web threatening, plus obviously
gonna come
your...
into play versus this Regieleki that can hit.
I assume a
oh
double
so
protect comes out on this
quickly.
side.
Now we have a classic Calyrex mirror here, with both of them running the Life Orb, both of them running the Terra Dark. And so this speed control that Regieleki affords James maybe takes a little bit of pressure.
James is 7-1, by the way, beautiful.
Where you can make sure that Giuseppe's Calyrex is not going first, and therefore not have to play those kind of speed tie interactions that most of our players really find quite difficult to navigate. That said, Jeppe does have the fake out in play, so can stop that Regieleki turn 1, and that may give Calyrex on Giuseppe's side a chance to nasty plot.
But in
How you doing, buddy?
The fake out into James's Calyrex. Have they made a massive call already on very first turn of day 2?
Which Calyrex is this?
Is going for Terra Dark. Is it James or is it Giuseppe's? Because this could get Giuseppe on the front hoof. Oh, it's going to be Giuseppe.
No, both.
Terra. Is that going to be the Calyrex? Is it going to be the Regieleki? Is it going to be the
It's both.
A massive call
I love this, man. Nobody plays passive. I love this.
Is doing no damage. The fake out, meaning that it's not going to out this turn when previously it wouldn't have taken any damage or indeed any flinch from the fake out, and there's no mileage that James can get out of that Regieleki now. It's gone for the protect. Yeah, James recognizes that the call was made by Giuseppe, but now Giuseppe can get some free damage off with the Astral Barrage resisted into James's Calyrex.
Now, no surprise here that these two Calyrex like to go for Terra Dark. There's not too many other Pokemon that you'd really like to do that.
It's hard
so
to protect too because of nasty
mirror
plot,
match is just that little bit more consistent. Now Regieleki does protect, and it does seem like James,
I mean, you get faster now. I'm actually surprised he's attacking that turn.
But in this spot, but Regieleki still has.
But I guess it lives Electro Web plus attack.
Pressure onto Calyrex on Giuseppe's side. So even though the Astral Barrages are really only tickling each other,
that was a nice play, yeah.
Their Terra Darks, it actually the extra damage from the Thunderbolt might actually be the
T-Ball into that would definitely kill for sure.
Where,
I think Volt Switch would too.
Hand is not necessarily going to get there for Giuseppe. Where
I think Thunderbolt actually
and an Astral Barrage probably would.
Well, will James be taking advantage of that transistor ability from the Regieleki? It will by going for the Volt Switch, and Incineroar takes that really pretty well, and now switching right.
You got a Rillaboom or something?
I love Regieleki because, of course, with so many Miraidon on the field, that would be boosting up his electric moves.
Incineroar, I forgot he had Incineroar. How the hell can I forget the number one?
Joining the fray, providing another fake out, maybe playing Giuseppe at their own game, ready to flinch Giuseppe's Calyrex.
Wins all speed ties so far. Could be modest, but I doubt it.
Barrage. Both these now
God, that's so strong. This mon is so strong.
That damage really pretty well, and the responding Astral Barrage too. So we're just trading pretty.
Hey, your Electro Web late game looking kind of nice though.
Blow for blow here, but it looks like Giuseppe is just like slightly ahead.
Yeah.
But I think the speed onto the Calyrex is the real.
So now you threaten fake out.
Parting shot coming into the Calyrex, so lowering the special attack.
So Callie's gonna protect next turn
for a little bit later. But it looks like, and we haven't got this confirmed by any stretch of the imagination, that Giuseppe's Calyrex is maybe trained.
This is beautiful positioning too, because then you can go for Thunderclap if you want to, or just attack.
Is sort of more
Dog Protect is also safe.
Favor, where these two
None of them are Encore.
Special attack being.
I feel like the way they play, they're not. Yeah, I'm about to say. I feel like the way they play, they're just gonna double attack.
You've had your special attack dropped over on James's Calyrex. The Raging Bolt will be so.
This either gets you value,
so much better, and Calyrex needs to be in a position where it can start to snowball,
or just get insane damage on instant.
Coming in as well for Giuseppe is a really nice. Time to get it.
Regieleki not looking too great here.
Pressure onto the opposing Calyrex.
Smart.
Even if.
Yes, well.
You see there, the fake out goes into the Calyrex on this turn. There is still the potential.
This is going to do some insane damage here. Hold up.
James reads right into that and doesn't go for a protected defensive player.
I'm not going to lie, that did nothing. It was party shotted though.
The Raging Bolt and the Calyrex.
Ooh, and the Incineroar brought down solo. You can see the dividends. That booster energy paid to the.
I mean, Calyrex shot will definitely bring nerf for the next one.
There is a trainer who can come.
It didn't have a crazy finish like the other ones.
With the flinched Calyrex, it would be James. No stranger at all to be able to turn the tables, just knowing the decisions they need to make when the chips are down.
But you know,
I mean, if I'm Calyrex, I just click. If I'm Calyrex from Giuseppe, I just keep clicking Astral Barrage. I've won every speed tie so far. I'm just going to assume I'm faster. I doubt James ran modest, but he might have next to Regieleki.
These more slow, more grindy games where you have to trade a little bit, you have to switch around a little bit.
Raging Bolt is hella scary though. Are he finally scared of the speed tie?
Well, Calyrex not going to be taking any damage here. Neither is Raging Bolt.
Just scouting intentions, I like it.
For what James might have been going in for. Of course, the fake out we saw on the previous turn, so no flinch protection in this situation. Just another Astral Barrage. Maybe Giuseppe trying to bait out a switch here that James could have gone for.
I like that play as well because you never know whether the Calyrex is going for a for a defensive play. You know that the Incineroar is probably doing exactly what it did now and trying to go for a parting shot. You almost never see a side parting shot, where maybe you sometimes see a side U-turn where the damage is a little bit less influential than getting an attack and special attack drop on your partner Pokemon. And I think that, like, looking at this board state now, I'm just looking at the HP left on the Calyrex. It's only got one more attack in it before it goes down. I think that attack is going to be needed to try to knock out the Raging Bolt, but the Raging Bolt responds with a thunderclap.
Goodbye,
and now it's single target Astral Barrage. I mean, it was going to kill anyway because of the HP, but...
For the count. That is the first restricted Pokemon lost, and indeed the first Pokemon lost.
God, Life Orb Astral Barrage Mon is putting in some crazy work.
Can get off another Astral Barrage and Incineroar oh so low, so the count that normally resists this is 9 lives are up.
I mean, Regieleki is nice because you always have the speed to beat that Mon, and you obviously have Incineroar low on the other side too. But
I'm wondering now, though, with the special attack boost on the Calyrex, actually,
what does James have in the back to kill?
Too much difference
Volk?
in this game.
I feel like Quiverdan's Volk could win.
It
is Quiverdan's Volk. Oh shit!
He's easily capable of outspeeding and
yeah, Quiverdan's Volk can literally win.
On Giuseppe's side.
Oh
but
shoot!
Pocono, I think, is really interesting here coming in because while it can go for a Quiver Dance, it's Fiery Dance and Giga Drain as its special attacking options.
I don't think it matters. I think it's bulky enough.
Out that Raging Bolt particularly quickly. Equally, nor is Raging Bolt going to be able to knock out Volcarona particularly quickly because of the special attack, special defense, and speed boosts that it gets. So this
Electrical
really
Web can miss. Are you going to risk it? You are Sash.
Down to whether or not James can get the boosts that he needs before
Don't protect on intentions.
Volcarona gets put too low.
If Giuseppe does
have what a call!
Oh, he tried to call.
The Regieleki protected. Volcarona going to be soaking up some damage here, but just how much is it going to... Oh,
Jesus Christ, Volcarona.
1 HP.
I respect you. May tune in less. May tune in less. Hope endeavors go well. I hope everything's all right for you, buddy. Also, damn, James trying to make a crazy call there. I think what James was trying to call was the Protect, the Dragon Pulse into Regieleki, and then the Thunderclap next turn, so that way you get a guaranteed Astral Barrage.
And the leftovers means it will recover
it is,
a little bit more, but
while also resisting.
Chip damage, the Calyrex is down. I was going to say, Ben, that if it is...
I mean, that's a boosted Life Orb.
At least the Volcarona matches up
hit.
pretty well.
It's super boosted.
It's on such low health, but yeah, goodbye now.
Wow. That's such a call for Giuseppe to make, and I think it's the right call to make because you know that your Calyrex is under pressure. But if James gives you even an inch, you get to take a mile in this spot, and you really do need to, when you're...
We'll see how James adjusts in the next one.
Against one of those Pokemon that can really start to boost up and put pressure, you've really got to strike hard and strike first.
He still has a shot. Like, even if he loses this set, he would only be 7-2, so he can still go. Your life is changing up a bit. That's fine, fam. I hope it's in a better, for the better. You do what you gotta do, fam.
Game 3, but if Giuseppe wins this next one, then they are claiming the set here, and James will go down to a 7-2 record, and every win really counts here. Try and secure your spot.
Well played.
Calyrex.
These Calyrex.
He wanted to. Like the way
we are 1.5 speed,
it,
yeah.
Thinking about James's
it's at normal. I didn't realize it. Thank you.
Two,
I didn't realize it didn't copy over. Thank you.
It's hard to say it's played that 1 and 2.
No Regieleki in the lead this time for James. It's going to be Calyrex and Incineroar staring each other down from across the field.
And
yeah, awesome quality.
We're
been a minute.
Where you've got 2 Ghost-type Pokemon in the Calyrex that
these are definitely diff.
Dark, and if they don't Terra Dark, then they take a big Astral Barrage. But if they do, then they get faked out for the privilege. So
good luck, Rodney. I hope everything goes amazing for you, bro. Really.
But equally, I still think it's one of those more objective plays where it doesn't make sense or too much sense to go for anything else but the Terra Dark, just to make sure that your Calyrex is always getting through the turn. Now, even these Incineroars could opt for the fake out, and we get a little bit more of a dead turn. Maybe if the Incineroars decide to fake out into each other instead of into the Calyrexes, then we could see a little bit of suppression there. But there's also the option for either of these players to just click the passing shot button and start to
same turn one. Makes sense. You're not trying to give it
restricted Pokemon rather than to just go for the fake out and suppress them this turn.
Both of these trainers very happy to run that volatile early board state of the
oh my god, this is a
here with Incineroar. Fake out.
Wait.
Onto Giuseppe's Calyrex. Oh my goodness me, it looks like Giuseppe is just inside James's head.
Okay, Giuseppe, you're a freaking demon. You're a demon for this play. Incineroar plus the Terra. You're a demon for this play.
Yeah, it's going to be resisted, but look at that.
You got a lot, but then you also lost Calyrex, which was your biggest... no, he was in the head. Oh my god, he was in their head.
As long as that Calyrex can move, but is Giuseppe going to give it that room?
I think this is one of the...
He was straight up in their head. And now... Oh my god. I was like, wait. Astral Barrage. Yo. legit in their head without giving up Terra.
Difficult situations now for Jeppe, where yes, you got the early damage, but the helping hand Astral Barrage into a Terra Dark Calyrex wasn't enough for the guaranteed 2-hit knockout. And with that Regieleki in the back, I think there's a real risk for Jeppe that James can find a way to position the Incineroar, position the Calyrex next to the Regieleki, get the speed control on the board, but then follow up with these.
That was a nasty one, and then he does it again. Yeah.
Now time for the responding Terra Dark over on the other Calyrex Shadow Rider.
This is it. This is Calyrex mind games. You just help me hand again.
There it is into Giuseppe's Calyrex now.
Always, because life will be killed regardless, and you kill instant.
Just going to be the protect. The Incineroar, though,
damn, James is behind in this. Giuseppe's playing amazing.
That could well be that pivotal piece down for James, but maybe James doesn't mind that here, so that you can get that free switch into Regieleki, like you said.
That's a big live.
Maybe one of those rare times when you do want a Pokemon to be KO'd, but James is covered for it anyway. The parting shot, reducing Incineroar's attack.
Alright, you can get Regieleki in, but then you don't kill Incineroar though.
In a position where you can go for those electro webs with Regieleki.
But I guess Incineroar can't kill back as his knockoff. And you already got rid of Protect.
It doesn't really matter because you're going to be aiming to take the knockout on the.
Is he going for double Protect?
Now it's Regieleki coming in, of course, you're threatening.
Did he just click double Protect?
Follow it up with the out.
For anyway, the parting shot.
Oh, it hangs on.
Oh no, he didn't click Protect last turn. I'm bad.
Because you're going to be
reducing this, claiming a KO.
This is a little bit of a call.
All right,
where
this is where James decides that I'm gonna call you going for Protect, and I'm gonna Thunderbolt plus Astral Barrage.
For a Thunderbolt and a Astral Barrage, that's probably enough to knock out the Incineroar, which would work if Giuseppe, like they have gone for the Protect, but if they didn't go for the Protect, it's a really difficult.
He calls it. He calls it. Oh, it's not enough for sure.
And now, how well is this Incineroar going to be taking this at +2? Incineroar's going to
No
be
way.
so many different ways.
If it's fully fizzed up, it could die.
Hanging on with 18
That's some really good bulk. I think Giuseppe's going to be very happy with the way that he's.
Okay, but the parting shot doesn't matter as much.
Out, and that might be the
I guess Raging Bolt just comes in and thunderclaps.
Even knocking out the Calyrex Shadow Rider next turn, or not.
Now Raging Bolt and Ogerpon once more Giuseppe on James' side of the field. Only
Reggie's not doing it for him, man.
Yeah, like, I'm also wondering whether or not Calyrex on James' side is in Thunderclap range here. I'd be inclined to say no. Looking at the amount of damage that James' Calyrex has already.
I mean, his booster energy. You feel like it doesn't do 40? Am I tripping for thinking this does 40%? It's booster energy. Maybe it's super bulky Calyrex. I don't know, but I feel like if I saw a Calyrex at this HP, I'd be like, yeah, that thing dies.
Already taken from Astral Barrages already, but sometimes where there's a Thunderclap, there's a way. Well,
there's going to be no Thunderclap into the Calyrex, at least on James' side here. Thunderclap potentially aiming into that target. We'll have to see what the Regieleki was going for. Yeah, the Volt Switch was into the Calyrex as on Giuseppe's side of the
brings Incineroar back out, yeah.
Just whittling away here. Is it going to be
to die, to put it back in the last, okay, I like it, to put it in range. I love it. Great play.
Providing that threat of the fake out.
And if the Astral Barrage isn't the target here, yeah, the Incineroar would be able to get a fake out next turn. But as it stands, Giuseppe, I don't think has any real reason not to just go straight for the Astral Barrage in this.
Yeah,
big. Really threatening the Thunderclap.
Yo, Hariyama could be. Hariyama could be OU in Gen 3, to be fair.
You still get the ability to knock out the Calyrex if indeed, as we suspect, Giuseppe's Calyrex looks to be faster than James's.
Right, Regieleki now rejoining.
All right, Regieleki back, still has its sash, can Electro Web now.
Sash still intact. Electro Web once more would mean that Calyrex on James' side might be able to sweep here, but of course you can just keep pivoting around with the Volt Switch as long as you're happy to switch in something from the back.
Yeah, I think this is like really
surely Thunderclap kills.
Maybe it's just a life orb damage tick between.
Dude, it's literally a life orb boost from Raging Bolt.
And now Ogerpon switches in though. I think Giuseppe being quite wise to protect that slot. Here it is.
Yeah, I'm about to say like
the Calyrex Shadow Rider on James' side is
that has to kill.
Hoping that roll will go more in their favor, but no, that's going to be the 2 KOs. That's going to be James brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. This Regieleki that can't do much into the Raging Bolt, and in fact into the Ogerpon too, resisting with that grass type part typing that it has, as Volcarona is now rejoining as well. So James also has benched one of their restrictors in the Koraidon.
Yeah, I think this is probably wise in this situation as well, but unfortunately Volcarona staring down one of the Pokemon.
It might be Metacham, yeah.
To see in that Ogerpon, a Thunderbolt going into that slot and maybe trying to pick up the.
It's going to do so much. Oh my god, there's so much.
Nightmares targets down into it. The Thunderbolt goes in next.
Damn, Reggie did nothing.
By the look of things, it just goes straight down. James doesn't get any value out of it whatsoever. Now that Regieleki
great set. Great set, man. Giuseppe just got all the calls right. All of them, even the non-Terra. Like, well played. James is not out yet, though. That's only his 2nd loss.
So cool to see that Regieleki there, and of course James Beck. You know, at 2 losses now, we'll have to see how the rest of the competition shapes up for them.
That was a great set, though.
From the EU, triumphing this time over NA.
All right, who's next?
Both incredible trainers, and of course Giuseppe has so many good top cut results, really impressive standing that they have in the community, and James Beck only maybe has more consistent, higher level results. But maybe a changing of the guard here.
Harder this year.
Is that my boy Nails?
With Nick Navarre from the US, bringing that Coyote.
We got my boy Nails. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to go say goodnight to Marlene. So give me like 3-4 minutes. And then we're going to watch a bit more. Don't worry, I'm not going to bed yet. So give me a couple minutes. Be right back. Right. We got my boy Nails. Should we please promise we will be at Worlds next year? I don't know about that. Promise we will be at Worlds is funny. I can't promise nothing, fam. All right, let's watch Nails. Nails is running Kyogre, Mr. Triple Water Kyogre.
Kyogre and Chu coming in as the Taiwanese Master Ball League champion with the Torkoal for Sun.
Yeah, almost feels a little classic GS Cup here. Torkoal going to be playing the part of Groudon here in this production of the Weather Wars.
In the Torkoal was nice.
Groudon was defeated, but he sent his friend the Turtle to try to defeat Kyogre. But it could be an uphill battle here,
Torkoal
right?
is
I think you always want to be on the rain side of that Weather War. You can do naturally have that type advantage. You're going to reduce the damage of the fire type attacks. If you're going to get the
looks
advantage.
good.
Boy, there are a lot of Pokemon who are either really good or really bad against Torkoal here, where the Torkoal will activate the ability.
I love Jet on Scarf Shifu, but man, do I like coaching as well. I love, especially next to Calyrex, I love coaching.
Flutter Mane has to deal with these water type Pokemon.
But obviously you want to punch with it.
Are weak against fire type attacks. So if
but giving Calyrex defense boost is so disgusting.
Maybe he can get a big edge, but I think looking at things at a glance here, I'd rather be Kyogre.
Yeah, it's really tough too when this Amoonguss and this Rillaboom also have the Terra Water. I think Nick has been very on top of how the Miraidon matchups are going to go. One of the more popular restricted Pokemon that you can run into, but also how it might feel to go up against something like a Koraidon, Groudon, even this Torkoal.
What the hell?
I think it's like...
Sorry.
Come through, and that's going to help a little.
Options here. The Torkoal will deal a lot of damage.
We got the Torkoal with the Weather Ball choice specs. Just full on Trick Room. This is literally full on Trick Room, which means this is probably slow or Shifu as well.
If it's able to get an attack off under drought, especially if its health is high enough, they can use that eruption with the choice specs. Will not need a lot of attacks to do a lot of damage. This team, it's going to, well, you know, you advantage.
Those three grass terras as well.
You get the Calyrex in your Smeargle, and it has a little Labubu Slowbro. It has a little Slowbro on it.
If you look at a Moon answers, but you have to pick one.
I like
so you
that.
can see our players, our Fistbunk's Trick Room get set up, and let's not forget that.
Places other than the Protect, you really have a bidding-based game. Something like the Indeedee.
Look at that, homie. That's so cute.
Two tribes live in a long time. The Polypuff and Amoonguss for Nick is something to keep in mind as well. All these Pokemon pretty good at getting in and out of
it has a
Slowbro.
Slowbro.
Maybe a cheeky Polypuff off, knowing that Spore isn't going to work
it's
so well.
It's a secretless Slowbro.
Could still be very impactful.
Well, as we enter into our final round
so
of
for
Swiss
$400
here
online.
on the Pokemon World Championship stage, let's get hyped up for Nick Navarre versus
Expanding Force Lunala is so
take
strong.
to the stage and enter into our first game of this best of 3.
All right, going right for Trick Room.
We do get the Weather War immediately with Kyogre coming out. We'll activate the Drizzle.
Sun going up is cool for Flutter, but obviously it doesn't matter.
Not a lead combination I've seen a whole lot of, but I think it's kind of fun here. You see the Flutter Mane, which is going to get the photosynthesis boost from that drought. So the Weather War is not all good.
You get the Weather War up, but you have to switch, right?
I think a lot of like the more defensive leads are really going to struggle with the taunts from Flutter Mane, and Lunala is probably not going to enjoy that either. But the offensive option is pretty interesting here. Maybe just have Lunala try to attack the Flutter Mane.
I mean, you still what, Water Spell anyway?
You may have to take a Water type attack from Kyogre in return. Nick's sort of in a weird spot, right? Like, well, I'd love to switch out and get control of the weather again, but like, can I really afford to do that? at here.
And I think he's just going to give it up. He's already hovering over the option of keeping this Kyogre.
Yeah, Water Spout with Shadow Ball.
Does not have that weather advantage. We'll just try to full send, hopefully a full HP Water Spout. Given the actual speed interactions of
I guess
Pokemon,
Moonblast is
this
probably
Kyogre
fine
will
if
be
it
the second to
tears,
move
but
on
who
the field,
cares?
and that's not something that this Torkoal is going to be taking super comfortably. You're also under the threat right now because this Fluttermane is faster.
Indeed.
You're either forcing the terrestrialization out of this Lunala
Indeed, yep.
immediately, or it's going to be taking a huge Shadow Ball, breaking that Shadow Shield, and then the Kyogre can hopefully clean up from there. You see the Torkoal switch out.
There's a
Indeed,
Terra,
field
so
instead,
Trick Room
and
going
there's
up.
a Terra.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move here. We see the Torkoal coming out immediately, switching out of battle despite having control of the weather, and this is really interesting path. I don't know if I've really seen a team like this approach a matchup this way, and maybe
Terragrass is
a
cool.
little bit
Well, here's the Shadow Ball from the Fluttermane that's going to go into this newly terrestrialized.
It's going to take
Lunala.
nothing
That
from
Shadow
this.
Shield is going
Spadef
to
Drop
help
is
out
big,
there.
but it's not going to do
This
anything.
Huge. This might be a big turn for at least getting some extra damage through, but it certainly does not help for later on in this game versus this Fluttermane.
Oof, that expanding
terrain,
force
though,
is so
getting set up
strong.
allows this Lunala to have that expanding force become that spread move, and it's a pretty good damage trade for Chihong, all things considered.
I love this angle. You know, you're looking at the team sheet. It's a hard Trick Room team, and there's no pasture cam right now, so you have to imagine me air quoting hard Trick Room because that's really interesting, right? You see the expanding force, not even trying to go.
Hey, Ness, I hope you had a good one too, buddy.
Huge mistake, and despite getting to double target.
Spadef Drop's a little bit annoying, but you get up Trick Room now. Follow me plus Trick Room, right?
This bad matchup's looking a little playable.
I don't mind this though. I think Chihong on that first turn, taking up Torkoal, was anticipating that Nick would have preserved that Kyogre a little bit
Smart
later.
to save
and maybe
Kyogre for
even
the
was trying
Torkoal.
to anticipate the switch out on that turn 1. So now Nick gets away with a little bit of that Water Spout damage, is able to maintain that full HP on the Kyogre for a little bit
Good
later,
taunt.
and gets something else in return. The taunt onto this Indeedee.
Meteor
Will
beams
not
into
go for all the
Indeedee?
subsequent turns, and
I
this
mean, into,
Lunala has the
Flutter?
opportunity to go for the Meteor Beam, but that's something
I had
that
a good
this
one,
Rillaboom
fam.
is
It's been a
going to
good
be
one.
a bit better. It's going to be
Beautiful.
targeted into that Fluttermane, though. One of the big problems of this matchup will be
No Trick Room,
eliminated
though.
by the Meteor Beam.
So that's really interesting as this match plays out. Now, no longer has to
I
worry
guess
about
'cause of
that counter
Calyrex,
game.
you don't want it.
Lunala has become even more threatening with that boosted special attack.
That'd be nasty,
the
Travis.
Indeedee is pretty troublesome. You don't love to see that. The Indeedee does have one attacking move and alluring voice, but you know, it's GS Cup.
I mean,
You don't really
Fake
want
Out
Pokemon
plus,
that
like,
on the
Water
field
is
just
good.
being forced to use attacks, but the early advantage
Calyrex
there
is
comes
tough
with
to
that
bring out
battle,
because if
and,
they bring out Torkoal,
this is probably
you're
if I was
kind of
feel a little bit
stuck.
off balance here. You know, I was kind of thinking going in, oh, maybe it's more of a positional battle, but this more aggressive approach seems to be working really well in this matchup.
It really has, and you still have that Torkoal. So despite the fact that Nick is going to be bringing that Kyogre back in, then I spoke earlier, did take that expanding force, so it is at half HP. That means you're going to be limited to the Origin Pulse if you want, or Hydro Pump. Either of those two moves to really be able to take advantage of the rain. Chihong has the option to bring in the Torkoal.
Fake Out just looks
we
safe.
saw how well that the Lunala was able to take the Water Spout. Whatever Water type attack we will see here will be weaker than that if Torkoal is able to come and reduce the damage again. And hey, you know, that Grass Terror is looking pretty good against Rillaboom too. They potentially have to take a super effective U-turn, but you know, I think you're fine if that's the work you're taking.
Indeedee can't do anything either, like-
Instead, and you're talking a lot about the weather control of this matchup with the fire versus water, but maybe it's
Yeah.
the terrain control we should look at. Rillaboom
It's
is able
safe.
to switch that, and there's just a ton of incentive now to get the taunted Indeedee out of the battle. But it's Lunala getting out here first, like, hey, you know, I don't need the special attack boost that badly. I'm going to keep playing things a little bit unconventionally, maybe try to keep my opponent off guard.
Well, there still was also that special defense drop that the Lunala had taken, so that's another debuff that
Hoping
this
for no
Lunala is
crits
able to
there.
cleanse away by removing itself from the
Double
field.
switch
And
makes sense 'cause you wanna
it's a
spam
double
expanding
switch here
force.
for Chihong. You're going to get the Ice Rider Calyrex in next to the Torkoal, and this is where things are starting
Bro was
to
looking at that turn. Bro was
risky.
praying.
Both of these Pokemon having a fantastic matchup into the Kyogre and the Sun and this Rillaboom. And the Origin Pulse, oh, it's going to miss one of those targets. Critically, though, it hits
God,
the
Torkoal
bringing it
took
down
so much.
low.
Yeah, the Torkoal in this battle now is looking like it might only be a drought bot for what's left. Does get control of the weather here. It puts Nick in a sort of interesting situation where, hey, do you try to get rid of this Torkoal? Do you anticipate a switch maybe where, you know, you're in a situation now you really don't want to end up in a late
Jump
game
Bow
where
should
Torkoal is
definitely
able to come back
exist.
in under Trick Room, could still potentially do a lot of damage. Eruption no longer looking too
Terra
threatening,
Water
but,
take on
again,
Calyrex and
very
pivot into
interesting
it
where
later
now
makes
Indeedee
sense.
also out of battle, so gonna have to worry about it coming in and maybe messing with Rillaboom by changing the terrain. And we see the importance of that first knockout. Whether you really like to cycle these Pokemon now, get your own field effects.
I would love
As soon
Torkoal
as
to
you
get
start losing
Evolution
Pokemon,
too.
It's really tough to maintain control of those field effects.
You could still go for the U-turn, and so at least that's going to be something that Nick can use to capitalize on still having that fourth Pokemon in the back. But Chihong has been so light out with going for these manual switches, making sure that he can continue to capitalize on
Beautiful
competitive
U-turn.
control, something he's going to get back now with this Indeedee coming in to get the Psychic
Plus
Surge.
Terra. Again,
So
Terra
for
makes a
now,
lot of
Rillaboom's gonna get a
sense
battle
if he
here, so
wanted to do it.
eventually
He didn't end
Grass
up
Terrain.
committing to
Well,
it.
Indeedee probably doesn't love catching that super effective U-turn on the switch. You know, its job here is to support these two beefy restricted Pokemon. Its friend Torkoal.
I think he just didn't want to miss versus
and Calyrex
Torkoal.
Giving here probably taking attack well, but you're giving a free turn to the opposing Calyrex is always a little scary.
Especially if that Calyrex is going to go for something like the Trick Room, but now we see the Kyogre simply go for the Water Spout. There was a critical hit, but that Indeedee still hangs on, and there is no Trick Room. This Calyrex just decides to go for the Glacial Lance.
Okay, so you get a free
Yeah, and
a
that's
free
a
Glacial
critical
now.
here where not only is it such an important Pokemon, but you're getting down to two Pokemon would potentially set up a situation where he loses these control of the terrain for the remainder of the battle. Rolling will be able to switch it once more, so we will see the grassy terrain once again. But now he's going to have to worry about this endgame, right? Well, okay, so there's two different paths he could go, right? Where maybe Trick Room gets set up on the opposing side, Torkoal comes back in, and despite having a low HP, kind of makes a big play like we saw Ursaring make it low HP yesterday, picks up some knockouts.
Leeching the Cali makes
scary
sense
where,
too.
Maybe Indeedee switches out, and Lunala comes back in and starts firing off some more expanded forces. So Nick's have to play this carefully, and would really love to get a knockout here to try to simplify this game a little bit.
Well, Water Spout at least is 100% accurate. You know that you're going to be
It
knocking
will
out
kill
Indeedee no
Indeedee,
matter
yeah.
what, despite your HP bar going a little low. But Indeedee says, I'm not going to go down without a fight. Here's the helping hand.
Yeah, Glacial Lance wouldn't have been enough before, but
Alright,
maybe
so
we
kill
trade KOs
Indeedee.
here.
Wow, look at how little
Glacial
damage
Lance will
that Water
definitely
Spout is
kill
going
with
to
the
do.
with the helping
They're
hand.
able to get that Indeedee CD out of the way. You didn't want to bring the Rillaboom in though because you'll have to take
Lands leech seed, avoids it.
Leech seed is going to miss. That was something that Nick was banking on. on just to maybe even force out this Ice Rider Calyrex on the next turn. But the Kyogre goes down, and what a big turn here for Chi-Hulk to get away with.
Oh, that's pretty scary here, but it's really going to make the remainder of this game trickier. You'd really like to get that.
Because attack raise wouldn't matter if you tear water, plus you get this big leech seed miss. Lunala already burnt its moves too.
Certainly this Rillaboom can have a hard time getting through the grass-type Lunala later, and also has to worry about this Torkoal. So getting that extra HP on the Calyrex would have been helpful. We see the Grassy Surge go down here, allow the Rillaboom to maybe be a little bit scarier, but other than one more fake out, Rillaboom's kind of in a tricky spot.
Yeah, it kind of looks like checkmate. You've got the wide guard on the Lunala as well, and taking a look at the attack.
You gotta leech seed in the Cali.
You're really banking on this Glacial Lance to be your major source of damage for the rest of this game.
Tearing this means you're gonna you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta use it eventually, I guess, but that causes Glacial Lance to do more damage the other direction, which is really the threatening attack here. And I think the thing to avoid for Nick here is there any way you can avoid a couple turns here where you kind of have to get your Rillaboom knocked up by Glacial Lance and then allow a Trick Room to be set up, which would probably let Torkoal come in and close this game out despite its low HP. Not a lot of time left. Nick's going to have to make a decision here. He knows this game is right on the edge of getting away from him.
Ooh, really close for comfort in terms of how fast Nick had locked in those
This
moves.
worked out very well unless he protected.
One more time. It's a little bit awkward though when you think about it. The sun has been set for a couple of turns now. It looks like it might be expiring, and that's definitely something that the Torkoal would have loved.
This worked out really well.
But because of the Pokemon that are left, there's not really a whole lot of need anymore to have that sun active.
Yeah, the Transportation on Nick's side is good though. The Woodhammer going to come down here and do a bunch of damage to his Calyrex.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think even with a second Woodhammer, with the grassy terrain, that might be enough.
It's a big turn. Ooh, doesn't kill, but you get so much. Big crit, little justice, and you're guaranteed faster as well, which means you get the Glacial Lance next. It's actually going to be close, but you can't spam. You can't spam wide guard plus attacking at the same time, so Rillaboom should always be able to U-turn next to this thing.
The Torkoal's kind of pinned where it can't really do much. The grassy terrain,
yeah, imagine leeching off.
Going to keep it threatening this Calyrex. It's a tough spot here. These Pokemon are likely to be able to move if there's just attacking moves coming from the other side, and Lunala can't come in safely either. So it looks
has
like
to protect,
sacrifice this Torkoal.
Yeah, because even if the Lunala comes in and you go for the wide guard, this Ice Rider Calyrex is never going to get enough damage through for this Lunala to kind of catch up later. And so while it is just kind of a turn that you're going to...
And these grassy terrain turns are bringing you back as well. It's working obviously on the other side, but it's a little bit better for this side.
Is in his sights, despite the fact that you might have been worried about his Lunala in endgame. You preserve your Ice Rider Calyrex, and it's trained so well to really do its job for Nick.
Yeah, it seemed like he may have just had enough resources left. And now Lunala's going to come back into battle as that final Pokemon, but it's in a tough spot here where it needs to do a few too many different things. Has to stop the Glacial Lance with wide guard, but also it's the most realistic path to knocking out the opposing Calyrex. With the Moonguy's Beam, but also going to have to worry. No longer has that Power Herb or that special attack.
Protect.
Switching out of battle. So I feel like it might have needed.
Killing Calyrex makes the most sense.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder if Lunala is it trained as a
also, I don't think Lunala will kill Calyrex after protecting leftovers. You have to go for double protect.
Can Chi-Hulk get a double protect? I think that would be one thing that could keep him into this game, especially because that final Woodhammer from the Rillaboom would be enough to knock out the Ice Rider Calyrex now.
Yeah, I think it's a really important turn where either side can kind of take it here, but yeah, I think the double protect, you hate going for it, but I think it might be necessary here. Where
I think so too.
See a situation where there's just enough left to win without that happening.
Yeah, ooh, Calyrex on this side is going to go for the protect as well, also trying to bait out the fact that you
goes for it. He's going for it. He gets it.
The double protect, and that's such a big deal. Nick on this turn was banking to use this Woodhammer to knock it out, and that means it looks like this Lunala is going to go for the gold, try to get this Rillaboom out of the way, and with the Meteor Beam, actually, it's going to delay the turn, but you get the special attack boost.
Well, that's a little awkward, right? Where I no longer has that Power Herb, so hold on, I'm going to Meteor Beam you. Just wait a second. But,
wait, does that kill Calyrex, though?
In the sense that, that Calyrex would have the option of hitting a super effective Glacial Lance. Ends up being a nice play there by, to avoid...
If Cali lives this...
Not occurring, but they're just a little tenuous here, right? Neither side really made any progress there. I think very unlikely we see a triple protect, so going to have to go for something different this time.
Well, are you sure? Because maybe you do have to bank on that, knowing the delicacy of the situation.
Do you think Calyrex dies? I just want to know. I don't know if it dies. Let's just assume. Let's just put max HP. Why does this bitch have ripen? You guys think Calyrex dies? I feel like it doesn't. Meteor. Oh, okay. It's if it's max HP, it. Ooh, it always dies. So you have to go for the next protect.
Hey, you get even less likely to succeed on that third protect, but if you feel like, hey,
you have to get this protect off.
It's still better than nothing. Really tough spot, and nice play by Nick to keep this going.
And then Moonguy's doesn't beat kill.
At least so far hasn't really mattered.
He's trying to go for it.
Oh no, I'm dumb.
And maybe
this is already counting the boost. Yeah. Oh, Moonguy's kills too.
That's because he thinks this Lunala is going to try to go for the
You have to go for the double protect.
Calyrex, but this Rillaboom
doesn't get it. Meteor Beam miss.
Fail, and so is this. Oh no, not the protect onto a Chi-Hulk's Calyrex. So Woodhammer does get the knockout there, but what is this Lunala capable of? We'll find out. Woodhammer recoil is also going to make this a little bit tough, but as this Lunala lands the Meteor Beam into the Calyrex, it's
that's
just
dead.
A knockout. And Chi-Hulk, wow, with a critical hit too. I wonder if that
Does U-turn
Nick
two-shot?
Because otherwise he wouldn't have gone for that double protect. Really wound up burning him to protect the previous turn. Usually,
I think U-turn needs to clear his U-shot.
Because you have to worry about that. But really, going to go for the U-turn here.
Does nothing. It needs to crit. I don't even think crit kills. I think you need a double crit. Gone. God, Lunala's good. What a great game. Crazy game. Double protect. Crazy. That leech seed miss was huge too.
A very stressful match, I think.
Nails would have been at full. Cali would have been basically dead.
It felt like for a while, like, all right, yeah, this is an incredible start.
And then you just U-turn.
I think he did a really great job of getting himself back into it. I really do think it was a turn where both the Calyrex, the protector, that kind of switch it back the other way, where going for the.
But that's exactly what you call that.
And
I skipped a little bit.
Water spot even in the sun last time. Really seeing the value of this player's experience as well. You know, the champion of the event in Taiwan.
Oh, this is 7-2. You actually have to win this game.
Strong to give him the World Championships. We see.
You actually have to win this game. 7-2. If you get your third loss, you're out.
Familiar Pokemon starting the battle here.
To get top cut, you need
So
to.
we'll see this turn play out exactly like we did in that game number 1. The Kyogre sets the rain, Torkoal takes it away, and then Fluttermane gets a very nice accidental photosynthesis boost.
Yeah, I love this year where, again, this is a pretty aggressive lead by the sun side of the field, right? Where Torkoal kind of exposed, Lunala kind of exposed.
Debating taunting.
Really defensive setup here. You can try to go for a Trick Room. I think that would be a little scary, but maybe it works this time, right? After that really aggressive play the previous time, kind of puts Nick on the back foot. Like, oh, I don't want to take that huge expanding force again that made that matchup really tricky. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. I really think this is such an intricate matchup to try to play a best of 3 in. I do think taking that first game was just such a huge advantage.
I love Kyogre.
Absolutely. You can see actually Nick is really struggling for this first turn to kind of figure out what to do. Knowing how that turn 1 of game 1 played out, the Indeedee switched in, the Lunala went for this gigantic expanding force, and it already put that Kyogre
Later,
low
done.
in HP for
Appreciate you
later
coming
on
through,
in the
fam.
game. And as we see this game 2 play out, it's the Ice Rider
Cali
Tower,
that comes out this time.
here from Chihong, which makes me think maybe it is a Trick Room angle.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know if I could have clicked taunt here if I was Nick, right? It seems like it's so risky if you do what you had the previous game. But get the Terastallization once again, I think that just kind of makes sense given this matchup.
I like the change-up, though.
Take too much damage to this Kyogre. Did do a decent amount of damage water spout even
From
in the sun last
Chihong.
time.
Like, I really like that change-up. All right, we're going to try full Trick Room this time.
But this Lunala is still so healthy, and Chihong knows
God,
this
Lunala
Trick
takes
Room
nothing.
is so free, and you've got 2 fantastic Pokemon in the Trick Room to take advantage of it right away.
And what an incredible way to do this, right? Where we don't really see any of the support Pokemon.
So
Still
Flutter
gets the
should
Trick Room,
die.
doesn't really get any significant damage on his side of the field for it. Has the weather control. And
Just
his
double
Pokemon
attacking
are
to it.
on
You
the
know it
field
has no
for all
protect, so
turns
you
in the
always...
Trick Room. I don't know if I could quite have imagined this when we were looking at the matchup before the match started, but I'm just really impressed by this player. It's just an expert play on Team Archetype that doesn't usually work at this level if you're playing it really
Full Trick Room. I love it.
This is some special gameplay that we're seeing.
But that's exactly what you called out the taunt on the Fluttermane, and I think this is the reason why. How easy is it for you to lock down any of the 3 Trick Room Pokemon on the team with that taunt specifically? And so if you're Nick, you just have to look at trying to stall
protects.
these turns of Trick Room. Oddly enough, Chihong is taking this first one to just go for a protect.
I like
onto
this because it gets you the damage.
But he is feeling it with his move.
Yep.
Into the
Gets you the
Fluttermane.
gets you the sash
massive
broken.
amounts of damage,
And that way next turn you can
focus sash,
double
but
attack by
he opts
Glacial.
out
I
of
love
the
that
first.
turn.
Ice Rider
Great
Tower is
play.
faster. This Fluttermane does not have too much longer left in the second game.
Great
and it has
plays.
him in the protect, so Nick's not going to get anything out of that turn. And just like you said, that Fluttermane, Nick would almost have been better off if that was knocked out there. Now has a very quick 1 HP Pokemon in Trick Room, which makes it a very slow 1 HP Pokemon. And Calyrex like, ooh, that looks good. I feeling a little chilling day coming up here. So tough spot for Nick. And he also, if you want to switch out of battle, try to avoid getting an attack boost, that's really risky too. It's really Kyogre you'd love to switch out here in order to try to get a position where you can get control of the weather again. And
You can't even pivot, man.
This matchup seems so good, but it's just such a strange way to play the matchup. So clever on his opponent's side. Nick just hasn't been able to find any answers here.
I think either way, you have to give up the Fluttermane here. Everything that looks like it's in the back, you don't want to spend in your Ice Rider Calyrex to be able to take 2 attacks. And especially if you suspect that something like a Shadow Ball might be going that way too.
God, he gets so much damage on this Mon too. Holy crap. Why is that Glacial Lance doing that much to Ogre? And you're getting a boost now. Oh, and he's like, I'm gonna get this Meteor Beam off too. Does he miss?
It really can't start to run away with things. And now the Meteor Beam from this Lunala too. Both of these Pokemon are huge.
Doesn't miss.
I'd like a boost too, and after all that damage, Kyogre is almost going to get knocked out as well. Itself winding up as potential Glacial Lance bait. Hydro Pump's going to come in with that reduced damage from Drought.
Okay, you definitely go Cali.
Really
Yep.
Calyrex is going to enter the battle here with an awful lot of work to do. One of its friends has already been knocked out.
With an awful lot of work to do is an understatement.
Entering the field during Trick Room is so exciting. Neither of his Pokemon look quite ready to be knocked out. I just have to worry about a potential Wide Guard. And
Wide Guard definitely happening.
Okay, well, I'm threatening this. I can try to reverse the
Trick Room.
If you do that,
Plus double protect.
The game is going to end. So really important play for Nick here. Can you get away with this Glacial Lance? Can you get away with a Leech Seed? Is Trick Room going to be available?
This is a huge turn. Because like if he clicks Leech Seed and then Lunala just decides to Moongeist Beam, GG. It's over.
The Wide Guard and Glacial Lance on his side, that you don't
Huge
have
ass
Wide Guard
turn.
for Nick to worry about. You know you're going to get the knockout onto the Kyogre, unless the Kyogre goes for the Protect. But this Calyrex still would not be able to get any damage through. And how much is the Leech Seed really going to add up for the rest of this game?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Kyogre is going to get the Protect here, decides, hey, I don't want to be a chilling Nay boost yet.
Ooh, but with the Reposing Glacial Lance, we now see that there's no Wide Guard having been selected.
No Wide Guard
for
came out.
Lunala.
Holy shit, this might be a little bit greedy.
Is going to take that Glacial Lance just a little bit better, especially because it's bulky, and does land the Leech Seed this time around onto Chihong's own Calyrex Ice. Expanding Force 2.
Expanding into that.
Interesting. I think Nick Gets one turn now. Needs a couple more to get right in a row to get through this trick room
Interesting.
successfully, but that's a good start.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Where the Calyrex not likely to want to.
No, wait.
She could really pay off. The Calyrex and Nick's side of the field can end this turn.
No Moonguy stare is really weird.
Cooking a little bit, right? You still have to worry about. I think why his opponent played the turn the way he did. Is like, okay, well, that's unfortunate, but I still have a turn here where I'm threatening to knock out to that slot. So, Kyogre, you're going to switch out, or I'm going to pick.
Glacial Lance and then double protect.
Still feeling pretty good. We see some Pokemon as Rillaboom here. Also, not a Pokemon who's looks.
I think you have to double protect. I think if you bring in Rillaboom now, it's worse. You need to be able to change the terrain later.
Scary here. Kyogre would love Trick Room to expire. The Calyrex would not, facing down that boosted Lunala and losing its speed advantage potentially. So, still a tough spot for Nick.
Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't do
I think
double
that's
protect.
where you have to look at this next critical turn here from Chi-Hong Do. Actually, now, as we see here, preserve the Lunala. They're getting that Meteor Beam boost. It feels bad again, but Chi-Hong said it's okay in that first game, and it worked out beautifully for him. And now you've got your Torkoal back.
Ogre might be able to come back.
Get through these next couple of turns, and you are also going to be able to take this Ice Rider Calyrex just a little bit better. But we see
Glacial Lances. Goodbye, Rillaboom. But Ogre repositioned itself to get a kill immediately.
Nick is stuck with just his Kyogre next to the Ice Rider Calyrex, but at least you get weather control for 2 turns.
Yeah, you literally get weather control, and you have the Calyrex as well.
I'm going to say for free, but first this Glacial Lance will come down. The damage does matter. You're going to see the Leech Seed attack this Calyrex at the end of the turn as well, and the HP is going to start adding up here. Not a whole lot of health left for this Calyrex. Will heal a little bit before the Leech Seed comes in with the grassy terrain, and after.
All right, Calyrex back at full, and now Lunala doesn't actually kill it because it's not +1 anymore.
Teammates will not. Kyogre going to switch back in eventually with its low HP, and while Trick Room is going to expire, and the Drizzle is going to.
All right, so Torkoal should always switch out.
Incredible amount of resources to get through this Trick Room. Really only got the Leech Seed on the opposing Calyrex.
You go for Origin Pulse here for sure. You have to land.
In exchange for his Rillaboom.
Just Glacial and Origin Pulse always, yeah.
All of his Kyogre's HP.
This is a tough turn though, and Nick is going
Technically,
to
you can
have
Leech
to Origin
Seed,
Pulse land onto both
but there's no way they go.
From here, the Ice Rider Calyrex is surely going to pick up the final.
Do not click Water
Origin
Spell.
Pulse.
You are at
Kyogre
2
on
HP.
its last couple of legs for the rest of this game too, and Nick needs his Origin Pulse to land.
Yeah, I mean, it would pick up both knockouts if it happened. However, on the other side of the
Okay, I
field,
think what he's debating is going for Hydro Pump, but that doesn't make sense because you're just gonna die to. Yeah, you have to Origin Pulse.
Beat these two Pokemon. But since Nick can't switch anymore, you get a lot of
That shit needs to land.
Right? Okay, well, I can pick what 2 Pokemon wind up on the field at the end of his turn. Maybe I sacrifice one of these Pokemon. I need the other for the end game. We do see
Indeedee comes back out, I assume.
I'm going to get control of the weather. My path through the game is a little bit different than just allowing these 2 sacrifices.
And the Indeedee now gets revealed as Chi-Hong's 4th and final. Same Pokemon then that we saw in that first game, just in a bit of a different order. And
Protect.
Calyrex Ice going for the Protect does make things just a little bit trickier as we see it's able to hang on for a little bit longer. Next
Does
turn,
land,
gets
does
knocked
land?
out. Maybe we see this Indeedee be able to go for the Trick Room.
Goodbye,
And it's
Indeedee.
just a sacrifice here. Absolutely. The Origin Pulse connects, and with this Glacial Lance to follow it up. Now, Nick actually
Interesting. Wait a second. The Protect is interesting because.
almost, and you have a boost of your own.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hate that if you're Nick, right? But
It's interesting because Leech Seed comes through anyway.
What up, scary is that his opponent chose that, right? That was the most likely outcome of his action, so it's probably what he expected to occur there. The only
I guess not to give it another boost.
Calyrex still almost going to get knocked out here, so looks like it only has a single turn left if nothing changes. But the assumption then is like, okay, well, I thought that Nick would do that. I thought that giving up this Pokemon is the right move, and now this is the combination of Pokemon that I need. Lunala coming out here can't protect, so the assumption here is like, all right, this is the decisive turn. This is the 2 Pokemon. My Calyrex either going down or switching, which seems unlikely here because the likelihood that winds up being
Torkoal come out?
for the Torkoal, so we'll have to see what the trainers have in mind.
I'm glad.
You can bring in the Torkoal, I guess, to get rid of
I don't think
the
it's-
But then, even still, this Kyogre with this Mystic Water has still been pushing a ton of damage through that weather control. But the problem with this Lunala, then do you feel forced to actually have to go for the Wide Guard to block this Ice Rider Calyrex damage? Chi-Hong in that first game was able to get...
Having to go for Ice Shard is interesting.
Right, but this is going to have to go...
Because there's some 50-50s, right? Because like if you just keep pumping onto the side next to them, you're literally gonna kill it.
Correct as well.
Yeah, keep in mind, you have 2 of Kyogre.
You literally are gonna kill that
you
side.
anticipate a Wide Guard, the Hydro Pump in, a lot of really interesting options as the Terrestrialization comes down.
Terra Fairy is going to be the Terrestrialization of choice for Nick as we see the rest of this turn play out. Kyogre first to protect, and Chi-Hong
Oh, he does not look happy about that turn.
like a Trick Room, but the Lunala just tries
Goes
to
for the Expanding Force.
And this is the KO onto the Kyogre, and is able to do a significant chunk to this Calyrex, but of course you were probably hoping to get a little bit more. Now
You just lost.
Glacial Lance, Terra Grass Lunala.
Yo.
2 boosts now to this Calyrex Ice Rider with only that Torkoal.
Oh my God! What a comeback!
Hey, the type trick doesn't matter too much when you have that much boosted attack. And Torkoal
What a comeback!
has some advantage. It's going to have its drought up against Kyogre. It's going to
What a comeback!
or something. But yeah, you can't. It looks so bad for Nick, right?
We're going to game.
Really
We're going to game 3, folks.
Back in this one. Kyogre staying in field's a big deal too.
We are going to
That
game
combination
3.
of This Torkoal, and hey, maybe the wrong Pokemon was preserved after all.
Now, Glacial Lance is going to be resisted by this Torkoal, but because of how the 3 boosts now that this Ice Rider Calyrex has gotten, you're so right. Sometimes
Holy crap.
it doesn't matter. It just matters that you've got a ton of damage. I'm not going to do the math there. But this, I mean, this Kyogre, does it just finish it off before the Ice Rider can? And it does.
Lands as
There you
well,
go.
so it's over.
Origin Pulse in the rain. It's also going to be single target into a super effective Torkoal. So that is going
That's
to be
an
Nick
insane
Miller
best
tying
3.
up this
Okay.
series. We've got 1 game
We are
apiece,
going
and it
to
all comes
game
down to this
3.
to see if
Damn.
we move forward to this World Championship.
That's not water.
combat.
What a fun set this has been so far. Kilsilky and just really too. So that he saw the same.
That's really tough call when you've seen these 2 games already play out in such a different fashion.
I do still feel like all things equal, Nick's finish on the field you have to do to be ready to dual positioning. In the first turn of the Trick Room attempted tempted to change things up on the other.
But I kind of wonder, just to make sure,
Let's
much
see.
damage Solar Beam.
Pokemon that can't attack. So yeah, they're kind of all one.
I like the 4 they're bringing. I feel like that's good. You need to bring Torkoal so Kyogre doesn't just run through you as well.
Everything we've seen in the first 2 games, these trainers are with a K. I like what I've done in the previous games. I think that
Hey, Cut Man, how you doing?
is going to send me to the top cut of this World Championships.
It's going to have to be make or break for either Chihong or Nick. They can see that final hurdle in sight. But once again, as we saw in games 1 and 2, it's going to be the same lead,
I like
preview,
taunt.
and preliminary turn.
Yeah, it's such a tricky turn for Nick here as well. We kind of saw it both ways. It can play
I kinda
out.
like
Either
Icing
we're
Ring.
trying to break, where the Shadow Shield
Nah,
is
Taunt's
so
better.
so irritating, right? Where you'd love to just taunt it to kind of limit its options, but if you do that,
I really like Taunt, I don't
you're
know.
barely going to be able to do anything between Drought and
But breaking Shadow Shield is good. Because I feel like you break Shadow Shield with Water Spout anyway.
It was still okay, so you make the same move again, or do you think, hey, I don't know if I can survive giving that much up? Nick doing a great job taking all his time, thinking this through. This is a choice with a lot of
Yeah, I like
consequences.
Taunt.
Let's see what the trainers
Because
choose to
Taunt
do
Water
here.
Spout's free.
Yeah, really big risky call because Chihong decides to go all out on.
Because you have to switch
could
here.
Backfire in a major way, but with the Torkoal taking its lead, we will see it replaced with the Urshifu. What a big change up here.
I was wondering.
Into the Lunala,
Yo. And they obviously went for Trick Room. No Terror either. Ooh, big damage, big damage.
With the move in, and Lunala gets
All right, so Lunala has to Terra.
Yeah, things looking great for Nick there, and it was a great read. You know, Jiang probably thinking, oh, I didn't trick from the first 2 games. Surely I can get away with it in game
Jiang
3.
did not like that at all.
Nick calls the taunt. Urshifu going to switch in. That is the single strike Urshifu, not the rapid strike Urshifu that we know and love. This Urshifu really prefers to be able to trick him, going to have a hard time with that Flutter Mane who has a huge type advantage. The Kyogre has the speed advantage, and suddenly Nick's
You don't want to give Lunala too many turns of recovery back.
I mean, this is what we should expect out of such an experienced player like Nick Carr. He's been playing VGC for
this Weird
over
Worlds
a
is great.
decade. Not only a 2-time regional champion, but also having multiple top cut performances in these huge international competitions, and he's able to get that call right in these game 3s. You know he's been here before. The work's not cut out just yet.
That's a free attack. You know that's Choice Band, so it has to sucker at worst.
And this Flutter Mane has full control right now.
Yeah, I mean, the
Terra Grasses.
knocked out quickly the previous game. This time it's out for revenge. It's the quickest Pokemon on the field. No longer has to worry about.
This lets you pivot back and get the fake out support on Lunala as well, and then attack the next mon too. Sucker punches on Kyogre. Yo.
And the move last year will finish off.
Oh my God. Nails is playing so well.
Pokemon. And I think he knows it's going to be a tough uphill battle from here. Maybe you're able to weave in just a bit more damage with the Meteor Beam from the Lunala as you get this special attack boost and the Power Urge to be able to make it go quickly.
Oh, right into the AV Rillaboom as well. Yo. Well played, well played. Taunt is so nice too because then there's no pressure of wide guard, so you can always attack. So Calyrex has to come out.
The field effects, even when he was at the Pokemon disadvantage, kind of looked slowly trended toward his favor because of natural type advantages. I think having Pokemon advantage is even more devastating here. Your Calyrex going to come out. It could also
great
use
adjustment.
a Trick Room here, but Flutter Mane able to
amazing adjustment, really.
And Nick's got a pretty great positioning here. Make Urshifu look a little Urshifu-ish that previous turn, and he could be right about to send himself to the top cut.
I mean, it's tough here too because this Ice Rider Calyrex, not only can it not terrestrialize, but you're staring down a Flutter Mane that's able to hit you with a Shadow Ball. This Rillaboom, we've seen how much it can do on top of grass terrain with the Wood Hammers. That might just be enough for a knockout.
Yeah, I mean, either of these Pokemon could be in a lot of danger here, and that terrestrialization
Fake
is
Out's
already been
safe.
committed. In the previous games, the grass terrestrialization
Fake Out's
is
safe,
so
yeah.
impactful.
You're not
done anything, and it makes this turn a lot easier to play for Nick because he knows there's no
Fake
terrestrialization
Out's
to worry
safe, so
about.
nothing
And
there.
you can just go for the fake out onto the Ice Rider Calyrex and go for that extra offensive game plan.
This
on
should
the
kill
next turn.
Rillaboom. Doesn't kill Rillaboom. Oh, as long as you taunt Lunala, you can literally click.
That fake out was onto that Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, because as long as you taunt Lunala, you can literally click Glacial Lance for free.
Cannot set up Trick Room this turn.
Yeah, now it's sort of a tricky spot.
And I think Rillaboom is outside of range of Moongeist Beam.
But this time,
Now after the grassy terrain.
being the quickest Pokemon on the field, if you want to pick that knockout up, you have to take a lot of risk where attacks between these two Pokemon could likely pick up the knockout in the Calyrex. The
Safe.
great thing though is that the taunt is just worn off. So now potentially either of these Pokemon use Trick Room.
Safe,
all the options
very
are available
safe.
for both trainers, but Nick is still right in the precipice again. But he was right in the precipice of losing.
And you get
before,
Kyogre right back
turn
in
around,
too.
so let's see what he
Crazy,
can do
crazy
today.
Terra play.
Still not over yet, especially if you are managed to get that Trick Room set up on either of these Pokemon. Torkoal can come in.
Crazy Terra play, I love it.
While the Kyogre is still
Homie said, I'm picking up this KO and I'm picking it up
Kyogre
now.
is still quite healthy and waiting in the back. You know, it's really, really tough from here as this Flutter Mane is going to commit its Terra.
Now, what if trying to see like, maybe a Moonblast and a U-turn could
Because then you can click Origin Pulse for free. Because once you kill this, you have once Rain's up, you're good.
Going to take it down quite low. The special attack drop will eliminate the Meteor Beam special attack.
And you get the fake out support back as well for Torkoal, which is specs.
In his third game, is down to his final two Pokemon.
You go Calyrex now.
If it's able to set up this Trick Room, that might be a little bit better off. But you've got this Rillaboom that can come back in at any moment and make sure that you've got a bit more control.
And for now, it's going to be the Calyrex on Nick's side of the field entering the battlefield once again. Can take any attacks here pretty well and kind of just be a nice pivot here without sending Kyogre back out.
Well played, man.
The weather before Torkoal comes back.
And it's a Glacial Lance as well, so you get to bring out
to be able to pick off that Rillaboom on the other side, but you will settle for a low HP Fluttermane and getting the Terrestrial.
You get to bring out Rillaboom back into Kyogre.
Yeah, at least need some resources, and that Chilling Neigh will get an attack boost. And we saw how big of a difference that can make even in a troublesome game.
Because Rillaboom lets you fake out
side of the field, but things are a little bit bleaker here.
Torkoal, then you can click Leech Seed on
The
Calyrex.
battlefield as the final Pokemon on his side of the field. Rillaboom is going to come out for Nick here, enabling him to switch out into Kyogre.
Yeah, and then you're going to win this game with Water Spout. Wow, what a great game.
That is tough though, because you are in a spot where you have a couple of decisions you can make.
Nah, you
If
always...
Rillaboom, do you go for the fake out onto this...
Fake out Calyrex is also literally 100% safe. What am I even saying?
In order to take an attack from the Torkoal.
Because it doesn't matter if the homie takes an attack.
The good thing for Nick to know is that this Torkoal has to lock in.
Because under rain, Calyrex just wins. Beautiful. You're preventing a Trick Room as well. I love this. Well played by Nick. AKA Nails. RBY GOAT.
I think it's a pretty telegraphed play. And yeah, I think the fake out onto the Calyrex and switching to Kyogre is really tough to deal with. The Torkoal can't protect next turn, so if Kyogre doesn't miss one of its spread moves, it's just going to knock the Torkoal out, and this Calyrex is going to be isolated against 3 Pokemon, potentially one of which can Leech Seed it.
And as the Kyogre comes in, it sets the rain and sets the pace for the rest of this third game. Jihong is going to play it a little bit safe too, with his Ice Rider Calyrex deciding to go for the protect, so Rillaboom isn't quite able to land the mark, but Torkoal
he knows he's out.
to lock into something, and it is going to be the weather.
Yeah, this is Nails. This is Nails on Smogon. He's very good at RBI.
To knock out its own protecting Calyrex. Yeah, maybe we'll have a little fun here, given that this game has kind of gotten out of hand. And
Bro went for the attack on himself.
To deliberately knock the Rillaboom out and provide his free switch there. Regardless, though, I think Nick really likes his positioning here, where not really any way to avoid a water spout knock on the Torkoal. There's whatever's going to come
well
down.
Played,
At the end of this turn,
fam.
I think Nick will have an insurmountable advantage.
Great game. Great adjustments. Great just set in general. Very good to both of them. Well played to both. Nails has made it top 32.
Yeah, what an impressive victory there. I can't believe he didn't faint in the middle of that one where the game went with the way it did. He was so far down beginning of game 2. I think he was able to persevere. It's just so impressive for him as a player. I know he's had some really tough matches on stream, especially at the end of Swiss rounds, and these win-ins on stream. Things haven't just gone his way in those matches.
Great game. Great series.
So prevalent, and Victor has piloted to tremendous success.
Hello?
Last year, just
makes it such a big threat for all.
Okay, we got Victor versus James. We're back with the Calyrex duels. James with his Regieleki. This is, if he loses this game, I believe James is out because he has 2 losses. Yep, he's 8-2. They're both 8-2. Whoever loses this game is out at Worlds.
Top 16 into the Pokemon World Championships is about to begin as we see the leads from either side. Both the Shadow Rider Calyrex have hit the field, but James has decided to support that with the Rillaboom and Victor with a Smeargle.
So
Smeargle's so nasty.
Obviously here immediately, I think Rillaboom is a tough bring, but it makes sense, especially the Victor's lead. Now, you have to utilize Rillaboom well because it's so easy to potentially just switch out, for example.
Yeah.
And like, there's Incineroar in the back. You can see Victor considering just going for Terra, Nasty Plot plus Fake out here. This is one of the advantages of using
That's
Smeargle.
very
You're going to
safe,
max speed. You
I
can
feel.
outspeed the opposing Rillabooms and prevent them from getting a move off. The nice thing about Rillaboom is you will be able to pressure with a Grassy Glide afterwards, right? And so you do have that priority. But then with Dark Terra, can James actually handle this Calyrex after it gets the +2?
James could use this opportunity to switch out his own Shadow Rider Calyrex and maybe bring in something like the Incineroar, get the Roar off, that you would have to take that Astral Barrage first.
A little tough,
And then
though.
see
He
the
takes so
Terrestrial
much.
committed. You know that's going to be going onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So give it that
We
Dark Terra
saw
and that
James lose to
Dark Terra
Calyrex last time. Let's see
Yeah,
how he does now.
Players have on their Calyrex, and it's just so good because it gives you that immunity to Psychic.
Ooh.
And both
Played
players
on
are
one
gonna
for this
compare
team.
here with
It's a good
Victor's
theme.
pairing first. One of the things to pay attention to is who has the faster Shadow Rider in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that was James's actually on the other side.
Okay.
That did
Reverse.
Terrestrialize first, but it's hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
Because we do have that mirrored on either side, but the fake out is also going to be faster for Victor. So
You
Rillaboom
just
is not
Psychic
going to be able
into...
to get a chance to move
I'm about to
this
say,
turn.
yeah, you hella Psychic. You don't let that mon do nothing.
Smeargle already bringing it down to its Focus Sash. That is going to be the only move that James has on his Shadow Rider Calyrex that will be able to do damage, but Victor gets this Nasty Plot off for free.
So you do get the boost up here, and now
Does he
you're
get
ready
speed
by
boost?
Grassy Glide, just knocking out the Smeargle. That being said, you
Speed
got
boost
the
that
+2,
actually means there's some mind
It's
games.
going to do a ton of damage. Smeargle actually does get a speed boost.
Yo.
You can see James reacting, because that means if you don't Grassy Glide that slot, it will be able to just get a Spore off, right? And so you can see
Oh
Victor,
my
obviously,
gosh,
Victor
that's
goes
actually
off the
so
defensive in the back.
rough.
Victor's also saying, well, I think you have to respect the Spore possibility, so why don't I take advantage
That's
of this and
so
switch in the Incineroar?
rough.
And it's tough too because how is
James, are you gonna
going to
call
be
it?
able to damage this Calyrex? You already
James,
know
are you gonna
Psychic,
call
you're
it?
not able to use that
Come on,
because
James.
Dark Terror Calyrex would be immune, and so now as the Incineroar comes in, it's also kind of nice.
Come on, James,
because
call that
on
shit.
his Rillaboom while also being able to take a Grassy Glide better.
Absolutely. Calyrex
Protect?
is opting for a
Call that
protect.
shit,
He doesn't want
James.
to take any damage and try to avoid that potential Spore. And so
He
this
called
is the
that
other
shit.
response. He's saying, you know what? I can get around the Spore if I just protect and maybe
He
one
called
can
that
do
shit.
Shadow Rider, but let's see how much this does. +2 Life Orb.
Oh.
Rillaboom? Woodhammer?
Being a huge item.
It does, but
Okay, U-turn's good too. U-turn's good too.
If it does go for the Woodhammer, likely would knock it
But he
down
called
back
that
to
shit.
Coil, but instead decides to go for the pivot, and now we get a chance to see what else James has.
Insane comes out now, right? Regieleki. Regiman.
Yeah, it's cool, but where do you go from here? You just protected your Calyrex, so Incineroar pivoted out. That was a great switch by Victor, playing one step ahead, and even
Yeah.
conserving Smeargle, so now you have Fake Out Astral Barrage really freely, right? And so I think question for Victor is, do you want to make any really crazy predictions? You can also fake out until a Regieleki slot, but it just feels very, very safe to, of course, target Calyrex. And a +2 Astral Barrage with that fake out will definitely put it in KO range of another Astral Barrage. And so just opting for
That boy was thinking hard about that.
Calyrex realizes, I do not want to take damage. I'm going to pivot back.
Rillaboom comes out, it gives you another boost, but now you're so down. I feel like this is really rough for James.
James is giving up yet another boost to the Shadow.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Now it's
+3 at the
+3.
end of this turn. If the Incineroar hadn't knocked it out,
like,
that
so
fake
close,
out,
but
but it is close. Victor still gets away with it. +3 Shadow.
That's rough. He called it, but I mean, he wasn't going to kill the Mon anyway because of Intimidate, but
should save Calyrex, I think, for getting
that would have been fire.
But it is looking really, really scary. I think the advantage though that James has is that you do have the fast Calyrex and you have Regieleki, so this next turn you do pressure with a lot of damage, right? But Incineroar's looking pretty decent. I think Koraidon actually maybe makes the most sense to come out now for James, and then you can pressure with something like Electro Web plus an immediate attack.
Yep.
Try to get a knockout. If you are Victor, you could potentially protect your
James can still win with this if he just gets the calls right.
Switch with the Incineroar, or
Protect has to happen.
Go for a parting shot in this position. Yeah, exactly as he's opting to do. With the idea that even if you lose your Incineroar, you at least get a free switch in afterwards.
Yeah, either way. And you saw that Smeargle in the back.
It has to happen. You can cancel this as many times as you want, so you have to protect here, no matter what.
One of those free switches, so you can guarantee that you're going to be able to get damage off with this Calyrex. So
you can cancel this all you want. I know you're going to protect.
On your side if you're Victor, and also go for some type of pivot with the Incineroar and just hope for the best. We'll see the protect first and how James decides.
We know you're going for
I
protect.
think James is exerting a ton of offense right now, so this is a little bit scary for Victor because like Regieleki's Electro Webs, it's gonna miss the Incineroar. Not really super relevant from a damage standpoint. Koraidon does collision course here, so this turn works out really, really nicely for Victor. I was saying it's a little bit scary because we're getting to this point where like you can just Electro Web plus get a big attack off, and that Calyrex.
You know, it's crazy too. If Smeargle comes out and gets a speed boost here, because you want to go out to Smeargle to get another fake out.
So many opposing Calyrexes are Dark Terror, so if you get that Dark Terror out, well, you just throw it in with super effective damage. And so Smeargle right now can come in for free. There is the ability, of course, to now go for a fake out. If you are James, though,
yeah, they get
the
speed boost. It's actually terrifying.
And then afterwards go for an Electro Web plus collision course. Well, however, the Smeargle has the wide guard, no speed boost there.
I was like, ooh, but defense. But yeah, it is tough. I mean, Smeargle has just so many options, and I think James still needs to get a couple of turns right in order to really take advantage of that offensive pressure that he has on the field.
The thing,
I think this turn is probably not going to be a huge turn. They'll protect is rough if they get speed boost.
The next turn then becomes this mind game of, oh, do I wide guard because you're going to Electro Web, or do I just go for a follow me saying you're not going to wide guard, right? And so I think, yeah, I'm already thinking one turn ahead. I think this turn, because there's fake out pressure, if you are James, you definitely do not want your Koraidon going down. Makes probably the most sense to just protect both.
Yeah, you fake out Reggie.
So we'll see the Regieleki go ahead and follow with that protect.
Damn, this
and
Calyrex is
suit.
doing crazy
So
work. If he gets, again, if he gets a
this
speed
takeout
boost, it's rough. But I still think wide guard plus Astral Barrage is nasty.
Astral Barrage combo, but here's where you were bringing it up. This is the turn we're waiting for.
This is the turn, in my opinion, of this game. I think whoever comes out of this turn with the advantage will very likely run away with the game. So let's see. It's going to be intense, and this is the mind game that you have with the Smeargle. So you obviously have wide guard. If you go for that wide guard, Electro Web then does not work onto either Astral Barrage, just picks up the knockout onto Koraidon. And the Shadow Rider here, of course, can just run away with it.
Attack boost.
Going to be an attack boost, defense drop, so neither of those moody boosts is relevant.
I mean, there's no
and
reason
if you
not
expect,
to click.
Like, it could, of course, not be the wide guard then, right? It could be a follow me. Like, if you think it's
be
going to be
Astral
wide guard,
Barrage,
you can just go for a Thunderbolt instead, and maybe like switch out your Koraidon, for example. And so, yeah, I think like Victor here, he's thinking about wide guard safe, right? And so, yeah, Koraidon
it is so
recognizing,
safe.
okay, I just can't go for the Electro Web, otherwise I'm going to fall short. But this should give Victor a huge advantage.
I think so, especially because it's going to have to be the Shadow Rider Calyrex that comes in.
And you bring Reggie onto its sash.
And they're still going to be taking a ton of damage despite that Dark Terra. Wildcard comes out for the Smeargle, but if this Regieleki decided to follow up with that Electro Web, it is going to be denied.
Great Thunderbolt, great Thunderbolt.
Goes for the Thunderbolt, not falling victim to
Still keeps
that
himself
trap
alive because of
and gets
sash,
the knockout
and
onto
Calyrex
Smeargle.
just live
Here's
too.
where things really start to continue to turn positive here for Victor. You got free switch now into
Oh my god, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, I think I cannot stress how
Never mind, Calyrex only has 2 hits left.
Probably always safe for him.
And yeah, you just go Thunderclapper.
So boosted, so you do knock out the Koraidon, and Shadow Rider presumably is faster. If your Shadow Rider's slower, then that becomes really scary.
Yeah, you literally always Thunderclap into Calyrex and click Astral Barrage.
Pressure with the Thunderclap, and this was kind of my fundamental problem with Regieleki. It's just so hard to execute. You need to actually get an Electro Web off with it. If you don't, I think it's actually just useless. And with double wide guard pressure from Victor, such a big deal. But if he had stayed in with that Smeargle and it got knocked out by U-turn, this would be a completely different match because the Electro Web from Regieleki would have been able to actually get that speed drop. But now it's like, okay, well, you get a speed drop, but how are you even dealing damage to the Shadow Rider? And then you can just Thunderclap everything.
Yeah, and while the Thunderclap is going to fail because it was targeting into the Regieleki, this Raging Bolt is still going to be able to take this Astral Barrage pretty comfortably. And that's all the Shadow Rider Calyrex on James's end.
Would Genet actually begin this format? Same thing.
Incoming, and that will get a knockout.
It's very late. It's 4:30. We're just watching day 2. Might not be able to watch all of it.
The Koraidon just comes back out, but now you can just Thunderclap into the Shadow Rider and knock out the Koraidon. And so this is looking really, really tough, I think. And yeah, it's just a huge testament to the support that Smeargle provided.
Calyrex is so nasty. Smeargle went stupid this game too.
Regieleki, I think, relatively useless. And
like actually stupid.
In the pregame, right? There's 2 wide guard users to deal with. The Regieleki wants to click that Electro Web. Are you ever actually going to be able to accomplish that if Victor has any wide guard user out? But I think the key turn that I want to dial back into was that turn with the U-turn, right? And Smeargle actually switching out. It got that boost, so I think
we got a lot of
respect that slot, but now just Thunderclap and Regieleki face.
And this poor Koraidon is going to be next to fall.
All right, let's see the adjustment by James.
Final Astral Barrage of this game.
Well played by Victor.
So congratulations to Victor Medina, up 1-0.
Smeargle went stupid. That speed boost was disgusting.
But when he takes a look at those adjustments and think once again about the things you've already called out, doesn't Regieleki just stay home?
That speed boost, so Rillaboom couldn't
well,
grassy
right?
glide
Like,
was
in my opinion, if
nasty.
you were bringing up Regieleki,
He still made the call though.
only
So
thing
F
Left has
it.
to accomplish is get that Electro Web speed drop. If you don't do that, then I just don't think it's really accomplishing much. James maybe feels pressure to do it because he's like, otherwise I can't really deal with your Shadow Rider really well, but it's just really difficult, right? And Victor, like, smartly saving that Smeargle, I cannot stress enough how big that was for him.
But how much does James get a chance to take away the fact that he knows his Shadow Rider Calyrex is faster? I think that's also a key piece of information we were highlighting before we got into the match.
Yeah.
Is that something that actually changes your mind at all about whether...
Okay, and so counters like an...
Raging Bolt's just like so
The thing
free.
is, maybe you have adjusted
into
something in the
that.
back though, but it's going to be Victor that actually makes that small adjustment. You
Okay,
got
Insyn
the Shadow Rider
first.
Try to deal with the Shadow
Safe.
Rider is
Great lead.
Because I think Victor also recognizes, like, wait, hold on, my Smeargle Rex though, so James theoretically could go for fade out.
When it's there. For now, it is going to...
Risky, but his matchup, it's like if he is running Dark Terror on Calyrex right now.
Yeah,
Ooh, no.
it's mirrored, and
Both
this is about to
plot.
be turbo mode game 2, Aaron.
Yeah, I would give this advantage to James. Gets the U-turn off as well. That's
Beautiful
super effective
U-turn.
damage. This is so much better for him. Now you can just go out into Koraidon, and you've gotten the +2 boost on your Shadow Rider. You're faster. You threaten him with just collision course.
He's still having to grassy glide though, and right because he's slower. No, it means that Calyrex couldn't attack faster than it with Psychic, and then Rillaboom could attack into the other one. It means that Calyrex was scared of being spored. Not Rillaboom.
Plus Astral Barrage, and so it's actually going to be the Regieleki here, which I'm a little bit surprised to see over Koraidon, but it's going to be knockoff to come out here.
It is
Yeah.
going to knock off the Life Orb that James's Calyrex is holding, and that critical hit certainly doesn't help either.
I mean,
Going
every
to
bit
face
of damage
the amount
matters,
of
so
damage
that crit
these
definitely
Calyrex have
matters.
taken from each other.
Yeah, I think the upside for Victor here is you can just protect, and your Incineroar should survive a turn here. Like, I don't think +2 Astral Barrage plus Thunderbolt even knocks out the Incineroar.
Yo,
You see
Victor
covering
clicks
that
just
double
like I play on
to
Showdown.
the Smeargle. I think you could Parting Shot here instead. This is a little bit scary, but I think theoretically it should always be Astral Barrage coming out here instead of a Psychic, so then the idea is Smeargle at least gets to come in, even if it gets threat down Focus Sash, you have Fake Out active the next turn.
But is this Smeargle actually going to get knocked out? Like, let's say James...
Bro literally clicks like I moved my mouse on Showdown.
Then, like, kudos to you. I think this is, yeah, that would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts.
Okay, well, let's find out, right? Self Protect first, and the Regieleki does go for the Thunderbolt into the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So, okay, we're safe from that turn, but I just saw the vision. And if James
Really
had
good
gone for it, it's
positioning.
definitely a wild turn that puts him in such a favorable position. Right now, pretty even. James and Victor still with a pretty healthy HP total between everything, and the Smeargle actually gets a special defense boost.
Yeah, one nuance, by the way, as you called out, the knockoff on Calyrex is a big deal because it removes the Life Orb. So I was thinking, okay, you should switch in Koraidon, but James recognizes, well, if I bring in Koraidon and then you get the knockoff on my Calyrex, I don't think +2 Astral Barrage actually knocks out Victor's Calyrex. So that's actually the reason why he brought out that Regieleki first. But this last turn ends up being perfect for Victor. You know, we were thinking, the Smeargle at least get brought down a Sash. Doesn't even get KO'd, but the answer is neither. It gets to come in for free with full HP, so you are pressuring with Fake Out plus Astral Barrage. Instead, it's going to be that
Wide guard's
though.
so
Okay.
free.
Oh, man.
I mean, that's really safe, actually, because now the opposing Calyrex can't do anything.
It just has to
He's
be
getting the call
Thunderbolt
right,
from this Regieleki.
but he
It
can't
does
touch him.
quite low, but with this Psychic from James's Shadow Rider Calyrex, you bring that Smeargle down to his focus.
Yeah,
Sash.
they changed
But
them.
It's the return damage from the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Victor's side that's going to make such a big difference on this turn. Both Pokemon on the receiving end.
Regieleki down with Sash.
Calyrex
That means the Raging
This was
Bolt
a huge turn.
Thunderclap
So Victor
later
ends up
scary.
actually not going for, it ended up going for that wide guard, and James is not getting baited by it. So I was saying, okay, Calyrex can't do anything into the Calyrex, but it still can Psychic into Smeargle. You see Victor reacting because he knew, oh my goodness.
If he gets the speed boost here, it's bad, but doesn't.
I might just win the game from that position. Now he's taking a
So
lot
what, you
of
just
damage
Volt
the
switch on
bow.
Calyrex, they
This is
protect?
So close right now, but you know, James does have the major speed advantage in the current moment. That being said, Victor's done a lot of damage, and you are getting to a point where you can start thunderclapping. However, you still have to deal with that Koraidon.
I love the way he's playing his Smeargle.
And it's tough because I think even though you bring in the Incineroar here, you have to pick and choose what you're going to actually fake out. This Shadow Rider Calyrex is still very low, and once this Incineroar comes in, you have two targets in front of you that are naturally faster than your own Calyrex.
Absolutely. It's scary for Calyrex, and this is where having the slower Calyrex really can be detrimental. So James deciding, I'm just going to also copy what you did and just go for Astral Barrages, and so...
Beautiful.
Regieleki is actually doing really meaningful damage there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's looking quite good, and that's another reason why Regieleki was looked at in the Sword and Shield era as one of these big powerhouse Pokemon. Good for speed as well as that special attack.
This could be a comeback.
Just a little bit here.
Never mind.
And now both of these Pokemon
Raging Bolt's still
here for Victor. There's
scary in the
more
back.
Pokemon in the back that he can utilize, but this is so risky.
Whoa, okay. Going for the switch into Smeargle, going for a fake out here. I mean, from James' end, I think you could probably just...
Saving it for
Basically, the
Koraidon
thing
makes
is,
a lot
if
of
you double
sense.
protect, I got in Smeargle out, I can wide guard, and then you cannot hit the Incineroar, essentially. Neither Pokemon actually protects, so Victor actually does get a knockout here.
The knockout onto the Regieleki
Electro Web is the play. Oh, Electro Web would have. I think that's what he went for, but I think they died.
After Barrage will hit the Incineroar, but you've got the Smeargle, which probably you aren't...
Electro Web might not have been the play.
Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yep.
So now the Incineroar gets knocked out. I think this is exactly what Victor wanted. The Smeargle next to your own Shadow Rider Calyrex or that Raging Bolt that can provide fake out support.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think I definitely give the advantage to James right now in this game. I think he's handled the offense a lot better, and having their Smash Shadow Rider is huge. Crucially, no Moody speed drop or speed increase there on the Smeargle. That obviously is always really scary. Rillaboom is able to come out now, though, so you do pressure with something just like a fake out and a Psychic, and then things get really scary because James has now managed his Rillaboom really nicely this game as well, right? And so you, of course, have that Assault Vest. You pressure with Grassy Glide onto the Shadow Rider, and like Thunderclap is nice, but how are you doing enough damage into the Raging Bolt, right? So right now we're seeing, fake out Dragon Pulse, okay, double up into the Rillaboom, which makes sense.
Ooh.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because maybe you're expecting that this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to protect itself.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but it doesn't protect.
Great job, James. This is a good game.
Capitalize on this. It just goes for another nasty one.
Oh, he's trying to outplay Thunderclap.
Exactly. Oh, and you know, I think Victor's recognizing dealing damage in a Rillaboom is going to be really hard. I actually need to use Raging Bolt as effectively as possible because my Shadow Rider won't actually be able to get an attack off. And so, you know, I think the turn works out well.
There's still a world where Koraidon comes in.
Calyrex, of course, could protect, even go for another nasty plot. But oh my goodness.
I mean, it's actually kind of interesting now because we've seen the Smeargle actually get, I think, +4 defense from these Moody boosts. Does the Grassy Glide actually knock it out?
I would expect it to, but if the answer is no, that would be
Literally, Summer, I agree.
actually be nuts.
It's really tough to click it.
Into the Shadow Rider Calyrex feels safe because, well, okay, not anymore because
you gotta kill Smeargle to bring back in Koraidon.
Psychic that goes into something like that Smeargle to try to knock it out. But the Rillaboom goes for the Grassy Glide and it does get the knockout. I don't know. We've seen some wild things this turn.
If Smeargle survived that Grassy Glide, I'm just walking out of here. He's like, you can't get 4 and be bulky enough to take, like, that's, you know, fortunately the good thing with Smeargle. I say, as a non-Smeargle player, is like, it's, you know, stats are just relatively frail. But that would have been nuts. I think, that being said, Victor...
Can someone tell me what just happened to my volume?
Switching here, it's tough because I feel like you kind of need to
stall
stall out terrain. Like, your goal, ideally, is to stall out terrain so that you don't fall to just a Grassy Glide, right? And
they were trying to force an ad when I had Premium. It's crazy.
Being really crucial here. I think it's not the easiest Pokemon to execute in this matchup either, but it makes a lot of sense into the Assault Vest, or with the Assault Vest, and with the Incineroar being
I got a little louder for some reason. I don't know why.
I was gonna wonder though whether or not James is actually going to go for a Nasty Plot again to try to bypass this Thunderclap because you know that this Shadow Rider is such a big deal for Victor to get rid of, and that's exactly what happens. We're going to see that Thunderclap fail, which means that James is going to be able to have this fully boosted up Shadow Rider Calyrex for the end game. Both of these Pokemon on Victor's side, and now maybe though can Victor get through this grassy terrain and actually bring himself back in that way?
Yeah, that's multiple opportunities that have been able to potentially go for a Dragon Pulse or a Thunderbolt into the Calyrex slot. So I'm sure Victor's feeling it. Yeah, he's obviously feeling the pressure a little bit. He's like, okay, well at least I know if I click Thunderclap, you will never get an attack off. But James is like, I'll just deal with everything else.
Right, well, protect for James, and it's over here for Victor.
Okay.
That is huge. No more Grassy Glides to KO this Shadow Rider Calyrex. And while Victor is still going to be stuck, having done no damage in these past couple of turns,
don't tell me Grassy Terrain's gone.
Yeah, absolutely needed to double to stay in the game. So everyone heals back a little bit more. And I'm also wondering, like, if there's any chance Calyrex is bulky enough where it would even be able to survive a Grassy Glide because terrain is still up. And so you can see, Victor's thinking of going for Nasty Play. You know this is the last turn of terrain, so it's like, you want to go for a triple protect, or are you like, you know what, I feel back enough for Grassy Glide doesn't KO me. Thunderclap to come out, it doesn't get the knockouts.
That's such a big deal.
We do see a speed tie.
Use this turn to fire on all cylinders. It's going to be Astral Barrage into both.
Crazy comeback by James. Crazy comeback.
In our first top-up match here at the World Championships.
We're going to game 3, folks.
Spot on the line.
Oh my goodness.
We are going to game 3.
So close. You know, Raging Bolt did have some opportunities to go for the Dragon Pulse, target that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but Victor was like, well, you could just Astral Barrage at any point. I think James played through that massively, where he did not get baited by the wide guard turn. The main turn I would
we are going to game 3
next to the Calyrex, right? And it
let's go to game 3. We're going to game 3 right now. I'm going to game 3.
Fast fake out here, and it gives you yeah, I think like you could consider either player could consider fake outing the other Calyrex, but it's a return to Smeargle, which I think also makes a lot of sense. You got the fast fake out here, and it gives you the protection against the opposing Calyrex immediately.
These are the same lanes we saw in game number 1, and Victor was able to find the edge to carve out that first game victory. But now as we enter into the third game, it all comes down to this top 8 on the line here for James and Victor, and we'll see what happens on this first turn. We've seen the run back of these Dark Terrasalizations on these Shadow Rider Calyrex in both of these games so far.
It's the hard switch immediately. So part of the beauty of the double triple fake outs is like sometimes you beta protect. If you protect and then you switching your fake out user immediately in the back, then you can just fake out what just protected the previous turn. But turn 1 already very, very spicy.
Yeah, you got this Incineroar, and as we were talking about in that second game, Intimidate still plays a huge role again versus this Rillaboom. Didn't see it go for the Woodhammer, but there was an opportunity to do that on the last game. So imagine if you do that this time around.
Oh,
it's just a Grassy Glide, though.
Is it psychic into that slot as well?
Wow.
The one turn by Victor!
Oh my god, the Incineroar coming in was so big, yeah.
And you get the free fake out pressure.
He gets away with so much in this turn.
To be honest,
you don't even get the boost of your James. Now your Calyrex is boosted. You have fake out plus Astral Barrage available to you. Oh, it's a phenomenal turn by Victor, and it's so scary to fall behind like this in one turn.
Dude, that's such a rough turn 1.
Offense. And the fact that you have, the +2, you also would put James into a position where he didn't actually.
That should be game. Yeah, I think that's game.
You do see the Terra for something else if you choose to, but right now James knows he's not.
And you switch out whatever coming is dying.
Out of there, even though he's faster, he doesn't have a great way to actually deal damage to either of these Pokemon. So Victor knows you are going to remove this Calyrex. I'm free and clear to go after this Rillaboom fake out. He breaks the sash.
Oh my god, and it kills.
It one Pokemon down already for James in this first game.
This is looking so difficult to come back. That fake out damage, I think having a little bit of chip is often enough to get
I get it. 50-50s and everything. You're trying to get as many kills as you can.
Now you can get a free switch into, say, that Koraidon and then pressure with Electro Web plus Collision Course, for example. I think if you're Victor and the Koraidon comes out, you can just protect.
I'm pretty sure Victor has clicked Nasty Plot turn 1 every game.
The wet full HP, you can read it. Like, you don't care about eating up an Electro Web because then you just get the Astral Barrage off. So it's going to take a huge, incredible comeback for James to make it out of this one, because I feel like Victor, that turn 1 alone was game winning.
And Victor still has the opportunity to go for protect here. If you are expecting that Koraidon Koraidon is going to try to get the knockout.
The thing
on
is,
the
like,
Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Regieleki
It's a great
also
way
has
you
to go
try
for-
weave in something different. We see the Raging Bolt is available in the back. That's something that Victor used in that first game for that Raging Bolt to capitalize on the Sun, get its photosynthesis boost, and preserve that booster energy for later.
And I think this makes so much sense where it's like, okay, I've got a new trap, right? If you don't knock out my Raging Bolt right now, next turn, Thunderclap, Astral Barrage, GG, shake my hand, right? And so
Yeah.
we'll see if the Raging Bolt can survive the turn, but I think this makes a lot of sense. No need to even risk knocking your Incineroar getting KO'd. The only scary thing here is if Koraidon ends up actually targeting the Bolt and the Bolt faints, but it's going to be Thunderbolt to start.
Okay, he
And
did
look at that
target it, but
resistance.
did
Yeah,
he
the resistance is so good here, but the flame charge for
that
Koraidon
makes a difference. That adds a different layer. That adds a different layer.
Speed control, the Koraidon can do it all on its own.
That's absolutely huge because, yeah, with that speed boost, hold on. James found the one play that I think can bring him back into this one. Now they're
Can he get a comeback? He literally just did. That was the fucking play. I don't think you kill Bolt,
is
though.
still the Dragon Pulse pressure, but Koraidon now, of course, is faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It can just go for a Terra as well. Wow, okay, that is nuts.
That doesn't
Like,
kill
I'm
Bolt.
telling you,
That was a
that's one play
great-
James could have made to keep himself in this one.
We've seen him in games 1 and 2 go for the Dark Terrestrialization on the Shadow Rider Calyrex, but he has preserved it for a perfect moment. Decides to protect, knowing his Electro Volt Switch damage is still going to be a lot to the Shadow Rider Calyrex. You have to bring something else in, and it has to be just that Calyrex. So, wow.
I think
this
he
Koraidon
always
really
Astros
could take
here.
it, but we still have a couple more turns we need to get through.
Yeah, because you just switched in on an Astral Barrage. You can see James shake his head. I'm kind of shocked he did that, quite frankly. I
Yeah.
think maybe hoping that, like, oh, like, your Calyrex, you know...
I think you had to attack one there as Karai. There's too much bad that happens if that doesn't work out for you. I think you literally had to. Also, like, if you kill Callie, yeah, they still have Incin, but there's still a shot this mon can win.
that you're staring down Koraidon.
Damn.
Shut your Calyrex, but Vickers, you know what? I'm just going to launch my attacks there. I think James
That's
had the
literally
opportunity to
game.
maybe go for a Fire Terran attack there, but this also could be James saying, I feel like I'm so far behind in this game that I do need to make some crazy plays back-to-back turns, but it feels like that advantage that he had just built up now is slipping away once again.
Yeah, but
Koraidon protected. You missed such a big opportunity to
no
go
reason to
after that
protect
Shadow
Bolt,
Rider
though.
Calyrex.
You don't
And now
die.
James is down to his final 2 Pokemon with his game 3 as the decider.
Like,
Let's
double
move
attacking
on to
means you
top
ensure a
8 of the World
kill.
Championships.
And
Things
Incin
on top
plus
4, and the other double restricted corners that
Smeargle
we've seen so far in the
should
video
beat.
game, and looks like he might be going down here.
It's so
This
so
is a
close.
lot of
It feels
protection
like Victor should
cooking,
have
my
the advantage.
boy.
In my head, I'm thinking if you're Victor, you can protect your Calyrex and attack with the Raging Bolt. What you would ideally want is for Smeargle to hit the field, right? Because then with Smeargle, you can just go for the follow me and then Astral Barrage, and I think that should be game. And so if you're James, you might actually want to be a little bit wary. Double protect, it looks like.
That's why I feel like-
Terra, but you can't help wonder, this should have come out one turn like sooner.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
going to be
Terra
Regieleki,
Elecki,
though.
okay.
All right, so Terra Electric, Regieleki. That Terra Electric going to be very good to help boost up all of those electric type attacks that it has. But that means that this Koraidon is going to be vulnerable.
he's trying to
You
do
cannot
enough damage,
get rid
but-
of your dragon type weakness anymore. James, can you get enough done with this Koraidon? And especially with the Regieleki having this extra damage, but I can't get it through this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the Collision Course coming out and that Thunderbolt as well, giving it the extra damage that it would likely need to knock out the Shadow
Yeah, you have to hope for like a collision course crit and then Thunderbolt to actually kill. I get it.
Rider, but this is now
I
so
get
scary,
it.
right? You can Thunderclap into the Regieleki slot or Dragon Pulse like you
Don't
said,
protect
super effective
safe,
damage into
though.
the Koraidon.
Scout
I think
intentions,
Victor,
get a little
there's
bit
minor Raging
recovery.
Bolt going down, but I think James was saying, well, I don't think your Bolt will go down just from a Collision Course here. But now you're staring down two things that exert so much offense. It's going to be Thunderclap, potentially into Regieleki. Regieleki then to get around this can of course go for a Protect. But Raging Bolt is looking really good in this endgame with that Smeargle support as well. And you still have Incineroar in the back, so Regieleki at least goes for a Protect, keeps James in it for a little bit longer.
It's
but
kind
I
of
just don't
wild
see it.
not
But
protecting
Koraidon
the
is
other
still going
mon.
to have to get a lot done. At least you bypassed the Raging Bolt's damage. So this Koraidon is free and clear to go for the collision course. We see this move a lot so that you don't
I'll
have
say,
to
like, that's
downside
kinda-
dropping your
that's kinda a
defenses or
wild
something like
turn.
close contact
But then I guess you get
instead.
in
And James
Smeargle.
is able to get rid of one threat on Victor's side. Still 3 more Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know why he sacked the
exactly.
horse.
And the thing is, since two of those are fake out users at full HP, so you can bring out Smeargle, fake out into the Koraidon, and just Dragon Pulse into a Regieleki, right? You don't care if Regieleki gets an attack off. Koraidon doesn't have spread moves.
I feel like
And then
horse had it
subsequent turn, you
safer,
just go for
but
Follow
that's
Me and
fair.
Dragon Pulse. It is the last turn of Sun, so then there will be no more photosynthesis, but I think that's fine, right? And so the Terraeleki, you know, cute to get the knockout, but then not protecting Koraidon was really rough.
Well, don't forget, we still have the booster energy on the
True,
Raging
yeah,
Bolt. So the
yeah.
Sun going away,
Doesn't
no
even matter.
problem for this Raging Bolt.
Exactly. But
Victor
yeah, I
Medina, wow.
think it's like James found an awesome turn to get himself back into it, but then just letting Shadow Rider fade. I
Yeah,
can totally
yeah.
see why he went for it. He felt like he was so far behind in this game. And he was like, I think you're scared now. You're going to switch out. Koraidon's going to go for that protect. But
Putting
I think
Bright Powder
Victor's
on
very
Cheek is
safe.
crazy.
I don't see. Yeah, like you got the double protect off at least with Regieleki. Okay.
That's a big turn though still, because that means that Regieleki does
Then you
not
just
get things
follow
done
me
and
plus,
faints on this turn.
kill.
You can now go into the next one knowing that
You have to
should
go
be
for
able to
another
get some damage
protect,
off
right?
As long as the Raging Bolt does not go for a Thunderclap, try to knock it out from this range. But oh my, it's tough. You just take a look at this position for James, and how do you claw back in?
I don't know how he wins from now. I don't think he can.
Boost right back.
Yeah, and I just feel like now without the Sun increased damage for Koraidon, like this is just so tough, right? Because you can just go for a follow me once again. So you know, James like gets the double protect. Does it even really end up mattering? I think the only thing is if you were to actually click Thunderclap here and James were to like able to go for another protect. You see, okay, yeah, I can just go for the follow me and then just Dragon Pulse Rhydon.
Good game, though.
In order for James to
James is so consistent, man. To make it here, with just prepping 2 weeks before, not really caring about Worlds most of the time. What a goat.
That should mean Raging Bolt should secure the game.
Smeargle says, look at me, I am the center of attention. Let me take this collision course and your stat Raging Bolt. I've got the focus sash, I can hang on
Yeah,
for just one more
day
turn,
4 is
while
carry.
also keeping you safe from this
Planetary.
Raging as well. So Raging Bolt should be free and clear. We do see the Electro Web actually be able to hit both targets, but as this Raging Bolt is still going to resist that damage, it really feels like it's just a tickle. And as the Raging Bolt now can go for this next attack, is it just going to be a one-hit knockout onto this Koraidon? It's super effective. You've got
Booster energy boosted. Good game.
And another Pokemon down. Victor Medina knows with just the Regieleki left, he is in the top 8 of the World Championships.
2023 top 8, 2025 top 8. He has been in, I feel like, literally 10 to 15 top cuts. He has not won that major championship that he has been seeking, but this was a statement here in Game 3. That turn 1 alone, like
Why were you
reading what James was going to do, and it just gave him such a huge lead. And this is once again why I thought Regieleki
I'm going
was
for
really difficult
game.
Pokemon to execute in the matchup.
Of course, James is still giving it everything that he's got there. The protect is just make sure you don't get
Giving it
Dragon
everything,
Ball
these
or
guys. So
just
funny,
knock out on this
Necro.
turn, but we're so close to the end here. Victor can taste the next step of the World Championships and maybe can finally get that major win he's been looking for.
Oh my goodness, here's the Thunderbolt coming out. One last attack for James, but we know how this is going to play out, and it damages the Incineroar, but that's okay because Flare Blitz will deliver the finishing blow. And Victor is moving on to top
That was a good
8.
game, though.
Wow, what a match between Victor
James
and
made a crazy flame charge play, but I don't think he capitalized on it well. All right, Nails is back. Yeah, that turn 1 was nasty. I get it, but homie, it's nasty play to burf every turn. That's tough. Nails is back versus Co. OG old team.
Maybe having to rely a little bit more on the Luna. If that
Sides when we're eyeing up that really naturally take advantage.
is the line into, so almost a match, of course, the advantage.
Championship title for Nick to yet again be doing the best world performance he has, getting into the lead. Double restricted for Co. That's Lunala and Rhydon right away to hit the
Yeah, a
field
little bit
for
faster.
Watermain and Kyogre. This Watermain as well. This can all put a lot of pressure. Of course, being able to go for super effective attacks, but also a little bit of speed control in itself. Kyogre, of course, the rain. That's the watch out. Rhydon
Match has been
is actually
good.
Scary.
Yeah, definitely scary because of the pressure that it's putting on right now, and that Kyogre almost feels like it either has to switch out into something a little bit more preferable, like the Rillaboom there, which could open up.
Crown definitely has to
I
switch.
think if you go for that grass thrust,
Kyogre definitely has to switch.
Like you say about that Flutter going for that Icy Wind. and it's
Unless
not
Icy
bad
Wind
as well.
plus
It
Terra
is the
Water,
Shadow
Water
Ball
Spout
that it's got
KOs.
access to, where it can potentially shut down the opposing Trick Room being set up by Co in this scenario.
Okay, so if you win the speed tie here, you kill Miraidon, unless it tears. I get it. Scouting for the Moonblast. I'm scouting for the Wyguard.
It's got the Moonblast as well that seemed maybe locked into to pressure that Miraidon.
That's one of the things is that Co has some fast Pokemon, but he also has Wave Twister dimensions that really wants to be
He's
playing
going all in on the
Nick
speed
right
tie
away, this
turn
is a
1.
very fast and offensive pace starting off the match. It's going to be the Fluttermane into that very terrestrialization.
Top 16.
When you are eyeing up the attacks that it can have, well, this can do the absolute most. But it's going to be a terrestrialization piece, so Fluttermane can be threatening, but going into this electric type is going to be dropping that.
Oh, so he doesn't die now, and then Kyogre dies.
This turn 1 could be huge for this match. Fluttermane, Moonblast,
Gets the speed tie.
terrestrialization into the Miraidon. That terrestrialization paying off huge. Now Draco Meteor in
Drops the
response
Draco
into
on Kyogre.
Not quite the one-hit KO. It is going to hold on throughout this turn. Now special attack on the Miraidon.
I mean, I guess you get to break multi-scale, but you don't kill.
Kyogre is so pitiful. Now the Lunala is taking no damage. Moonguy
He actually won
into
the speed
Fluttermane.
tie.
A lot of damage on this turn. No KO's claimed quite yet, but that Kyogre's a
Damn, Icy Wind plus Water Spout would have been insane there.
scary spot.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, right? From the last turn, we see the Fluttermane be the choice on Nick's side to Terrestrialize, trying to snipe off that Miraidon, but really smart Terrestrialization from Cole to say, okay, well, that is a threat.
Icy Wind Water Spout would have been devastating.
Have a little bit of a tussle here, getting out of that weakness, Terrestrializing, and then dropping the Draco
But I get it.
onto the Kyogre really smart, just to cover in case we do see that grass Terrestrialization.
Maybe Terra
It's
Water
a spot
Spout
now where
doesn't
it is
kill.
threatened from the Fluttermane, so maybe wants to protect, maybe wants to utilize that Lunala that is in that comfortable position. You still have to be wary about the Hydro Pump, the Origin Pulse threat, but if you can remove that Kyogre, just kind of try and mitigate the damage from that Pokemon here, it will allow you, but Nick in a nice spot as well.
Okay.
It's going to be a swap that Kyogre's taking so much damage, not necessarily vibing with the board situation. It's going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider to
Speed
take
tie here
its
could be a
spot
difference.
instead. When I'm up on the Rhydon on the other end, again, it has had its special attack greatly reduced, has the ability to switch moves though, since it isn't going to
Pivots
be a
and
quick
Sin.
item lock Pokemon. Get to that in a second though, because it's going to be a switch of keys. Whimsicott
Is it
down in the
Whimsicott?
field
Okay.
for Co's end. Shadow Ball from Fluttermane.
Wins another
into
speed
the
tie.
Whimsicott, so it's not going to be a welcome greeting on the field, just a little bit of damage. Volt switch now, not necessarily looking for the most damage here, because you will actually get a considerable amount, but this is going to greatly make sure the Co has
You bring out the
position
bear?
here. You can bring the Lunala in, or we can get a sneak peek at that for Pokemon.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what that last Pokemon is, but now a really nice switch to that Whimsicott for Cole because they've got access to that.
I think he's just expecting them not to Terra and expecting Lunala to Terra.
And potentially be able to remove from the field
Was
because
the
it is right
thing.
now a huge threat. Of course, you can't ignore that Ice Rider. Calyrex has just entered the field. Still
It was
in
just a call that
really
didn't work
healthy
out.
position. Is gonna
Like, it
start
worked out, but
with
didn't.
those maybe Glacial Lances or start spreading the leaf seed depending on what Cole decides to bring in.
I'm curious how much that damage it did take on that swap in, though, is going to make a difference. Because Calyrex Ice Rider, I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that can normally survive one hit. But when you are eyeing up a Miraidon, that can deal so much damage. That can be a scary spot. And Lunala is definitely not one that it can deal some damage out here. And that will be the one to re-hit the field. So where do they go from here?
Well, this is it, because I think now with the Whimsicott, you've got the option to go for that Tailwind and then utilize the Lunala to either remove the Fluttermint or the Calyrex. Like you said, that chip damage from the Volt Switch onto the Calyrex has probably put it in range of the Moongeist.
Tailwind into like Moongeist is nasty.
So Cole's got to really pick heavily here. The one thing that you would say that they've got in their favor is the Fluttermint doesn't have Protect, so it's an easy slot to go into. So you know you can
yeah, literally what Cutman said.
The Fluttermint stays in or switches out.
Usually just lets you like all these mons have 405 speed, 438, whatever. They're all the same numbers.
So maybe one of those options that could come in, just give him a little bit of room while you utilize maybe that Calyrex to get the damage you need, because that Whimsicott is threatening.
So it lets you deal with them.
And it's unlikely that we see the Lunala go for the wide guard in this situation when there's such an offensive option in front of them.
Well, we're about to find out, but yeah, we talked about the Fluttermane. That's going to be a swap out, and Rillaboom to be better poised in this position as Whimsicott is going to go for the Tailwind. This speaks a little bit of what we can see from the Lunala, that Moongeist beam. This bat is going offensive, and Rillaboom, that swap in, still a lot of...
Great call. What happened to the audio? Did their mics get cut off? Did this happen? Oh, welcome back.
Threat going forward in the field. And the nice thing is as well, Grassy.
Did that happen during the actual thing? I mean, it had to, right? This is the VOD of it. Oh, they're flabbergasted. Okay.
Right now on the field, and it is going to help top up that HP. That Calyrex in a nice healthy position. You've got the Rillaboom on the field, of course. It doesn't.
They're flabbergasted. It's so funny.
It's still a threat to your Calyrex. It's going to outspeed you, and now with the Incineroar coming in, it's going to be a bit of a mind game with who's.
The occasional answer to the announcer is crazy.
If you're caught and you know your Incineroar is a bit more on the speedy side, you can go for that safe fake out into the Rillaboom, prevent it from using any
Simply a loss is so funny.
Into the Calyrex, which is susceptible right now.
Yeah, and this Incineroar, I mean, this just makes so much sense with Pokemon. These Pokemon now, Nick is just so threatened on this turn. And Ko, I mean,
you still need Kyogre alive so you can actually kill Incineroar too.
Moving on forward. Incineroar offers so much pressure on this turn. And we saw how much that
I don't know, check, honestly.
That Lunala did into the Rillaboom. And that's something that can be fired off into the Calyrex at any time. One thing for the Calyrex, with that leftovers, it has been getting a decent little amount of recovery. So we are getting closer to the Calyrex can survive hits mode. And doubly so with the Protect on this turn. Make sure that Incineroar, fake out, no good. Now it's just going to be Moongeist beam into the Calyrex Ice Rider, nothing. And Incineroar not going for that fake out. Instead is going to be
goes for knock, trying to kill that threat. Expecting you to switch just to kill.
You turn from the Rillaboom, not really about the damage, it's going to be about the pivot.
Yeah, bring out Fluttermane, does that protect? You bring out Kyogre and protect.
Trying to stall out this Tailwind turn.
Yeah, you literally need to bring out a Mall and protect to stall it out.
Support whatever's next to it and try and get rid of these big threats as long as the Tailwind's in effect.
Okay, that water spout now is like 23 base power, let's go.
The Pokemon that he's got remaining have such low health, so the switching game to stall things out is getting a bit more limited. And yeah, the Calyrex in that position now is pretty healthy, but again, you don't really want it to be in that spot where it is facing down Moongeist beam and taking that, because Incineroar likely going to end the Tailwind out to give Kyogre, so it's an easy target into that position, and then you just go for the Moongeist beam.
Yeah, Moongeist in a knock should kill Rex.
To take at least one of those, and
Rex is crazy. I've never caught
just taking that
Rex.
attack back down to neutral, so undone that chilling near boost. So it's not really going to be in the position to pick up a knockout here.
At least for Nick, when you are trying to play the waiting out game, when you have this Kyogre that's built out with the Mystic Water as poison choice specs, you do have a little bit of options going for the Protect, but you do have to make some really hard choices on what it has to control.
Very
go
fair.
on the field and get KO'd if you want to preserve that Calyrex.
Alright, this lets you
rebring.
This lets you bring your Fake on again.
It's going to be Fluttermane, no more Moongeist beam, staring down on the opposing end.
You can bring out Rillaboom after.
And go, but Nick slowly but surely getting through the turn. But again, will he have enough once this Tailwind expires to be able to start opening pressure?
His team's really slow though.
The opening that Nick really needs is to try and maybe get that Trick Room up now with the Calyrex, because if you can get yourself into a position where you can get that Trick Room set up, it's going to put you in a way better position. You've still got to worry about the Incineroar, but I think the key would be maybe get those Leech Seeds started to spread around the board, and if you can do that, you're chipping away constantly at your opponent. You don't necessarily need to worry so much about the Intimidate cycle, but right now in this position, it's not looking too good for them, and a lot to play for. The problem is with the Rillaboom as well.
Best bit is sometimes you got to do it, down boy, right? You got to use inaccurate moves for the strong kills.
Taking full advantage of the turns that they've got remaining with it.
This could be where Nick can try and make a call though, because Rillaboom hitting the field, you can try and off it a little bit of pressure instead. I mean, obviously you can't go for the into Lunala, and Lunala maybe having to go and make a choice into it. Of course, the Incineroar does still off a little bit of pressure here, which could be scary. But if Nick, if you can't sacrifice any more Pokemon, it could be what we have to see happens here. Of course, Rillaboom doesn't have access to Protect. Kyogre already just used it, so it would be a 1 in 3.
It's a bat, so maybe that's it.
I mean, if that's the Pokemon you're trying to preserve, that's just no good.
No, it's not. And if you get the slot wrong in that situation as well, that's where the Moongeist beam lands. I think that kind of claws this game up, one up pretty quickly. So we'll see how this plays out as that Kyogre does exit the field as the Tailwind turns to count down.
You literally need 2 Pokemon alive so you can beat Miraidon at the end.
This Pokemon could be important into the match, but the Moongeist beam from Lunala targeting into the slot. We talked about the left.
Doesn't kill though. Yep.
And it is going to survive through the turn, and it's going to be an Incineroar targeting into that Rillaboom instead. So you take a lot of damage.
Oh my god.
A strong spot, but Nick
hold up.
At least quite yet. Both Incineroar's exit, even if that Tailwind has expired, this Miraidon is still super speedy.
Yeah, okay, this actually worked out because you kill Miraidon here.
And it goes down, which is not going to be the case. You wouldn't mind.
Oh, he didn't. I forgot he turned on Lunala.
The Tailwind's about to end, and the Lunala's still in a really strong position. But now you get the Miraidon onto the field, and that is in a really dominant position where it can talk.
Okay, it depends on on
and
the
whatever goes
Lunala
on,
speed,
picks up that slot, and
because
you're gonna
Tailwind
be able to
ends.
close this game out pretty quickly. I don't know how Nick gets out of this. I feel like in a really tough spot right now.
Yeah, when you have 3 Pokemon left and the speed's not really...
Lunala has one hit.
You just have naturally slower Pokemon, and the most HP you have on your end is this Kyogre with 38. That is just quivering when you're staring down the Miraidon on the other end. It is a scary situation. Ko just having the natural speed here. I feel like this one is a little bit of a tricky puzzle to maybe think about where things can change up. Again, that Tailwind, that speed. Ko just have so much in his
You need Kyogre alive so you can kill Incineroar, no matter what Kyogre has
Yeah,
to
I think you're kind
protect.
of just delaying the inevitable here, so maybe just utilizing this time to rethink and reevaluate what's maybe not going your way this game and how you can go into game 2 to kind of pull things back around. That's a fine thing to do, because it's so easy for Cole here to just attack into the Kyogre with the Miraidon, attack into the Calyrex with the Lunala. Your hope is that you can kind of claw back enough health, but I think we're seeing Cole just predict that protect so smartly and go after that Ice Rider with the Miraidon, picking up that huge key knockout.
Ko one Pokemon closer to cleaning the first game in this set. I mean, when it's top 16 for Nick, play it out, see what can be done in this point. And it's not, like, the Pokemon count could get a little bit...
Oh, I thought that would be amazing, fam.
But with that Light Orb recoil, it is going to be down to 2 AP.
Great play, great play.
Of dimensions. It's going to be Incineroar and Lunala for Ko.
Great
Nick
play.
with 2 very low health Pokemon, but Nick does have some Fake pressure on this turn. And of course, we are looking at a little bit of priority. Can't have that with the Urchin Boom.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one thing you've got to call out from that last turn is just a smart play from Lunala from Cole to say, okay, well, yeah, I think you're going to protect the Kyogre. I'm going to go after the Ice Rider. I'm going to utilize this turn. I'm going to get some value out of it and go for that trick move. Put yourself in
Great
such a
play.
position
Checkmate.
Where, the Incineroar's going to come in. You would expect that to be the slower out of the two, and itself and the Rillaboom. So going to have that faster fake out here, and that's why we're seeing the cancellation locked in. Cole
Great game 1. Holy crap.
Yeah,
Well played.
So well done. Because if it was a situation where, yeah, we went for the attack into the Kyogre had protected, and we got that fake out, it could have been, you know, actually a possibility here for Nick. But Ko just making sure this is a safe play. This is the guy that went 8-0 on game 1. You know, we're going to see some safe plays. We're going to see a game blocked up, and it was just so strong. And that was a really just strong start. I mean, even when you're looking back at that turn 1, the amount of damage.
You need Shifu? I think the 4 Mons he brought were good. I think that if turn 1 he Icy wins, it's a different story, but that's harder to make on a non... Well, if Icy went into like Terra Water Spout would have been fire. Oh, this fucking started. My bad. I'm sorry. I was like, oh, we're fast forward to the last game.
Any pressure on this first start of the map because it is not leading the charge. It's going to be Ko going again with that double restricted lead. But Nick, this is where we get to see a little bit of a switch up. Fluttermane is going to be back, but Rillaboom to kick this off.
Yeah, the Rillaboom's a really nice lead here, just to get rid of that electric terrain, to stop the additional boost onto the Miraidon. As you expect, maybe it will have to go for that Terastallization here, because the threat from the Fluttermane, if we see it play out like game 1, where we do see that Terastallization and the Moonblast come into there, we know that the Miraidon, whether it's electric Terastallization to be able to take that, if it doesn't Terastallize, stays on the field, probably will drop to that Moonblast, and Ko not really want to give up pieces so easily. So I think that is a nice play to get rid of the electric terrain, to stop that big damage coming out, and the Rillaboom in a position where it can
trying to call the
get some
Terra
value here, can get some chip damage into the Miraidon, maybe pivot out with that grassy terrain active in the back.
I think Insync comes in over Miraidon and Lunala Terrors.
Right away on this first turn. A lot of different options here for Nick, and on the opposing end, Ko switching
All
to
right,
Terastallization
Lunala obviously.
Lunala instead. The Fluttermane is so threatening to both of these Pokemon, so you really have to pick and choose and prioritizing, making sure Lunala is not going to be taking super effective damage, and that is going to be one that pays off. Out of all, Shadow Shield, and not too much. Special Defense will drop. You didn't take too much damage. Electric Drift, Volt Switch, sorry, from this Miraidon. That's going to be a considerable amount into the Fluttermane, and a chance for Ko to switch things around.
Yeah, this is just so well played by Cole, saying, okay, I'm not repeating what I did game 1, because you probably want to go after the Lunala, expecting Miraidon, because we talked about how pressured it was. That is the obvious choice for the Terastallization. Ko identifying that, saying, no, I'm going to protect my Lunala this time, because it was so pivotal in that game 1. We're going to Terastallize that in case you go.
Lunala went stupid in game 1, so I agree.
Don't want it to be super effective. Don't want to put myself in danger of getting knocked out by a double up into it. From
also, Miraidon staying
potentially
regular
from
means
the
that
Rillaboom's in a
Kyogre doesn't kill it without
especially with that
Terra
full switch
Water.
damage into the Fluttermane there, to put it in a place where if we do see a follow-up from the Lunala, that Fluttermane is gone, and Nick loses a really key piece of the puzzle, which would be huge, huge detriment to him for trying to claw this game back and tie it up.
And I mean, for Ko, that call to, leave them Miraidon in a position where that could have been eliminated on the very first turn.
So brave.
So brave. That's going to be now Incineroar after a little bit of thought to hit the field, but Rillaboom not tying up a big attack. Instead,
looks like Trick Room came out.
Well. And in the back, it's going to be that double restricted for Nick. Now Kyogre onto the field, but I'm still intrigued with Lunala and what it's gone for on this turn.
Force the kill.
We know he's 5 through the turn, and now this is where we go for the attack into the Fluttermane. So that is going to be Nick down a Pokemon already.
Yeah, and that's a big play here for Cole. I think as well, getting the Incineroar in is great.
So I assume it's fake out.
Kyogre comes in, you think, wow, that's putting on a lot of pressure, especially to the water weak Pokemon in Incineroar.
Plus
and usually
pivot.
hit Pokemon in Lunala. You still don't, if you're Lunala, you don't want to take a Hydro Pump.
It's a great turn, actually. Holy crap.
So you're in a position where you can utilize the fake out. Unfortunately, Nick playing into this, bringing the Rillaboom in, it has that faster fake out, so can pin that Incineroar, go for the fake out into that slot, and then it frees up the Kyogre to get those big attacks off. So gotta be careful here if you are Cole, because Nick placing his Pokemon in a really good position to try and get a momentum swing, get himself back into this game.
And I love the fact that we got a Kyogre that actually has a lot of health now.
Yes, yes.
And the difference in the move going for either a single target or the spread damage, if you think Lunala is going to wide guard, there's a lot of possibility here. And Rillaboom, I mean, calling out Fako, but I'm curious, we are just going to see that Swapperoo. That could be a big one, but over on the opposing end, Lunala switches. So it's going to be another Pokemon to hit the field and potentially take a lot of damage from this Kyogre. At least Miraidon will be taking the hit quite well, and it is going to be Pokemon to reset the train. Actually, a double pivot from Ko.
That's interesting, and I think one Pokemon that you've got in the back if you are Cole to come in and take one of those big powerful water type attacks, not two, is going to be the Whimsicott and that Miraidon. The Dragon typing going to help there, and obviously the Whimsicott with its grass typing. So nice position, and getting that Whimsicott onto the field now is really nice, because once again you can go for that Tailwind. It's going to put the Lunala in that more preferable position, and the Miraidon in its electric terrain going to be really strong this next turn if it can get through it.
Kyogre has worked so hard to get a water spout with that full HP, and the double swap from Ko. That is a lot of damage, but it is going to be 2 Pokemon that survive.
Yeah, it is, and that is massive, because now both these Pokemon, I mean, otherwise they would still be in range from a Glacial Lance you would expect without a water spout, but it just guarantees it, right? The thing is, the Kyogre in that spot now where it's so healthy, you mentioned, it's nicely in a place where it can take advantage of.
Ogre looks insane in this late game,
because you would expect maybe a Tailwind to come out from this Whimsicott, but does Cole make the decision here to set the Tailwind up, get an attack off with with the Miraidon. If he gets a target right, he can maybe pick up a knockout onto one of these Pokemon, but then you're left with only 2 Pokemon in the back.
Ogre looks so good.
Kyogre maybe feeling a little bit of a threat from that Miraidon on the opposing end. We'll see a switcheroo once again as Rillaboom, again, better place to take a hit and reset that train, bring the Grassy Surge, limit the damage the Miraidon can do. This is just been a straight up pivoting game from both of our trainers though. Whimsicott is not looking to set any sort of tailwind, instead switch back out. Instead
This is good because you always voltage into
great. You're eyeing
Kyogre.
up these 2 physical attacking Pokemon on the opposing end. Now we're eyeing up the Miraidon, and the pivoting isn't going to stop there. It's
Doesn't
going to do a little bit of
voltage
damage, and yet
Kyogre.
again,
Whoa.
Poe pivot things around.
Yeah, he does not want to give up any Pokemon.
Poe is
if
making
he
some
doesn't have to. I think that's a
plays.
really good way to go forward in this match. Keep all your pieces active as long as possible. Now you've got that Intimidate onto the Calyrex. It's going to mean that the Glacial Lance is on hitting as hard. You can get your Lunala in a bit safer, and your Incineroar's not really going to worry about this with that active fake out the next turn, and he's got the ability to continually go for that pivot out, maybe get the Miraidon back onto the field, all the Whimsicott to help
Actually,
support,
a Pokemon.
disrupt things on your side.
Big.
Looking at the pivoting too from Ko's end, I mean, for the Water Spout one, you took a lot of damage, but you had Pokemon that survived the turn after the switch, and again, with this double pivot to be able to bring these Pokemon in, the Glacial Lance just did really not that much damage.
No, and I think that's the problem with one Intimidate. It feels very underwhelming, doesn't it? And it doesn't feel like you're making the progress that you want, unlike something like Kyogre out on the field that you feel like, wow, this is making steps forward in the game, where the Calyrex feels way, way less impactful. And do you want to
I love the way Ko's positioning.
those leech seeds and kind of have to rely on that as the way to chip down your opponent? I don't think you've got time to do that against this powerhouse Lunala. We saw how heavy it hit in that game 1. If you give it an inch, it's going to take a mile, and that is something that Nick can't allow to happen.
Every single time we are getting down to just seconds on the clock left.
I really just love this positioning.
Moves. Down 1 in the set, has to make sure this is played perfectly to try and take this into a game 3. Thanks to the Terastallization on the Lunala, that is susceptible to getting flinched, and it is not going to be able to move on this turn.
Gets rid of the AV too, so Miraidon smokes it. Same thing with Lunala.
Can actually do quite a bit more.
This Hydro Pump though is crazy right now, so I think Whimsicott's going to be
Kyogre's going to
sacked.
be the fastest thing on the field. It has to be careful. We talked about this at the top of the match about locking into the spread attacks because of the wide guard presence on the Lunala. You kind of don't want to lock into those and it'd be a wasted turn, but you have the Hydro Pump, and that is something that is going to threaten this Lunala pretty heavily. You do have switches in the back, of course. We saw Cole make switches before you got the Miraidon. You got
It should be a Whimsicott
The
sack.
Miraidon is pretty low health at this point.
The issue with Hydro Pump, it is a single target, but as well, it's not the most accurate. You thought those Origin Pulses were bad? Let me tell you about Hydro Pump. So
Let's
that
see.
is something that can be really scary on this turn, but if you are anticipating it is a wide guard, it might be the only option. No wide guard though, instead
definitely be
Lunala is
Whimsicott.
switching out, so could have been that opportunity to press one of those more accurate
Yeah.
moves, but instead it's going to be Whimsicott coming in to soak up the hit. Rillaboom will be the first one. Woodhammer not enough to pick up that KO. Now it's going to be a Pokemon, the Kyogre, to follow up. Hydro Pump will connect, but that's not necessarily where you would want to take the damage. At least you don't have to worry about the tailwind, but it's not going to be that big hitting move that maybe you would have liked. And knock off
God,
Kyogre,
great
that's a lot
Incineroar
of
plays,
damage.
great
it's a huge
pivots.
amount
They're
of
all
damage. The
going
Incineroar's
really
left
well.
on. You can see the rain stopping now, which is not something that Nick wants to see with that Kyogre on the field, and now it opens it up for Cole to get that Miraidon back into play. Probably doesn't mind the Whimsicott going down there as long as it helps preserve the other restricted in Lunala, keep it healthy. I think the main thing you've got to do now is get rid of this Kyogre. Once that Kyogre falls, the rest of the dominoes go with it. The Rillaboom, the
Yeah,
Kyogre
Co's
really
plays so
struggle
well.
against that Lunala, especially when you've got the support of the Incineroar there, which is sitting pretty comfortable at the minute. It's not really worrying about much outside of that Kyogre, which you can cover with that Miraidon.
And you talked about Kyogre being the one to really kind of set the pace when we saw how little damage that the Calyrex Ice Rider was able to do and things like the Incineroar, especially after Intimidate. But the Kyogre's in a really, difficult predicament right now.
Yeah, and the problem is with the Miraidon as well, because of the life orb item that it's got one attack.
Yeah,
and once
protect.
it uses that, the recoil damage is going to take it down, so you've got to be really convinced with where you're landing this attack. You don't want to waste it into a target that might not pick up the momentum that you need to get forward in this match, make the progress that you're looking for.
Yeah, so do you target into the Kyogre and try and take care of that big threat for Nick? A Pokemon that could also protect, and then you can maybe just lose the Miraidon without doing the damage if the Rillaboom opts in, or do you target into the Rillaboom, even resisted? The Rillaboom no longer has an Assault Vest, and it's still a Miraidon with the terrain. So where do you target down for Ko with that one last attack? If it is into the Kyogre,
Rocks would have been nasty, you're right.
Instead, you're going to be targeting into the other one, the Calyrex Ice Rider back. Still has a lot of health, but still would not appreciate a hit in this situation. But I'm eyeing up this Miraidon. Where do we target? We're going to have to wait a second longer.
We're going to have to wait a little longer, and yeah.
I love the
if it is into
repositioning
Calyrex, I think
so
the
they
thing
can
for Nick
get
is
that
the
in. I
Kyogre
love
on the
that.
field to bring back in, but it isn't into the Calyrex, slots into the
Alright, so that
Rillaboom.
goes
And it's
down.
going to be a Draco Meteor to drop the Pokemon on the other end. So Rillaboom
Hold
is
up, Leech
taken
Seed
down.
Cali can
Miraidon,
still
though,
do
as
it.
you called, that is a Life Orb recoil. That is a one and done. Miraidon is
We haven't
down.
seen a Terra yet.
Wild
Leech Seed
Play
Cali can literally do
both
it.
trainers down to 2 Pokemon apiece.
The one thing that you would say Cole's got at their advantage right now is the ability to bring in this Incineroar, which is really smart, switching that out and not the Miraidon in that situation to preserve it. You've got the Incineroar to come in, you've got the Fake Out, and that might be enough to sway this game in your favor. You can Fake Out and get a Trick Room set up, and that
Yeah,
will
you
be
have to Fake Out
maybe
plus
the
Trick
route
Room.
you need to be able to get through this Kyogre that right now is threatening some big potential knockouts.
You only get the one Fake Out though into the 2 Pokemon on the opposing end, so there is still the option for Nick to be able to target into something. Something like the Kyogre can be getting rid of the Lunala in one fell swoop. But the Calyrex is a Pokemon that you can start putting pressure in other ways. You can try and
Yeah,
anticipate
you're
Trick Room,
100%
try
do
to heads up play, or go for something like the Leech Seed and try and make sure that you slowly but surely win out this match with that recovery over time. So there's still some staying power for Nick, even with the Fake Out pressure on the opposing end.
Yeah, the one thing that Nick's got in their bank is the Terastallization. They haven't used that yet, so they can take advantage of that. And I think you're right. I think the Leech Seed now is something that you're going to have to really lean into to try and get through this match. You've already taken Intimidate from the Incineroar, so Glacial Lance is not going to be hitting as hard. Kyogre in a bit of an awkward spot. And now you've got that Fake Out,
Ooh,
which is
outplaying
really
the Trick Room was
pressuring you. You're not
nice.
seeing that Terastallization trigger hold.
Make sure this Calyrex Ice Rider has what it takes to make it through the turn. As we saw, it wasn't going to be a Protect locked in, so make sure that you can try and make it through to the next step. Kyogre also looking to make it to the next stage, Protect, so no damage coming out from it. This restricted. Fake Out
Yep.
attempt into the slot as well. It's going to be between the Lunala and the Calyrex Ice Rider. Did go ready up an attack, or the attempt at the Trick Room. It is the Moongeist Beam, so Trick Room now. Oh, we saw the lock-in from Nick. This Calyrex Ice Rider will be twisting
Oh
the
my
dimensions,
god, he
so
just
this
got
is
a Trick Room
itself.
for the
That Kyogre's in
opposing, so now
trouble here.
Kyogre's slower.
Nick maybe have predicted the Trick Room from the Lunala, expecting that and saying, no, I'm not going to allow you to get the Trick Room, trying to reverse it there. But it's almost backfired by Cole going for an attack. Now the Trick Room is set up. Now the Kyogre is in a really awkward spot because the double up into it is active. The Incineroar can go for a knock off into it, and then you can just
You
go for
double
a
protect
that would
and
be
you
enough to
reset
get
it?
the Kyogre, leaving all the emphasis onto that Calyrex Ice Rider. Can Nick go for a double protect there? Maybe get a Trick Room again with the Calyrex to flip the damage back to normal and put that Kyogre in a better position because right
Does
now
he get
it is
the
heavily
double?
threatened.
It could it'll just be a Calyrex Ice Rider that is relied on to try and close out his game by itself with the
I like that he didn't reset Trick Room, by the way.
Theory now the two Pokemon Pokemon on Ko's end. Now the Twitch.
I like that he did not reset Trick Room.
That's going to be the triple. That's going to be the double protect. The 1 and 3. Kyogre stays safe this turn. Calyrex, Leech Seed into that Lunala. So we got a perfect situation for Nick, given the situation. Now knockoff, of course. When you Pokemon is already protected, this seems like it could have been so safe.
Yo, Calyrex might actually bring it back.
Both attacks into that Pokemon.
Okay, and this isn't so bad either. I think this is another road that Nick can go down. He's obviously identified a win condition going down this route, but needs a little bit of help getting there.
Like double Leech Seed is so funny. You get so much health back.
I think now
go for another one.
Where you can get the Leech Seed into the Incineroar. Between the Leech Seed, the leftovers recovery, it's going to be very hard to take this Pokemon down. It didn't feel like Calyrex could get into that position, but it is nearly there, of course. Kyogre still threatened this next turn. Really nice to get that double protect, of course, but you just delaying the inevitable where the double up comes this turn into the Kyogre.
Oh my god, he's going for it again.
Ranger going into the rest of this match.
I mean, even this Kyogre, you got the double, you go for the triple. It's going to hit the triple protect!
He gets the triple.
Triple protect on the turn, making its way
My Ho-Oh couldn't.
as it can. Calyrex on the offensive now, and Ko, you can see it in hands, and of course you have to anticipate that would have been a double up into the slot again.
I'm literally surprised he's not Leech Seeding
though.
though.
Pokemon that Ko has not been able to take down at any point in this match.
The lifeline is there, and Nick's going for it all the way. The time is chipping for that Lunala with these Leech Seeds zapping away. It's close now.
Does he go for the quad?
From this Calyrex, and now if you're Nick, you go for the fourth protect. Do you get it? That is going to be huge if you do, because you're getting through these trick room turns, and then if you can do it, the Kyogre going to be.
You don't even need to go for it now, because now Lunala's in range, and you just Glacial Lance. Holy crap!
As we're getting into the latter stages of this game too.
Might be pushing your luck with that one. The triple is impressive enough, but
holy,
that has been all going on, and so much attention on this Kyogre. The Calyrex Ice Rider has made such great progress on the field. Now another round of this Glacial Lance. This Lunala's been taken so much, and now it's been taken down. It's only Incineroar for
what plays by?
Hey, Ice Rider do whatever it wants, and go only that one Pokemon left. And no matter where this targets, I mean, you have a Calyrex at the full HP. You have a Kyogre that finally gets hit on this turn, doesn't get taken down, and a Hydro Pump that gets to.
Yo, hey, where there's a will, there's a way. You always got to look for your win con. Pokemon is never over.
Triple protect. We didn't expect it. Great to the Calyrex. You got to give Nick huge credit.
Hey, that's why I gotta have high friendship with your.
You find your win con. You do your thing.
You know, talk about. Wow. Okay, what do I do from here on? Find double up away from.
Now going in to deal with that. And I think the world champion are on in this match.
Let's see game 3.
Especially since lead though heading into game 3 here, top 16. A switch up from Nick though. We've seen different leads every time. The Fluttermane has been the tried and true, but Calyrex Ice Rider this time.
Yeah, it's a nice switch up here. You still got the pressure with the Fluttermane on both of these Pokemon from Ko.
Yeah, but Nails didn't give up. You can't hate on that. You gotta do what you gotta fucking do.
Maybe not, didn't in game 2, and everything worked out, and that crystallization at the end probably gave you just the edge you needed.
Talking about the mind games and everything else, Fluttermane has had 2 targets for these first 2 turns. First game we saw the Trashalization into the Miraidon on the other end with that Moonblast, which would have been a KO if it wasn't for the Trashalization. Game 2 we saw the Moonblast into that Lunala, which would have been Doodle, but it had Trashalized. So for Ko, which Pokemon do you Trashlize? What do you think Nick is going to do on this turn? Like, this could be a huge turn to take the outcome of this match.
Yeah, you can't really overextend on either one of these because they're putting on so much pressure in their own respect. The Lunala pressuring with the Moonguy's Beam. It's both of these Pokemon here, no Trashalization. The Miraidon is in that spot where
Instant always comes out, I think,
damage
yeah.
onto whatever it wants, but it is leaving the field.
I think Lunala always tears.
Find out if it was going to be a Moonblast, Fire Dog into that slot. Incineroar swap and seems a lot more safe. Intimidate into the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be so nice. And Trashalization, well, when you see the Miraidon leave, you know it can only be for one target. That Lunala into that Fairy type. So this seems to be the best of both worlds. Now you don't have to worry about the Shadow Ball. Miraidon doesn't have to worry about anything at all. But Trashalization piece for these trainers, while Ko is making sure that, hey, this Lunala is safe, Nick is making sure his restricted is preserved as well. Calyrex Ice Rider into that Fairy type. Make sure it can soak up as much hits as possible. Now Shadow Ball back into Lunala. We saw the damage before. This is going to be breaking that Shadow Shield and see how much damage can be done now in return. As again, goes back into the Fluttermane.
Makes sense always.
HP. Okay, look at that. We're bringing
You
it down
want to always
to
control
over
Miraidon's
here.
speed.
Now it's going to be Calyrex Ice Rider. Glacial Lance in return. Incineroar going to take that hit so well, and you can see how much that Intimidate pays off.
Yeah, it's a really strong Intimidate. You can see the Glacial Lance just not having the impact that Nick wanted it to. And the Fluttermane there taking the advantage of that Focus Sash, right? You rightly called it out there, where it has the ability to just sit in front of these really big threats because it knows it's got that blanket, that security where it can just...
At the same time, he could have found better, higher chance to win past before those turns where he was forced to triple. I mean, it's rough with AV and Incineroar in this whole thing. Lunala just kind of shafts the whole team. There's some kind of big opportunity missed from. I think the only win con would have been the turn where Ko decided to Volt Switch them on next to him and call the Kyogre's Protect. But that was also risky because if Ko attacks Kyogre, he just straight up loses. I don't know. I think the beauty of Pokemon is not only just playing it perfectly, but finding a way to win when things don't go your way. That's my favorite way to play.
Target wisely and try and get some crucial damage off. Unfortunately, not really paying off there because of the Trashalization on the Lunala. Now the Incineroar comes in. Do you go for the fake out into the Calyrex to slow down? Probably
It's
not.
also tough to see. When are you going to react to Pokemon Go? What do you want me to say?
When necessary to further weaken that
I have no
Calyrex.
idea
Now
what the hell's happening.
take
Here.
on the Fluttermane. As we know, it's got no Protect there, so an easy target.
Ooh, eyeing this up. Fluttermane taking a pause from going for these attacks, instead taunt into the Lunala. So we won't be able to see, well, anything other than attacks from that Lunala for the next couple of turns. Incineroar, it was Fluttermane with only 1 HP, so that's going to be a very easy U-turn to be able to take care of that Pokemon.
This Leech guy's a beast, though.
Bring out onto the field here with that knowledge of, well, the Lunala is taunted, and what can be used to support it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back to game 1, I don't think the taunt matters too much. There was not really so much emphasis other than that very end turn on the Trick Room being important for Korra. It feels like that. I think the emphasis is on utilizing that big Moonguy's Beam, and that's what I expect to come out of the Calyrex here. Of course, Nick taking the smart choice to Trashlize out of that weakness, so it's not going to take as much damage, but it's still going to be taking about 40 to 45%.
He's debating Whimsicott versus what,
That Calyrex is
Miraidon.
going to struggle to kind of keep up with the rest of the field.
Ooh, a little bit more.
She did bring
Shifu.
Shifu.
None other than the Urshifu. Looking at that though, the taunt, it was Lunala that goes for the
Trick
trick
room goes up.
And Nick
Oh,
is gonna
shit.
actually go and set it up himself. Now we get opportunity. What is in the back? Rillaboom hit the field. That is gonna put a lot of pressure onto that Urshifu. But that taunt and then Nick going for the twisted dimension itself.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Alright, so Instin's 100% coming
now
out.
in a really nice position where you've got the Rillaboom in, you can pressure the Urshifu, is banded, I believe, and then you've also got the Woodhammer, which Unintimidate is going to do a lot of damage to that Lunala. Now it's Shadow Shield broken. But the nice thing that Cole's got in their back pocket
Instin's
is that
100% coming out.
pretty easy switch in here to drop that Intimidate and further weaken the Calyrex. The Calyrex, though, in a nice position to start spreading those Leech Seeds around, especially because the Lunala has been taunted. It can't really do much butt attack, and it's in a prime position to have those Leech Seeds put onto it. Start slowly chipping away at it if you don't want to utilize the Rillaboom and maybe go for that Urshifu instead.
And the Lunala, I mean, talk about the Trick Room and everything else it shut off. Also can't protect, but no fake out instead.
Doesn't
just
bring it
getting
out.
damage into the Urshifu. Not going to be nearly enough for the KO, but Lunala also not being able to protect.
shit.
It will be Leech Seeded. So every time it's on the field, will be a little bit of damage whittled away every turn. But still, this is going to be a decent chunk of damage into that Rillaboom, even with the Assault Breast, bringing it to around half. And with the U-turn, enough for the KO.
Yeah, there we
Damn.
go. A huge knockout onto a key piece of the puzzle for Nick there from Cole with that Urshifu being able to retain that later in this game. Key U-turn there.
No way,
Now
Shifu
it's
was
still able
slower,
to
right?
go back onto the field in a really nice position to get another Intimidate onto this Calyrex. The nice thing for Nick has got that Leech Seed into the Lunala. So you
I'm
can
very
start to chip away at
surprised
that
no
and everything
Woodhammer.
and keep your Calyrex a little bit healthier, even though it hasn't got the emphasis and the power that you'd want for those Glacial Lances because of the Intimidate. But the thing is, with the Leech Seed, as long as that Lunala stays on the field, you can switch that Calyrex out, reset these Intimidate drops.
Yeah, there's
whatever
something I'm
comes into this
missing,
slot,
though.
we'll be able to kind of
Maybe he
recall
knew.
that recovery from the Leech
Maybe he
Seed
knew
to
that
get
he's
everything that Lunala
faster.
sticks around.
I mean, eyeing up the board with the Leech Seed, I feel like the Leech Seed is going to be the more impactful thing to be really adding up, but the Glacial Lances, after the Intimidate drops, won't be able to really be that damage, as only Nick 2 final Pokemon versus the 4 from Ko. Nick
like-
against the wall.
I feel like it's
two
just,
Pokemon, see if he can make his way through here. And
Miraidon
Kyogre,
Feast,
it
though.
will be throughout the rest of the match. We are in this Trick Room situation. It's a Pokemon that's going to struggle just a little bit more. So now you have to see, are we going back to the Protect to try and make its way through? And
We
the
just
Calyrex
know
trying to
we're
make
taking
their
off
way here?
recoil.
What do we do?
Yeah, and I think unless you got the
I
Ally
don't
Switch,
know.
Kyogre's not really going to be able to take advantage of those Leech Seeds with the two Pokemon that Nick's got left. And I think, yeah, it's a really tough position here because the Kyogre's prime fake-out target where the Lunala maybe wants to switch out here. Maybe Cole wants to get rid of that Preserver for later on in this game. And then you've got the ability to U-turn out on the Kyogre the next turn to keep and preserve that Incineroar a little bit in this match.
Lunala just going to be switching out, so this is going to be great to bring something else onto the field, something that can maybe sort of hit just a little bit more
you
as
fake
Miraidon
out-
makes its
you fake
appearance.
out the,
Now it's just going to be a fake out, so Kyogre,
Oh,
you know,
shit,
damage from
hold
that
up.
will be faked out. Glacial Land into these Pokemon, Incineroar will take the hit quite well, and the Miraidon, with
nothing.
still is also going to be taking this hit.
My
Yeah, no,
God.
It's great there, really showing through the Glacial Lance, not having any impact onto this super effective damage it would normally do onto the Miraidon. It's still not in the best of positions, like you say, it can take those water type attacks from the Kyogre pretty comfortably, but not the Calyrex. You're not going to be able to sit there for so long. But it does have Protect, of course, so it has a way
feel
to
that.
kind of allow that Incineroar to kind of pivot off the field if it wants to, and the Miraidon can try and wait out these
That one was a threat without Terra, though.
Calyrex and how much setup you can have, but
In
both
Gen
teams
8.
keep pivoting out. We are looking at maybe just going for the Leech Seed. If you can
And
get
we had a Veltal.
the attack up, but all the Pokemon on Coast End have so much health. Nick, yet again, so stressful, always making sure at the last couple of seconds, Calyrex is going to be the one to protect on this turn, looking at the preservation of these Pokemon and the Kyogre as well. So we're just looking at getting through the raid here right now, get closer to the end of this Trick Room that you have set up, and it's going to be Ko with Protect as well.
Yeah, it's a
Nice,
double
cancels out the
Might not make a lot
Protect.
of sense all around, but I think you're expecting the
Beautiful
Miraidon
play.
to protect here. You want to kind of try and lock in this board, prevent the Incineroar from going for the U-turn, keep it on the board so nothing else can come in and support that Miraidon. Now the Miraidon in that really awkward spot where
Very fair.
it can take an attack from these two Pokemon. The Calyrex, we know the damage that Glacial Lance is going to do, and then anything that the Kyogre follows up with into that slot will be able to remove it. So you can remove one of these big restricted targets this turn. Really nice play there from Nick, and putting a lot of pressure onto Cole and having to make some big decisions going into this next turn because inevitably you want to keep that Incineroar, so you have to go for the U-turn. You don't want to allow it to go down. So
I think Miraidon should stay alive. Maybe I'm wrong. You definitely keep Incineroar, too.
Where its health is so high, it's going to be able to get some big damage off.
Just the seconds ticking away.
I'm about to say, Miraidon should
was
stay
burned.
around.
It's
It's a
just
kill.
gonna be switching out, bring another Pokemon
Or
in
Shifu,
from
right?
those, and Lunala is the one
Lunala,
to
okay.
hit the field. Glacial
Hold
Lance,
up.
again, we haven't really been seeing these do too much damage just as slowly over time and knock off from the Incineroar so much into
They're
the
both
Kyogre.
dead
So when
if
we're
you land
eyeing
on
up the
both.
damage output, Mystic Water is going to be gone, but Origin Ball's still there, and that's going to be a double KO. So the score now
Wait.
being 2 Pokemon apiece.
Yeah, really nice pick up there from Nick to get rid
It's
of two
banded
big
Shifu,
threats.
too.
Now, the knockoff there was interesting. You get rid of the Mystic Water, so it's going to reduce the power of those water type attacks on the Kyogre. And the rain is on a timer as we see that Trick Room end in the damage.
Game
It's
World
normal.
Champion
The Miraidon gets
2026
back in
is
a
crazy,
really
unless you mean
favorable
World
position. So a lot
Cup.
of pressure on that Kyogre, cannot terrestrialize, and then between
You now have Miraidon.
damage again. It's really crucial that you get what is launched out, and it is an Electro Drift.
And Ko, that's
Rid of
Oh,
it,
Trick Room's
leaves the
done.
Kyogre kind of open, so it's a little bit risky, but you've got to get it right, and we'll see what is launched out, and it is an Electro Drift.
Oh, that's
the
it.
Electro Jet Kyogre, no
That's
chance.
game.
One
Well
Pokemon
played.
left for Nick's World Dream. It's going to be just the Calyrex Ice Rider staring down the Urshifu onto the opposing end of the field. We talked about the amount of damage it can do. That Surging Strikes, it isn't going to be enough to claim this game quite yet, but Calyrex Ice Rider, I don't think it's going to be having enough
Damn,
here.
big
We've seen how the
game.
Intimidates have really stacked up. We've seen how little these Glacial Lances have been doing. We see the health bars. Rhydon will be taken down, but the Urshifu will be enough for Ko.
Yeah, it's a great adjustment coming into game 3. We didn't see it games 1 or games 2, but so well identified.
Yeah, he was trying to call the protect from Miraidon on the Trick Room turn, potentially, so he can get the kill on that, and then Miraidon can't win because it can't kill both. Damn.
By Cortex, this could be the difference maker, and it really is turning out to be that.
That was a
And
great
Nick
set,
there
man.
for Ko as just one move away to win this set. The World's Dream for Ko Tsukide still alive.
That was a
Takes the
great
victory
set. Good
2-1,
games to
and
both.
moving on to top 8 here in Anaheim. He has been a world champion once before and has this opportunity one step closer to try and relive that.
Absolutely incredible from Cole, and you've got to really give huge credit to Nick as well to take it right down to the wire. He played
Great
that
game.
so well in such
Bro, Nick always fucking wearing the pajama pants. The games are hella tense. I need to go to bed. We're not going to be able to watch the rest today. Probably watch it tomorrow alongside with finals. But appreciate y'all who stuck around and just came through during this almost 6-hour stream. Have a fantastic night. I will see y'all tomorrow with draft, right? And everything like that. Peace, guys. Thank you again. Have a great night, everybody. Peace.